Good morning. This is Murph and Copes. Yep, we're swapping hosts today on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
April Fool! Look to my left. I won't get fooled again. That's a familiar face. That's no April Fool. That's the host swap. After that incredible drop of the Moneyball parody that hit you, burned up your social on Friday. It's true. It's true. Adam Copeland on an April Fool's Day in a host swap. What we're pulling is a shenanigan, Copes.
Yeah.
A shenanigan.
Yeah, are you down with some shenanigans?
I'm down with Copes, I'm down with some tomfoolery. I'm down with some tomfoolery. I'm down with some
tomfoolery and Kyle shenanigans. I like that.
There it is, buddy. Welcome to the morning, brother.
Dude, it's good to be here, man.
Look at you.
I'm enjoying it already. I'm excited. It's going to be a fun day.
Here's the great news. We'll be done at 10.
Well, you will. I was wondering that, too. I was
As
like,
we continue to burn you to a fine crisp.
I was wondering this because I'm like, normally I get here about 9, sometimes a little earlier than that, around 9 o'clock, and I'm here usually until 7:30 or 8 or whatever at night. And then
that's no April Fool either.
No, dude, that's legit. I'm wondering, like, when I leave here though, like, will the bosses, the higher ups, the people in the offices who I have to answer to to keep you guys away from, who I answer to.
By the way, thank you.
Yeah, well,
thank you.
I'm like stiff arming, dude. I'm like a Heisman Trophy.
Hey, buddy, I'm gonna give you freaking Archie Griffith level Heisman trophies, dude. Back-to-back Heismans. But anyway, go ahead.
So I've been wondering, like, they're all gonna get here at 9, and in their minds, I will have just gotten here at 10 when the show ends. I'm like, are they expecting me here till 8 tonight?
You know what, bro? But you're good by me. I only need you from 6 to 10.
I think I'm cutting out about noon. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
I'm gonna call it.
Head up to Molinari. Grab a standy.
Maybe a chicken parm.
Listen, he's here. It's Adam Copeland, and he and I go way back.
Yeah.
We go way back. In fact, we go back to not just the years you ran the board from 2018 all the way up to 2022, right?
2 years ago.
So 4 years, and then just being around our lives the last couple of years every day. But I believe our internship connection goes all the way back to...
I think it's 09. I'm pretty sure it's 09. I was an intern in 2009 and partially in 2010.
As an SF State student?
As an SF State student. How about this? My last semester as an intern, shout out Jen Violet, she's now going to hear this for the first time. I just lied and got no credit at school because I was like, I want to still be an intern.
Whoa!
I want to keep working.
How about that?
Yeah.
We got guys. You're pulling like the sort of the reverse like resume, like those guys who fake their resumes. You know,
totally.
You're pulling the reverse. Yeah. You're like, no, I want to keep working.
I'm like Frank Abagnale. Yeah, but
okay.
but for real. It's like catch me if you can. Right.
Young Tone, catch me if you can. DiCaprio. No. Remember the rules. No.
Dude, is that still the rules? Second segment. Yeah, you better not. You keep that mic off, young Tony.
Them's
the rules, dude.
Hey.
Yeah, 09 was the first time I did phones for you guys, you and Paulie.
I did, and you were wearing a Giants hat, and I said, who's this guy? He looks like Slinging Johnny Sanchez.
Yeah. So I said, you go in the Thralls of January rocking his Giants hat. It's like Slinging Johnny Chess.
Did I say Thralls?
You said something like that, yeah.
I like that. I like Thralls. Well, welcome, buddy. This is what we do.
It's fun, man.
It's what you used to do, and we do it before the sun is up. Where's Waterboy right now, by the way? Where is he?
Do you think he's awake?
Is he up on the rooftop? Is he crying?
I hope he's sleeping.
Well, per that Moneyball parody, he's carrying his box of stuff to the into the control room.
That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Shout out! I know you call him the what are the
Please Don't
SNL
Destroy
guys?
boys.
Please Don't Destroy guys are hilarious on SNL, by the way. But Michael Connell, who's our digital guy, he wrote the whole script, and he sat there and watched the Moneyball scene and like verbatim. We tried to get some of the scenes. If you watch them side by side, there's even one where I like kind of walk in front of the camera. Brad Pitt, I guess, does that. It's like the shot that he has side by side is pretty incredible.
I'm going to say
we talented guys here.
As talented as great as it was, it's all about you driving that car at the end with the Casey Bean song playing right there.
Because I remember I said it to Michael. I was like, remember when you saw Moneyball for the first time? And I was like, pretty good movie. It's not all factually correct and doesn't tell the whole thing, but it's sort of like Air, the Michael Jordan shoe movie, right?
Right.
The Jordan,
just entertaining.
It's fun. I enjoyed the movie. But then I remember watching it, and it's got Brad Pitt driving at the end. I'm like, was his daughter like a big, what is this? She's like, Dad, don't let anybody hear the song.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're all here. What is going on?
So you guys went for it.
Well, I was like, this is hysterical.
I've never seen Copes drive. That's the other thing is in that video. That was a historical document right there. So, bro, your Giants.
Yeah, let's go. Well,
they're 2-2, baby.
Hey,
they're 2-2.
Don't tell John Curley and his slacks over there, dude.
We got a whole bit going here.
Curly's pissed.
We decided that I've never gone through a ball season with John Joe Curley in the slacks. The guy's sending out angry takes yesterday. So first of all, I would say that most Giants fans were delighted.
I was excited about the weekend. I left the weekend with hope.
Right.
and positivity.
Not just
even
hope,
after
but
yesterday.
A little buzz.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, let's go. Let's go win a couple in L.A.
I think I sent out a tweet Saturday, said 2.5 games in, these guys are immeasurably more entertaining than they've been the last 2 seasons.
Without question.
Right? Whether pick your reason. At that particular moment, was it Jordan Hicks?
I was going to. That's my first guy I was going to go to. Like this is a Michael Conforto's another one. Like guys who are here, but we weren't really talking about a ton in the preseason, who are already performing. Those are the guys I'm excited about.
Jung Hoo Blanken Lee.
This kid.
All right? Bat to ball, baby. Bat to ball. Happy about Chappie. Matt Chapman, 2 bombs Friday night. Young Kyle Harrison. De La.
That kid's a stud, man.
Dude, I can't see him without hearing Papa saying, Adadela.
Adadela.
Dude, that's the pop.
Dude, he does do that a lot.
Every single time. He's going to say it today.
He's going to say it today.
Adela, the kid at Adela. He doesn't even say the kid at Adela. He just says, we'll get Dela on Friday.
He just calls him Dela. Like,
Dela.
so funny.
I mean, so pick your guy. I mean, is it Conforto? Is it Lee? Is it Hicks? Is it Harrison?
Probably some defense from Wade D in right field.
Even, I hate to say this because I was a Crawford guy, and I know you and I can clash on this, but Nick Ahmed carried his water. He carried his weight. You know what I mean? Everything. Bo Mel in the dugout. Seeing Bob freaking Melvin in the dugout.
Feels good.
Soothed me. It soothed me. So all across the board, everything's great. Then you and I are on this thread yesterday, and here comes Curly yesterday off the top road. Man, am I pissed. Giants had a chance to stake this series 3 out of 4, and they wasted this game. Guys, yeah. What do you think? Guys, what do you think? Are we coming? You got to come in hard tomorrow. Got to come in hard.
They got to figure things out soon.
Yeah, they got to figure this out. He's wasted opportunities.
Figure this out.
No killer instincts. I said, well, I mean, listen, bro. First of all, I've never been through a baseball season with you. I didn't know you were the author of Bad Takes.
Yeah.
But I do know. I did respond to him, so with the fire emoji.
You just said fire take.
Fire take.
Which made me laugh. I looked at it. I was like, you guys want to, and I just said, we want to talk middle innings bullpen. I'm okay.
Yeah, right.
If that's your concern, or like, hey, they haven't ironed out the rotation yet, but I'm confident now with the first time through the first 3 guys. See what Keaton Wynn looks like, and the Dodgers are a beast, but I'm not like, figure this ass out, man. Like, do you remember Roberto Hernandez was like the opening day catcher or something last year?
I just used him in the grid the other day as a Giant and a White Sox.
Different Roberto, yeah. Roberto Perez, excuse me.
I didn't go with,
Perez is the catcher. Hernandez is the fire sale trade in 97.
I used him.
Yeah, that's where I'm mixing up my Giants.
The white flag. You old enough to remember the white flag?
I am, yeah. Brian Johnson and all that.
That's about 8.
It's one of my first early years because 90, the first year I remember beginning to end is 98. But 97 is the year I kind of like, I was really into it.
You remember 98?
I remember 98.
So you remember 162 at Coors?
I do.
Yeah. Nafy?
I mean.
Yeah. I was covering a Niners-Falcons game, I believe, that day, following every pitch in some primitive way on some dial-up modem.
Yeah.
And then seeing that they blew a 7-0 lead or something. But anyway.
Pretty humid.
In general, I'm pretty damn excited.
Same.
Bring on the big blue machine. Bring them on. And it's Keaton Wynn tonight doing his thing. What I wanted to say to Curly during his whole rant was, they didn't have a guy. They didn't have it. By the way, can you?
What do you mean?
I mean, to start yesterday.
Oh, right. So going into yesterday's game, and I was with Walter Calbosetta. You hear him on the pregame shows.
What's up, Big Walt?
On the weekends, and he goes, by the way, John Miller riffing with Walt on Saturday. Are we, in the talkback, are we going with Walter? Is that what we're going with? Not Wally or Walt? It was pretty good. Pretty funny back and forth.
Should we go with Wally?
We're going with Wally.
Yeah.
Walleezy.
Hey, by the way, I just want to let you know, because we do the clock around here.
So. I know, I'm out. I saw it, and I was like, I better be quick on this story.
Get your take out, because you know what we do here?
We're clockmen.
We do the clock.
We're clockmen.
We do the clock here.
I would love to be, by the way.
We do the clock.
I dream of that.
Get ready.
Well, how about I just save my story?
You're going to see
Clock.
Yeah, keep it going, baby. Keep it going.
You have 45 seconds, but that's it.
Clock.
Nice. There it is.
Nice.
Yeah, save the story. And we haven't even called in a Warrior win after a 117 to 1. Warriors just, I mean, they're not exactly doing that meme where you come out of the crypt on the back of that pickup truck, but they're wheezing. They're alive. They're fogging the mirror. So we'll call that one in. We'll show Copes what it's like on an April Fool's Day to do the clock. We got young Tony. We'll say good morning to him on the other side. Perhaps some fool-themed rejoins coming your way. I think Tony's all locked and loaded and ready to go. And other than Curly, we're feeling pretty good about Bob Melvin's Giants here
Curly's
in 2024.
pissed.
So we'll get into Curly's rage and Copes' story and call in a Warrior win on the other side. April Fools, y'all. Monday, April 1st on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. I don't know, man. You know what? I don't think I like Copes.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Ron Wotus joined Marty LaRue to discuss the impact of the offseason additions and the start of the Giants season. Check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. While you're swapping April Fool's pranks, we're swapping hosts. Now back to Murph and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Draymond again. GP2. If you lose Gary, where will he be? Around the basket with some style. He puts some flair on it, some pizzazz. If you had never seen Draymond Green play basketball, watch these 6 minutes. Double screen for Steph. Curry, wing jumper, rimming out. The rebound, Draymond, play three, knocks it down, and that will do it. The Warriors win it 117 to 113 in an incredible game. They come from 13 down, 8 down at halftime. They get 33 from Steph Curry, but Draymond Green's the story. 21 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds. He had the 6 steals, and then his 11 points in that third.
Listen to that. Fool rejoins. We got him. I sent Young Tone a whole raft of them. Sounds good. The boys getting it done from England. The Who won't get fooled again. That's right. Host swap fooling you on April Fools. Adam Copeland sliding in from the afternoon, having a little fun, having
fantastic.
Having a little shenanigans, a little tomfoolery. By the way, did anybody bring up the Yankee wife swap from '73? Anybody bring that up?
Wait, what?
What, am I doing? What did young Adam learn today? You know,
there's a trading spouses riff from the Trading Spaces show that was on Chappelle's show. They did trading spouses.
Well, no,
funny, but the Yankee wife swap. What is this?
Good time to bring in young Tony Farias. Young Tone, good morning. How are you, brother?
Good morning. How are you?
How was your weekend, kid?
Fantastic. Great Easter weekend, yeah.
Oh, Easter,
My
all
mom
right.
came into town.
Oh, that's right. Oh, dude, no.
Went to dinner Saturday night. Yeah, great weekend.
You're not like Curly, who proclaimed to be a huge Springsteen fan. So I said, well, then it's like not even optional. It's literally mandatory that you go Sunday night for the resurrection. Come on up for the Rising Easter Sunday with the boss. He goes, I'm there. And I started scouting some tickets for him. Like, dude, you can get in. He's like, that price is doable. He sends an email last night around 9:50 with his show rundown.
And you're like, no.
The show rundown email, the email wears slacks. You know what I mean? The email wears slacks. You know what I mean, dude?
It's buttoned up.
It's so buttoned up.
I didn't even open it. It's a little
So I'm like, wait a minute. So 9:50 email. He's not sending this from Chase Center during. He's not sending this during Badlands, is he? And sure enough, I walked in. I said, "Am I guessing by that timestamp on that email you didn't go to Springsteen last night?" He goes, "Yeah, no." He just blatantly said no. He goes, "Easter Sunday with the parents." I said, "I got news for you. Your mom and dad, they'll be here today. Bruce Springsteen won't be here today. He's out.
That's a fact.
He's on his way."
Yeah.
So anyway, that was better. Your weekend was better than Curly's.
Oh, yeah. A lot of great Giants baseball. Oh, dude, it was a tremendous weekend. Great weather.
How about the
Dude.
pipe? How about the pipes on
I know
this?
he's got good pipes. He's
Yeah.
good.
So for the two of you, in 1972, Yankees pitchers Mike Kekich and Fritz Peterson decided to swap wives. That's right. Mike Kekich and Fritz Peterson swapped wives. They did it before the 73 season.
What does that mean? They swap like
They
you.
swap wives.
I'll take yours. You take mine.
Sash for Candace, Candace for Sash. There it is, brother, right
I got to
there.
play. I got a PTBNL also. Or like,
Lori for Sash, Sash for Lori. I mean, that's it, straight
it's
up.
wild. It's a wild scenario.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I mean, you know, so swapping, I mean, listen, there's a whole lifestyle out there. But these guys did it, and they were both pitchers on the Yankees. And there's a whole follow-up on it. I think it ended poorly. Shocker.
What you think?
Shocker. So
How'd the season go?
Yeah, so 73 Yanks, not exactly
Not
in the
good,
lore.
no.
They're not in the lore. So anyway, we're not exactly doing that, but we're kind of doing that. We're kind of doing that. So well done, young man. In fact, we might as well call this one in because, dude, the Spurs were up 8 at half. But the Warriors said, blank that. We are road Warriors, and these Golden State Warriors are winning road games like crazy. Just finished a 4-1 road trip, which we'll get into after we call. Bruce Frazier on his way to the charter jet flying home calls Adam Silver. Silver said, "Did you guys win again on the road? Are you thinking about playing all your games on the road?" He said, "Don't worry about it, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 117, San Antonio 113.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
Slowly.
There it is, the joy, Copes.
I just love that it's longer than when I last played it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We're adding. By the
Yeah,
way, we're
it's good.
trying to come up with new ones for the Giants. Do we have? We're not calling in the Giants because you can only do the previous day. But we're supposed to add some new stuff to the Giants one. All right, we're going to dig in. That's a post-show meeting there, Young Tone.
We added plenty to it. I mean, I wish the Giants could have gotten a Sunday win. We would have been able to play it.
This guy. But
By the way,
who is that? Curly?
Yeah, right. What are you pissed about? Who called it in? By the way, the Warriors score, and who called Silver Skinny Boy? I like that.
So
Bruce, like a Skinny Boy.
Bruce Q. Frazier.
Frazier calls it in.
Frazier calls it in every game, and Skinny Boy is the derisive. And when D'Amico Ryans used to call him, and then we had Silk Wilkes call him in for the Niners.
Yeah,
he would derisively call Roger Goodell a mannequin. He said, "Don't worry about it, mannequin." All right. And then when whoever called in, and it was Kai Correa, up until we have to have a new call in. I was trying to think: is it Pat the Batter or is it Tam High's own Brian Price?
Well, who's the bench coach? Isn't it Christensen?
Is it Ryan Christensen?
Ryan Christensen's the bench coach.
Yeah. But we don't have as much. Although I covered Ryan
He's
Christensen.
writing the calligraphy lineups. You see all that?
No.
Susan Slusser says he does these handwritten since he was in Oakland. He's done it for years. He's got like great calligraphy, and he writes the lineups in like pretty
time-consuming.
Pretty cool fonts. Yeah, I saw the post. I was like, damn.
Shout out golf tournament leaderboards. If you ever go to like an amateur golf event or a college golf event, or something, they write it painstakingly in calligraphy.
Wow.
It's got to be a tremendous waste of time.
Yeah, right.
Is the net result of calligraphy worth the time put in?
This might be the most airtime calligraphy he's ever gotten. I'm like, oh, yeah, nice, okay, calligraphy.
Hey, Young Tone, calligraphy. Do you know it? Calligraphy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you practice calligraphy?
We used to it was like penmanship in school. We used to take classes.
That's not calligraphy.
By the way, you talking about cursive?
Maybe that's something.
Are you confusing cursive and calligraphy?
Calligraphy is still a way to write certain things. No, it's definitely
it's like a font.
Yeah.
They are distant cousins, I would say, or maybe first cousins. What do you guys think? Calligraphy and cursive?
They're related for sure.
By the way, shout out my kids learning cursive and actively projecting the energy of I'll never use this because I'm going to keyboard the rest of my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was kind of the vibe when they were learning cursive. Like, why are we doing this? Because I'm keyboarding the rest of my life.
How about them telling me, like, you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket everywhere you go? It's like, how dumb are you? How stupid were you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, right? I do. So
see these teachers, they don't know what they're talking about. Anti-teacher takes. Anyway, KNBR.
Shut up, Mom, my teacher.
So, guys, they call and the Warriors, and I know you talk a lot about them with your partner there, Copes. Is there hope? The Rockets lost. They're 2 up on the 10 seed for the Rockets, and the Lakers only one ahead of them in the loss column. Here's the road ahead, guys. Here's the road ahead. Warriors host Dallas Tuesday. Dallas has won 7 in a row, so that's and plus they're playing at Chase Center, the House of Horrors.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll be out there. Tom and I we'll be at Harmonic before the game tomorrow. If you're coming out, go to stop by Harmonic Brewing. We'll be doing the game.
I got an idea. Maybe Tommy can have a beer. We could have a beer.
He might, dude. I was thinking he might do. That's why we're going.
That's my revolutionary idea.
Trying to get him to try one.
Yes,
we can get him out there
at Houston on Thursday, which is Houston's last chance.
Right back to Texas.
Houston has to win that game, and then at Dallas Friday. So yeah, they're in Texas on Sunday, fly home, and then boogie on back.
Well, this was originally slated as a 7-game road trip, and I was looking at this a couple weeks ago, going, "Oh man, this is going to be a brute. This could be the end of. This could make the season. This could break the season." And really, once they started this road trip, I thought, well, we kind of know who every team in the West and the Eastern Conference that are going to make the playoffs. We sort of know what the bottom line is, and that's as far as the Dubs can go. Then Houston got hot. So now because Tuesday, tomorrow is technically the makeup game from when Decky passed away.
Oh, thank you for that information.
Originally this game was slated in Dallas, I believe.
Okay.
So they play tomorrow at home instead, and then they go back to Houston, then they play Dallas right after that.
Yeah.
Then they come back home.
Yeah.
The question for me is not so much about is there a chance, it's what does that chance mean?
Yeah.
Because does anybody believe they're a championship caliber team?
But I think right now, my primary concern was there was a chance they would miss the play-in.
Right.
That was my primary concern.
Right. So my thought, though, is if they make the play-in and don't make it out of the play-in, what's the difference?
Well, Spears has been on KNBR. I've been quoting Spears a lot because he's been coming strong with his takes, saying it's an embarrassment. And it's an embarrassment for Steph Curry, for him to be wasting a whole year like this, that at best he wins one play-in game and then has to go on the road to play. But theoretically, let's put it this way. If they do win 2 play-in games and get to the round of 8, is that a success? You know what I mean?
Is that what are we gauging success by for this Warriors team? I think our standards are higher than that now. Are 49er fans happy going to a Super Bowl? No.
Well, this would be the equivalent of the Niners losing a wild card in the wild card round.
Right.
Which people would be bummed.
Yeah, but not an elite 49er team. It'd be like puttering in and then losing in the wild card, right? Like The 49ers, by the way, don't get enough credit for like making the run in 2021.
Yeah.
You know, where they were
To the NFC Championship.
3-4 or whatever,
Yeah,
3-5, and then ran the title game.
I have on the air given this Niner run a ton of credit. I liken it to the Sabian 97-03 run,
It's a good call.
which I praise.
I do too, because it's competitive ball and you want to be involved.
We have
Now,
great memories of that stretch.
and that's what's different about this Warriors run is they were not competitive forever. And then they were the best thing that ever happened to Bay Area basketball, right? Like the greatest player that's ever come through. So there was never a middle ground. There was never a build-up to being like, we're almost there. There was a couple of seasons, the losses to the Nuggets in the playoffs and running into the Clippers and whatnot. They had some of those rivalries. But once Steph became Steph and Steve Kerr got here, which is why you can sort of put that marker down, this is how dynasties go.
Yeah.
You were talking, I think, last week about why. Did you watch the Avengers with your kids? Did you watch a Marvel movie?
No. I mean, yes, but
you
it was
mentioned
a while
something.
ago.
Okay, anyway, there's a line at the end of Avengers Endgame where Robert Downey Jr. It's a pretty good line. He goes, "Part of the journey is the end. That's the hero's gate."
I like
and
that.
I remember thinking, boy, that's it's apt for what dynasties are.
Dude, that's heavy.
Dynasties don't run for 20 years like Tom Brady.
Part of the journey is the end.
Part of the journey is I knew you'd
Damn.
like that.
Yeah.
That's some heavy stuff, dude.
That's heavy, baby. At 6:26, too.
I know, right? I'll drop it again later.
Part of the journey is the clock,
Yeah,
too.
right. We have a minute and a half.
So let's get the guest list going on a Monday morning. Why did I say Thursday? How's that? Where'd that come from?
I don't know.
April Fools. It's not Thursday. It's Monday. How was your weekend, brother?
That was good.
Anything exciting? Any highlights?
Went to a comedy show at Cobb's on Saturday.
That's a
Had a
highlight.
night by myself, and I was like, I'm going to go catch a show. Didn't know who it
Who'd you
was.
see?
Her name was, she was an Irish, I'll have to look it up, Irish comic. She was in town. She was
I've
hilarious.
seen her on
McNally,
Joanne hair or
Joanna McNally, I think is her name. Something like that.
I get algorithmed by Instagram, so when
Yeah.
I tap on a lot of Irish stuff, they start sending me Irish comedians.
Yeah.
And I've seen it must be this one.
She's funny. I thought of you
Does
because
she have sort of shoulder length
she
brunette
does,
hair?
yeah. 30 seconds in, she made an IRA joke, and I was the only one laughing.
Okay.
There you were.
All right. Did you enjoy the show?
Oh, I loved it. She was great. She killed.
2 drink minimum?
Yeah, 3 for me.
Isn't that the deal? Young Tone,
It is,
2
yeah.
drink minimum?
Comedy clubs, 2 drink minimum. Tip your
Is that
wait
right?
staff.
I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of the standard. There's a Steve Martin documentary coming out where he talks about his time in San Francisco in 75, saving his career. At the boarding house, shout out Brian Copeland.
Shout him out.
Shout him out.
He's out there. You know where he is right now.
Does he know the boarding? He knows the boarding
I'm sure he
house.
does. Right now, he landed in New Orleans yesterday because he's filming Spinal Tap 2. My dad's
dude,
in
that's
Tap 2.
absolutely
He's in New Orleans right now.
incredible.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I guess I'm doing the guest list. Hums and Bums at 6:50. You ready? Hums and Bums?
I'm ready, dude. I got my bum babies.
Okay.
Your hums on bums.
I got my hums. We rotate. Mike Kruko joins us every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. What a weekend. We got to get back into that on the other side. How you felt about the Giants this weekend. The big hit at 7:50. I think we're leaning Giants. I think we're feeling like, are you as pissed as Curly was seeing Dalton Jeffries out there? Or were you unbelievably excited by the likes of Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, Matt Chapman, Jung Hoo Lee, you name it, Bob Melvin. And then we're going to get a little, ready for this? Dodgers tonight, 7:10. Keaton win against James Paxton. So Jerry Hairston Jr., who, of course, is a broadcaster for the Dodgers, 16-year big leaguer.
That's my era.
Will join us at 8:50, and then at some point, the cooler of content. So back to the Giants. I can't imagine anybody's anything but delighted with what they saw. And if you feel differently, let us know. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I freaking loved a lot of what I saw. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
How's everybody doing? What about the Warriors? Yes.
Let the KNBR host swap hijinks continue. Yep, we're swapping hosts today as Murph and Copes keep rolling on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
An outfielder Profar in left, Asokar in center, Tatis in right. There's a swing. There's a high drive in the deep center field. Way back there, Asokar at the warning track, at the wall. He leaps, and goodbye. He did not get it. He almost got it in the first home run as a Giant by Matt Chapman, and he hit it right over the 396-foot marker in center field, just to the right of straightaway. The pitch. Swing, and that ball is gone if it's fair. Deep down the left field line, and it is headed into downtown San Diego. Wow, what a shot, almost to the rooftop of the Western Metal Supply Company building. Down the left field line, second home run of the game for Matt Chapman, and it's 8-3 Giants.
Sounds from the weekend and April Fool. We're trading hosts. We're pulling shenanigans, tomfoolery, and hijinks today.
Yeah.
Hijinks. So, Copes.
Maybe a flim-flam?
A flim-flam.
Yeah,
Some flam and some flim and some fool-themed rejoins. Thank you for a little fool in the rain, my
Let's call
friend.
this a gambit, maybe?
And we're Gambit.
Yeah,
Yes,
we got a bunch of these.
I like them all. Keep writing them down, baby. Good stuff from over the weekend. And by the way, Randy Wynn will join Papa and, wait for it, Marcus.
How about
that? At 12:30 this afternoon. By the way, get ready. The swaps are useless except for 1 4-hour stretch. Now we're talking. Now we're talking Marconi Awards.
You're talking black and orange. I'm talking black and silver.
I like Marconi and cheese every day when I watch my film. Dude, there's going to be a lot of that. Boucher, the tuck rule.
What did you think of Taylor on Saturday, Boucher?
Friday.
Excuse me.
Matt Chapman, as my buddy Malk texted me, happy about Chappie. I'm going with it. Very happy with Chapman and that whole weekend. We'll get into it in just a second here as we say good morning to y'all. Hums and Bumps coming up at 6:50. Mike Krukow at 7:30, and already the text line responding. And I like the variety of takes on the Giants because they kind of go the sort of span the gamut here. 707 sends in an angry one. This is like Curly. My patience is running out on Camilo Doval. Right out of the game. He's really
4 games.
The guy's pitched 2/3 of an inning.
That's an all-star last year.
Okay, he says, giving up those runs that turned a blowout into a save situations, he still can't operate under the pitch clock. So this is what hey.
Guys pissed they won by 3.
I told you guys we run the gamut. Now, it is true, Doval did have 2 pitch clock violations.
He always does.
And he did jog in so late. And did you see the difference? You see Bomel said, he's going to call.
I didn't see his comments, no.
He said, I'm going to call him into the principal's office and have a little talk. So already you're seeing a little bit of the old school Bomel red ass, like you can imagine. Shut the door. Hey, come on in, son. Shut the door. You know what I mean? No more of this lollygagging your ball around the infield.
You're lollygagging
around the pitch clock. All right, dude? So, I mean, a little bit of that. That's one take. We had a guy send in haikus, if you want them. He says, my haiku Saturday, Giants hit him deep, an 8th inning explosion, a grand victory. And then his haiku for Sunday, it did not go well. Giants gave up lots of runs, did not score enough. Is this going to get a haiku?
It's just a fact, yeah.
I mean, so
575?
Young Tone, haikus. You down with a haiku?
Yes.
You know the numeric 575.
Yep.
All right, buddy. There it is.
Stanza as well. Another term in poems.
And you had the
poetry.
calligraphy cursive breakdown for us, didn't you? It's pretty good.
Yeah, stand by.
Oh,
He lost it.
I think I remember. You said cursive, the pen doesn't leave the paper.
Calligraphy
the
does
pen
multiple times. Yeah.
does leave the paper.
Every letter, yeah.
We'll ask Ryan Christensen about
Correct.
that. And then you get the other guy. And then 408 comes in with and this would be maybe to me the only legit criticism from the weekend, and that is Dalton Jeffries is a very Farhan type guy. First of all, he was an A, so that's number one. So I'm sure Farhan knew him.
Sure.
Number 2.
Bomel did too, yeah.
2 Tommy Johns and a shoulder surgery. Okay, and 408 writes in, help me understand Farhan's love affair with repaired arms. Shout out Trent Baalke.
I was just going to say,
ACLs,
well, to me, repaired arms are the best bargain you can find in baseball. I mean, everybody's upset about the ones that don't work out, of course, because it seems like also there have been a lot of them, right? But they've gotten, I think they have a legitimate 6 or 7 guys who are going to be starters when healthy. Yeah. Right? I think the rotation is going to be fine. The thing about the repaired arms is they've had success already in evaluating sort of broken talent and getting the most out of it. Kevin Gossman's the most obvious one, right? that comes to mind. He was an injured guy numerous times and had been a first-round pick, I think, and then fallen on hard. It was in like the Reds bullpen.
Yeah.
He had an ERA of 7 before they picked him up.
That's where they found him.
Who's another guy? Drew Pomeranz. They didn't get a ton for him, but they were able to like put him in the bullpen, sort of hone in on something and get something for him. Paying for pitching at a premium price is the worst value, I think, in all of baseball.
I mean, like Blake Snell for 1 year, $30 million?
I mean, 1 year is good value, I think.
Yeah.
Or 2 years at whatever it is.
Not the Mike Hampton Rockies contract.
Exactly. Is the Rodon contract good right now?
Well,
he pitched well, but I mean, but again, he's got a lot to prove.
When you're the Yankees, you don't even notice the money.
Barry Zito's the one that comes to mind too. Like when you pay for premium pitching, I think it's a big gamble. You'd rather develop pitching or get some bargains and hope you can work something out.
Getting back to Jeffries here,
it's a spot start.
It was just really, truly a one-off.
Yeah,
it was truly a one-off. I was surprised Keaton Wynn didn't get the start, but for some reason they wanted it. If they started Keaton Wynn yesterday, then they'd have nobody for today. So one of these 2 days, you had nobody. Which, by the way, making the Blake Snell signing look that much more gigantic.
It's huge.
Because if we didn't have Snell, this would be our lot in life. You know what I mean?
Every 3 days?
Yeah.
Like,
although, did you see Carson Whisenhunt dealt in Sacramento?
Well, did you see what Blake Snell did this weekend as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Whisenhunt knocking on the door all of a sudden. 3 innings in Sacramento, struck out 6.
Knocking on Farhan's door.
Seriously. So Curly was filled with rage, sending us angry texts, fire texts. And I see 408 saying, what's his fascination with this repaired arms? I'm going to cut him a break. It was a one-off. You rolled the bones. It didn't work out, but you got Wynn tonight. Now, interesting, they have not announced their starters for Tuesday or Wednesday. We're back to the Gabe ball. The Dodgers have. Dodgers are going James Paxton, lefty tonight, which means we'll probably see Luis Matos on the lineup, right?
Yeah.
Yep. They're going Tyler Glasnow on Tuesday, who can be very, very, very nasty. And then Bobby Miller on Wednesday, who's one of Boucher's guys. One of Waterboy's guys. He's had his eye on him for a while.
He's good. He's a frontline. So they started Gavin Stone last night. He's one of their other frontline guys, I think.
Sunday night baseball. Cardinals blew a 4-0 lead in that game.
Dodgers came back 1-5-4. Muncy, 8th inning, 2-run shot.
Damn. So anyway, Giants going Keaton Wynn tonight, TBD, and then we don't know the home opener. Now, what would you like to see? Because, I mean, Logan Webb is scheduled. If you pitched on time, it would be Webby and then Harrison. There's really no problem with that, is there?
I'd endorse that.
And then give Jordan Hicks the start Friday, or you in an ideal. And we don't know Snell's arm. Would you rather see Snell perhaps make his debut at Dodger Stadium? I mean, that's on the table. That's on the table.
So he threw on. Did he throw on Friday?
Friday, yeah.
He threw Friday, so he could pitch Wednesday at Dodger Stadium.
He threw 74 pitches.
And he struck out 11. I think Snell. I mean, here's the thing. It was about making sure he's ramped up and ready to go. I would be a little bit surprised if he didn't pitch in Dodger Stadium. And if he doesn't, then I imagine he's the home opener pitcher on Friday.
It's kind of why you got him to beat the Dodgers.
The Dodgers.
So why
get him out there?
Why? My heavy sense tells me they'll pitch Snell Wednesday. That's why you got him. And these every game against the Dodgers matters. I mean,
you only get 14 of them now.
You're tied in the loss column with them. All right, you know what I mean? So
that's not Curly.
I'm totally
totally be pissed.
So of all the things that happened since we last, and we signed off Friday morning. We did the whole opening day breakdown. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the Kyle Harrison 2-homer. Kyle Harrison pitching, Matt Chapman 2-homer Friday.
Yeah, great game.
The Jordan Hicks, Jung-Hoo Lee debut bomb, Conforto Granny Saturday, and then of course Sunday the stinker. But what was for you the shiny toy?
I want to sprinkle in can I offer you a Tom Murphy?
Sure.
I like a Tom Murphy, dude. I'm liking this guy.
Go for it.
I love a backup catcher. I just want to tip my cap to.
On your boy Murph. What are you enjoying?
What I am enjoying, he's not
whiffing on fastballs down the middle like Pat Bailey yesterday?
Sticking a little bit, dude. The one that got away and he couldn't find it.
Yeah, and they lost it. They scored a run.
Yeah, it sucked. It was early. It was early in the game. It wasn't 9-0 yet.
Well, you just like having
Hicks is the one who stands.
You're saying better than Blake Sable? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say better than anything. I like having catching to me and first base guys are something that you never want to have to think about, right? Like when I said last year, Roberto Perez was back there, and then it was Joey Bart. It was like a lost spot in the lineup. It was
Sable.
Then you're just hoping that the guy back there just can catch the ball. Yeah. You're like, that's fine. If he's calling a game, fine. But I hate when that's the situation. I feel like there's so much more depth behind where Patrick Bailey is, and gives you the opportunity to rest him. Coming back to what I like this weekend, for me, number one is Jordan Hicks. Number one, it's all about pitching, and it's got to be about pitching for the Giants. People didn't like this move. I didn't really care so much about it because the value of the deal was, I think, pretty close.
4 years, 44 is, people, The Athletic chose it as one of the worst contracts of the offseason. Now, again, that's just people throwing S against a wall.
Because he's never started. It was like his 7th or 8th career start or something on Was it Saturday he made that start?
Yeah,
and the one in Oakland was impressive too. Last Friday, that's the one that really kind of blew me away.
Crazy.
And I was like, okay, still an exhibition, but I want to see this thing happen. He throws hard. He's got incredible movement. That split thing he's doing is just dying. And it's incredible. They're all swinging strikes. He throws 100 miles an hour. He can get a hair up his nose and walk some guys, which he got out of that big jam. Bases loaded, nobody out, and he ended up getting out of it. He had the big F when he screamed to the sky. But Jordan Hicks, for me, is going to do a lot for getting the Giants to where they need to be with the rest of the health of the rotation. Robbie Ray, Alex Cobb coming. If this guy's good for you, it's something that nobody else has.
It's a great call.
An extra arm.
And when I chose my hum babies, because I did have hums this week, he was a close runner-up. But not to spoil my hum babies in case you're out of the car. For me, there's De La. Johnny De La. Dude, when it comes to
hello, John,
the homegrown lefty, man, oh man, if Kyle Harrison, he's 22, if he can turn into this guy that we all hope and dream he can be, shout out Springsteen, Land of Hope and Dreams last night at Chase, if he can be this guy, whoo, baby, whoo, yes. So I love homegrown young lefties. Shout out Madison Bumgarner. I'd say shout out Sean Estes, but he originally started as a Mariner.
Yeah.
And Kirk Reeder came over from
Montreal?
Montreal. Yes, he did.
Shout out Kirk Reeder. Love him.
He did.
Right? Woodman.
By the way, you go into one of those recording sessions with me and Holler, because if you walked in,
I'd like to.
Reeder just threw 7 innings of 1-run ball. Pretty much on any given Holler and me sit down, he just threw 6 to 7 innings of 1 to 2-run ball.
And I bet you he did this. Ready? He scattered 11. You know what I mean?
You know what else?
Scatters 11 hits over 7.
You know what else he did? He knocked a bingle at the plate, dude. He knocked a bingle at the plate.
Like 1 for 2 with a sack and a bingle. Yeah, dude. Kirk Reeder was the
little chopper over the first baseman's head.
Young Tony should know when he was like in 2005, by the end of his tenure with the Giants, I think in the span that he had been with the Giants, he had like the second best winning percentage of any lefty.
It was win day.
He had Randy Johnson in the National League.
He had a horseshoe up his rear end, man. It was incredible.
It was incredible. Dude, run his ears for good luck.
He stepped on the field, they win. So anyway, so you went Hicks, I went Harrison.
I'm all about the pitching.
Hey, the big hit. We'll return to that. But it was exciting, man. Just don't talk to Curly. He was so upset about Dalton Jeffries, which, by the way, worst start by a pitcher named Dalton in Giants history. I think it might be the only start by a pitcher named Dalton in Giants history.
Shout out Timothy Dalton, former James Bond.
There you go. Or shout out Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area.
That's all I got.
Brother Mount Dalton Moore. And then I think isn't the guy from Roadhouse, is his name Dalton? Double Deuce? Swayze?
I don't know.
I believe so. I'm not a Roadhouse PhD, but I believe Dalton is the character's name. And shout out the mysterious and late Phillies catcher Darren Dalton.
Oh, no.
He had some. Well, he had his.
I don't want to listen. Yeah, I know.
Rest in peace.
His own things going on.
93 Phillies. They were quite a bunch of characters. All right, here's the deal. I'm already a little bit on the clock.
I think Nails was on that team.
Hums and bombs, John Kruk. Hums and crazy Kurt Schilling. Hums and bombs, and they lost to the Jays, dude. They probably should have won. Hums and bubs. Copes. April Fools. Next on these Sports.
Do it, Murphy. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right. Hey, you fools out there. Aren't we all fools in this? Shakespeare used to use the fool a lot, my friend.
Did, yeah.
So shout out Shakespeare's Fools and shout out April Fools because we pulled a host swap on you. KNBR all day long giving you the April Fools shenanigans, tomfoolery, the flim-flams, the hijinks.
The gambits.
The gambits. We got to keep going with those, by the way.
I'll get you some. Yeah.
So we woke Copes up early. He's not doing the afternoon today. Papa and Boucher, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And for all you Waterboy heads in the morning, he'll be back tomorrow morning. Maybe wearing that controversial Bears jersey again, which people thought was a Dodgers jersey.
I can't believe people thought that. I mean, it was very controversial.
All kinds of lip about it, too, on the text line.
A great basketball movie. I mean, I endorse the jersey.
Maybe it's good he's not in here, so I don't have to hear about his Yankees 4-0 start.
I don't need to hear that.
Yeah, right?
Or the Stros.
Exactly. By the way, Stroh's missing Dusty, huh? 0-4 right now.
This side hater, and then they fell apart. The bullpen's terrible.
He coughed up a lead. So anyway, you know the deal. Hums and bumps. We've been doing it since God was a little girl. All right, my friends. And your week work does not start until your hums and bums, and your weekend doesn't end. So, my man Copes, the man who answered phones in 09 wearing a Slingin' Johnny Sanchez hat, you drew the bum baby straw. You're going to inform the listeners that of this great Easter weekend featuring all sorts of springtime pollen and excitement and eggs and
like
chocolate.
Hay fever and all that. Yeah.
Big time. You found 3 bums amidst the weekend.
I did. Why don't we start in a place that, well, here's what's funny is when you do the hums and bums and you're not normally the guy sitting in the chair, which I'm familiar with, I did it many times, you open yourself up to absolute criticism from Murph, who doesn't sometimes like the bum babies you come with. Traditionally.
I've been taking it easy on Marcus.
Have you? Because you just used to crush me for just coming with something you didn't think was warranted of a bum baby.
Well, I'm ready to go.
Let's see. Let's start here.
I'm ready to crush.
Why don't we go to the hardwood? Let's go to the hardwood. Saddle up for some college basketball.
Okay.
You get to the game.
I'm excited.
You're hyped to watch it. You're looking at Baylor and SC maybe in the women's tourney.
Damn it.
Damn it all.
I'm rooting against SC women mightily. I can't believe I have to root for the UConn women tonight because I hate them too. It's a hate match, but there were UConn.
There were 4 Sweet 16 games played on the same court Friday and Saturday.
Men or women?
We're talking women's here. This is women's hoops. 4 games were played in the same court. The number 1 seed Texas had an Elite 8 duel with the number 3 seeded NC State. But the most shocking part of the game was that they were playing on a court that was not regulation in terms of where the lines were drawn. The reason the 3-point lines were marked differently in distance on both sides of the court. It's an Elite 8 game. NCAA officials took the floor at Moore and Schaefer's request. He's the coaches.
What floor is this?
This is in, I believe they're up in Portland. They're in Portland in the Moda Center. The Moda Center up north where the Blazers play.
Does, my Lord... This is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Well, here's some audio. Here's what happens. The NCAA, they asked them to measure.
So what happened? The 3-point line was different?
The 3-point distance was not measured correctly. So one line was further back than the other line.
Got hammered when he put the lines out?
Also, it's not chalking it like a baseball field. How did this happen? How does this happen? Don't you just have the right? I don't understand how this could possibly happen. So the head coaches are upset about it. They're like, could you go out and measure? They got guys on the floor.
Who figured it out?
Somebody alerted the officials. I don't know who on what team or which side noticed it or who pointed it out, but both coaches asked the officials to measure. The NCAA then goes out there with a tape measure. Here's a little behind the scenes.
Really quickly, because we're seeing a lot of stuff on social media. If you missed the first part of our broadcast as we were getting it to the game site, there is a discrepancy in the three-point line on the game, on the court right now in Portland. And you see before the game, they were measuring. It looks like the left side of the court is the shorter side of the court. The right side is, they don't know which side is correct. They just know that there is an imbalance. Now, they met with both teams ahead of time, and the coaches decided they still wanted to play because it's apparently been this way since the Sweet 16. And I'm just saying, entering today, the teams that shot from the deeper part of the court have 3 percentage points lower in terms of the three-point shooting than on the left. So that is something that's happening. It's sort of all over social media. They are aware.
Well, I hate to say this, but I have a lot of colleagues that would say only in women's basketball. Ooh. I mean, it's a shame, really, that it even happened. But it is what it is. I mean, it's a shame. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's pathetic that it happened this way. By the way, they played the game.
Okay. They just, so counter programming, contrarian take, hot take. Same for both teams.
That was my thought. And so that was Vic Schaefer, by the way, the coach at the end there of Texas.
Vic Schaefer of the Athletic?
No, totally different guy. He said, quote, "It's a shame, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, I don't know that it mattered or affected the result." They lost by 10.
Did anybody know how much? Because I looked it up. 22 feet, 1 3/4 inches. They didn't know both men and women. What was the distance? Do we know?
I don't know exactly, but they didn't know. You heard the person in studio there at halftime saying they don't know which side's correct. So
it's a complete crap.
They said they had to play the game because there would have been over an hour of delay. And they said, you know what? They've already played 4 Sweet 16 games, and now they're in the Elite Eight. They're like, we should just play it as it is.
Okay, this calls into question all sorts. Are you sure it's 60 feet, 6 inches down at Oracle?
No.
Are you sure it's 60 feet, 6 inches down at Dodger Stadium tonight?
No.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's 10 feet rim at Chase tomorrow night for the Mavericks game? By the way, I did hear a story once. And we should ask Rick Perry this. I read this once, that Rick Perry was such an incredible free throw shooter, and he shot underhanded. You know that, young Tony shot underhanded, and he was so amazing that one time he shot one, and he said, you know what, the rims are off. He goes, what do you mean? He goes, the rim's got to be it, because that shot should have gone in. And they measured it, and the rim was like 1/8 of an inch off, because Rick Barry knew he was so he was so precise with his free throw shooting. So,
well, shout out to 949 on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line and says, well, did Norman Dale measure?
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's a great call. He made sure. Yeah,
I believe you won't find those distances at our gym back in Hickory, because I don't know what the hell's going on. Did Shooter from Hoosiers lay down the line? Was he hammered when he laid down the line? Was Hopper?
So they didn't have the right dimensions.
This calls into question all sorts. This feeds into conspiracy theories everywhere.
You
know, and it goes into. I remember when I covered the Niners, George Seifert said to me, he said to all of us at a beat crew, he goes, we were talking about baseball, and he goes, baseball's stupid. He said, why do fields have different dimensions? He goes, it's crazy that you go to Fenway Park and you get one dimension, you go to Yankee Stadium, you get a different dimension. He said, every field should be the same. We were like, no, that's the beauty of baseball. He's like, no, it makes no sense.
The infield dimensions, yes, and I think you have to have a certain distance on the corner of the field or whatever to the foul poles. But I like that.
Dude, you're breaking up very, very fundamental things like, is the playing field level? And the answer is no.
Yeah.
The answer is no.
Well, don't forget they were playing like that Carrier Classic for years, too, where they were playing on an aircraft carrier, and they had to stop because Roy Williams got vertigo. Anyway.
Who won the game? NC State,
NC State won by 10, so Texas coach is
That's why the Texas guy's bitter.
He's like, I don't know. He said he didn't know if it mattered.
And, Copes, as you know, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, the kind of place that will pull shenanigans. If you didn't see the host swap video Moneyball tribute, I recommend going to KNBR's Insta Digital and checking it out.
5 minutes of your time. It's good.
The Please Don't Destroy Boys outdid themselves. They outdid themselves. And your spitting into the garbage can was method acting at its finest, my friend. All right, keep on.
That's 5 Amici's gift cards for Tim. Clock. And Bart. Joey Bart is where we're going for Bum Baby number 2. We're not going to make Joey Bart himself a Bum Baby. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say
Dare we say Jimmy and Joey by the Bay?
I'd say Jimmy and Joey by the Bay is only available on VHS now, home video, because it's not. It's done. The era's done. And really, 5 years or 6 years now, top 5 picks for the 3 Bay Area teams, James Wiseman, Joey Bart, Trey Lance, they're all gone. Joey Bart yesterday DFA'd by the Giants after they had to make room on the roster for Dalton Jeffries to come up and make a start. We kind of thought this would happen at some point. I was surprised he made the opening day roster, but it was a little bit more depth. They had the opportunity to keep him for a few days. The Joey Bart era in San Francisco comes to an end after he was drafted back in 2018.
With the second selection of the 2018 MLB draft, the San Francisco Giants select Joey Bart, a catcher a catcher from Georgia Tech in Atlanta, Georgia.
Now Bart swings and lines one over the head of the third baseman Rendon, and that speeds down the left field line into the corner. Belt on his way to third. He'll pull up there and into second with his first major league hit. It's a double, Joey Bart. And he hit that one like a laser beam right over the head of the leaping Rendon at third. So somebody get that baseball and send it back in. Joey Bart's first major league hit.
Well, Joey Bart, parts of 4 seasons. He played exactly 162 games as a Giant, 503 career plate appearances for a .219 batting average. He did homer 11 times, a couple of doubles. I have 16 doubles there.
Okay.
But the era comes to an end. It's just sort of a bummer for a guy that you were hoping was going to be part of something.
Well, this was Bobby Evans' big centerpiece, and you knew when Farhan came in and drafted Patrick Bailey in the first round, something was seriously up. So I just went through history, like where does he place? I go all the way back. The last time the Giants had the number 2 pick, it was 1985, and they took Will Clark. So, Will Clark.
1 for 2 ain't bad.
Joey Bart.
Hitting 500.
The other single-digit picks was Matt Williams in 1986 in the 3rd pick. Calvin Murray was the 7th pick in 1992.
I like Calvin Murray.
Do you?
I did, yeah.
Steve Soderstrom was the 6th pick in 93. They had 2 top 7 picks, 92, 93. Neither guy panned out. Matt White was the 7th pick in 1996. I don't remember that at all. Jason Grilly was the 4th pick in 1997. Yeah. So they don't always all work out. But you want single-digit picks that worked out? 2008, Buster Posey, the 5th pick. All right, buddy. And then 2009, Zach Wheeler was the 6th pick.
Was Timmy 11 or 10 or something?
Timmy was the...
He was a little further down, maybe.
10th pick.
But see, for me, I always look at like the guys who went right around Joey Bart. And by the way, don't forget the Giants only had the number 2 pick because Pablo hit that walk-off in the last day of the season. They tied record-wise with the Tigers, and the Tigers had the tiebreak.
Who'd they take?
They took Casey Mize with the number 1 pick, who's in the bigs and is not incredible, but he's a starting pitcher. Alec Baum went right behind Joey Bart. Nick Madrigal to the White Sox. Jonathan India would be the one. Number 5, Cincinnati. He's pretty good. Jared Kelenic, Ryan Weathers.
Dude.
Kyler Murray went number 9.
Dude, that draft is light.
Yeah, it's not a great draft.
No.
Matt Liberatore. There's a guy, Brady Singer. A lot of guys who are in the bigs.
Anybody down there in the lower part?
Nolan Gorman. That would be somebody to be nice. But again, you take him number 2, you're like, what the hell's going on? So, again, he was universally considered the best offensive player.
Yeah, we'll have to read. So do you view this as like a franchise-damaging failure?
No. I never do with baseball. I never do. But the number 1 pick you'd like to hit, number 2 you'd like to hit, but it's sort of like with Trey Lance. You netted a quarterback, did you not? Who's an elite quarterback? You netted a catcher in Patrick Bailey. To me, it's a wash. Baseball is a crapshoot. Moving on here with the Bum Babies. Final Bum Baby. We're going to see him tonight. Giants, Dodgers rivalry renewed. Fun to be here with you on Giants-Dodger Day, by the way. I was pissed last night. I was like watching this. I'm like, let's go Cards. Let's go beat Craw, who's sending out score updates over the weekend of the Cardinals beating the Dodgers. Now, not last night. Dodgers go down 4-0. They then hammer 4 home runs, including a 2-run shot by Max Muncy in the 8th inning to come back and win the game. Get ready, Giants. We're going to see him tonight. Keaton win. Bring your lunch pail. Dodgers. We're going to make the Cardinals Bum Babies because blank the Dodgers.
Okay, Oscar Hernandez will try to get the Dodgers on the board. And he will do so. He sends one into left field. Ohtani's going to come in. He peeks to left. Hernandez to second. A stand-up double. A changeup from Matz. Oscar Hernandez brings in the first run. 1-2 left field. Teoscar looks up, and so does everyone else. Hernandez hits another one, and the Dodgers are just 1 run back. It's 4-3. Third home run of the season for Teoscar Hernandez. Muncy to right. Exit stage right. Dodgers on top on Max Muncy's snap. A no-doubter from Muncy. He did it last night, the 9th, in a loss. He does it tonight, and now the Dodgers have the lead.
Anyway, Dodgers win 5-4. They banged 4 homers in that game. Do you know what the big problem is for them right now, or question for them is defense? Infield defense.
I got a buddy who's a Dodger fan who hates the team. He's ripping them. I'm like, dude, stop. But anyway, he's like, Mookie Betts is not going to work out at shortstop. He's terrible. And I'm like, well, I hope.
Yeah, that's the plan. That would be.
Well, disappointing. Nice. We'll see that tonight, right?
I hope not.
Okay.
Sure hope not.
Well, good Bum Babies, brother.
Thanks, man.
Now, why don't you kind of pulled, I kind of got flashbacks there because the Bum Babies took 14 minutes, leaving me 5 to squeeze in my humps.
I'll back off.
Flashbacks, baby. Flashbacks. Hey, Hum Babies, I got so excited by this Giants. I had to pick Giants. I'm telling you, 2-2 never felt so good. And of the many, 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 many characters, I'm like, who were the two that jumped out at me? Because I wanted to do two. And you know what? Jung-Hoo Blanken Lee. Could have gone Conforto. He's going off. Could have gone Happy About Chappie, Matt Chapman with the 2 bombs. But this guy is the leadoff dude with pizzazz. He's putting the waste notion that it's going to take some time to adjust from Korea to the States. We thought that was going to be the deal. The charisma of his first Major League home run, an 868 OPS, only 2 swings and misses all weekend. Exit velo up there, beer showers in the shopping cart, met the kid who caught his home run ball.
That was pretty cool.
Pictures. He is, to me, the face of the early 2024 good vibes. Baby, number 1, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Here's the stretch and the pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive into deep right field. Going back, Tatis at the warning track, at the wall. Goodbye! A home run for Jung-Hoo Lee, his first big league home run. And he took on the big part of the yard, right center field, deep.
볼 수밖에 없거든요. 자, 오른쪽 벽장에 넘어갑니다. 이정우가 했습니다. 자, 빨리 죽으셔야 돼요, 사진. 야, 이정우 KBO 리그 최고의 타자가 메이저리그에 상륙했습니다.
Shoot, man. I mean, he is so impressive. It's like he knows if it's a ball or a strike out of the hand. I mean, he's so solid. He's so disciplined, and he hits the crap out of the ball. So, a lot of good things. I mean, obviously he sets the tone, and it's a good guy to have at the top of the lineup.
Hey, you want to say something? 한마디 하고 할래, 정우야? I love you.
I'm all about this guy.
This kid is he's 25 years old.
I'm all about this guy.
That was him in a beer shower. They said, "Do you want to say something first?" He goes, I love you." And then they doused him with the beer. So I'm telling you, man. And by the way, he played all 4 games. You have an everyday leadoff hitter and center fielder.
Hit inside out that RBI the other day was so sick. Yeah, he's a baller.
All right, and I had to choose one more. Copes went with Hicks, but I'm telling you, man, so much depends upon a young left-handed homegrown prospect, the face of really the Farhan draft future. Or as Papa would say, De La. He did the damn thing Friday night. Kyle Harrison, 6 innings on the road at Petco, 0 walks. 5 Ks. Yeah, 2 solo homers. He's a fly ball pitcher. So what? The live arm, the electric stuff, 22 years old. If this kid can deliver, ooh, boy. Baby number 2, Kyle Harrison.
Here's Harrison. He delivers. High fastball struck him out swinging. Inning over. Pretty impressive there against one of the outstanding bats in the game.
1-2 pitch. Tatis, strike 3 call. Fastball right there on the inside at 96. Kyle Harrison, just a beautiful pitch there. Works around the single by the 9th place hitter. His 3rd strikeout of the game. 1-2 pitch is strike 3 called. Right on the outside corner. 94 miles an hour. So Harrison gets his 4th strikeout.
Yeah, fastball felt really good. The plan for me today was to really just get ahead of guys and attack them as much as I can and limit the walks, limit everything else that, could be a possibility. But yeah, it just ended up, I guess, being that way with the fastball, and loved establishing that early and felt great. Definitely shows some room for improvement. That really shows that, if I'm attacking the zone with my stuff, and, I think the sky's the limit for me. I just need to stay consistent with that, and still pissed about the 2 bombs. Obviously you don't want to give those up as a pitcher, but we got the win, so that's all that matters.
I know we got to get going because of the clock, but there's a little cockiness to him that I kind of like. Do you see? I think he and Machado. I'm just throwing this out there, and if Chris, if you're listening, his dad, I think there's a little thing. I think they've looked at each other a couple times. I think there's a little thing.
Shout out Chris, by the way. Chris Harrison, good dude.
Harrison,
you're right. The live arm is the thing that stands out to me. He and Machado, I don't know about that, but he's faced the Padres a bunch. He's pitched in that ballpark now a bunch.
I think I saw him looking at Bogarts too. He'll give you a little something.
Well, he and Logan Webb are very tight now. He talked to me about it when we were doing the Fan Fest event down in San Jose. But the live arm is the exciting thing. The release point, the whip.
We'll get into some more. And then finally, I had NC State Wolfpack as my 3rd baby. DJ Burns Jr., the Carolina Jokic, as I like to call him, dude. That soft touch, but they got bumped out late Sunday night because the Warriors are just staying alive. You know staying alive, kid? You know staying alive?
I thought he was going light the dynamite, dude. I really did. I thought everyone light the dynamite. I thought that's where you were going.
We'd all given up. I gave up. You gave up. Draymond gave up. But hey-ho, after a second-half comeback win over Wemby and the Spurs in San Antonio Sunday, riding that old-school Dubs third quarter, and Kerr back to praising Draymond now. 3 days ago, now he's saying he performed a defensive masterpiece, 21-11. Yeah, the Spurs were missing some dudes. Go look at that Spurs box score last night, by the way. I dare you to. And the Warriors get the win to stay alive. 2 up now in the loss column over Houston, who lost. Only 1 back at L.A. What to make of it? I don't know. They're hum babies.
Double screen for Steph. Curry, wing jumper, rimming out. The rebound, Draymond, play 3, knocks it down, and that will do it. The Warriors win it, 117-113, in an incredible game. They come from 13 down, 8 down at halftime. They get 33 from Steph Curry, but Draymond Green's the story. 21 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds. He had the 6 steals, and then his 11 points in that third.
Man, Draymond was incredible tonight. That was a defensive masterpiece. The offensive board at the end with the Clay 3, probably play of the game, but you can see, I mean, you watch that game, Draymond he's a genius defensively. You know, to be on the road for 8 days and do what we just did, that's a sign of a really good team.
I mean, 3 days ago, unforgivable Draymond, and Steph's crying 3 days later, masterpiece. So we'll have to sort that together. In fact, why don't we do that on the other side? 'Cause we've got a lot of baseball coming up with Kruko and the big hit. But let's review Draymond and his place in our lives next on The Sports Leader.
I love you.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
I got a good friend, Steve Moskowitz, on the line. Steve, it is that time of year, and you want to talk to people about what to do when you cannot pay your taxes.
Here it is. It's April today, and I know over the weekend a lot of tax returns get done. A lot of people that do their own returns do them on the weekend. Certainly our office and other tax offices do a lot of returns on the weekend. And today, a lot of people are getting news. You're going to owe X number of dollars. And the first thing the client says, no, that can't be right. Now, how could I possibly owe that? And then the panic sets in. And yeah, you really do owe it, and you have no way of paying it. Don't make the mistake of not filing the return. You have a lot of good options. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain all your options, all your rights, and you have a lot of them. And then what we want to do is go to the government for you, cut you a sweet deal, so you don't have any problems and you have a normal life. But whatever you do, don't ignore it. Just call us. Let us show you all the things we can do for you.
Well, that sounds pretty good, Steve. We appreciate it. When it's time to call, you go call 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL for more information, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Today, we're swapping hosts as Murph and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studios. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Double screen for Steph. Curry, wing jumper, rimming out. The rebound, Draymond, play three, knocks it down, and that will do it. The Warriors win it, 117-113, in an incredible game. They come from 13 down, 8 down at halftime. They get 33 from Steph Curry, but Draymond Green's the story. 21 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds. He had the 6 steals, and then his 11 points in that third.
Man, Draymond was incredible tonight. That was a defensive masterpiece.
There it is. We're going full rejoins today on April Fools. No fool in the Warriors won, but April Fools were swapping hosts. So Adam Copeland slides on in from the afternoon. Boucher, the water kid, goes to Papa in the afternoon. And Johnny Lund slides back to his old buddy Tommy Tolbert.
I was Wonderkind.
Right. What's that?
I was going Nate. I got
you. You're going Nate on me there?
Ted Lasso.
I got you. Very good. And so I give the kid a bunch of fool. We've heard the Who, Won't Get Fooled Again. We've heard Led Zeppelin, Fool in the Rain. And then, of course, the unmistakable ditties of a Paul McCartney melody here in the Beatles' Fool on the Hill. More to come. Lots to come here. But the fool, are we fools? Here we go. Are we saying, are we fools for falling for Draymond again? I was so surprised. I shouldn't say I was surprised, but it's just, I don't know. Do you call this like an abusive relationship or a dysfunctional relationship where 4 days ago, it was like speaking in grave, solemn tones, what Draymond did was literally, Steve Kerr said, unforgivable. Unforgivable.
I can't tell you.
And you on your show.
Yeah,
right?
I'm saying, I got to tell you, I thought like Steve can say that and Steph can say that. They're the guys who were involved. But I genuinely thought the blow-up media-wise, I was like, boy, slow week, huh? Like, they won the ball game. They won the game. So what argument can you make? Like, when they continue, it's sort of the microcosm or the micro example of how his career and era with the Warriors have gone. You cannot win, or they have not been able to win when Draymond is not at his best. And when he's at his best, this is what comes with that sort of double-edged sword.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I hear you.
This is what we signed up for with a 4-year deal. You knew you were doing this.
I hear you, Adam, and you're right. Remember the Shane Company thing? But we used to have that one. I hear you, Brian.
You're right.
But it's funny. I had the exact sort of not opposite reaction, but I've been a Draymond defender forever, even through 2016 and Game 7 and everything that's gone down. But this one, when I found out he got tossed 3 minutes into the game, I was like, bro.
I laughed.
What's going on? I didn't laugh. I was like, bro.
I was like, not funny.
You got to be on the court. I was like, and then you see the Steph reaction. And you saw Marcus Thompson's column about that.
Yeah, he was sitting right here with me when it happened. He was filling in with me last week or earlier this week. And because it happened, what, Monday?
It happened on the Wednesday.
Wednesday night when he got tossed. So Marcus was here with me, and the game was on. We were watching the game while we were doing the show, talking about something totally different. I said, I got to stop everything. Draymond just got ejected 3 minutes into the game. And the craziest part is that's only his second quickest ejection this year.
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable.
Remember when he got ejected for the Rudy Gobert thing? It was like a minute into the game.
So anyway, I actually finally said, what's going on, man? This is just so much. I mean, he's supposed to be in therapy. The therapy was supposed to have worked. He knows he has to stay on the court. He knows he can. And there was a point, and I said this last week on the air. It's like, as a hothead myself, as someone who snaps and does this, I know when I've gone too far. And I have a governing device where I'm like, I just leave the situation rather than continuing to rant. Like, he should have just walked away from the ref. And he kept going, and it was reckless behavior and could have cost him the game. It didn't. And you saw Steph's reaction. So I wound up actually jock blogging saying, for the first time in my life, I'm thinking about a world without Draymond next year. And I was thinking, I don't know what they can get for him. I don't know what they can move him.
I don't think much. I don't think you could get much for him.
That's what I was thinking.
And this was the issue.
3 more years at 25 per, right?
No,
or
2 more
years?
beyond. So this was my issue last year, and it's so funny. If I go back and look at the text that I was getting the day that I didn't like the deal for Draymond, I said, look, I wanted Draymond back. I just thought I don't want him back at 4 years. And I didn't think the money that he was going to get on the open market would have been something that blew the Warriors out of being able to try to keep him. It was the number of years. Mm-hmm. And my thought when he got ejected, was it late last year? They were going for they were making the playoff run, and I think it was right after he stomped on Sabonis.
Yes.
By the way, that was last season. That's why it seems like it was decades ago.
It was a little under a year ago.
He steps on Sabonis, right? And Tom, we're sitting here doing the show. He goes, well, I feel like Draymond's been pretty good lately. Like, he hasn't gotten into trouble in some time. And I said, do you remember his last ejection? Tom said, what? I go, 16 days ago. It was for picking up his 16th tee. He threw a ball off of Russell Westbrook's head during a game. I was like, there's so many incidents with this guy. So when they gave him the contract at 24 a year, whatever it is they're giving him for the 4 years, I thought all we've done now is emboldened him. He's the old guy to me in public who's just willing to fart, and he's like, I don't care what people think.
Oh my gosh.
I am who I am.
I got
it doesn't matter.
Well, I keep saying
he's not changing.
I know, but it looks like Steph wants him to change because he's saying, we need you on the floor. You can't be getting tossed like this. And I mean, that was damn, the fact they won that game is almost lucky, right? I mean,
Steph was not good in the first half. He had to carry even heavier.
But did you not read anything into Steph's reaction there where he was so emotional?
I did, but I also thought Draymond wouldn't be here if Steph didn't want him here. You know what I mean? Like, if Draymond, I think a lot of what happens, they owe to Steph Curry, and I think they've been very clear about how they feel in terms of, we're on this guy's coattails, we're riding this guy. Steph needed Draymond, but
it's remarkable that he had a game like last night, and we're back in the Draymond dichotomy, the Draymond swirl, the Draymond storm. Because here he is. He's the hero. Here's Steve Kerr literally last night talking about the guy he said 4 days ago committed an unforgivable act here.
Man, Draymond was incredible tonight. That was a defensive masterpiece. The offensive board at the end with the Clay 3, probably play of the game. But you can see, I mean, you watch that game, Draymond he's a genius defensively.
He's an unforgivable defensive genius. And here we go. This is the. So I guess my jockbot, I don't think they're going to move him in the offseason. I think they're keeping him.
I think he's more valuable to them than anybody else.
Yeah.
I don't know that anybody
But I just
gets
wondered
him.
if Curry's reaction was like, I've had enough. And after the game, he wasn't too psyched to talk about him either.
No, he wasn't. No. I don't blame him.
Remember how many years ago was it that Steve Kerr said, I'm so sick of Draymond's ass when it was on the bench?
I was so sick of Draymond's ass.
Remember that?
Yeah.
What was that, about 7 years ago? And here we are.
2 titles ago.
So anyway, all right. Well, listen, we wanted to touch a little bit on that. We can get back to that later in the show. But definitely getting ready for Mike Krukow joining us after the Giants with a lot of positives down in San Diego. I haven't been this psyched in a while. I like fresh faces, fresh blood, etc. So Mike Krukow at 7:30, and then the big hit will be, are you as excited, or are you like John Curley, pissed they started Dalton Jeffries? But we got a new feature, just a little health report feature on the morning show.
Yeah, why don't we do this before we get into our conversation with Mike Krukow? The Giants health report is sponsored by Sutter Health. Injury update yesterday, Wilmer Flores took a tumble trying to make that play into the Padres.
Both he and Bryce Harper. See Harper take a tumble too?
Harper was nuts. Yeah, he's playing first base now.
You got to like guys selling out.
I do like that. Kind of like guys hustling up the line and making plays. Wilmer Flores, steady as she goes. Give me Eifelt's number. I'm here to hit some bombs. Wilmer Flores left yesterday's game for a pinch hitter in the top of the second due to a shoulder contusion after he flipped over that railing into the Padres dugout trying to catch a foul ball. We'll discuss more with Mike Krukow coming up next. Also, from doctors who never stop answering your questions to cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts, Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Well said, Copes. Well said. By the way, how's this whole morning thing going for you?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Pretty
feeling good? You feeling caffeinated? Relaxed?
No, I'm not caffeinated. I need more coffee. I keep forgetting to get coffee.
Hey, guys. It's April Fool's, and we're pulling shenanigans. It's a host swap. And by the way, if anybody missed, because it dropped on Friday, and I know all y'all log off on a Friday, the Please Don't Destroy Boys, Michael and Austin, put together. Did Austin have anything to do with it?
Yeah, he was our sound guy.
Okay. Michael and Austin and Copes put together an incredible Moneyball tribute. that did a little send-up of our host swap day. I have to say, the cinematography and pacing and acting. Shout out Derek Papa as Jonah Hill.
He's got some chops, dude. Yeah, he's got some chops.
So, the only time you'll see an A's hat on KNBR Insta, right?
Yeah, I think
so. There you go.
Yeah, right.
But it's all about the final 20 seconds when Copes is driving. A, you never see him driving. B, the sadness in his eyes. The sadness in his eyes.
I'm having to be here. It's just it's a tough deal.
All right, so you guys should go check that out. It's a pretty funny 5 minutes there. Take it into the can with you and watch it. All right, guys, here's the deal. Mike Krukow, after a lot to like, a split in San Diego, unless you're Curly, you're still pissed that they lost on Sunday. Giants in Dodger Stadium tonight, the first of 3. Lots of fun stuff with Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader.
Draymond he's a genius defensively.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, retirement planning and investment management is like knowing overtime rules because there are no do-overs in life, especially when it comes to retirement. If you're looking for a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, all things money involved, and planning for your future, then give my buddy a call. It's Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 30 years, 3 decades right here in the Bay Area, he's been helping people just like you get peace of mind by planning for their retirement. Give him a call today. 866-496-2300, or you can visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself, to your family, but most importantly to yourself, to know if you're going to be able to live that life and lifestyle in retirement that you've dreamed of and been working so hard for. So call him now, 866-496-2300, or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
There's no question we got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, so it's host swap day on April Fool's Day. So we pulled a little end around, a little Three Stooges sort of swapping here, where one guy runs around to another chair, and Adam Copeland has run from the afternoon to the morning, and it's kind of fun to have him here today. Old days. Somebody said it feels like the pandemic days back in those days.
Yeah, I miss those.
So, well, actually, those shows were
a lot of fun. We had a lot of good times, yeah.
And so you get to talk to Krug.
Pretty cool.
And he's, of course, brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. So, Mike, first and foremost, good morning. Second and foremost, you have Adam Copeland in on our little April Fool's joke today. And third and foremost, a lot of fun baseball over the weekend. So, Mike, good morning.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, good morning. It is a good morning, and Adam, welcome to the show. 4 days into the season, and this team's fun to watch. So much more fun to watch than the team of last year. And there's so many things going off that are just mind-boggling right now because there's so many of them. And we could start it off with Friday night. And talk about Kyle Harrison. I mean, you know, he's living up to the hype. I mean, he was out there at some point, and I looked over at Kuiper and go, he's doing the same thing that Madison Bumgarner did. I didn't think I'd ever utter that phrase because I just didn't think anybody could ever match what Bumgarner did. But this is the way that he looked on Friday. He looked very Mad Bum-like and just a bull out there. And he threw 5 zeros up. I mean, he was great. So, but it just kind of went every day. There was a new story. There was something to watch. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee is a player.
Yeah, man.
That guy is something. I mean, every at-bat that he had. How about when they needed let's forget about the base hits, but how about when they needed a sac fly and he'd grind it down. He'd go from 0-2 to 3-2 and he'd get the job done. Yeah. Well, those are such great at-bats. And these are guys he doesn't even know. He doesn't know the league. And he's already blowing our minds, and watching Michael Conforto, we hadn't seen that swing consistently all year. Well, whatever he did in spring training to fix his swing, it's working. And then Matt Chapman, my God, would you rather watch him play defense or offense? You take a pick. So it was just great storylines all the way through the weekend.
So great. I'm with you 100%. I mean, yesterday was obviously a total bummer, but that's not my takeaway. I want to circle back to what you opened with, and that's Kyle Harrison. Yeah. I'm sort of super into a homegrown lefty from the Bay Area, Danville, De La Salle, you name it, and what he did. I think there's so much to talk about. That four-seamer that rises up, that attitude, that sort of, I don't want to say cockiness, but there's a little bit of something there for a 22-year-old kid. Also, no walks. I'd love a Mike Krukow breakdown on that outing. What was your takeaway from that outing, and what does he take into his next start?
Well, that feeling you're talking about on the mound, that's called screw you, and he's got a massive dose of it.
Okay.
You saw when he gave up the solo shot home runs to Manny Machado and Tatis, he got right back in the strike zone. He just thinks he's the baddest dude out there, and it's just that quiet confidence that he doesn't think he can pitch here. He knows he can pitch here, and that gets picked up by the guys playing behind him. I mean, this is a baby. I mean, he has so much more to learn. But look what he's done in a short time. When we first saw him, he was kind of a wild fastball and a lazy breaking ball, no change. Well, now he's got to change it. He's tightened up the breaking ball. And now, guess what? He'll throw one that's weird, and then he'll get right back. He'll make the correction back into the strike zone. And he does something better than anybody else on that staff. He pitches up better than anybody else in that staff. And that means that he could tell Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis that fastball's coming, and it still ain't going to be easy to hit. And that's amazing. I mean, I can't wait for this guy's next start.
Talking to Mike Krukow on the Uma guest line, the next start I can't wait for is Jordan Hicks, man. I mean, I'm blown away by his start in Oakland. I was as blown away by his start on Saturday. When he got out of that jam, when he had bases loaded, nobody out, and he gets a couple of ground balls. Nick Ahmed made a couple of nice plays, but the depth that this guy is going to help add to the rotation, pitching is a strength now, it seems like, Mike.
Oh, they're deep, and there's guys coming too. I mean, Alex Cobb is getting close, and then Robbie Ray we're going to pick up here in another month and a half or two or whatever. But the Jordan Hicks story I think is so intriguing because here's a guy that got put up in the big leagues, and he wasn't ready, but he threw 105 miles per hour. I mean, how long do you need to wait for that? You got a guy who throws that hard, he can throw strikes. You're in the big leagues, kid. Didn't have a clue how to get people out, really, other than just try and blow them away. Well, now he spends 6 years, and he's paying attention. And he's messing around with some grips, and he's looking at how guys pitch guys, and he's asking the right questions. And all the while, he doesn't want to be a reliever. He wants to be a starter. And that was a big thing on the negotiation table when he talked to the Giants to come here. And, I didn't see him that much in spring training. I saw him a couple times. When I did, he was just kind of, he's throwing a 2-3 inning outing or whatever, and he was just kind of showing a fastball and a slider. He didn't show all of his tricks, I didn't know what to expect. And in that game against Oakland, it was like, oh my gosh. Yeah. He blew him away. He had 10 strikeouts, and 9 of them were swing and miss strike threes. That's Lincecum stuff. But he showed a nice command of a two-seamer. He wasn't overthrowing. He would switch the two-seamer to the four-seam fastball, but elevate up. And at times when he wanted to go reach back, he was going high 90s. We hadn't seen him hit a third digit, but he was going high 90s. You know, he'd put you to sleep between 93 and 96 with the two-seam, and then all of a sudden he'd zip you at 97, 98 across the chest. And then he had a split that was filthy. Then he had a slider that was filthy. And then he had a breaking ball that he backed off speed with. Everything he threw, the A's could not figure out. And I'm going, man, I can't wait to see this guy. And he comes back in, and he was a little geeked in that first inning and whatnot, but he delivered. He delivered in an incredible way. And when they took him out of the fifth game, he couldn't believe it. He's like, well, I don't want to come out of this game. I'm a starter. I can give this team 6-7 innings. I love that. I love the fact that he dealt, and it wasn't enough for him. It wasn't good enough for him. This guy's going to be a great story.
He is, for sure. And those are the two youngers, the H's, the Harrison and Hicks doing their thing. Obviously, it wasn't all great. Yesterday was a bummer. Dalton Jeffries got his chance to get on the mound for the first time in almost 2 calendar years. It didn't go his way. And Tyler Fitzgerald got his start at shortstop and had a really unfortunate start, booting that ball, struck out 3 times. So, if you're the Giants, you have all those positives. And then yesterday, from a couple of guys, who aren't frontline guys, Jeffries and Fitzgerald, what was your sort of reaction to that? If you're Bob Melvin, is that maybe Jeffries' only chance? I mean, if Snell comes back pretty soon, and then Cobb, the rotation might be filled. And even somebody like Wisenhunt coming up or Landon Roop out there. What's your view on that that spot start Dalton Jeffries got?
Well, the story was compelling because he hadn't pitched since 2022, and he'd gone through 2 Tommy Johns. And if you know this guy, I mean, he is a true heart. I mean, the thought of quitting this game after 2 Tommy Johns didn't even occur to him because he knew that there was something left. What I saw in yesterday's game was movement. And again, you have to imagine the emotion that he was pitching with. He was a little geek, so he was a little up. But I liked what I saw, and I want to see him again. He didn't have a lot of luck, and then, that just kind of snowballed against him. I don't know who had the worst day, him or Tyler Fitzgerald. I mean, they were both forgettable. I mean, Tyler Fitzgerald makes an error on the first play of the game, and he strikes out 3 times. That's a rough day. And so I believe in Tyler Fitzgerald, and not knowing a whole bunch about Jeffries, I definitely see enough in yesterday's game, despite the bad numbers that he put up. I definitely see enough where I want to see him again, and I could absolutely see how he can help. Movement is so special. When you have big movement, big two-seam movement, that plays. That allows you to come into you go in the bullpen, you're a strike thrower, you can get a ball put on the ground, and you can pitch with an existing inning going weird. You've got strikeout stuff and stuff that put in movement that puts the ball on the ground. Giants like that. They like it big time. So that's not the last time we're going to see this guy.
Mike, to make room for Dalton Jeffries, they DFA'd Joey Bart, and he had a good spring, and I was hoping he would land somewhere quickly. I think he still will. I mean, catching is valuable, and he was putting bat on ball and had a couple of good at-bats, and I thought a really nice spring in general. It is a bummer that the situation ends like this the way it does. Just your thoughts on Joey Bart, his future, and the time he spent in 162 games with the Giants.
Well, I wish him the best, and I think he's extremely talented. We all look at the athleticism of the guy. I mean, he is a specimen. You look at him, and that's what a guy who gets picked in the top 5 should look like. That big, that strong, that athletic. But I think he brought some ghosts into the organization, having been raised in Georgia, having been raised in the legend of Buster Posey. Now to come to an organization where Posey is, those are big shoes to fill. And then when he got over here, they asked him to change his catching style completely, to go to the one knee style of catching, right, yeah. Which is the Craig Albanese. He was the Giants catching coach for his tenure here for most of the time, and it wasn't easy on him. When we saw him during COVID, he was not ready, and it really stunted his growth. But I just think that he needed a clean slate, a new place to go to, and I don't have any doubt that he's going to have a big league career. And again, I wish him the well because he is a guy that took it to heart, man. He worked hard, but I don't think it. I do think it'll happen for him in another place.
Just one of those, yeah. I mean, it's interesting. Each of the franchises in the Bay Area, the 49ers, Giants, and Warriors, all had a top 5 pick that just did not pan out in the last few years. Just one of crazy coincidence. So we'll see where he lands. And then, Mike, obviously, we can't let you go Talking about tonight, I mean, I know it's April, but it's the Dodgers. It's only April 1. It's 3 night games at loud Dodger Stadium with that loud music and that loud bats they have. And they're 4-2. And they're going with Keaton Winn tonight, which is interesting. He did face them last year, so it's not. We don't know who's pitching Tuesday or Wednesday. Blake Snell might be one of them. We'll find out a little bit more from Bob Melvin tonight. Your mindset going into this 3-game set?
Well, this is really where they were going to be vulnerable from the start of the season, going into the 4th and 5th games, because they had guys who are slated for those spots just not ready. Snell being one of them, and then Alex Cobb being the other. Ideally, you would have liked to seen those guys pitch in the 4th and 5th game. It would have been a whole bit different. So with Keaton Winn tonight, I mean, you want to get, you'll take 4 zeros up there, or four innings where he gives up a couple runs. You'll take that. But it's the rivalry, and it's just so cool when you have new guys coming in, when they see the rivalry for the first time. It's something they've heard about. It's something that gets talked about in the clubhouse. The guys will always roll their eyes when somebody says, "Hey, what's the rivalry like?" And then everybody's got their own story, and then it renews tonight. So I'm going to be watching, the guys like Tom Murphy and guys like Matt Chapman and Lee and all these guys who hadn't been in it before. To me, that's what makes it fun. And they're a good team. I watched the game yesterday. I had a chance to watch just about most of the game on ESPN last night with the Dodgers and the Cardinals. They're a good team. They take advantage of opportunity and mistakes. That's what good teams do. So it's a great time to catch a good team early in the year. They haven't completely found their chemistry, but it's an opportunity for the Giants to make a name for themselves, too, if they win this series.
Yeah, it's going to be so much, so exciting, and we will look forward to it. By the time we talk to you Wednesday, there'll have been 2 games in the books, and who knows, maybe Blake Snell pitches on Wednesday. Either way, great, fun weekend with lots of highs. Good catching up, Mike. We'll do it again Wednesday.
Got a bit.
Mike Krukow on KNBR 104.5 and 680 is always brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Lots to get to, Copes. Host Swap Day, April Fools. Copes is in. Big hit, all the Giants weekend. Jung-Hoo Lee's beer showers. Mikey Conforto's grand slams. Kyle Harrison's massive dose of screw you. Jordan Hicks winning over Copes. The Sunday game that pissed off Curly. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How do you rank them all? How do you rank them all? Are you coming out feeling different about this squad? We did Overreaction Friday on Friday, and now you got data. And we're going to talk about it next. The big hit, 808 KNBR is your phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Giants are your big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Well, that feeling you're talking about on the mound, that's called screw you. And he's got a massive dose of it.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dubs OTO's John Dickinson discusses the close win against the Spurs and Draymond's masterclass on defense. Check it all out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
There's a swing. There's a high drive in the deep center field. Way back there, Sokar at the warning track. At the wall. He leaps. And goodbye. The pitch. Swing. And that ball is gone if it's fair. Deep down the left field line, and it is headed into downtown San Diego. Wow. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive into deep right field. Going back, Tatis at the warning track, at the wall. Goodbye. A home run for Jung-Hoo Lee, his first big league home run. Swing, and there's a drive into deep right. Way back there, still going. Adios, Pelota! It's a grand slam for Michael Conforto. And the Giants with an 8th inning explosion.
I love you. Well, there it is, the big hit. Giants baseball back in your lives full force. And we did an overreaction Friday after they lost. And then Friday night, young Kyle Harrison and his massive dose of screw you, according to Mike Krukow, and Matt Chapman's 2 tanks changed the energy. They followed it up Saturday night on a Fox national game with Jordan Hicks, Copes' guy.
That's my guy.
Oh, wait, did I say Copes? That's him right there on the YouTube, on the Twitch. It is host swap day. April Fools, y'all. April Fools. There you go,
my Copes chuckle for you.
We play that every time. Anytime I mention Woody Allen, Copes or Waterboy hits that. Anytime we talk about schedule, yeah, it's a true story. He does it all the time.
Stupid, dude. It's so
He does
good
it all the time. Because we had that Iditarod story about the guy with the moose. And Woody Allen's signature story is, of course, I shot a moose once. Hit it. Hit the chuckle. Hit it. Hit it. There it is. There it is. Boucher does that all the time. Waterboy. We'll get Waterboy back tomorrow
Waterboy?
in his Bears jersey. His Yankees 4-0. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Okay, so power ranking my thrills from the weekend. I'm going Jung-Hoo Lee 1. I'm going Kyle Harrison 2. I'm going Matt Chapman 3. I'm going Jordan Hicks 4. And I'm going the guy who I think got like damn near shade from Giants fans, Mikey Conforto 5. Give me your 5 power rank thrills from the weekend. By the way, I just did that off the top of my head. I hadn't thought that through. So go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, that's
just ad-lib.
You started naming them, and then I was trying to think of guys who...
Well, Jung-Hoo Lee 1. Do you agree?
Jung-Hoo Lee 1. I'll agree with you.
Number 1, like in terms of everything he brought.
They spent more money on Jung-Hoo Lee than they have ever committed to a free agent in the history of Giants baseball.
Wait, free agent position player.
Yes.
Because Zito got 126.
Position player.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's because Barry Bonds. That's because Barry Bonds' 6 years, $42 million was in 1992.
That's right. However, how many free agents have been signed for way more than that since then, and none of them have been San Francisco Giants?
Correct.
That's my point. They've tried to
the most expensive player,
and it was an unknown
in Giants history.
And in the first week of games, we're seeing a guy who looks like we're going to love watching him play.
Well, so did you read Baggs' piece about all of the stats? First of all, he's only swung and missed twice. Okay.
Yeah.
And I hated that he struck out in his last at bat yesterday because I was going to say since Darvish blew him away with the fastball he wasn't expecting, he hasn't struck out since. But they got him yesterday on a called strike. But he has only swung and missed twice. His exit velo, and I got to find the Bags piece for you. But anyway, there's data. He's barreling things.
The line drive RBI he had, you talked about the going inside out the other way. That was such a cool swing where he came up and inside of the ball, hit it right past the shortstop, past Ha-Seong Kim. The sacrifice fly that you talked about, where he worked the at-bat from 0-2 to 3-2 and then hit one in the air to drive in a run. I mean, Michael Conforto's line that we played earlier in the show is the best thing I've heard. Is he said it looks like he knows, both you and I looked at each other, he said it looks like he knows whether it's a ball or a strike as it leaves or before it leaves the pitcher's hand, which is, for a pitcher, got to be really uncomfortable. You can't nibble on a guy like that. You know he's going to be a tough out. And what Mike Krukow said, that he's never seen any of these pitchers, that's the most impressive thing to me. The approach against guys you've never even seen. 707
says, I'm loving J.H. Lee. It's great to see a genuine love of the game. And that's another thing. Come out with the eye black. Come out with the bat held high. Grind the at-bat. Drew a walk right out of the gate. What was it, Saturday?
I'll take a walk,
or was it yesterday? 3 walks.
Three walks yesterday.
Yeah. And so everything about him doing this thing. And then let's talk a little bit about the Saturday night home run. Conforto hits the granny, and Jung-Hoo Lee's homer is more exciting.
He was like the 10th batter of the inning at that point. I think
that was off a lefty side armor.
Yes, it was.
Yes, and it went 104. The launch angle, the way he lifted it out.
He came up.
Padre family, husband, wife, kid, got it.
From the Bay Area.
Were they from the Bay Area?
They moved down there, I guess, and have become Padres fans, but they were like from Northern California, I believe.
I did not know that.
The story I saw.
So a cute footage of him meeting them in the hallway, and this standard, he gives them 3 hats, 3 balls, and the kid says to him, they asked to his translator, who's your favorite player? And the kid says Ha-Sun Kim. And did you see Jung-Hoo Lee do this? He goes, oh, and he did the universal sign for eating. Right hand spoon, left hand bowl.
Shoveling, yeah.
I'm going to have dinner with him tonight. It's pretty cute. So, I mean, just these little, and then the beer shower, right? I mean, and he was smart enough to put it on his Insta so we all could see it.
Yep.
His Insta, by the way, who. You've seen that, right? Young Tone, you've seen the Insta handles there?
Yes. Hit him with a follow this weekend as well.
Yeah.
By the way, I still think one of the sickest nicknames anybody's ever had. The grandson of the wind.
By the
That's
way,
the coolest thing I've ever heard.
When he homered, I wrote, ladies and gentlemen, the grandson of the wind has left the building. Some guy on Twitter hit me, said, oh my God, I'm using that every time I release gas from here on out.
It's left the building.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grandson of the wind has left the building. Like you said, Draymond's doing that now. It's like you said.
Draymond's like the old guy. He's like, yeah, I am who I am. I'm just farting in public, yeah.
So that was number 1 for me. Why Hicks over Harrison for you in terms of thrills?
Because Harrison, maybe it's because I had more expectation for Harrison. We've seen him, and I was thinking, hey, this guy's exciting. He's the number 1 prospect in the Giants system. I expected him to kind of look the way he looked. Not that I don't believe he's going to struggle or that he's going to hit any road bumps, but this is a guy we've been waiting for. I thought he got the taste last year like Bumgarner did in 2009. Came up in August of 2009 and made a spot start for Lincecum, who was scratched that day. And then the rest is history. I like when guys get a taste a year before they're kind of supposed to be the guy. He's nothing's going to be too big for him, I don't think now. He pitched on the second day of the season on the road on an opening day roster. He shoved. The Jordan Hicks one, to me, is more of a question mark. And it was more of I think the Giants right now, until Snell got here, had 2 starters that we were fairly confident in Webb and Harrison, or excited about. Hicks was a big question mark. The outing in Oakland on Friday night, and then this start for me, this tells me if they can get, it gives you a couple of outs here. You have Snell coming, but it also gives you the out for Keaton Wynn, gives you the opportunity to not put tons of pressure on him. You've got Robbie Ray coming back, and now you don't have to freak about that quite as much, I don't think, and Alex Cobb. So if Hicks is going to be a guy, and he's quality enough to be a 3, and he ends up being your 5 or 6, this is incredible.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's good value on the contract.
Incredible. So, by the way, guys, all the things we're talking about are Farhan moves. Farhan Zaidi, as the great Ricky Waters once said, much maligned. All right? So,
maligned.
Young Tone, in 1994, the Niners won the Super Bowl. Last year, they won it. I was on the beat then. And Steve Young had to take over for Joe Montana, and he failed in 92 in the NFC Championship at home, and he failed in 93 in the NFC Championship on the road. And you guys think it's bad for Kyle now? Oh, boy. Ratchet it by 10x on Steve Young, because you're not Joe, you're not Joe, you're not Joe, and in conclusion, you're not Joe. And then in 94, they win the Super Bowl. He throws 6 touchdowns in the Super Bowl, and we're in the locker room afterwards. Everybody's spraying champagne, and Ricky Waters is there, and he just says to us, I'll never forget it. It's just emblazoned in my brain. And he's wiping champagne, and he goes, Steve Young, much maligned. And I didn't really finish the sentence.
Just started putting it off.
He just kind of put it on. I was like, yeah.
That's the statement, yeah.
I would say Farhan Zaidi, much maligned.
Yeah, true.
And remains much maligned. We had actually Curly killing the text line yesterday. He goes, what is going on with this game? Giants had a chance to take 3 out of 4. Farhan has no killer instinct. It's a waste of a start. I was like, bro, that's kind of a hot take after a pretty good weekend down in San Diego. We have a texter in all caps saying, a lot of positives. They lost 13-4.
Yeah, but what about the day before?
But Jung-Hoo Lee, Farhan, Jordan Hicks, Farhan, Matt Chapman. Well, Matt Chapman, Bob Melvin. We're giving Melvin the credit for that signing on this show.
Oh, you're giving Bo Melvin. Yeah, dude, he said he wanted him. Everybody knew he wanted him.
But I mean, Chapman went because of him. If Gabe Kapler's the manager, is Chapman a Giant?
No. When he says that guy's like my dad, when they're talking about a father-son relationship.
If Gabe Kapler's the manager, Matt Chapman's not a Giant.
Chap, we're going to have to sit you down because there's a righty in today. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Somebody said that earlier. They go, Cap would have pulled Jung-Hoo Lee and Conforto in the 8th of that game.
There's no question.
Yeah, without question. See, for the lefty.
That's an uninformed take.
Oh, nice.
By the way, it looks like he's got a nice spot down in South Florida. See that water? He's got that waterfront pad, at least that's where he woke up that morning. One of those two.
Yeah, I actually don't live here.
Don't you imagine?
I stayed here for a night. Yeah.
Hey, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and Bags joins Tolbert and Lund at 5:30 when my man's going to be sound asleep. My man Copes here on the host swap. 808 KNBR is the phone number, and 415-808-5627's the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials sex line. 801 checks in from Utah. Shout out to Jazz and says, I need the confidence of a Kyle Harrison on a Monday morning. Are you okay with the cockiness of a Kyle? I think he's going to make some enemies, and I mean that in a good way, in a sort of a Bumgarnerian way. I don't know if he's going to be as much of a sheriff as Bumgarner was, which, by the way, I never had a problem with because of everything he did for us. And one of my biggest rage triggers for me as a Giants fan was when Giants fans would turn on Bumgarner. When they were, this is tired. The stuff he's doing is tired. I was like, bro, you know what's not tired? You know what is tired? Your take. You know what's not tired? This guy is a Giant.
It's not like Draymond.
Not tired.
He's like costing them a game.
Yes,
You don't get a ball called because you're barking at another player. I will say this. I don't love the, quote, unwritten rules of baseball stuff all the time. But if somebody's going to enforce it, I'd rather it be my guy. I did get a little irked at stuff when it's like he's yelling at him. It's like, you give up the bombs, man. Now you're just yelling at guys because you got a hit.
Yeah, but you know what?
I get it. I'm standing by my guy.
As the valet said about Alan Swan in My Favorite Year, with Mr. Swan, you forgive a lot. You know what I mean? With Bumgarner, you forgive a lot.
I will.
By the way, 619, Copes knows ball. Curly doesn't know ball. All right, 619. 619.
That's what I've been trying to tell Curly all morning.
619. Once again, Copes knows ball. Yeah. Curly doesn't know ball.
How about this?
It's my first ball season with him, and he's up to a rough start.
He's peeved.
I mean, I only know this guy for 4 days, and his takes are a little sketchy early on right now.
Yeah.
All right, dude? So here we go, guys. Here's a guy says 925. You're saying there's a lot of positives. Camilo Doval was not one of them.
I will say the bullpen is my one area where I'm like, I don't know about this thing.
You did write that in on the text thread.
Curly, I said, there's a lot of no-name guys here. I'm not real.
Now, that is, it's a little, right now the bullpen, I mean, we talked about the core four is going on the wall, and right now we're short a core four. All right?
But those things don't come around.
Now, how about Friday night? We didn't mention Landon Roop, the Carolina boy. Did you guys hear him on the by the way, the pregame is low-key gold. You'll get stuff in the pregame. His around the ballpark with Dave Fleming was sort of charming.
Dave said he was sitting down with him, but I did not hear that. No, on Saturday.
Yeah, he said he was so. I think we have it for the cooler.
You have it in the cooler if you want.
We got it for the cooler content later on. Anyway, I'm not. Listen, 925. I'm not going to worry about. Frickin' Camilo Doval right now, brother. All right,
I'm really not stressing.
Guy's literally one of the best closers in the National League. Do I wish he wouldn't get pitch clock violation? Yes. Do I wish he kind of warmed up quicker? But of note, did you hear Bob Melvin say? He goes, "Yeah, we're gonna have a little meeting." Dude, Bo Mel, going to bring in the dad energy on Doval.
I mean, I for part of me last year, because again, they weren't all that competitive and he was nails. Part of me last year thought it was real cool that he just didn't give a damn. Where he was like, Camilo Tranquilo was a thing, right? Like he's always calm. He always is chill out there. But you got to have some sense of urgency. We can't have you starting games in save situations or starting at bats behind in the count.
This is where you're going to see the Bob Melvin, Brian Price influence, perhaps. You know what I mean? Whereas Gabe's like, yeah, I'd really like you to explore your pace at your own leisure. You know what I mean?
You didn't become an all-star closer by being hurried, you know?
That's a great question.
602 says Jung-Hoo Lee is quickly becoming a fan favorite. G-Wind. How about the dad in the crowd when he hit the home run?
Son of the Wind.
Yeah. Son of the Wind. There you go. Very
Dad's
good.
a legend.
Somebody checking in here. 415 says Farhan minus Melvin equals Chapman by transitive property, but I failed math. I don't even know what he's talking about. Here we go. 831 says, guys, I'm expecting a golden tea is in every arcade level argument this morning. Also, Copes, that coffee pot is not Cumulus property. That's tied to the M&M show. 408 says, Curly sounds like he needs to be on First Take with Skip Bayless with those hot takes. 214 says, I ride with Mad Bum forever.
It's a crap take, really hard.
925 says, good to have Copes back.
Good to be here, man. This is
one
fun.
day I can listen all morning now. That's one of those positive ones, Copes.
Be positive, bro.
510 says, Bumgarner can yell at the clouds and I'll support it. There you go, guys. And 805 says, two things that happened this weekend that I haven't seen in a while. 3 straight above quality starts from starting pitchers. Webb, Harrison, Hicks, and the Bay felt the spirit of the Hard Rock, an earthquake, an air conditioner shaking, history making, E Street Man,
Nice.
I want to shout out everybody who was there last night. I saw your set list. You guys got a little treats, a couple treats I didn't get. I wrote them down here earlier. I didn't get a little twist and shout. I didn't get Darlington County. I didn't get Glory Days. But you know what? It's all good. So everybody who went last night, Bruce is risen.
No. Did you get him saying anything like, I like going to Max's and getting a hot dog?
We did not.
When you brought that line on me, that killed me.
He had a really funny
hot dog.
He had a really funny bit about his belly. He goes, I'm sorry, I missed my show. Because he canceled in December.
Yeah,
he had a peptic ulcer. He didn't talk for the first 90 minutes. He just rocked his cojones
I just
off.
rocked for the
he
whole story.
sweated through the thing. Then finally he stopped for a minute and he goes, hey, San Francisco. He goes, sorry I missed you. Last couple months, he goes, but my belly, he goes, my effing belly ached. And he goes, it really effing ached. He goes, I couldn't effing sing. Every time I tried to sing, my belly effing ached. He was so funny.
Dude.
Anyway, listen, do I want to take this up with Sean in San Rafael? I finally got to hear some Lasky this weekend. So I found out that not only is Sean in San Rafael a regular on Lasky, but he and his mom came down and had lunch with Lasky.
Dude,
so
where'd you go, Lenardi's? Lasky's the man, dude.
I kind of want to say to Sean as I welcome him in, Sean, I kind of feel, shows get possessive about bits and sound bites and things like that. I think I'm going to surrender you to Lasky, buddy. I feel like you really had a thing with Lasky and that I'm sort of just getting sloppy seconds here, buddy. So, good morning, Sean.
What's up, dude?
How are you?
How you guys doing?
Doing good, man.
He's on the bus?
Are you on the bus? Are you at Davidson Middle School?
No, we're still on the bus.
Still on the bus? That's not.
Yeah.
There's no school buses in California now. Is that a public bus or what?
No, it's a school bus.
There's school buses in
Big
California.
yellow one.
Not since Prop 13 there hasn't been school buses in California.
Big yellow one.
Do you go to a private school, kid?
No.
You go to Davidson?
Yeah, I do. I go to Davidson.
I don't know how you guys how San Rafael schools have budget for buses. We don't have them in godless Mill Valley. We don't have them. Hey, Sean, did you have lunch with Lasky and your mom?
Yeah, so I did. It was like the day before spring training started. We went down to San Bruno on a bunch of things.
Where'd you guys go?
He dropped off. We lost him. Line's gone.
I heard him call in. I was like, I think maybe he should just be Lasky's guy. I appreciate the
kid's in middle school?
Yeah.
Damn.
He'll give you a play-by-play of his weekend at bats, too. He plays juniors for San Rafael Little League.
This kid's on the bus. He's like, yo, what's up, guys? I'm just chilling. What are you guys up to? He just called us like, hey, what's up? I'm hanging.
When he first called, somebody wrote, did Sean step out of first period to make this call?
Yeah. He was like listening, like I would. Remember 2003, game one, I had to run that earbud up my sleeve so I could listen to Jason Schmidt shove on the Marlins.
Oh, man.
And then I had to call in.
Hey, here's a guy, 707. You want a negative take? Soler, no homers or RBIs.
Yeah, I heard Soler strike out in his first at bat against Dylan Cease, and I was listening to the game at the time. John Miller goes, and Soler now 0-16 in his career against Dylan Cease. That was his 9th strikeout. I was like, oh, damn.
How you feeling?
This is a good move for the.
How you feeling about Soler?
He's a power bat. Has he homered at all? Did he homer in spring?
No.
I don't love that.
No.
I don't love that. They need a DH. He's a DH.
Last one on this big hit. First of all, I'm feeling great. I'm excited for the Dodgers series. I also said 5-5 in the first 10 would get me where I need to go, and they're on the way. They're on the way. Do you agree 5-5 in the first 10 will get you where you need to go?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't love not playing the Dodgers for a while after this till June, but I'm with you. I think
they play the Dodgers in May.
Excuse me, in May. But I mean, it's like a month, right? It's a while.
They're going to
Or is it after May they play them?
No. So here's the deal. They play the Dodgers 3 times this week, obviously, and then they come here May 13, 14, 15, right after Mother's Day.
Yeah.
It's good because the Dodgers are mothers, if you know what I mean.
You're a real mother.
And then the Dodgers come here at the end of June, 28, 29, 30. And then we go down there for 4 right after the All-Star break, and that's it. We don't see them after July 20. That's bad scheduling.
Criminal. That's criminal.
That's bad scheduling.
Don't see them again in the year?
No. July 20 is the last one.
They don't get a chance to chase us down head-to-head? Screw them.
All right, guys. Well, there's your big hit. We're feeling pretty good. Yes, Soler. Yes, Doval. But for the most part, how about you, young Tony? Are you feeling good?
Dude, Jung-Hoo Lee is my favorite player right now.
Okay.
Incredible.
Okay.
This guy, 2 strikeouts.
Yeah.
This guy just puts the ball in play.
2 swings and misses.
Dude.
The other ones have been dubious calls by Blue.
And you look at the lineup every day, he's hitting leadoff. I love it. You know exactly where he's going to be.
Him and Chappie every day.
Every day, automatic. And by the way, just I want to throw this out there. I know we got to get out. Just a tip of the cap to Nick Ahmed. Huh? That made the team.
I mean, yeah, and in the black cleats, too.
I know people didn't like some of the plays he made the other day. He made some really nice plays on Saturday, and he's driven in some runs, too.
I ride with the black cleats, too. Okay, guys, cooler of content next on the Sports Leader.
It's the Dodgers. F*** them.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Alex Cobb joined Bill Lasky and gave a positive update on his rehab from hip surgery and getting back to his all-star form. Check it all out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, the cooler of content and the cooler of content April Fool style, because we're swapping hosts on you. We're pulling shenanigans, tomfooleries, flim-flams, and gambits. That's right, April Fools, the host swap day. Adam Copeland, I know this dude.
What's up?
Ever since 2009 when he was answering phones looking like Slinging Johnny Sanchez.
Talk about a live arm, by the way. I mentioned Kyle Harrison, live arm, a lot of potential. That was Johnny Ches.
Slinging Johnny, yeah.
That's what they used to say about him, live arm.
Ches didn't have that blank U that Harrison has.
Well, he was not nearly as good of a quality of a pitcher, but that's what they said about him and his effectiveness. I don't know if you remember, Jonathan Sanchez started his career and had I think he started with like 7 or 8 straight innings pitched as a reliever without allowing anybody to reach base or something.
That's an insane stat.
My mom and I had a joke where we were like, is he the greatest pitcher in the history of baseball? Because we're like, here he comes. Best. It was like a joke for a week.
Yusmeiro Petit said, hold my beer.
Yeah, he also got his first big league knock same day as Lincecum and rookie catcher Guillermo Quiroz.
Now we're getting we've hit the zone now. Copes on the Giants from when do you think that
when I come online? I always say that.
But I mean, no, when
I was like obsessive.
I'm going to say 02 to
01.
What you do, and I want to get to the cooler content. I know, and tell you that we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Where you soar, where nobody else soars. What you have to yourself is
called the dead zone. Yeah,
06 to 09.
Well, I went to 50 games in 07 and 08, and those were brutal years.
The Bocock era.
Whew, it's a tough era.
Rest in peace, Jose Castillo. Opening day third base.
I told you, my buddy Paul said to me one day, he said to me one day that year in 2008, he goes, we're just sitting there and the Giants are losing like 7-1, and there's like a smattering of people, and it's just middle of an inning, and he goes,
probably against the Rockies.
He's just staring out into nowhere. It's like a Tuesday. He goes, nobody asked him anything. He goes, if Jose Castillo is the opening day third baseman next year, I might just take the season off. That's a great line, dude. It's
you also have the guy, I can't do it, Peter.
I just can't do it. I can't take it anymore, Peter.
All right, cooler of content. We have some fun stuff in here. Starts with Jung-Hoo Lee's beer shower in a shopping cart. Now, this is a tradition. There's something about Jung-Hoo Lee doing it that was just better. Because he's Jung-Hoo Lee and because he's grinding out at bats and he's your everyday center fielder and he's 25 years old and he puts a smile on your face. And he's in the shopping cart, and his translator, they ask him, do you want to say anything before they dump about 100 Bud Lights on him? And here it is.
Hey, you want to say something? 한마디 하고 할래, 정우야? I love you.
I got to give the Giants players credit because they hit the post perfectly. When he says I love you, they like hit the syllable I love you. Like there's no pause. So then they pour the beer. So
I love you.
The snapping of the beer sounds good too.
They don't miss their cue.
No,
they don't miss their cue.
I love the idea of them looking at him and then I'll turn to the translator like, what did he say to us? What did he tell us? What did he tell us?
By the way, his "I love you" is becoming his thing, right? Didn't he? He said that now a couple things, right?
When he showed up, that was his first thing.
Yeah,
I was like, hello, I'm happy to be here. I love you. That was like that's those first phrases.
Are we just gonna be walking around with "I heart you"?
He's an all vibes guy, dude. Opening day, you heard the John Miller thing where John Miller says to him on the field, "Happy New Year," and Jung-Hoo Lee turned around and said, "Merry Christmas."
So, speaking of, I was in the car Saturday and doing some errands, and I got some pregame. And the pregame's gold, not just for Mike Holler's This State in Giants History, but the Bomel Show and the Around the Park with Dave Fleming. So here's Bob Melvin, and this is why I love Bob Melvin. Because Bob Melvin, and I'm telling you, Copes, get ready. You're my boss.
Yeah.
How about that?
How about that? Somebody said on the text line, they're like, come a long way, he's your boss now.
Hit the chuckle, by the way. You're my boss.
I got you here, right here.
Yeah, you're my boss.
It's pretty funny.
Anytime, Waterboy and I talk about like management issues or something like that, he hits that.
It's funny because I used to hit this. That was my go-to. I used to get in trouble for that. But now that guy's gone.
So
I'm the mayor.
You do know, so Bob Melvin and I are going to do a Bay Area sports podcast. I've thrown it at him twice. He goes off-season.
Who's going to do this?
Me and Bomel.
You and Bomel are
Because I think I finally met the guy who wants to talk as much Bay sports trivia as me. Like whether it's Tom Masheri at St. Mary's basketball, whether it's Dick D'Oliva as the trainer of the Warriors, whether you name it. This guy's right on my level.
You guys are going in on like Pete Newell challenges or something, you know what I mean? Like, yeah,
so
this is
and
gold.
Here's another example of why. Bomel Saturday.
Finally, the double play in the ninth inning. It could be easy to overlook how difficult that was because it was Matt Chapman throwing to the shortstop, not to the second baseman to start that big double play.
That was a huge one, and then, Matt usually, Chapman will get the ball and fire to second. We had Estrada over in the hole, and so Ahmed had to come over there, and you saw the touch. He almost threw a changeup over to Ahmed at second base because, we had to give him some time there. So you don't see that very often. You don't see that kind of touch on a throw that was perfect for two guys that haven't worked together a whole lot. Like John Brody right there with a little touch pass.
All right, some good Bay Area sports knowledge there from Bob Melvin.
Yeah, baby. John Brody. That's my guy.
He knows what he's doing.
Hey,
Bob Melvin knows what he's
young
doing.
Tony. John Brody, yes, no?
I was just telling these guys I had to Google that name.
Okay,
no
that's
idea.
all right. Well,
did you put it with a Y when you Googled it, or did you go IE?
I'll tell you.
I went IE. I know.
I'll tell you more stories later about John Brody. We got to get more stuff going on. And the other piece of little gold I got is the Around the Park with Dave Fleming. I guess this supplants Kruk and Kipe on baseball.
Yeah, this has been going on for a couple of years. So they still do a handful of them, but Dave does Around the Park, I think, on the road.
And he goes and interview guys. And Landon Roop, the Carolina boy now. Wait till you hear him. He was talking about, I like to hunt. Dude, he's Bumgarner right now without sort of that Bumgarner crazy Bumgarner-ness, you know what I mean?
Bumgarner wasn't like that early on, but he had that bulldog about him that I think is what you want.
And Flem brings up the Carolina Giants connection. Yeah. Gaylord Perry, Bumgarner, and Landon Roop. And I was yelling at my radio. I'm like, and Steph freaking Curry. Dude, Carolina and the Bay. It's a thing. 808 KNBR.
Shout out Tom Tolbert's Hornets.
Exactly, dude. Very good. So Landon Roop, this is really funny. He made his Major League debut on 7th inning Friday night. Now, I've been to Petco several times the last couple summers because of travel baseball. And I've been there when the mariachi band does the Take Me Out to the Ball Game. And I got to tell you, it's freaking fire, dude. It is incredible. People are going crazy.
I like that.
And it's like a big roars. And I'm like, this is one of the cooler things in Major League Baseball is their Friday night mariachi band Take Me Out to the Ball Game. But Landon Roop was so in the zone, he had no idea.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't feel anything. I honestly don't even know how to describe the feeling. I read an article or something that I came and they were 7th inning stretch, and I don't even remember hearing any of it. Not a single part of it. So, yeah, it's definitely a feeling that I'll never probably ever feel again.
Yeah, we paid attention because it was like a mariachi band doing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. It was kind of cool. Totally oblivious you were to that.
Had no idea.
Dude, when you can have no memory of a mariachi band lighting up Petco on a Friday night, you are in the zone.
You didn't hear that? He's like, no, I didn't. Not at all.
Have you guys ever had an out of body like that where you just don't even know what was going on because you were just so? I think I have. I think I like Springsteen shows or something.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of one. I don't know that usually that's like a panic thing. You know what I mean? Because this is for him. That's a all-time moment. Adrenaline.
So funny, man. So thanks to Landon. I kind of he was charming in that interview. He really was. I enjoyed him. So I'm turning into a Roop guy. All right. So
a Roop guy.
And do we say Young Tone? I think here's how it is. Anytime he performs, can I get a little tag team, buddy? Roop. There it is.
Nice.
Roop. There it. Can I get it?
That, yeah.
Roop. There it is.
Can we? Load that up, and if he ever performs well in a game, we just drop it.
We got to shout out Marcus on that. That was his. He was on that first.
Oh, he was. I thought that was a Murph original.
It's akin
Maybe
to
I stole it from him without even knowing. All right.
Which is, hey, that's how it works. Man. It's akin to the Mac Williamson that we used to play. Return of the Mac. Remember, we just hit that one. One little line for him. I like that.
You know, Young Tone, they say good writers borrow, great writers steal. Yeah. All right, dude. There you go.
Who wrote that?
Hey, did you guys hear J.D. Davis chirping?
Yeah, dude.
J.D. Davis hit 2 bombs for the A's on Friday night. He's taking shots here.
I tell you what, they ain't going out on Oracle, that's for sure. I know that for a fact, but I think it just speaks volume of what kind of work I'm putting in with Crony, Bushy, and Andretti over there, and just working with them and working on getting flatter through the zone and catching balls more out in the front, and the results showed today.
Dude. I mean, like the Oakland Coliseum is some sort of hitter's park, dude. So,
it's all about Crony, Butchie, and whoever the hell.
I know, he's known these guys for like 3 days.
Crony,
is
Butchie.
J.D. Davis now a sworn enemy taking shots at Oracle Park?
He's dead to me now.
Listen, he has beef. I get it. If I'm JD, I got beef.
And rightfully so.
Yeah, he does have rightful beef. He does. JD, we love you, buddy. That said, I would like Curly, one of his not strengths, along with his takes on Sunday.
Well, tell me about these
mid-show research. Can you tell me which was the worst Homer ballpark, Oracle or Oakland Coliseum? Because I bet it's darn close.
I think it is Oracle, though.
Do you?
I think it's Oracle.
Okay.
Because Oakland plays well in the daytime.
Okay.
Like the ball does fly in the
Oracle
daytime.
does too, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But they don't have as thick of a marine layer, I don't think.
It's an interesting. Okay, we'll find out. By the way, it depends on what measure you go to. Do you
Yeah,
go
I
to
know.
Baseball Savant or whatever? And then finally, did everybody see the host swap video put out by Michael Connell, Austin Scott, and the Please Don't Destroy Boys? 5 minutes of cinema gold. I saw some high level cinema over the weekend. I know this is definitely not for our demographic, but I saw the very beautiful film Past Lives. We watched that over the weekend. Cinema at its finest. Great acting, great cinematography, the whole deal. New York City, a little romance, a little love story. That said, Past Lives, better look out because here comes the Please Don't Destroy Boys. Copes as Brad Pitt as Billy Bean. Derek Papa as Jonah Hill as Paul DePodesta.
Peter Brand, don't you know? The fake name they went with.
And us authoring host swap day as if Copes is Billy Bean trading hosts. It was pretty darn on point, guys. Anything you want, Young Tone.
It's a piece of it.
Here it is.
Let's get the Murph and Marcus show on the phone.
You think of Murph?
Yeah, they've lost faith. I think they're going to dump him.
Hardcore.
Their producer, John Curley, is on too.
Johnny John Boy, look, Little League dads and quarter zips aren't really in right now.
Are you referring to Murph?
He's a luxury you guys can't afford.
And you can? There's 50 Amici's gift cards left on his contract, and we at least have one other suitor.
Who is it?
Oh, the cutoff. There. Okay, do more. That was pretty good. So you guys are working the trade. You were working the trade for me by devaluing me in his eyes.
Right, yeah. I was like, come on, dude. I was like, you can't afford him, and he's not in. That's funny. I told you that he's not worth it, but I want him. Yeah.
So what else you got
Good
here?
play.
Another host swap video part 2. Here we go.
Murph?
He's a luxury you guys can't afford.
And you can? There's 50 Amici's gift cards left on his contract, and we at least have one other suitor.
Who is it?
I'd rather not say.
Papa.
Johnny, I'll have to call you back.
What do you think we get from Mike Kohler?
Nothing. What's left on Tim Webb's contract?
$275.
$1,000?
$2.75.
Hey, give me Greg Papa on the line. If we can get Papa interested in Tim Webb, then Curley only has one buyer interested in Murph.
Us.
Line 3, Copes.
Papa Bear, what do you think of Webb? I could give him to you for almost nothing.
Logan Webb? What's the angle?
Not Logan Webb, Tim Webb.
Oh.
Oh, look, all I'm looking for is a couple of Tony Gimignani gift cards and throw in a sweetener. Say...
Done.
Danny Dunn. We could use his big poll.
I like Danny Dunn.
You don't know who Danny Dunn is.
I don't know who anyone here is.
Look, I don't know why I'm doing this, but let's just do it. Tim Webb for Danny Munn. Done. See, look, I don't know his name.
I'll think about it.
Think about it and call me back.
Yeah,
Get
there you
Curly
go.
on.
Very good, very good.
That was fun to do. These guys are
well worth your time. Everybody should go check it out.
Was that Connell as Papa?
That was Connell as
Yeah,
Papa.
I sensed that there, yeah. I don't know who anyone
is. When we wrote that line, we laughed our asses off.
Enjoyed that, guys. Enjoyed that very much. There's your cooler of content. Hey, it's host swap day. Copes is in. A Boucher and Papa for 4 hours, finally. We're gonna
4 quarters. How about 4 hours?
Start with Frank Ewell Field and go all the way through Walt Coleman. All right, guys, here's the deal. Jerry Hairston Jr., 16 years in the Bigs, Dodgers broadcaster at 850. But the Warriors, staying alive.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They're staying alive. Next on these sports.
Roop, there it is.
Can we... Provident Credit Union, time to get your wallet cheering. Are you ready for a short-term savings investment designed to make your money grow quicker? Well, check out Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate. So right now, you can select a term of either 3 or 6 months and enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. Yep, you heard me right, 4.75%. So for a limited time, you get to call the shots with the 3 or 6 month Provident Pick a Term certificate. So do not hesitate. It's competitive offers only available for a limited time. Save smarter and take control of your savings. Check them out at providentcu.org or swing by our branch. And if you're in the Oakland area, there's a new location at Temescal Plaza. This rate is effective as of March 15, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional info, please visit providencecu.org.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Double screen for Steph. Curry, wing jumper, rimming out. The rebound, Draymond, play three, knocks it down, and that will do it. The Warriors win it 117-113 in an incredible game. They come from 13 down, 8 down at halftime. They get 33 from Steph Curry, but Draymond Green's the story. 21 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds. He had the 6 steals, and then his 11 points in that third.
There it is, April Fool rejoins. I hit Tony with a bunch of Fool songs. I remember Barry Zito. One time we were talking to him on the radio about his music career, and we were like, what do you listen to these days? He goes, lately I've gotten back into like the Doobie Brothers. He's like,
who said this?
Barry Zito.
Okay, yeah.
He's like, what a fool believes, man. Just mesmerizing pop music. I was like, all right, you're right. It is mesmerizing.
I like a pop song, dude. I took the line from you. I do enjoy a good pop song, a catchy tune.
Oh, with 100%. This is
a little toe tapper.
This was a big hit, Young Tone, when your boy here was in 6th grade. All right, big hit when I was in 6th grade.
When he was on the middle school bus making calls to the leader. Yeah.
I walked to middle school, so no need for the bus. But anyway, yes, what
April Fool's Day.
What a fool believes on April Fool's, host swap day. Is there a rumor that Papa's coming?
Greg Papa, Marcus Boucher will be in-house today. And then Tom and John in the afternoon, 2 to 6. We're pulling off. And by the way, this is you're a How I Met Your Mother guy. How I Met Your Mother, Barney has the great line in the Playbook episode. And I was trying to remember what it was. I looked it up. He says, the playbook contains every scam, con, hustle, hoodwink, gambit, flim-flam, stratagem, and bamboozle I've ever used to pick up chicks and give them the business.
That's pretty good.
That's what we're doing. Scam, con, hustle, hoodwink.
We didn't put bamboozling on there.
We didn't have stratagem either.
Yeah, very good. So we're pulling it off. And the Warriors are bamboozling us. There's your transition, guys. There it is. Bamboozling us into believing that there's something going to happen decent out of this season. Oh, my goodness, guys. I did not see 4-1 on this roadie coming. I did not. And
Me neither. No way.
That's what they pulled off. And, in fact, if you get into the sound here, Young Tone, this is Steve Kerr, cut G as in
Gary Payton.
Gary Payton.
The second.
About going 4-0 on their last, after losing the Minnesota game on Minute Gate when he sat Steph for too long, they won 4 in a row.
Yeah, fantastic trip, particularly after losing the first one in tough fashion for the guys to bounce back, win 4 straight games on the road. It's a sign of their competitiveness and their grit, and even though it wasn't pretty tonight, they got it done.
They got grit. You know what, Mary? You got grit. And I hate grit. That's for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Because
you going grits?
No, I was going spunk.
Oh, I thought you were going. Okay, I thought you were going.
Grant? You with me, Lou Grant?
I wasn't with you on that because I thought you were going with my. I thought you were going grits from my cousin Vinny, which
that's not bad. But also, my man, the Woodman, has a legendary grits line, and when he's going to a costume party dressed as a ghost down south and gets picked up by 4 guys in white sheets. All right, come give me another one here. And he's so nervous that he's just trying to pass as a Southerner. Every time they ask him a question, he says grits.
Yeah. Well.
He says they ask me a question, I say grits. Spunk, Mary Tyler Moore.
There you go. Yes, I got you.
Spunk, Mary. And she goes, oh, thank you, Mr. Grant. He said, I hate spunk.
I don't like it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Jasner.
By the way, are you up to date on this season's Curb?
I'm not totally yet.
Okay.
I'm not yet. Yeah,
I'm only one behind.
I'm behind on a lot of stuff.
You know what's funny about these Curb episodes? Just a quick digression here on Curb Your Enthusiasm, is that it's not even the episodes that play out. But if you sit down and recap an episode verbally to someone,
it's hilarious.
It's almost funnier than the actual episode.
Because it's something everybody will understand.
But you start, like the last episode, like I don't know if you saw the one Buscemi.
No, I haven't seen it.
Well, just like I can just give you the premise. Like Richard Lewis wants to buy a used Mercedes. It's being sold by Steve Buscemi. His character's name is DeCarlo. Okay, dude.
Nice.
Then Larry David's so great on the late name. You saw the one where he and Vince Vaughn fought over the guy in the stroke.
Yep.
He brought back Grossbard, which is from Seinfeld, right? Remember Grossbard was the airport guy Kramer recognized. Right. That guy owes me $200. So I mean, so he wants to go buy a car from DeCarlo, but he's worried that the car might smell bad because it's old, but he can't smell because he lost his sense of smell during long COVID.
Nice.
So he has Larry go along as his smell police to see if the car smells bad. Larry detects an odor and they want a $3,000 smell discount.
Yeah, right.
And then dominoes fall from there, right? I mean, what kind of premise is that? It's
everyday stuff.
Lewis wants to buy a Mercedes, but he's worried it stinks. But he lost his sense of smell in long COVID, dude.
Yeah, it's stuff that I would frequently agree with Larry in the way he thinks about things. However, I would never go about it the way he does.
No, and also there's an episode where he buys a slice of Parmesan cheese, but it's going to be in his car too long, so he stores it at Susie's house overnight. And then she thinks that she's got possession of the cheese, so she eats it.
It's my cheese. You left it in my fridge. My fridge, my cheese.
There it is. So anyway, that's the premise. So back to grit. The Warriors have grit. And you said something earlier. You said, to what end?
Yeah.
That's what you said. So you think this is just big kabuki theater going nowhere?
Well, we had a text. I do. Because, I just think that their ceiling is, how many teams in the West do you think can win the title this year? is my question. Because I would say Denver far and away. And after that, I'm like not super confident in anybody else.
It might just be Denver.
The only thing that would surprise me, the only thing that would surprise me though in the NBA playoffs is Denver not being the team out of the West or being eliminated earlier than like the conference final. You go to a conference final and you lose, it's
So I mean, I don't know counter program you here and just say, stranger things have happened.
Sure,
stranger things have happened, and you might as well play your way into the dance and roll the bones, right?
Of course, no, of course.
So I mean, like emotional investment in the Warriors. You're saying. Hedge your bets.
I'm not really believing
you're watching them sort of just from an emotional distance.
If Steph Curry's there, championship is the only goal. And I don't know that this team can win it. I don't think this team can win a championship as currently constructed and with the powers that be in the West. They can't win at home, which is weird.
So flat out, they cannot win the championship.
I do not believe so. I mean, if you think differently, you can shoot us a text at 808 KNBR, give us a call. But the texters here, one guy says, listening to Bobby Fitzgerald hype up this terrible team that barely beat an 18-win Spurs team makes me want to vomit.
Well, first of all, the Spurs are playing better right now.
They are.
And actually, I want to get this Wembanyama thing out here right now from Draymond. Draymond was going on about Wemby. Wemby's hitting his stride. And it's the NBA. I'm not gonna criticize a road win. I'm really not going to criticize a road win. So here's Draymond on Wemby.
Man, he's an incredible player. And we never incorporated the double team on him in our game plan. But we also always know that whenever you got the best player on the opposite team, if you're going to incorporate a double, just randomly do it. Because ultimately, we know that guy can beat us. You want to make someone else beat you. But, man, that kid is great. He's going to be forced to be reckoned with for a long time in this league. He's kind of rewriting what it looks like to be that size with a handle. And, you'll start to see more guys like that, not necessarily as good as him, but just tall and can handle the ball just with what he's doing. And I said on my podcast a couple weeks ago after we played, he's a top 20 player in the NBA right now. And that's just being generous to the guys who've been doing it so long because I don't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, and he said after the game, too, he told Trayce Jackson-Davis, man, I'm glad I got to play against him so I could say I did. And I'm also glad that I'm going to be done when this guy's thriving. He goes, that's your problem. He told Trayce Jackson-Davis. He goes, that's your problem, man.
Seriously, Mark Spears told us right after he was drafted and right after he had seen him play, he said, I've never thought this or said this before about a guy getting drafted. He said, I didn't say it about LeBron. He has the chance to be the greatest player of all time.
Yeah.
And who says that about somebody?
I remember game 2. So one of the themes on our show is I have a 16-year-old hot take machine at home.
Yeah.
Deck's on TikTok and coming out with everything.
I'm a follower. We interact. Yeah, we talked last week.
He did that whole done with the 90s thing. Oh!
Look who just showed up.
Look at this. Look at this.
Marcus tapping the clock.
Look at this guy. Water boy. We're doing a morning show here.
We're trying to work, Waterboy. You start at 10.
You one of those midday guys? Yeah. Those low wattage midday guys? Because we're doing prime time here. You know what I mean? We're doing prime time. How's he strutting around with the Yankees 4-0? Is he strutting around with the Yankees 4-0? Soto MVP right away? There it is, dude. Anyway, back to my take, which was someone thinking about Wemby. Is Zach Edey, like Chet Holmgren, Wemby, and now Zach Edey, who you'll see in the Final Four for Purdue.
Edey's more lumbering, though, isn't he?
He is more lumbering, but he's just gigantic and has skills.
I don't know that he passes the same way, though.
Right. There's only one Wemby, but the point is, like, these gigantic dudes. So there have been like Sean Bradley, Manute Bol,
7'6", 7'7".
I mean, we've seen Ralph Sampson. Ralph Sampson was kind of Wemby before Wemby.
Yeah.
Like he was supposed to rewrite history, and he was very, very good, but Wemby's on a different level. And it's like we're now going to see guys. Durant was sort of the forefront, right? 7 feet, but we're seeing guys like Wemby, Chet Holmgren, and maybe Edey. Although, like you said, Edey's a little more lumbering.
I think Edey's a different player. I do think he's good. I think he's a much different player. Because really the skill set that Wemby has is something that we've never seen somebody of that size have. It's Kevin Durant, who's like a point guard. He's a freak, and he's the best shooter maybe at that height we've ever seen. But Wemby's coming into the league you've seen the stuff where he takes off from and he dunks, like where he's leaving from, how he does tip-ins. I mean, it's unbelievable size and agility, and he's just going to get smarter and better, and he's maybe in the right situation.
I got Waterboy in here telling me we got a break. So one last one on this segment. Then Jerry Hairston joins us, 16-year big leaguer and Dodger broadcaster to preview Giants-Dodgers. But just leaving you guys with this, 510 says the playoffs is a different season. If the Warriors can make it out of the play-in, they can be this year's Miami Heat. Championship pedigree, and if Wiggins plays like Wiggins, they can sneak deep into the season. deep into the playoffs.
But then 925 says, I
So
remember.
I'm going to, 5-1-0, I get it. I understand what you're saying is very reasonable. But 5-1-0 is like, hey, man, there's a reason. That's why you play the games. That's why you play the games. Jerry Hairston talking Giants Dodgers next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Today, we're swapping hosts as Murph and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, let's go, Giants, Dodgers. Let's talk about it with Jerry Hairston Jr., Dodger broadcaster, and we're happy to have Jerry on the Murph and Copes April Fool's Day show here on Uma Guest Line. Jerry, good morning and welcome to the Giants flagship. We'll keep this as peaceful and pleasant as we can, given the rivalry. How are you, Jerry?
What's up, man?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. The Giants had a nice little start to their season, split 4 in San Diego. They flashed a little young pitching. They flashed a little new free agent signing. So I don't know. How you feeling about the Giants team that's coming in here this week? This week?
Well, obviously, anytime you have the Giants-Dodgers rivalry series, it's always going to be fun, always going to be exciting. It really doesn't really matter what kind of teams that they have. It just seems it's always a competitive series. It's kind of football, right? Knowing that no matter what their record is, you know you're going to get the very best from each team.
Oh, that was it?
Getting a Blake Snell was huge for them. So we're excited about this series.
All right, we're talking to Jerry Hairston Jr. I would love just a primer on the Dodgers because about a week ago, the whole world was saying, oh, man, Shohei Gate, the gambling and Ipe. And there was a real thought that this is going to be a major distraction. And this could affect Shohei's mindset, and this could affect the Dodger clubhouse. Well, I guess so far not so bad, right? 4-2 and took 3 out of 4 from the Cardinals. What is the real-world effect of the Shohei controversy on the Dodger clubhouse?
It hasn't affected him whatsoever. I don't think there's a controversy, especially with him having his press conference. When he had a press conference... Hey,
Jerry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we have a bad connection. We're going to call you back, okay? That's what we're going to do. We're going to call him back because sometimes that happens. Take 2. He was about to say this happens.
This happens sometimes.
You know what I mean?
Not on my show, but
shout out give me like a Mike Sando landline.
Dude, Mike Sando, the pipes of a Sando on a landline, dude, breaking down like QB tiers for you.
Is he the ultimate landline guy?
Yeah, so he'll text me and say, "Can you call my landline?"
Is there anybody else I'm forgetting here?
I think Barrows has one at home too, but he's often working and traveling. But if he's at home, Barrows is like, "No, hit the land, hit the landline."
Let me know, Young Tone, when we get the gentleman back, Jerry Hairston Jr. Yes, sir.
Nothing yet. No.
Nothing yet. No. All right. Well, Giants and the Dodgers
just a
tonight.
Fun little one. Circling back to that J.D. Davis sound we had, we looked up baseball savant park factors. There's something called park factor, the observed effect of each display. Blah blah blah. It goes on that it looks at each batter and pitcher and blah blah blah. Anyway, the point is that park factor is how good of a hitting park it is. Number 1 is Coors Field. Number 2 is Fenway. Number 3 is Great American. 26th is the Giants Oracle Park. 27th is the Oakland Coliseum. So I don't know what JD was saying there. All right, we got Jerry back. Sorry, Jerry. It was one of those technology things, and we're happy to have you back, Jerry Hairston Jr. And you were in the middle of answering about Shohei, and I asked you, what is the real-world effect on the clubhouse?
Well, sorry about the connection there. Listen, it hasn't affected the Dodgers whatsoever. It has not affected Shohei Ohtani. I love the fact that he had his press conference, and he didn't read his statements. You know, sometimes when things happen, guys read a 1-minute statement and then they walk off. He was very candid, very open, stood up there and talked about it for 12 minutes, letting the world know that obviously he was shocked, stunned what happened. And after that, the guys showed solidarity. They have his back. He's shown no signs that it's affecting him. I mean, he's always laughing, having a good time, which just tells me that he's innocent. He knows he's innocent. He just wants to play baseball.
Jerry Hairston Jr., the voice you hear on the UMA guest line here. What are the outside views of the Giants offseason, like from a Dodger perspective? Because we watched the Dodgers make all these additions, and then in like the last month, the Giants have made several, and we feel pretty good about it. But what's the outside San Francisco perspective of the Giants offseason?
Well, they certainly got better. And you guys know that the Giants last year struggled catching the baseball. Their defense wasn't up to par. They go out and get one of the best defensive third basemen in all of baseball. Love his game. He has power as well. to solidify the left side of that infield. Signing Blake Snell, I think, was huge. I think he's going to obviously help their pitching staff, bring leadership along with substance, still knows how to be elite from the pitching side. I thought those two moves was great. I think a quiet move, not so quiet for us, is Soler. I think he is an absolute stud, brings a lot of power. So the Giants did an outstanding job this offseason, better in their ball club.
We're talking to Jerry Hairston Jr., Dodger broadcaster. We talked a little about Shohei Gate and how it hasn't seemed to have affected the Dodgers right out of the gate. Dodger pitching is always going to be a question. I mean, Glasnow comes with a great reputation, but not, a durable guy is the thought maybe. But here he is off to his great start. Bobby Miller, we believe we're going to see in this series right now. Just your thought, Jerry, just on what sort of starting rotation the Dodgers are offering baseball this year and your feelings on it.
Well, if they're healthy, they're going to be elite. You mentioned Tyler Glasnow, his injuries. We feel his injuries are in the past. He's completely healthy, and when healthy, he's a dominant pitcher, an outstanding ace. He's off to a great start, had a great rookie year. So we expect him to make the next step. He goes 100 miles an hour, but he's not a thrower. He's a pitcher already. I think his best pitch is his changeup, but he's got an elite breaking ball as well. So he's fun to watch. Yamamoto, I love the bounce back he had from his first start against the Padres. He really looked great in his Dodger Stadium debut. And then we have a guy, Gavin Stone, who's a rookie, who's got great stuff, about 5 or 6 different pitches. He's a guy that not going to be overpowering, but he's a strike thrower, knows how to pitch. And then Patton, the Canadian. Anytime you have a Canadian in your rotation, you know your rotation's tough, and you don't want to face them. So it's good to have Pax on board.
Who was yours? Like, who did you have one? I mean, Baltimore. I'm trying to think of when you played. Who was your tough Canadian? Did you ever have one?
Well, yes, Sidney Ponson. I know he's a Reuben.
Yeah,
he's a Reuben. But if you're a Reuben, you qualify for anything, whether it's Venezuelan, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Canadian. And Sidney knows that.
Sir Sidney. Right. He's a Giant.
Right.
He gets traded over here.
Hey, Jerry, bad memories of his performance in the 0-3 playoffs against the Marlins.
Tough,
but hey, I don't want to go down that road. We're talking to Jerry Hairston Jr., Dodger broadcaster. The first of 4. Jerry, it's a weird schedule if I read this right. The Giants go to Dodger Stadium now and in July. The Dodgers come to San Francisco May and June. That's it. They don't see each other the last 2 months. Does that upset you?
It does upset me, and it should upset Giants fans. I know it upsets Dodger fans. I know with the schedule now, it's changed. Everybody plays each other, and I do like that. Everybody gets a chance to see, an Aaron Judge from the Yankees, get a chance to see a Soto. Now he's with the Yankees. So I love the balanced schedule, but with the balanced schedule, you got to make sure you have your rivalries at least the last month. I always say have the rivalries early in the season and late, especially in September. I think it's good for the fans, and hopefully they fix that going forward. But, yeah, I think you mentioned it's June is the last time we face each other. I don't like that.
Yeah, July, actually. But, yeah, you're right. For the most part, it's crazy. It's right after the All-Star break. Giants go down there for 4, and that's it. It's kind of crazy, man. So a couple more minutes here with Jerry Hairston Jr. as the Giants go into Dodger Stadium. Dodgers 4-2 after their comeback win over the Cardinals last night. And then just more on Shohei. I mean, I know I asked you earlier in the interview, but just, listen, he was in Anaheim for 6 years. It's kind of funny. Some people are acting like he just came from Japan. They're like, I saw Kike Hernandez was mic'd up and they're asking him, do you teach Shohei Spanish? I'm like, well, he spent 6 years in the clubhouse in Anaheim.
He's been here for a while.
But I mean, speak to that a little bit, Jerry, about, he's been in Southern California for 6 years, but in a way, it's like, I don't want to say they didn't pay attention to him because he won 2 MVP awards, but does it feel like a new Shohei in a way?
Well, listen, I don't want to knock the Angels. Angels are a big league franchise. They won a championship in 2002. Had friends play on that team. Adam Kennedy, shout out to my boy AK. But when you're playing with the Dodgers, it's a historical franchise. You're talking about Sandy Koufax, Jackie Robinson, obviously now currently Clayton Kershaw, and it's an iconic brand, not just in baseball, but it's global. So you put Shohei Ohtani, who's a global brand in itself, with the Los Angeles Dodgers, it's going to be big. It's going to be huge. So having Shohei Ohtani playing at Dodger Stadium with all the fans, and it's a global viewership, whether it's here, locally in the United States or worldwide. All eyes are on Shohei with the Dodgers, so it is different. I know he thinks it's different. We as Dodger fans know it's different, and I think he's going to really take his newfound superstardom. He was always the star. His newfound superstardom with the Dodgers to the next level.
Only 6 games in for the Dodgers. The lineup looks potent. I mean, the 4 homers yesterday, come from behind, down 4-0 to win 5-4. But is there 6 games in, if you were going to have a big overreaction at something, is the defense an issue for them? Is there something that you would point to the Dodgers and say that's something to pay attention to early on?
Well, I think that the players understand in order to be an elite team, you got to be able to catch the ball. They know that. Mookie Betts moving from second base, already from right field, to shortstop on the fly. I think it's been a pleasant surprise. I think he's leading all shortstops in defensive runs saved so far. So obviously defense is a priority. You're going to make errors. I don't care who you are. You're going to make errors. But can you make plays and make consistent plays enough to help your pitching staff? Dodgers understand that, and hopefully, for our sake, we continue to play good defense.
All right, Jerry. Well, listen, we get the first of 4 meetings between these two clubs tonight. The Giants pitching is a little bit of a question. Just last one for you in the way out. Are you guys expecting to see Blake Snell maybe on Wednesday? Because they haven't announced it.
I know it's TBA. I'm expecting him to play and pitch. I know he loves facing the Dodgers, and he loves being that top of the rotation guy, wants to pitch in big games, so we expect he's going to be taking them out.
Oh, man, it should be so much fun tonight and the next 4 meetings, too. We sure do appreciate you sharing some time with us, Jerry, and enjoy the series.
Anytime, guys. Hey, remember, guys, Steve Kerr is a huge Dodger fan.
Oh, Jerry, you're killing us there, buddy. You're killing us, bud. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call. It's true, and to Kerr's credit, he's done 2 things. 1, he's hidden it nicely. And 2, he hasn't turned his back on the Dodgers like some, there's a question about whether you should just say, oh, no, I'm in San Francisco now. I renounced my childhood. I appreciate the fact that he kind of still rides with the Dodgers, but in a very subtle way.
I don't appreciate it at all, to be honest with you. I'm petty about it. People know I'm petty about it. If I'm going to be petty about one thing, it's Dodger
If you meet
hate.
a Dodger fan who grew up in L.A.,
I don't blame them for being a Dodger fan, but I'm like, that sucks.
Yeah. No, what enrages me is those who grow up here and wind up being Dodger fans.
I don't even know anybody like that.
There's some out there. It's like, for example...
Like if they found baseball later in life. Or just like I didn't become a fan till later. Or?
Like who was it? Anyway, the point is, my buddy, I text with this guy every day. My buddy Daryl, the mayor of Marin City. He's a Dallas Cowboys fan, born and raised in the Bay Area. Dallas Cowboy fan.
He's your age?
Oh yeah,
80s. I get it.
Yeah, but
I don't like it. I mean, I don't get it.
So my age,
I don't get it.
You would see Dodger fans because the Dodgers were ruling the roost in my generation growing up.
So people just latched on.
Yeah,
you know who that is for me? That's Laker fans from the Bay Area because that's what I grew up with. That's because the Warriors were so bad. And
Lakers have been so good for so long, and the Warriors have been so bad for so long. That's my generation too. It's mine and yours.
I'm talking to you, Brian Abad, who's my buddy from high school, who held this guy was a diehard Laker fan, the biggest Kobe guy ever. I went to a finals watch party at his house for game 1 of the Orlando Magic and Lakers NBA Finals series. And then I went to a finals watch party at his house where he was wearing a Harrison Barnes jersey for a Warriors finals.
No.
All you people who were latched onto the Kings when I was in 3rd grade don't get to jump on now because you're like Steph Curry's a blast.
Yeah, man.
Pick your fandom.
So, in terms of this series, the Giants are pitching Keaton Winn tonight, which, doesn't imbue you with a ton of confidence. The Dodgers are countering with James Paxton, who's, a nice pitcher, but not one of their aces. So maybe you can go kind of throw punches with them tonight. Jung-Hoo Lee, I imagine, will play, even though it's a lefty starter, right? And then we don't know.
I don't know why he wouldn't. He had a home run off a lefty.
Hey, one thing we can say about the Giants that maybe is a little bit of a complaint is the way they're forming the lineup. And Soler in the 2-hole, Wade in the 3-hole, Conforto down in the 6 or 7. Lamont Wade is your 3-hitter. God bless him, but he's probably one of the worst 3 hitters in Major League Baseball in terms of 3 hitters comped around the league. Freddie Freeman, Austin Riley.
Freddie Freeman, does he not hit 2? Or does Ohtani hit 2? Now it's Freeman.
Ohtani Freeman.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it was Freeman 2 last year.
I mean, 3 hitters around the league are not Lamont Wade Jr. And again, that's not a knock on Lamont, but he's to me a 6 or a 7 guy.
Yeah, I don't think the Dodgers are a fair assessment of that. Their lineup is ridiculous.
I was looking around the box scores just in general, 3 hitters. Go ahead.
No, you can throw some out of me. I don't disagree with what you're saying. When Wilmer's there, I'm like, Wilmer's one of the best hitters on the team, I think. So when Wilmer's in that spot, I feel differently about it. And he got hurt yesterday in Lamont. Then, I know he was in right field the other day as well. Bottom line here is, the way they build lineups now, oftentimes the traditional used to be 4-hitter, because I don't even think Solaire's a 3. I think Solaire's a 4. I think he's more of a slugging, less average, more
funny,
power.
At the play ball lunch that you and the guy you kicked out today, Waterboy, were at, when Solaire was walking up to the podium, Kruk's like, "Now that's what a cleanup hitter looks like." I'm like, "No, Mike, that's what a 2-hitter looks like."
Well, but that's what they've the traditional way of building the lineup, where it was used to be fast guy, speedy guy who gets on at the top. Your table says that a contact guy
right
too.
Side guy Tyro Estrada.
He's a also second baseman. Yes. In there batting second
Robbie
and playing
Thompson,
second.
yes,
exactly. Freddie Sanchez, right? Guys like that. Scutero. Your contact bat to ball guys there so you can move over a hitter. Then you've got your best absolute guy in the 3-hole.
Who is the Giants' best absolute guy?
Who's the best hitter on the team? Now, I could see things changing at some point soon where Conforto moves his way up to the
right
to the
now,
3 spot.
I think Conforto is hitting like a 3-hitter. So I'm going, and I know they have to go left, right, left. So I would go Lee, Estrada, Conforto, Soler, Chapman.
Which is the traditional type of lineup.
Yes.
But I think in the way more modern style, they often now put the biggest 4-hitter, power hitter into that 2 spot.
I know, yeah.
Because they want, I don't know if it's just to get more bats.
More bats. They might as well put them in the 1 hole then.
That's what I've told this story. I always thought. I was like,
I've told my story a bunch of times, but for you, my old man was always like a guy who liked to kind of push the envelope and give you the, have you thought about it this way, son? It was always annoying. So like, Dad, I have my ways. Don't make me think. You know what I mean? But he used to say, my dad was pre-analytics. It's like 1980 at the dinner table. He's like, I don't understand baseball. He goes, if you have your best hitter, why isn't he hitting first? I'm like, it doesn't work that way, Dad. And he goes, well, don't you want him to have the most at bats? I'm like, because it doesn't work that way, Dad.
Yeah,
it's like one of those.
It's true. It's like it's a funny argument, but I get the strategy of wanting the fast guy there. But in the era where speedy leadoff hitter just went away, I don't know why people didn't.
All those steals are back.
Also, you'd like that guy to hit with somebody on base. That's the other reason. That would be my first thing to you is, well, I want him to hit with a guy on base ahead of him. It's more pressure on the pitcher. And he's probably going to get something better to hit. Maybe he drives in 2 instead of just 1. So
you're talking about which guy?
I'm saying having your argument against your dad saying, why would you just have him be number 1? Well, because you want him to hit.
Theoretically, your 8 or 9 guy can get on second time around.
Of course, right. So Soler in the 2-hole is not traditional, sure. It's something I think we see more now across baseball.
Are you willing to live with it?
I'm willing to go with what Bob Melvin thinks is the best lineup while we're figuring out.
Waterboy, he likes to push buttons as a Yankee fan. He thinks Farhan is telling Melvin what to do. So you'll hear that 10-2, by the way.
I think that there's got to be some cohesion in terms of the analytics and the application of that, right? Like if you get Soler because you think he's a good fit for your lineup, you have to know where that best fit is, and you have to be in some agreement.
For us, the best hit is the 4-hole. Best fit is the 4-hole.
Maybe that's the thought, or maybe you move him down for now before he starts picking up because he hasn't hit for power since he got to spring training even. I mean, this may be more of a product of trying to get him something to hit early in a game. I don't know.
They scored 8 on Friday and 9 on Saturday. They scored even 4 in their loss yesterday, and 4 they scored 4 on Thursday too. They've gone 4-8-9-4, right?
Yes.
Not that bad.
No,
not that bad.
Not that bad. I'll take that.
Oh, really? Is that what you imagine?
Oh, is that what you thought? By the way, somebody on the text line 949 during the hit with Jerry Hairston Jr. there said, dude, even Dodger broadcasters' phones suck.
That did suck.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
Okay, I got a controversial take right now. I'd like to talk about Final Four men and women on the other side, but there are forces in this building that tell me it's terrible radio, and we shouldn't do that.
It's not me. So I'm not the one who said that.
I think there's really compelling stuff both on the men's side and the women's side. And I'm going to go ahead and call an audible. And you know what? If I get called to the principal's office after the show, so be it. But I do want to talk about the men's and women's college basketball bracket. Right now, this is an act of rebellion right now. An act of rebellion.
Curly won't even look you in the eyes.
And you're not even looking me in the eyes.
Well, no, I'm looking at him because I'm looking to he's like, I'm answering to him for now, but you're not.
Wait, KNBR. Yeah. Is it compelling to talk about the very interesting storylines playing out on both the men's and women's side? Next on these sports.
Hey, remember, guys, Steve Kerr is a huge Dodger fan.
Jerry.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
WOT host John Dickinson discusses the close win against the Spurs and Draymond's masterclass on defense. Check it all out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. While you're swapping April Fool's pranks, we're swapping hosts. Now back to Murph and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dude, it might be worth to do April Fool's Day every day for these fool rejoins. Shout out Marin County's own Elvin Bishop Fooled Around and Fell in Love. By the way, Overnight Dave suggested this one.
This is a great tune.
Yeah. Must have been. Yeah, here we go. We've done Fool in the Rain, Fool on the Hill. We did Won't Get Fooled Again.
Well, fool me can't get fooled again.
We got Elvin Bishop, Fooled Around and Fell in Love. So it's all good, man. Yeah, April Fools, y'all. If you're wondering what the hell Copes is doing here, it's because we're doing a little host swapping. And shout out the Yankees wife swap of 1973. Maybe Waterboy would have a take on that.
Dude,
as a
is that
Yankee
where the
fan.
term Yankee swap comes from?
No, bro. I don't think so. No, dude.
Are
no.
we sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Are we sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I think it is.
Anyway, the Yankee pitchers swapped wives.
Unbelievable.
In 72, 73. Yeah, true story. Shout out the movie The Ice Storm, where they throw the keys in the basket and you take them out.
What is that movie?
You know, did you see The Ice Storm, Ang Lee? You didn't see that one?
No, I didn't.
Kevin Kline, I believe. Ice Storm, youngster. Ice Storm.
Nothing.
Guys, that's post-2000 now. That's post-2000.
You bragging about that?
So what? Ice Storm was a movie about American suburbia and the stultifying existence of American
1997.
97. Darn it! I would have said 03.
I was barely even online watching baseball.
It's a movie about kids growing up in the 70s, sort of just crushed by the stultifying boredom of American suburbia.
Can't believe I've missed it.
And in one of the, well, it was critically acclaimed. Ang Lee was hot for a while there. I think he got nominated for an Oscar. And they do what's called a key party, where the parents go to the party and they all toss their keys in, and then you go out and you pull the keys, and whoever's keys you pull, you take that wife home. True story.
Whoa.
True story.
That's in the movie.
Well, that's basically, we could have done, if you and Please Don't Destroy Boys wanted to go to a different movie parody, you guys did Moneyball brilliantly. Everybody should go check it out on Insta. But you could have done the Ice Storm key swap party.
Well, we'll do another swap. Yeah, we'll do another swap.
Papa pulls Boucher's
That'd be incredible, dude.
I'm taking you home tonight, Marcus.
Are you coming with me? Hop in, boys. Hop in my ride.
All right, listen. I am convinced that the men's and women's college basketball remains a compelling topic. 808 KNBR right out of the gate. What did you watch, if anything? Copes, be honest.
I got a controversy.
Women's, anything.
I got a controversy for you. I don't think it's compelling at all on the men's side.
Okay, let me counter.
Yeah,
counter.
And I have watched it. I've been watching.
Number one, UConn is historically good.
That's what I'm saying. It's UConn's title, and they're just like it's not as
okay. Let me counter.
Okay.
So we've lived through times when there were teams that were fait accompli going to win it all, and they didn't.
And they don't.
So
I'm not saying that's on. I'm still watching.
There's your drama.
Right.
There's your drama.
I will say to this point, it has not been the most compelling tournament in terms of that drama.
Okay.
Right? I don't think that's a bad take. And if they get upset or we get a great game, don't get me wrong, I'm watching them all.
Yeah.
I want to see this. However, the women's side of things, where we're getting a rematch of LSU and Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, like this is, it's like a rivalry game. They're friends, but they're like no more.
Yeah.
When we get on the court, I'm hyped. I'm excited about this.
Well, we got a couple sounds. Just one more take on the men, then we'll get to the women here. Have you watched the 11-seed NC State Wolfpack? This is one of the great March Madness runs.
It's great.
So listen to this, guys. 14 losses, most losses ever by a Final Four team, which is incredible. Number two, they were the 10 seed in the ACC tournament and had to win 5 straight games, including games over Duke and North Carolina.
Shout out Clerks. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Yeah. That's what they're walking around like. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
That's a great call. That's a great pull. So then they go into the tournament as an 11 seed. They beat Texas Tech. Then they get a break because Golke, they play Oakland. But then they got to beat Marquette. And then they got to beat Duke. And who, let's be honest now, isn't it fun to see Duke lose? Isn't it fun to see Duke lose? Yes, okay.
I went to a Duke bar to watch it happen yesterday. I enjoyed it.
Are you checked out my man, DJ Burns Jr.? You don't see basketball players this chunky. You just don't. By nature, it's a cardio sport. You got to lose weight running up and down the court, right?
As a youth coach, and I used to referee CYO basketball for years. I played it for years. You only see a kid like this in relative size. You really only see a kid like this when you're in like 6th grade or 7th grade. By the time you get into high school, or by the time they get to high school, they're either moving to football or it's a different beast. Yes. But you'll see, and the reason I know is he's got the same look they all do, the under T-shirt, dude. Yeah, it's the under T is the best.
But if you watch him, he has one of the most, the word is deft. His touch is freaking deft, dude. He never touches rim. No. He never, from 3 to 4 feet.
He's like Jokic, yeah.
Dude, Carolina Jokic.
He's the Carolina
That's
Jokic.
my call. I'm going Jokic. And, dude, did you see Young Tone? Jokic himself checked in. Oh, we don't have it? Okay, I said to the Twitter thread, Jokic himself checked in. He's like,
we'll get that.
Because when you see him, all you can see is Jokic. And his old man's in the crowd, by the way, same build out there.
I didn't see that coming. No.
I know. So that, to me, is compelling. Now, I get it.
He, walks so unathletic, too. He's hilarious.
The other thing that's compelling, and I'm just throwing this out there, then we'll get to the women, is the hate that 7'4" Zach Edey is getting from your generation, Young Tone.
What's going on?
The social media world hates it. They think he's soft. They think he gets all the calls. They think he gets officiated totally weak. And there's an dude, I get it from the 16-year-old TikTok deck. He's like, Dad, you got to know. He's like, my generation's totally down on Zach Edey. They say he's not that skilled. He's getting all the calls, and he's soft, and they're rooting against him.
Where were they with these takes last year?
Edey is a villain. Well, Purdue went out early.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This generation, these kids weren't watching Purdue hoops this year.
They're coming at him.
When's the last time Dak watched a Boilermaker game?
They're coming at Edey.
Before the tourney.
So what, 40 and 16 rebounds isn't good enough for you?
They're saying but so many free throws.
It was dude, it's his fault that he's been to the line more times than anybody since
And they think
Pistol
he gets
Pete?
officiated differently. You have to ask Tolbert
That's true.
about it.
Everybody gets officiated differently.
At some point this week, ask Tolbert, because he'll talk college hoops with you. Hey, last one, did you find that Jokic sound in there?
Not yet, no. Curly's on it.
Oh, is he?
It's hard to run in the loafers.
Yeah, well, the slacks, you don't want to rip the slacks.
Back in the old days, if I sent you something,
Dude,
I sent it 5 minutes ago. I sent it 5 minutes ago.
I got to tell you, even
Can't you just roll it in from the thread, buddy? Can't you just roll it in?
I could, yeah.
See, I could.
A lot going on.
See what's going on here?
You're witnessing it.
Look, man, and Marcus was good at that.
Waterboy's out there going, I would have had this thing on 4 minutes ago.
All I know is me and Medium Impact, Brian, and even Marcus, you'd see us run.
Yeah.
I didn't see anybody break a sweat.
Listen, there's a lot. Listen, this is the guy who's spending too much time sending anti-Dalton Jeffries text to the thread. All right, we're just going to move on.
I guess.
No, we're not going to get the Jokic sound.
Well, it's out there. He did check in, apparently.
Jokic checked in. He's impressed.
You won't hear it here.
He's impressed.
You won't hear it, but just take our word for it. He was impressed about DJ.
Anyway. Dude, dude, it's a 17-second soundbite. Should I just turn it up on my computer?
Yeah, I'll play it off my phone if you want.
At this point now, the build-up is...
No, it's just like, they're not supposed to make it, right? I think he's so skilled. Especially lefty, I like the lefty. Some my teammates like to play behind him. Gotta do a good job.
Couldn't understand a word.
Worst sound ever.
Worst sound ever. Get this bad.
This would qualify for a year-end show.
Tony, why didn't you preview that? Why didn't you tell us it was bad audio?
His quote was, I think he's so skilled, especially lefty. It seems like teammates like to play with him. He'd be a good guy. So we'll see him. And can a guy like that make it in the NBA with that body?
I don't know. They used to. You used to get some thicker guys. I don't know. That's a big dude. That's a big guy. Is he skilled enough?
Yeah.
Is he? Because he's got great touch. And he's don't get me wrong, but is he a skilled enough player to be an NBA player?
I loved his whole deal, man. 209 says his quote on how he modeled his game after Hakeem Olajuwon, even though he has the body of Charles Barkley.
It's pretty good.
All right, over to the women's side, where I spent all of Saturday morning watching the LSU-UCLA women's game.
Of course I did.
Dude, and by the way, the whole Kim Mulkey story, did you read the Washington Post piece?
How dare you come at the LA Times, dude?
So I knew that we...
Mulkey?
I knew that we were facing LSU and the SEC is a different culture. They're just
It's a different beast, yeah.
Did you see Angel Reese break the huddle with LSU before the game? For example, when you're going against a team, CYO, high school, and other team breaks the huddle with beat they ass, do you feel like you're now at a disadvantage?
I would definitely, my eyebrows would raise. I'd be like, whoa.
So Angel Reese comes up and says, no rebounds, no rings, and then they say beat they ass. Here it is.
No rebounds, no rings. Beat they ass, what you think?
Yeah, I love that. I'm all about that. We should do that before shows here.
Beat they ass.
Beat they ass.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Who are you rooting for tonight, LSU or Iowa? Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese, Kim Mulkey. And by the way, if you watched the game Saturday, it wasn't even about Angel Reese or Kim Mulkey. It's about my gal, Flow J. Johnson, or as I call her, Flow J. Jordan. She hit all the big shots down the stretch.
That was a blast of a game.
So who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for Angel Reese.
So am I.
I want to see her do it again. I kind of like that she's a villain. I love that she's a villain, and I love that this is what I mean by and maybe the reason I'm feeling less intrigued by the men's side is because of the lack of great storylines or matchups like this. Like, it's a maybe an unfair comparison. Maybe it's a great comparison to go to Magic and Bird, dude. To watch them compete against each other the way they did in college, that's something I would have loved to have experienced, and then watch them go and change the NBA. We could see something like that here with the way the women's game is growing, with Caitlin Clark and with Angel Reese, them going head-to-head again, and an opportunity for another time. Like, this is great. And by the way, if it goes to Caitlin Clark and Iowa, you may end up with a situation where they're just split now, and you got to settle it in the pros, right? Like, that's kind of a cool angle here. I also love the villain hero thing. Like, people have been following Caitlin Clark. There's a big she's a villain, is Angel Reese, and she likes to do it. And some people wear that well. Draymond becomes more powerful sometimes in a series like that, but beat they ass, that's pretty tough.
Kevin, I roll with Caitlin. Go Hawkeyes. 559. Angel Reese is grade A trash. Ooh, that's harsh. Wow, that's really
grade
harsh.
A trash.
925 says Caitlin Clark all the way.
It's grade A trash, like when George Costanza ate the one bite of the eclair. It was a bite of the eclair. It wasn't in the trash. It was on top of the trash.
That's good, Cal. Anyway, I think I'm rooting for. And you know what? I got a hot take for you. I kind of get a kick out of Kim Mulkey. And I know that's very...
She's a trip.
But you know what I like about her? And I get it, COVID and all that stuff. She was a little bit nonsensical there.
I was going to say her policy.
All that stuff. I'm just talking about, I like ass kickers.
Yeah.
I like ass kickers who don't apologize kicking your ass.
Yeah.
That's why her team breaks their huddle saying, beat they ass.
Yeah, she probably came up with it. She probably wrote it on the board.
Did you see the footage of her in 1982 as a Louisiana Tech hoopster when they wore those sleeve jerseys?
Oh, dude, I haven't seen that, but I know.
She's this little pixie out there in pigtails, dominating, by the way.
She's a guard, right?
Knifing the lane and feeding the bigs all day. Dude, she's directing traffic and then throwing alley-oops. It's incredible.
You're right, because you can tell that she's scary when you watch her coach.
Yeah.
It's like, what was his name at UConn?
Jim Calhoun.
Jim Calhoun, dude,
Yeah.
the get some facts and come back and see me. That guy just looked like he was chapped all the time.
So I am, listen, I don't hate Caitlin, but I feel like the America's Sweetheart thing, it's kind of run its course a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I guess she is American. She's got the Gatorade ad. She's got the State Farm ad.
She's got the $3 million Big Three offer.
Is there? I wouldn't even. Yeah. I don't know. Did you probably see George Kittle and Claire Kittle at the game?
I did.
And they got a picture where they're backstage.
Yeah, because Claire played there.
Claire played there, and Kittle was signing autographs too.
Kittle's like sisters and stuff played there too. Or I think he's got a basketball in the family.
And George would count as one of the biggest Iowa Hawkeyes going in this country sports scene right now, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Beth.
So anyway, well, thanks, guys. Listen, I love it. I love it all. I can't wait. And tonight, by the way, we didn't mention UConn USC after Iowa LSU is a great game. Juju,
great for who, dude? Not for us in the baby blues.
Juju Watkins, the freshman at USC, is on pace to maybe make a run at Caitlin Clark's scoring record already. How about that? All right, guys. So
not if we can do anything about it. I should remind you.
I enjoyed the chit chat. All right, on the other side, we haven't talked enough about Joey Bart. We really haven't. And where this goes. I don't have a premium, bro. I have no premium on my schedule.
Hey, but I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. That's because I got to remind you
that my guy Copes.
That today's show of Murph and Marcus, now Murph and Copes today, is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Put your money to work with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
There you go, man. Well done. So here's the deal. Joey Bart, the era is over. And we got to place it in historical context. James Wiseman, Trey Lance, Joey Bart. I don't know if the Bay Area's had a 5-year run where top three picks flamed out. In fact, I know it's never happened. Let's rank them next on the Sports Leader.
No rebounds, no rings. Be talented, watch the game.
Let the KNBR host swap hijinks continue. Yep, we're swapping hosts today as Murph and Copes keep rolling on KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
All right, April Fool's Day, and that's the first time I've been off the clock in a while, by the way. So see what happens when we go Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark?
Yeah, Curly's pissed.
We actually had sound from Angel Reese saying she and Caitlin don't hate each other at all. They actually like each other. I want to see if Kim Mulkey just throw a fist tonight at somebody. I might just throw a fist.
Throw a punch?
Yeah, just fighting Kim Mulkey. You know what I mean? So
they can have the right 3-point lines for this game?
Yeah, great call. Great call. And you hear our final fooled rejoin. Actually, we have one more after. I'll give you another one from the last segment here. Host swap. We fooled ya. April Fools. Now, are you an April Fool's guy?
I mean, I endorse it. I do. And I don't, I actually, dude, I didn't even tell you. I toyed with an idea over the weekend with Walter on Saturday of like full-on pranking you hard today. Like,
give me what you got.
Well, what I was going to do, I'll do it quickly here. What I was going to do is I was going to show up really early, and I was going to have to clear it with John Curley so he wasn't freaked out. But since I was doing the host swap with you, I was going to show up like an hour before you and just hide under the table opposite your side. And let you start the show thinking I overslept and didn't show
Wait, you were
up.
going to hide for like under the table for an hour?
Yeah, for like an hour and a half. That was my plan. I was going to video the whole thing and do the setup. And then I was going to let you be pissed and start the show and then just pop out opening segment.
That would have been pretty good.
It would have been a pretty good, but I also thought, like, I'm not
What
going
if you, like, belched or farted or something under the table?
Well, I figured it'd be easy because you're not in here. Nobody's in here during the
I come in around
hour.
between 5:51 and 5:55.
But I figured you'd be stressing. I'd be laughing down there. I'd be hanging down, like, videotaping myself, waiting, be like, dude, I'm down here waiting for Murph to
Dude, it would have been incredible.
It would have been.
And then what were you going to do? You're just going to
But that was the thing. I'm like, so if I pop out, I'm like, just kidding, dude. I've been here for a while.
What'd Walt say? Walt told you not to do it?
No, we both were like, this is a pretty damn good idea. My thought on why I didn't was there would be no camera on me when I popped out.
Okay.
And this is
you
a
could have
visual.
talked to these guys about it. Or were you going to prank them too?
No, I might have let Tony fly on it, but I would have had to get it cleared with Curly. I'm afraid of the producer.
So I'd have been like, we were supposed to do host swap today, and the guy no-showed. I'd have been ripping you.
That's what I mean. I would have wanted you to rip me for a while, and then I would have popped out.
I would have said it pretty early on. Did somebody call Copes?
Yeah.
And then these guys would have had to say to me, he's not answering.
Yeah.
And then you would have not answered for a long time.
Straight to voicemail.
Then I would have called Sat. I would have. You know what I might have done? I might have gone to my old reliable, the righty out of Homestead High. I might have called him out of the pen. Say, hey Marcus, we knew this guy was we knew this was a bad idea from the jump.
Yeah.
Let's just go. Come on in, buddy.
Would have been funny, dude.
Marcus would have been here by 6:20, and we'd have been riffing away.
Yeah,
riffing away. All right, buddy. So you need to come up with 3 bums too.
But yeah, there you go. I like it, but I don't do it. I'm not a big prankster.
So anyway, that's quite elaborate. Ronnie Lott once came into our show in the old days and hit under the table. He did. I'm not kidding.
I'd be scared to death of that.
I'm not kidding you. Ronnie hit under the table one time. He did. He crawled under the table and then
he probably picked up 4 tackles or something too on his way down.
Yeah.
Wait, why though? Why did he?
He thought it'd be funny. He came in to he had to do some like reads or something, so he came to San Francisco, and then he was going to do his hit, and it was either me or Paulie. I forget which one of us was out of the room, but he crawled under the table and stayed there for like a minute, and then said, "Gotcha." So that was Ron. That was Ronnie.
Pretty good. I like that.
559 says, what do you give me for Cope's self-video under the table and the Blair Witch Project?
I mean, that's how it would have been. I'd be like, I'm waiting for Murphy here. The show.
707 said, Copes, you could have told Murphy misread the schedule and was slated for Sports Phone 68. So there you go. Okay, so back to this Joey Bart thing here.
This is Cubs going Lewinsky.
Yeah. 559 is a prolific texter, although 559, that was a bad text about Angel Reese, and I shouldn't have read it. 949 says, Murph is more controversial than Kim Mulkey and more smug than Gino Auriemma.
Gino is a smug SOB.
Thank you for that. I've never been dissed by two women's hoop coach analogies. I got to give you some love on that one. That was pretty darn good.
Remember when COVID was starting and Gino was like, we're high-fiving. We don't care after the game. We're shaking hands.
I know. But
then they stopped playing like a day later.
Joey Bart, man, my take is like I'm not feeling any emotions because this has been telegraphed for literally 2 years. You know, I mean, he's not been the guy for 2 years. So this is really just the final just push off the cliff. I mean, the cliff has been crumbling all around him. Or to make a Wile E. Coyote analogy, the one that Young Tone didn't know, he finally just looked around and saw there was no rocks underneath him and went down.
And he held up the sign that said help, and then he fell. Yikes.
I mean, what happens when you miss on a draft pick like this, right? Does it set your franchise back? Your theory, I buy, that in baseball, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but you can certainly get away with it. Now, would you have loved to have drafted Jonathan India and have an everyday all-star second baseman? Sure. But we looked at the top 10 picks in that draft, and there was not a lot of
guys at the big league level, but nobody that's blowing you away.
No.
Not really.
And so, I mean, I'd say of the three, I was presented that, shout out my Tam High buddy, Jack Loader, a kid who wants to get a job here, I think, by the way, Copes. He's a smart kid. You should hire him. He put out the poll. So, which is the most devastating? James Wiseman by the Warriors, Trey Lance by the Niners, or Joey Bart by the Giants? And I thought about it. I hemmed and hawed as I was noshing some pretzels in the kitchen. I hovered over the poll.
When was this?
Yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And then I went ahead and I put down Trey Lance because of what they spent for him, but I regret it. I buy your argument that Wiseman was the worst.
Wiseman, the Warriors were in a situation where that pick was, and we praised them for how they were able to grab that. It felt to me like when they got that pick, when Steph had missed that almost the entirety of that season, and we had Eric Paschall out there, right, and like Kelly Oubre, and who's the point guard they got after Kevin Durant left, and now he's a Laker again. Hey, he's a Iggy Azalea shooter, D'Angelo Russell. I can't remember his first name.
D'Angelo, sure.
He was here for a year, but that was like brilliant maneuvering to be able to keep that. But when they got that second pick, it was like to me when the Colts had Peyton Manning injure his neck, and then he leaves, but then they had the number one pick and they get Andrew Luck. I'm like, how did they just end up after being the best team in this division for a decade? You get the number one pick again. I felt like the Warriors backed into an opportunity to have another legend here, another dynastic run.
So are you saying
it's the most detrimental that they missed on that pick because
but
the
it would
franchise
have had to have been LaMelo Ball. That's the only guy they would have taken.
And
I liked
him.
Do you remember me talking about it on the air? I did. I talked to LaMelo. I did. He technically was a commit to the Bruins.
I know.
But he never went. I remember saying on the air, I'm not saying 100% I would have taken LaMelo. I'm just saying, let's watch LaMelo's career. And sure enough, now he has knee injuries.
Yeah.
He has knee problems.
And he's having, again, I don't know that there was a right pick, but it's kind of like the situation with the Giants and Joey Bart, where Casey Mize went number one overall. If the Giants had the number one pick, I'm not so convinced they would have taken Mize anyway. They might have still taken the best available position player, which was Joey Bart, pretty universally considered.
Now, do you think that if they hadn't drafted Pat Bailey and Joey Bart had gotten his chance to be the guy, he might, who knows, would he have succeeded? Could he have gotten better and developed?
I'll say this. I think what we've seen, I don't know how much of spring you saw him or how many of his at-bats you watched and what you saw early here in the exhibition games. He looks to me better than he's looked at any point in his career.
I think defensively, there's no question he's gotten better.
Without question.
And I think Melvin kind of alluded to this. He had a couple of bad breaks. One, he had to follow Buster Posey. And that's just, hey, listen, that's sports. You got to do what you got to do. If Buster's your guy ahead of you, Buster's the guy ahead of you. But it is, without question, a burden. And number two, when Buster stepped out on COVID in 2020, Joey had to come up before he was ready.
Right. And Kruk was with us earlier and said that he was like, we saw him in 2020. We knew he wasn't ready to be here yet. Catching is such a premium thing.
So that messes with your head, messes with your confidence, and messes with the franchise's perception of you. And the next thing you know, a new guy comes in and drafts Pat Bailey.
And Johnny Cueto then didn't like to throw. Remember that? Then there's a thing where it's like certain guys don't want to throw to you. Guys are calling their own pitches then. Remember that?
What do you give me for you P1s of this show and this time slot in my time here? What do you give me for when Farhan drafted Pat Bailey and me looking at the want ads at the Best Western Corner Inn?
Dude.
And I was like, oh, they're advertising for a job here. And the guy, George, goes, bro, that's your job. They're about to fire you.
So Murph said you can't fire me.
I had to run upstairs and quit. I ran upstairs and quit.
Spiral staircase,
but
you said.
that's Joey Bart sitting at home, and they just drafted a nice pull. It was a spiral. It was a curved staircase.
I'm a Murph PhD. Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, Joey's sitting at home. They draft Pat Bailey in the first round. That's it.
I just imagine
you're done.
Yeah, we see Jimmy Garoppolo walk behind. Anyway, we see guys walk by and they're eating cereal. Roommates are like, "Dude, that's your job, man."
Yeah,
He's like, "What are you talking about? It's my job."
I mean, the sinking feeling he must have had when they drafted Pat Bailey.
I knew they wouldn't get anything for him because why would you when you know this team's eventually going to have to DFA him?
Well, I mean, give me a prediction on Joey Bart's career. Does he play 5 more years in the big leagues and have a WAR of like above 0.0?
He has a positive WAR for his career, I think, right now.
Does he really?
I think he's a 0.7 WAR for his career. I was looking at it earlier. I don't know what that means, by the way. I always say, I hate when people tell me how good people are by wars.
And I use it when it suits my argument.
I hate it because I'm like, I just know that the good guys have good ones. I don't know. Nobody knows how to figure it out.
Turns out Hank Aaron had high WAR.
Shocker.
All right.
Yeah.
When I do Immaculate Grid and they go like 60-plus career WAR,
I skipped that day.
I'm like, just give me a good. I'm like Willie Mays.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Bonds,
Mickey Mantle. All right. So,
yeah, that sounds good.
Does he play 5 years in the bigs and have a WAR above 0? I'm gonna say, positively speaking, yes.
I think so too. I think he's going to get another opportunity. I think it'll be a fresh start. I also think catching is valuable, and if he plays Tom Murphy's got a big league career.
Can he be a Yorvit Torrealba?
Yorvit was damn good. He played for more than 5.
What's Yorvit's WAR? You looked it up?
No, but probably positive. He actually became a starter though. Yorvit got traded to the Mariners, and then he became a Rocky starter.
So Bart will not achieve Yorvitness.
Who knows? What I'm saying is I don't think we really have a good grasp on who he is or what he's going to be because we didn't see enough of him, and he's still in the heart of what can be his development.
You know who might be interested in him? The Oakland A's. He and JD can get together and talk mess about Oracle.
Everybody else is.
All right, guys. So there you go. Hey, listen, we wanted to talk about it. We can continue to talk about it as the week goes on. Hey, Seth Greenberg joins Tolbert and Lund at 4:50. That's good college basketball talk coming your way. All right, here's the dealio, guys. The host swap comes face-to-face with the host swap. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Today, we're swapping hosts as Murph and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studios. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hi, Mr. Tony. Derek Papa. Sorry I put you on hold earlier. Copes asked me to call you back. He's on the other line.
Tell him we want 5 Amici's gift cards for Tim.
Cope says he needs 5 gift cards for Amici's East Coast Pizzeria for Tim.
Tim Lincecum? What's the catch?
No, not Lincecum, Webb.
Logan Webb? What's the angle?
No, not Logan Webb, Tim Webb.
Tell him I'll pay for the gift cards, but when I sell them for twice as much, I'm keeping the profits.
Okay, Cope says he'll pay for the gift cards, but when he sells them back next year, he's keeping the profits. Okay, thank you very much for calling you back.
Yeah! There it is, man. Derek Papa and Adam Copeland and the Please Don't Destroy Boys creating some art in our final foolin' rejoin. Guys, turn it up. Def Leppard, April Fools.
By the way, I should remind you that this portion of Host Swap Day is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Put your money to work with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
Can we talk about this dynamic here? Because it's just awesome. They're just breaking each other's cojones because Marcus is like, wait a minute. I got a show, and now I got the show taken from me. And
some kind of prank, huh? Here I am, Coach, trying to slide in on my man, Brian Murphy.
Do you feel like there's been a little betrayal here? Yes, exactly, dude.
I mean, I show up, Copes is out here killing my clock, going along with the cooler of content, giving out some hums and bums this morning, stepping on my territory a little bit.
Yeah, it is. I like this fire. I like the Kim Mulkey part of Marcus here.
I know our bullpen cam is still down in the producer office where me and Copes used to sit behind the glass on the other side of you. But I came in this morning blowing kisses to Murph, and I flew a couple fingers at my guy Copes.
I noticed that. I saw those.
Well, you can do that to your boss.
Oh, yeah, I can.
Is that one of those videos I'm going to watch that tells me I can do that to my boss?
Well, here's the thing. Because
here's what you can do.
Yeah, because in the last video we put out on Friday, it ended with the water boy being sent down. That was my only gripe with the Moneyball on Friday.
Well, what I'm really hoping is, I really do hope, and because I know there are good ones, I really, really hope that we put out a blooper video this week.
Oh, yeah,
so we did not do any of that in one take, like not 2 or 3. Like it took a little while to do that video. It was a lot of lines, and it was more about getting the names of everybody correct, because I know all you guys, and it's just who's getting traded for who. There's not really any teams here. So there's a blooper video that I think is coming. We got, like, young Tony and Curly's voices are in it, so they had to record.
Yeah.
Apparently, Curly had a real tough time with the name Gemignani, for Tony Gemignani.
Oh, no.
This guy.
Dude, it's incredible.
Derek Papa could not, for the life of him, remember how to say, in this order, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. He just kept saying, like, eat Tony's East Coast Pizza Place, or like, he's just like, dude, there's some real funny bloopers.
Yeah, he did mess it up a little bit in the video, too.
Yeah. Man, oh, man.
And I'll let you know, we had to add Marcus in. The original move at the end was not Marcus. The original person at the end of that video who was going to get, I know we got to send somebody down, was supposed to be Overnight Dave. And Overnight Dave, we had the line saying, been working here for 20 blanking years. And what happened? Well, we were late on getting the video out, and Dave's not here till the nighttime, so it would have been bad timing for releasing
Was
the
he
video.
up for it?
Yeah, he was up for it.
Dave would have been in, which was one of the best lines of the video. Overnight Dave, board up, how old? Nobody knows.
No board up, no age. That'll never work.
Odie's my guy.
That would have been good. You walked sadly and poignantly into the control room.
I did a little method acting.
Yeah, that was very good.
I'd say I
You were very good, yeah.
I had to channel my inner Marco Luciano or my inner Joey Bart.
Or your
Pour
inner
one out for my guy.
Or your inner Dalton Jeffries.
No, I'm not a Dalton Jeffries guy.
No. Were you as upset as Curly was
Not
about that story?
as upset as John Joe Curley was. I wasn't sending out no angry text Easter morning complaining about Dalton Jeffries, but I would have preferred to see a Mason Black.
Is he on the 40 man?
No, he's
That's
not.
the issue. I honestly thought they were going to go Kai Wei Tang and then piece it together that way, since he was a starter. And
Did you
they
hear
called
that Melvin played the Cal fight song for Dalton Jeffries when he called him up? Like,
what did he play after?
I mean, there's a riff, guys.
That's what
Hey, do we have it in the system?
Did he play the drop of Murph saying, "You're Cal. You're always going to be Cal"?
Is it on your board here?
It's in my folder. Tony drops. Just type in Murph Cal rant or something. It's there.
Well, Murph, I'm actually surprised that Bob Melvin didn't just get the actual marching band to walk in, since they have so much spare time. They're walking in on me and Copes at the Irish time where we're trying to watch UFC fights. We got the Cal marching band walking through.
I forgot about that. I was pissed.
These are the riffs I missed this morning. Right?
We were trying to leave, and the Cal marching band walked into Irish Times, which is apparently a thing they do. And I'm not talking Murph for like one fight song. They were there like Marcus now. Can I leave?
Did they overstay their welcome?
Oh, dude, way too long. Well, one song was cute, but by the time the second, third song came around, Copes was my Kyle Juszczyk, just trying to lead me out of there.
I bumped the tuba. Like I was like, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Who do you think you were? Did you think you were? He was Gary Tyrell from Stanford or whatever. That was the trombone.
The trombone. Yes.
Trombone. You got it right there, kid. You do. You guys are Cal, and you'll forever be Cal. And guess what? Now we might beat you this year. No, we might. It's a shorter bit.
It's a shorter
one, yeah. Or when I'm yelling at them in the parade, the Warriors
lost
parade.
to Oregon State at home.
The deep irony of the Cal marching band in a championship parade. So anyway, listen, I get it, and I was a little miffed about the Dalton Jeffries. It was a very Farhan move. Give me the guy with 2 Tommy Johns and a thoracic outlet, and we'll try to shock the world. You know what I mean?
How many times have you been hurt?
I mean, Farhan, I got one. Let me get on that roster.
But in the grand scheme of things, I was not going to leave the weekend upset.
No, exactly.
I was not going to leave the weekend upset. I was going to leave the weekend pretty juiced.
Oh, I'm hyped off of Kyle Harrison's performance Friday night.
Prince Harry.
Jordan Hicks looking fantastic on Saturday.
Yeah, of the two, so I was doing Hum Babies, and I was like, I'm going to take 2 giants. And Conforto could have been one of them, right? And
Matt Chapman could have been one.
I chose Harrison over Hicks. Because De La, as my guy G-Pop likes to say.
Prince Harry.
And the fact, dude, when he's your draft pick, and he's the face of your future, like that to me, there's so much invested in him. I know Hicks has a 4-year deal, but to me, like the symbolism of Kyle.
Yes, and the confidence of Kyle Murph. I heard you talking this morning about the cockiness.
Do you see him? He's got a little something with Machado. They kind of look at each other, don't they?
Dude, if you're going to be a big league ace, you have to have confidence.
Is that correct? They had an issue last year, so there is something. Yeah, Kyle's 22, and he's like, Manny, let's go.
Kyle looks like he belongs.
Do you think that's a little Bumgarnerian?
I want that out of my pitchers. I need a little red ass on the mound.
I like it too. So you would have done Mason Black. There's no guarantee he would have done any better.
True.
It was a tough one. Keaton win tonight against the Dodgers, guys? Yes, no, maybe so.
Here comes Ohtani.
How long can he go?
Keaton?
That's what I'm looking at. Like, are we looking at 5?
Yeah.
Are you hoping for 5?
I think it's probably 5.
Jerry
tonight.
Hairston Jr. told us they expect to see Snell Wednesday. And this is why you got him, right? You have to pitch him, right?
You would think he was in a dugout this weekend.
These are 74 pitches on Friday.
Look at this. I feel like I'm watching Underdog with Paulie Purebred.
Super Papa.
He's got the Super Papa shirt.
I will solve it all. The Bay Area's fool is here on April Fool's Day.
Super
And
Papa.
we have a prank coming up. I thought it was impossible to prank anybody anymore in the world. Wait till you hear what we already just.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it's Sid Finch-like.
I hope my tires aren't slashed. I hope Oppo didn't slash my tires.
Good luck getting out, Murph.
All right.
Yeah, jokes April Fool's. You call a tow truck.
Yeah.
Hey, Curly, expect better takes tomorrow. Young Tony, way to stay calm amidst the storm here, buddy. Hey, Copes.
It's fun, dude.
Nice prank.
Yeah.
fool.
Yeah, that was good. Every gambit, flim flam, hoodwink, stratagem, and bamboozle.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And by the way,
Couldn't have said it any better.
the only prank was Copes had to wake up early this morning.
There it is, buddy.
That's the big prank.
By the way, now I get to, no, the big prank is now I get to work.
That is the big prank.
Yeah, no, it's not ha-ha funny, but there you go.
April Fools. All right, hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
That feeling you're talking about on the mound, that's called screw you. And he's got a massive dose of it.
I love you.
Overnight Dave?
How old?
No one knows.
No age? Board op? No way.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Bases loaded, one out. The 1-2 is swung on and missed, strike three. And he got him with the splitter. Two down, fifth strikeout for Hicks. That was just a beautiful sequence. He had Wade fighting against the hard fastball and then way out in front on the split finger pitch that was executed perfectly.
Swing. There's a high drive into deep right field. Going back, Tatis at the warning track. At the wall. Goodbye. A home run for Jung-Hoo Lee, his first big league home run. And he took on the big part of the yard, right center field, deep. And that one, I think, would have been a home run in the original configuration.
Step back and rainbowed it in. Oh, what a three. He's got 24.
Mamushkishvili is exasperated. He's like, what else am I supposed to do? I'm there. I'm on him. Doesn't matter. He's different.
Yeah, fantastic trip, particularly after losing the first one in tough fashion for the guys to bounce back, win 4 straight games on the road. It's a sign of their competitiveness and their grit. And even though it wasn't pretty tonight, they got it done.
No, it is not John Lund. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher from the Murph and Marcus Show, hosting on April 1st. Happy April Fool's Day. It's Marcus Boucher for the next 4 hours. John Lund will be joining Tom Torbert this afternoon. You heard Adam Copeland have to wake his ass up early at 6 a.m. this morning to host with Brian Murphy. But now I have the honors of sitting down and talking about opening day weekend with the Giants, wrapping up their 4-game series against the Padres, 2-2 on the road before they kick off their series tonight against the LA Dodgers. And I get to talk about it for the next 4 hours with my man, Greg Papa. Papa.
Give it to me again,
It's
Marcus.
nice to be back in the studio.
That sounded like John Lund.
I'll give you the original.
Yeah, we did that. You and I did shows together in July, August when the Niners were in training camp. I think right back when I got back from Vegas, remember? And you and I hung, so we're going to have fun over the next 4 hours. John will be in at 2 o'clock. Good to see Copes and Murph's reunited again. A little worried about John and Colbert. This, who knows? Maybe we just continue this April 2nd, 3rd, 4th, opening day, whatever. We'll see how it goes. But we're going to have a lot of fun today. Super Papa is going to come in studio.
Oh, I've been waiting for Super
We're going to
Papa.
pull a prank on someone in the Bay Area coming up. I didn't think it was possible to prank anybody anymore on April, especially me on April the 1st, but I think we perpetrated a pretty good prank we'll let the audience in on. But I saw the video that Copes and Derek Papa put together. Just pure genius. The scene of Moneyball and, Derek sitting there making the trade and moving everybody around. But at the end of it, when they made their trade, and Murph and Copes are reunited, they made it sound like you were being sent down to the minor leagues.
No.
To me, you're being called up to the big leagues to be on this show from 10 to 2. So I'm not on board with that, but they had you clean out your desk, your box. You were all forlorn. Are you happy to be here? Do you want to probably got to sleep in a little bit today, right?
I mean, that's the funny thing about this whole prank, the whole host swapping. All Copes did was give me 3 extra hours to sleep this morning and give me 4 hours to talk with Greg Papa. And Papa, you talked about our times out in Las Vegas. We were hanging out watching Kyle Harrison. We watched 49er Raider game. So we'll dive into all that. But Papa, you're absolutely right. This is a call-up, baby. I'm in the big time. This is a prime time slot, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. So I'm looking forward to a lot of ball talk.
And I was thinking about you all weekend when I watched Kyle Harrison. And we saw the last start before spring, that Saturday afternoon game that was on TV. And what were you and I looking at that night out in Summerlin, Nevada at Aviator Park when he was pitching against the Las Vegas team for Sacramento? And it was the arm side command was there. I saw like 3 pitches during warm-up, but I thought, that's a different guy than what I saw early in the year when he didn't have the arm side command. And then the start against, I forget, it was a guy at Arizona that last Saturday of the spring. It was not there. And I thought, oh, boy, has he regressed? But Brian Price talked about rotating and, being a pitcher. There were a couple of misses arm side command on Friday, but I don't think, was there 2 in a row? I mean, right after he would miss, he'd get back in the strike zone. Seemed like he had a good plan, both against lefties and righties, and the arm side is, into lefties, away from righties, and the Padres have all those righty hitters. I thought he pitched a magnificent game. The fastball, if he's in the strike zone like that and he has command, his stuff plays, no matter what he throws. And he's throwing a cutter on top of the slider, but it's that deceptive fastball. And you and I sat right behind home plate, and the way he tucks his leg, I'm like, why can't they pick it up? It's 93, 94, it's not 99. But they were just late. The high fastball, he pitched so well. We got to get in the way Matt Chapman plays. Yes. I knew how great he was watching him, but just to watch it again, it's like watching Patrick Mahomes play quarterback. He's a natural thrower of the ball, no matter what type of throw he has to make. First of all, he fields everything, gets his feet set, except for the one that Profar hit on Saturday, and he jumped the wrong way. I think he was fooled by the spin. But the one, and he had one at the end of the blowout yesterday. Even he led Nick Ahmed going from short to cover, not Estrada across.
Nice little
it's
touch.
Like that's a quarterback touch throw, just dropping it over the linebacker. I mean, the guy is that good. So there's a lot to like. But really, the main takeaway is how good Prince Harry was on Friday night, and then Jordan Hicks.
Yeah.
And now that he's got that split change, and we had Javi Lopez on last Monday after he had that dominant start that we saw previously, I think against the A's in the Bay Bridge, where, he's throwing the slider on top of his overpowering fastball. And the slider, if you're a right-handed hitter, the slider moves away from you, right? And then the sinker moves in, so he creates that X. And I'm like, what does a split do? Because it's almost the same speed as his slider, maybe a little bit less, but it drops straight down. So now he covers sinker in, fastball away, slider away from a righty, and a split change just nosedives, bomb straight down. I think ultimately what they're going to have to decide is innings pitched for these two guys.
Correct.
How deep can they go? Not into games, but into a season, because Kyle's not thrown that much over 100. They detailed it on the Fox game, Marcus, on Saturday, that Hicks hasn't, even in the minor leagues. So when they get deep into the year, what do you do with these guys? How do you pace them out? More so for Harrison, because I think ultimately Cobb's coming back, hopefully before May Day. And then, you're going to get Robbie Ray back at some point. You think, you could transition Jordan Hicks into the bullpen. And then yesterday was a throwaway day. I mean, that's what we were talking about. You don't have a 4th and 5th starter. It was we watched Tyler Fitzgerald. I think he played in center the night we were there. What is he, a second baseman, a shortstop? Unfortunate game. First ball hit his way. He just boots. It's not like him. I think you just want to get him in the game. And then he had 3 punch-outs, gets hit by a pitch. But really the one that's going to linger for a while, the San Diego Padres oblivious to Wilmer Flores coming over to the railing of their dugout and let him flip right over and land on his shoulder. What was that about?
Yeah, nobody reacted at all. Dangerous play for Wilmer. He ended up coming out of the game on Sunday. And you mentioned it, the Dalton Jeffries game was not great on Sunday. But I did want to go back to Kyle Harrison's performance on Friday night. The thing that stands out to me, Papa, 0 walks, 6 inning pitches, 5 strikeouts, 76 pitches, and was in the strike zone the entire game. Only got hurt twice, 2 solo home runs, 1 to Tatis, 1 to Machado. Both came off of off-speed pitches, 1 off a slider, 1 off a changeup. That fastball was electric, and then you move on to that electric fastball on Saturday from Jordan Hicks, ramping it up throughout the game, but even the 5th inning, getting up to 98 miles per hour. And we know with that 2-seam, he's going to get those ground balls like a Logan Webb, like an Alex Cobb. So Matt Chapman's defense was was fully on display this weekend. Nick Ahmed made some good plays, too, at shortstop. Giants improving extremely at the defensive spot compared to last year, I should say. And that's why they're 2-2, and that's why they're starting off tonight's series with Keaton Wynn on the bump against the Dodgers.
Yeah, we'll see. I think his last outing he threw 70 pitches, so if he can get 5 or 6 and be efficient, James Paxton will pitch for the Dodgers, the big maple from Toronto, and we kind of forgot about how good that guy can be at times. He's a lefty, so the first time they're going to see a left-handed starter, so we'll figure out, how the lineup is going to be a little bit different, but good weekend overall. I mean, winning on Friday night and Saturday, not having any rain-delayed theater, and Walter was happy about that. Yesterday was a throwaway. And then for the Warriors to get both games the way they did on Friday, get Draymond back. We were talking about if Kuminga comes back and plays on Friday, maybe you think about not starting Draymond as a punishment for the end of the Orlando game. Well, Kuminga's still not back. He didn't play all weekend. Needed Draymond. He was good on Friday, but he was sensational yesterday. That first few minutes of the third quarter, the rip and run, the energy to run the floor, the smartness, obviously the defense on Wembanyama, switching out. Draymond's not a great rebounder. It's like Clay. It's hard to guard the shot and also get the missed shot. Draymond's always the guy guarding the ball. But when he does get into a situation where he's free to roam, he is so smart to rebound the ball. And the Warriors, for years, the analytics showed in the NBA, or people just wanted to get back defensively. They did not want to crash the offensive boards. It was get back, get back. Now the analytics show it is better to offensive rebound. And Pajemski's great at it, obviously. You got some guys. Andrew Wiggins is really good at it. Draymond, I never thought of him as a great rebounder overall. He could be if he chose to be smart. But those 2 offensive rebounds he got late in the game, and the last one to pretty much seal it to get him back on the line with a 3-point lead. I mean, Wembanyama was inside of him on the shot. He had the presence of mind to go around the guy, get him on his back, box him out, pull the rebound. He missed the first free throw, but he made the second to essentially ice it. He got the earlier offensive rebound, the kick out to Klay Thompson. So to win the last 4 on that Rocky trip a week ago, why is Steve not playing Steph Curry more in the fourth quarter against Minnesota? And Draymond gets run 4 minutes into the Orlando game. You're thinking, whoa, how are they going to do this? But they won the last 4. It's going to be a hard week. These 3 games will define the season. How good is Dallas playing right now? They took apart Houston last night, which is good for the Warriors, Marcus, but tomorrow night is going to be huge, home for Dallas. Then obviously that Texas two-step we've been talking about, the games Thursday and Friday at Houston, then at Dallas.
That's it. 8 games left in the Warriors' schedule. We'll break down the final stretch of the season. Coming up next on the other side, Draymond Green's big performance yesterday, that big offensive rebound, kicking out to Klay Thompson as the Warriors wrap up their road trip with a 4-1 record. More Dubs talk coming up next. And, of course, we'll start to preview the Giants and Dodgers series starting tonight. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lowe with Greg Papa on an April Fool's Monday on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants all-star pitcher Alex Cobb stopped by Extra Innings this weekend with Bill Lasky to provide an update on when he could potentially rejoin the Giants rotation. To hear that podcast and more, check it out on the KNBR app, on YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
back to our April Fool's host swap as Papa and Marcus continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Draymond again. GP2. If you lose Gary, where will he be?
Around the basket with some style. He puts some flair on it, some pizzazz.
If you had never seen Draymond Green play basketball, watch these 6 minutes.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Papa and Lunch Show on a Monday morning with Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund because it's an April Fool's Monday. And stay tuned. We got plenty of Greg Papa pranks coming up later. We'll have our Ask Papa segment. And we're also going to check in with Susan Slusser at 11:30 this morning and Randy Wynn at 12:30 this morning to get you ready for the Giants and Dodgers series. But you heard on the rejoin the final call of the Warriors getting the win on the road last night over the San Antonio Spurs, 117-113. Draymond has a big night on the heels of having quite the controversial week last week, but the Warriors wrap up their road trip 4-1 on the road, maybe bringing a little bit of momentum back to this final 8-game stretch, Papa, arguably playing some of their best basketball of the season.
And they didn't even have Jonathan Kuminga, but the story of the game obviously was Draymond and just everything he's able to do. And I know, last week we talked, the Orlando ejection was disappointing, especially with no Kuminga to get run less than 4 minutes into the game. And that was more where Draymond just walks, the earlier suspensions this year, except for the Donovan Mitchell just shove in the back, which I did not like at all. I thought it was a cheap shot, and he got caught on review later. The other ones were, you could defend him for what happened with Clay and Gobert and defending his guy. Maybe he took it a little too far with a chokehold, and I don't know what the hell he was doing with Nurkic, but this one was more Draymond's just got to stop. Yeah. And he's never seen a guy take that first technical and just continue to charge. He does not back away. And he talked about it. I need to back away from the officials, need to be available. He was suspended for indefinitely. How many times guys are suspended indefinitely? Finally came back, seemed to walk the line for a while. Steve saw it in Miami the night before. John's been noticing it for a few games. I think we all saw he was starting to revert back. Yeah. He's not a choir boy. You could take a technical, but just don't get run. And then he did it. And they're like, are you kidding me? And then everybody's reaction to it. But Wiggins played so well. They ran that 1-3 pick and roll with Steph. They found a way to win. And then I thought there needs to be some discipline for him. He said it's not acceptable. It can't happen. Well, it did, and it keeps happening. But Kuminga's got a bad knee or knees. He couldn't play Friday in Charlotte, so you need a Draymond. But last night, you really need a Draymond. In San Antonio, you don't know what you're going to get from them. Literally quarter to quarter, half to half. They're a young team. Pop obviously has them playing well, but they're vulnerable once it starts, and it was Draymond that just took the game. Marcus, the second half right away, that run that he had, and it was just the energy, the shape he's in when he's ripping and rebounding and running the floor the way he runs. And look at the point total. And he made the Steph, the baseline, out of bounds all the way to the left corner three. He's shooting threes so well. Well, usually he does not make corner threes. It's above the break or top of the key, but he made that one. He ran 8 straight. He scored 21 points last night on 8 of 9. When he's aggressive to score, not just 21, but if he gets 10 or more, the Warriors are hard to beat. Then he had 11 assists. Then he had the 6 rebounds, the 2 offensive rebounds, which were big plays. Again, he's not a great rebounder because he's guarding the ball a lot, but those 2 offensive rebounds, just on the shot that Pods missed at the end, that he got inside, he literally looped around Wembanyama and his size to seal him on his back. This guy's got an 8-foot reach, and Draymond 6'4", but Draymond's got a long reach as well. Just when you see him like last night, he's invaluable to this team. Yes. He is the perfect basketball player for this team. He's been for years. His constant screen setting with Steph, the rhythm they have. There was one time he threw it into Draymond for the split cut, and everybody X's off the split cut, and Trace Jackson-Davis, the rookie, got middle, didn't like a shot. He just gave it right back to Draymond on the right baseline for a lay-in. The way it's like watching Matt Chapman play third base. You know it's going to be brilliant defense. You just don't know where he's going to go with it, but he's going to field the game, whether it's a screen offensively or a rotation defensively, whether it's arm barring, Wembanyama, big guys like him. He used to bother LaMarcus Aldridge in San Antonio all those years even though L.A. was so much bigger than him. He's just a brilliant basketball player. That's why he's so exasperating, because you can't win. It's one of those you can't win with him, you can't win without him.
Yeah.
But you can win with him, and you have, obviously, but you can't win without him. But how do you tolerate the behavior? You're just going to have to, he's going to have to walk the line here. But so this was a great end of the road trip. They're hot right now. This Dallas game tomorrow night's going to be hard. Dallas, very quietly, has put a defense around those two great offensive players. You see the shot Luka made yesterday above the break where they took it away and he stepped inside and scooped?
He almost had a finger roll from the three-point line.
It was unbelievable.
I've never seen anything like it. So, yeah, it's always a task to try to slow down Luka, but that's why Draymond is so important to this team. As the defensive anchor, we can point to the 6 steals he had last night in San Antonio also. And then you look at what he does beyond the box score. You mentioned it, the pick-and-roll game that he has with Steph Curry. It's damn near unstoppable. They're just on the same page. It's almost like telekinesis. They know where each other are going. And that's why last week, when Draymond, of course, was ejected in the first 4 minutes of the game, we started taking calls on our show early in the morning, and there was a lot of people calling in saying, this is it. He's gone too far, which I didn't think he's gone too far, but it was unacceptable or unforgivable, in the words of Steve Kerr, that he got tossed in the first 4 minutes over a play that he wasn't really even involved in. It was an Andrew Wiggins foul that he was arguing with the ref over, but that led to the conversation. And I think what really put the cherry on top was the reaction of Steph Curry, getting emotional on the court. And that's why I know guys like Murph, we were talking, he said, once you see Steph kind of show that emotion, then you start asking the question. But in my mind, Steph Curry is the reason why Draymond Green is still on this team. He's the reason. He's the guy going to be making these decisions moving forward. So I guess that's always the question when it comes to Draymond Green. Is the juice worth the squeeze? In my opinion, it is, because we have seen that success. But to your point, he is a habitual line stepper that gets in trouble once every couple weeks.
Well, I mean, it's difficult as a fan base and the media to watch him. Could you imagine living with him? I mean, it's one thing just to, put the TV on at 7:10 and Draymond gets kicked out at 7:17. But it's not just that. It's, constant behavior and practice. But I also think who he is as a teammate. I mean, the guy's never had any problem with the law. He's a good citizen. He's a good family member. He had a hard upbringing. It's just all his compete level. He just competes at a level where that red light goes. And going back to the technical, it was the Wiggins play is what got him going to stop the play. It actually was a defensive play by Draymond, a possession earlier that got him. So he played through like 2 possessions up and down and could not let it go. You got to go on to the next play. And I thought, going to while he was suspended indefinitely, there was counseling involved. There was monitoring. I don't know how much the Warriors are involved in that, but I assume he's continuing it even though he's back. I wonder what the talking point is there. But at some point, on to the next play. Mm-hmm. It's like that in every sport. Tyler Fitzgerald boots the first play of the game.
Next pitch.
You got to move on. Now, he took 3 strikeouts yesterday, got hit by a pitch, but he did come in later and, get him out of the 8th inning. But Draymond just can't do that. He harbors, animosity about plays because he's so smart and it just continues. So this one just went too long. This was the old Draymond where you're like, that's unacceptable. If you want to grab Gobert because he touched your guy Clay, we can say I can somewhat defend that. Mm-hmm. This one is you just got to stop.
And the timing of it, with there only being 11 games left in the season at that point.
And 4 minutes into the game, They don't have commit. They won the game though, because they have enough. Now the question to me is, put this all behind. Mm-hmm. Draymond's a brilliant player. He's just different than any player. And the comparisons to Rodman, he's better than Rodman. Rodman stopped guarding later in his career when he was a Bull because he wanted to lead the league in rebounding. To my point earlier, it's hard for Draymond. What's the career high for Draymond rebounding numbers? It's not that high. It's hard to get the missed shot when you're guarding the shooter.
Yeah.
It's really hard to do. Rodman stopped guarding the shooter as much because he wanted to get off and get the rebound. He's a great rebounder. He knows for the ball. But in any event, so Draymond's just the X factor to make it all work. I love Trace Jackson Davis. We all do. We see it all coming together. When they get Jonathan Kuminga back, and I'm hoping it's tomorrow against Dallas, what do you do with the lineup here? Do you bring Kuminga off the bench, just leave it the way it is? I think so. I mean,
well, that's the question I want to ask you, too, about the front course. Because I think with Trace Jackson Davis paired up with Draymond Green, I think defensively, especially protecting the rim, that it's better with TJD on the court versus Kuminga.
Well, I don't want to not play Kuminga,
Correct.
but I think you have to move it around. Yeah, Trace Jackson Davis has size, and Looney guards Luka really well around the rim. He makes him miss, and even going back to when they were in Dallas a couple of Wednesdays ago, and Draymond had the back injury and Steph didn't play. Looney did play in that game off the bench as a rotation piece, so I want Looney in the mix. I think now he is, but I don't know exactly what he could do. I mean, could you go big and start Wiggins? And Wiggins essentially guards the ball. I know they like him as a speed 4, but really he's guarding the ball a lot. Tomorrow night he's going to have Luka. They got some wings that are athletic. I could see bringing Clay off the bench again and starting Wiggins with Draymond and with Trace Jackson Davis and Kuminga, going to a big lineup and dropping. I don't know the way. I mean, does it matter what you are offensively? I think Wiggins has not played too offensively, so maybe there'd be some, they'd have to sort that out. But he does guard the ball anyway. I like the wing defense there. And, just to have Kuminga, Wiggins, and then the length of Draymond. Now, do you have enough shooting on the floor? I think so. Clay does balance it out. If Dallas wants to slip into a zone. I don't know. We'll worry about tomorrow. But they're, just when everybody wants to bury this team and bury Draymond, and the reaction when Draymond was suspended indefinitely early in the year, it's amazing. Because he's kind of, the rest of the world can rip him in the morning shows everywhere, and can, even Tim Legler's turning on him and Jay Williams, and it's just, but he's been our guy. Yeah. And you just kind of tolerate him to a point. There's been times where you thought he's just not effective anymore, but now he clearly is. So when you see him, you can't say this team is incapable of doing anything. They are capable of beating the Lakers one time. They are capable. What's going on with Phoenix right now? You're probably going to see Dallas, but, Dallas is up into the 6. You may not get them. It could be Sac again. All of a sudden you could be flying to Denver for a legit series. So I'm never going to say this team can't do it. But I'm not amazed, because people do react and overreact at how quickly those of us that have watched the brilliance of Draymond Green, and there's going to be a statue of him. They're going to retire his 23 and make it, partly Mitch Richmond, but it's really going to be Draymond Green's 23 or 4 times. He's a Hall of Famer. We're all going to be there when he gets inducted to make the speech. He's sagging nasty, a lot like Oakland vibe. But people this year more than any, I think even more than last year when he sucker punched a teammate in practice and the video got on, this year more than ever, they've turned on Draymond. They've written his obit and the team's obit. I guess on Easter Sunday, he is resurrected. He is risen from the dead. Draymond Green's not dead yet.
Day back in our lives, and the Warriors will be back at Chase Center this week taking on the Dallas Maverick. Then here come the red-hot Houston Rockets, who finally lost the game and broke their double-digit winning streak. We'll break down the final 8 games for the Dubs coming up a little bit later. But on the other side, we got to switch it back up to some Giants baseball. They're taking on the Dodgers tonight. We'll recap opening weekend against the Padres and get you ready for Giants-Dodgers on the other side before checking in with Susan Slusser and Randy Wynn later today. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund on an April Fool's Monday with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here telling you that CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you, and here's why. Do you struggle with distance vision and need some reading glasses, or where bifocal CLR is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and guess what? You'll never develop a cataract. I didn't know that till I had the surgery a couple of summers ago. John Lund had it right after. Now, even though we're growing older, we both see great, and we do all the things that we love to do with perfect vision now, and you as well. So tens of thousands of vision correction procedures Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley have performed, and they're going to tell you right now if it's your time, the right time for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation at lasereyeclr.com. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
It's April Fool's Day, so we're fooling with the lineup today. Let the KNBR host swap hijinks continue as Papa and Marcus keep rolling on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The pitch. Swinging. That ball is gone if it's fair. Deep down the left field line. And it is headed into downtown San Diego. Wow. What a shot. Almost to the rooftop of the Western Metal Supply Company building. Down the left field line. Second home run of the game for Matt Chapman. And it's 8-3 Giants.
Welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show on a Monday morning, where it's not John Lund hosting, it's Marcus Boucher on April Fool's Day.
You're my boo thing.
There it is.
Shoot that shot like 2K.
And here we are, because Copes has gone full Farhan Zaidi and has implemented the platoon system here at the Sports Leader. John Lund hosting this afternoon with Tom Tolbert. Copes was on this morning with Brian Murphy. But now I'm here with Greg Papa to talk about that Matt Chapman moonshot. Friday night, his second home run of the night. Almost hit it over the Western Supply building.
There's a bar up there. I know John and I were talking about going there for opening day. There's a cool bar at the very top of the Western Metal Supply Company. I think he hit it right into the bar.
Oh, well, I can only imagine if it was that late in the night.
And then the other one, he takes out to right center and smokes that woman off the shoulder. If he hits like we know he is so good defensively.
Lights
I
out.
mean, honestly, how many third basemen have you seen better than Matt Chapman?
I mean, the only other guy in the conversation really is Nolan Arenado, his high school team.
Yeah, I know. He's just, and Arenado's great. Who's going to win the Gold Glove in the National League? Arenado's won the Gold Glove 10 straight years.
I was going to say, the only reason why Matt Chapman doesn't have more platinum gloves, he's got 2 of them, but Nolan Arenado's still in all of them.
Yeah, so obviously, he's just, and if he swings the bat like that, he's a middle of the order hitter. So overall, it was a good weekend for the Giants. And then Michael Conforto, who we dubbed as kind of the key to the whole thing, and he's off to a good start with a grand slam. But Jung-Hoo Lee, and just everything he's doing. I know he's taken a few called strike threes, but he's drawn some walks here. Obviously, the personality, the reaction when he hit his first major league home run, when he got the everything shower, just incredible.
Shower.
And he's just fun. I can't wait. When they're going to play Dodger Stadium, these 3 games, they come home for the home opener on Friday, and I hope it's going to be able to be playable because we got some weather moving in. But we were concerned that they were going to be rained out in San Diego. It never happened. But I think the Bay Area is really going to take to Jung-Hoo Lee when he does play here. They have the 415 club out in the Red Rhino out there. I mean, I think we need to start a fan club out in center for Jung-Hooville. Do we go Whoville?
Well, Papa.
For Jung-Hoo Lee, what do we do there?
I went to the spring training Bay Bridge series, the last game for Pablo Sandoval going against the A's. And while I was out there, of course, there were a bunch of panda hats for Pablo Sandoval. But I looked out in center field, and there was already fans that had signs up that said Area 51.
Area 51?
We got a fan club already,
there we go.
Papa.
That's it.
Yeah.
In honor of Ichiro and Jung-Hoo Lee. All right, I'll go for Whoville. Area 51 works.
I'm down for Area 51.
Totally,
but you're right. You mentioned the name Ichiro, and we know how much of an influence that he has had on Jung-Hoo Lee's career. It's a reason why he wears number 51. It's a reason why he has a pretty similar batting stance. Now, if he can turn out to be Ichiro, I think Giants fans are going to be happy. But you got to be impressed with this first weekend of play from Jung-Hoo Lee, when there was so much concern about whether or not his game would translate from Korea to the big leagues. Now, these are all pitchers that he has not seen for the most part. Did face off against Yu Darvish in the World Baseball Classic earlier this summer, a summer ago. So there was some familiarity there. But for him to come up this weekend and show that discipline at the plate, Andrew Bagley had a great article this morning breaking down all the at-bats of Jung-Hoo Lee, how he only swung and missed at 2 pitches the entire weekend. Of course, he's
taken a couple strike threes, though.
Of course, he stared at the ball, got frozen by
first at bat,
Darvish
and then one
first
yesterday.
But after that, it seems like this guy is making hard contact. He's squaring up the ball, and that bat-to-ball contact, and then even getting 3 walks on Sunday. This is a guy that's going to be a tough at-bat every time he steps to the plate.
Without a doubt. And Ichiro is just one of one.
Yeah.
I mean, I do see when he gets in the box and that front foot tap a little bit and the way he squares off, closes up a little bit. And obviously, he watched a lot of the great Ichiro Suzuki, who, as far as hand-eye, and we've seen Tony Gwynn and obviously Rodney Carew. I mean, we've seen Wade Boggs. But Ichiro had the greatest hand-eye coordination you've ever seen.
Magic wand up there.
But he... The thing with Jung-Hoo Lee we got to keep an eye on, I like the way he takes pitches. He doesn't even move. Like, I think he sees it out of the hand right away, and he doesn't even move a muscle. And so the way, well, how much will he walk? He was not a big walk guy in Korea, but he hit 340 while he was there. That was his career batting average in 7 seasons there is 340. The power, he did have a 23-homer year in the KBO a couple of years ago in 2022.
Correct.
One thing, when I first got to spring training, and I was there the first weekend of spring training, and I went right up to Pat the Bat Burrell, and we were talking about Ichiro and Jung-Hoo Lee, and he was saying, I said, can he drive the ball? Because I remember when Ichiro, Ichiro had, one year he had 262 hits. I mean, he's just insane.
Yeah.
But Luke Piniella would get on him every now and then for not driving the ball. He's like, can you pull the ball? And then Ichiro got mad and won VP and hit 3 or 4 in a row into the right field bleachers. Yeah. Like, that good enough for you, Lou?
And that was the story all the time about Ichiro. If he really wanted to turn it on during batting practice,
they said the same thing about Boggs. But would you rather hit 350 with 10 home runs or hit 300 with 25? I mean, there's a line there. But I asked Pat Burrell, can Jung-Hoo Lee drive the ball? He said, you kidding me? And he pointed up, to the terrace out at Scottsdale Stadium. But watching him swing, and he did it the home run, obviously, on Saturday, which was really impressive. The one thing John Lund noted watching him in the spring, too many fly balls as opposed to ground balls. The thing with Ichiro, and you don't have to be Ichiro, just be Jung-Hoo Lee. I don't mean to say this, but it was like watching a great tennis player with a two-hand backhand. And Ichiro could get a hit anytime he wanted. He just slapped the ball on the ground. There was a guy the Angels had playing shortstop now named David Eckstein. And David Eckstein, he had no arm at all, but he was a fundamentally smart player. His nickname was Just Enough, where he would beat you to first base in time, just enough. Ichiro, it was not nearly in time. He would just slap the ball to David Eckstein, and Ichiro, it'd be a base hit.
Oh, it's halfway down the line, 2 steps out of the box.
Right, because he came out of the box, so he could do. But Ichiro would not drive the ball. He could every now and then when he hit it in the gap, it was a triple. But if he hit the ball on the ground, it was a base hit. When you are a pitcher and you're studying swings, does Jung-Hoo Lee have a little bit too much of an uppercut swing? I love the finish. The home run he hit on Saturday, I'm trying to say he does look flat through the zone, and then he has the high golf swing, wraparound finish. But there are times where he's not Cody Bellinger when Cody got off and he's buggy whipping. But do you think at times it's a little too high to low? Does he stay flat and then extend to finish through it? Because the ball that he hit at Petco Park on Saturday, does that go out of Oracle Park? Is that a home run or is that a lazy fly ball?
Maybe it hits off the bricks and maybe he's running around the bases still.
Inside the park home run?
Getting to third base at least. But I think that's a good breakdown. Now, when you look at the 12 balls that he put in play over the weekend, 6 of them were hit 100 miles per hour or harder. So that right there is solid contact for you. But it goes back to that first game, the sac fly got the job done.
Right.
And it's interesting you brought up the fact that he hit 23 home runs when he was in the KBO. I believe that was his age 23 season, and that's when his power really started to come along. Now, after that season, he had that ankle injury, had to shut it down halfway through. So I was curious to see him in spring training, what his approach would be. And I think he can hunt for a fly ball in certain situations, but I do think he's going to be that hard contact, bat-to-ball skills that we've seen so far already, and then getting back to the plate discipline. The way that he's watching pitches come in, he only swung at 3 pitches outside of the zone the entire weekend. I mean, I don't want to start giving comparisons to Juan Soto, what he's doing with the Yankees taking all these walks, but the way he's able to track the ball out of his hand, this is going to be a guy that's going to get on base and hopefully cause some problems if he doesn't get picked off like he did in his first game.
Well, without a doubt. I mean, you see just how still he is in the box. I think he sees the ball, whether he's going to swing or not, immediately out of the hand. He doesn't even move. He does not offer. I don't know if he's going to have any check swings. He did strike out twice on called third strike, so, these guys have late movement. He has already walked 3 times. He was not a big walk guy in the KBO. Now, they don't play 162 games. They play 144, but he plays every day. The most he ever walked is 66. So I think, he has a chance to walk more. He's an electrifying player. I love the way he tracks the ball. His arm is not great, but he's your leadoff hitter. He's going to be fine. Now, tonight, and he did hit the home run against a tough lefty on Saturday in Cosgrove. He is going to see James Paxton tonight. So, can he hit left on left? The one thing to keep an eye on, Do you want him, like John was saying, to just hit the ball to the ground more? Then you're not going to drive the ball that way. And at his launch angle, is he going low to high too much? Is it too much of an uppercut swing? He was talking about changing his swing last year in the KBO, and then he was applying it to spring training games. I mean, who does that?
Yeah, that's
pretty
a lot
amazing.
to ask. Yeah, especially when Bob Melvin pointed out, even when we were talking to Pat Burrow earlier this season, he said we don't want to change anything about Jung-Hoo Lee. Of course, there might be some struggles transitioning from the KBO to the MLB, but there's a reason why he had a 341 career average out in the KBO. It's because of those skills. It's because of how he's able to make contact. So they're not changing anything right now. And throughout the first weekend, I don't think there's really too many complaints about Jung-Hoo Lee.
No, he's fine.
Especially when you know he's going to be setting the lineup at the top of your order each and every day. Jung-Hoo Lee is definitely someone that Giants fans are going to be looking forward to seeing this year.
Without a doubt. I mean, right away, he's captivating to watch. You just love his setup. The Giants, you've had good leadoff hitters, but really, I don't want to go back all the way to Brett Butler, and he's even different than Brett Butler because Brett Butler was more of a ground ball, ground attack kind of guy, get on base and steal, and we're still learning who he's going to be. But, as you see more lefties, and you didn't see any over the weekend, you get one tonight with Paxton. I'll be anxious to see. But this is a whole new chapter in the Giants-Dodger rivalry. The amount of money these two franchises spent in the offseason. I mean, the Dodgers, even when they were great in L.A. in the early years, they didn't go. Dusty Baker came in from Atlanta, but it was Garvey. It was Lopes, it was Russell, it was Say, it was Yeager, it was Sutton. And now they've become the evil empire. They are the Yankees. And now look at the top three guys in their lineup before you even get to Will Smith, who's homegrown. I mean, they either traded for or bought all of them. Yeah. And the Giants are a lot like that. And Baggs did a great job of detailing the starting pitching with Logan Webb and obviously with Prince Harry, Kyle Harrison. But hey, these are bought teams right now. And the Dodgers spent, $1.3 billion, whatever it was, and the Giants spent $300 million, so they spent $1 billion more. But now it's a whole new chapter just going down there. And this is why you got Blake Snell, and we'll talk to Susan. I'm hoping he does pitch Wednesday. You got to deal with this lineup. I assume Logan Webb will go tomorrow night, back on turn after the opening day start on Thursday. Keaton win tonight. You'd like to see Blake Snell go against them, and he has the great track record, obviously, against their hitters and the Dodgers overall. But this is a whole different chapter of Giants-Dodger rivalry when you get Jung-Hoo Lee against Shohei Ohtani.
That's it, and the new chapter starts tonight. Giants and Dodgers. We'll continue the preview on the other side. Break down this Shohei Ohtani story that keeps going on. We'll see if his guy Ippei has any side action on the game tonight. But I'm betting on Keaton win to square off against James Paxton. We'll break down that matchup, get you ready for the full Dodgers-Giants series, and keep recapping some of this opening weekend series. Got to dive into Prince Harry, Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, Logan Webb back on Thursday night. Dodgers-Giants, more coming up next. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa, and stay tuned.
It is April Fool's. We are going to have a little fun.
Some Papa pranks coming up on the other side also. Papa's pranks and more Giants-Dodgers talk on the other side. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader. Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher in the middle of the Papa and Lunch Show. That's right, because I'm here to talk to you about Prize Picks. It doesn't matter what show I'm working on, I'm getting some action in with Prize Picks, because whether we're talking about Giants, Dodgers tonight, or a little college basketball action, or a little NBA action, you can be a part of Prize Picks' biggest moment with Prize Picks. So, whether you want to be a part of the action on Prize Pick for the men and women's college basketball tournament, cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. Turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. This week on Prize Pick, You know I'm going with Ponytail Pete, Caitlin Clark, to score more than 20 points squaring off against LSU. So, if you want in on the action, join the Prize Pick community of more than 3 million users who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Today, we're swapping hosts as Papa and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's the Papa and Lunch Show on a Monday morning. Psych! It's the Papa and Boucher Show as it's April Fools.
Shoot that shot like 2K.
Here we are with my little boo thing. Greg, Papa, Marcus, Boucher.
Well, you're Boo.
Yeah, here we are. I'm Boucher. That's Papa. You know who it is.
Papa and Boo thing.
We've done this before, and now we are back in the saddle again.
I kind of like it.
I was going to say, we might have to...
Feels natural.
Give a couple elbow bumps to our guy Copes with his platoon system.
Wasn't he on before with Murph?
Oh, he was on this morning, and really, like...
No, I mean, like years ago. Weren't they a thing?
Oh, years ago it was me and Copes behind the glass. I don't get up at 6 a.m.,
I don't know.
Bored up and producing, yeah.
And my guy, John Lund, is that his name?
Johnny Lund.
Wasn't he with Tolbert for a long time?
I was going to say, this is a little too close to home because me and you have worked together before. Copes and Murph have walked together before.
Those two shows have long-standing relationships.
Tolbert and Lund.
But I am enjoying my boo thing.
Here we are. We're the fresh couple on the block now.
We are.
Everybody wants to hang out with us.
I do.
Get an extra dinner reservation for the two of us.
I'm kind of vibing it.
It's funny.
We'll see.
It's funny, too.
Today is April 1. Is that why we're doing this?
It's April 1st, so Copes is pulling a couple pranks, but really the only prank is he had to wake up this morning and host a show at 6 a.m., so I'll take the benefits.
You're feeling good, aren't you?
Getting some extra sleep this morning and hanging out with my guy, Greg Papa.
Yeah.
Now, Pop, I got to ask you.
Yeah.
Are you known to be a prankster?
Well, yeah, of course, but it's so hard, especially this era of social media. And how do you prank anybody? I'd always prank my kids, but they would figure it out. You'd have to do it either late on March 31st, April 1st, or late in the day. It's almost impossible to pull off an April Fool's Day prank. I'm trying to think of the best. We were talking earlier about Sid Finch and SI years ago. I think was it George Plimpton who wrote that piece? Years ago they did a big piece about this young pitcher in the Met system. He'd be kind of like the Jordan Hicks today, throwing 105 or whatever he threw. And they actually released it right around April 1st, but it was written way before. But it's hard. You just don't have that many gullible people that are, when I call, hey, oh, come on. Right away, they're going to know. You don't, what we need is someone like Kendrick Perkins.
Yes.
Boo thing, where, just someone, you could tell them anything, and they're going to think, what? Jonathan Kuminga grew 2 feet in an hour?
He's a 7-footer now?
Yeah, remember when Kendrick Perkins did that thing?
That's more of like a Ron Burgundy type of moment where he's just reading out the teleprompter. But yeah, here's Kendrick Perkins making that same mistake, believing a report that Jonathan Kuminga suddenly sprouted up to being a 7-footer this offseason.
When I think about Jonathan Kuminga, right, you look at the Warriors, and I know every single season because they done got, satisfied and complacent with winning titles, you still have to grow and build for the future. And from reports, I'm hearing that Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2". The kid has gotten better every single season.
Jonathan Kuminga.
How does that?
Literally growing for the future.
At least he pronounced his name correctly. He had a hard time with Moses Moody. That's a hard one to pronounce. Isn't it, Poothang? How did that even happen? Where somebody on the internet said Jonathan Kuminga's 7'2", and Perk just went with it?
I think it's like one of those fake, they have the fake Adam Schefter accounts, the fake Ian Rappaport's, the fake Woj bomb accounts, and he went with this story and took it straight to on air.
maybe
Jonathan
his reach is 7'2". I don't know.
Maybe that's why Kuminga's dealing with bilateral tendonitis right now because his knees are growing. He's finally hitting that growth spurt, getting up to 7 foot.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, we invited Kendrick Perkins on today, but he declined. I'm thinking, who is so gullible that would today, in this era of social media, and just everybody knows it's April Fool's Day, and we're doing this big show host swap. How are we going to fool anybody? So I'm thinking, who's the one guy out there that I know well that I could fool? It ain't going to be John Lund. You know that.
Oh, he's on his toes.
I was like, how could I do this? So you know what I came up with? So I am wearing blue.
Ooh.
Today.
Now, what shade of blue is that, Papa, for the people listening right now?
It could be Warrior Blue, and I do have matching kicks to go with it.
Look at you with the dunks.
Yeah.
Ooh, those look nice.
So I'm all in
fresh
blue,
out the box,
which I don't normally wear.
Yeah.
But it could be Warrior Blue, but really not.
It just better not be Dodger Blue.
Does it look? Does it look a little not Dodger Blue, but Lar? Blue, little L.A. Rams.
Ooh.
Blue, little Los Angeles Rams. Yeah, Lar and Lack. When I write my notes, it's Lar and Lack. Anyway, so I thought, today's a special day. It's April Fool's Day, but also our boss with the 49ers, Director of Broadcasting, Bob Sargent, became a grandfather 1 year ago today, and he had a hard time being a grandfather. He didn't want to grow old. But then he realized, Italians, you can call your grandfather Papa. So 1 year ago, he became an honorary member of my family and became a Papa.
He's a Papa
So
now.
I thought, who's the one guy that probably has no clue it's April 1st, and if I call him at the right time, could take a bait on a bit. So I was going to continue the bit on the air to the audience, but the Bay Area knows me. I don't want to get everybody all mad at me. So we're just going to share that like 4 minutes before the start of the show today on April the 1st, 2024, I decided to call, outside of Kendrick Perkins, the most gullible guy in the Bay Area I could find that had no clue that today is April the 1st.
Sarge.
What's up, bro?
Hey, you there, bro?
Yeah, what's happening?
I got to go on the air in like 5 minutes, so
yeah,
I wanted to call you before the show.
Okay.
And I didn't want this to get out. My daughters are down in L.A., right? My 3 daughters are all down there.
I knew. I vaguely timed you.
Yeah, they're all in the same place down there. Anyway, the Rams reached out to me like a little while ago and offered me a job. So I'm gonna have to ask for you to let me out of the contract to go down to L.A.
What?
I know, it came out of nowhere, man. It's just a quality of life thing to be with my daughters. They've been down there so many years, so.
Yeah, I mean, Pop, I can't just let you out of your contract like that. Catch me at 9 o'clock in the morning. I mean, we need to sit down and talk and figure stuff out. I can't just say, sure, no problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I know. I guess this may leak out today. I tried to keep him quiet on it, so I didn't want anything. The reporter was nosing around about. I haven't signed anything with them, obviously, so it's not that far. Now I wouldn't sign 2 contracts too.
Well, you can't.
I can't. Right. So I'm just asking you to give me a little. Why don't we talk after the show?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to require a lot more dialogue than just that.
Right.
Pop. Not letting you out of 5 years of a contract to have everything I invested into this, and not just me, the team. I mean, so I can appreciate the family stuff, whatever, but we're not going to just let you out of a 5-year deal. That's just not going to happen.
Well, let me know what you're thinking of a time frame and when I can get back to them, because today is April Fool's.
You mother! My son's birthday. You fool! I should have known. I don't even know I should have known. Like, you called me at 9:51. You mother! You'll pay for this one. Don't worry.
Sarge, we're live on George. So they want to start with the happy birthday, by the way.
Oh my God!
Well, now I know it's a possibility. If that ever happens, you were looking to get rid of me. Sounded like.
Yeah, no, it's just not going to happen. Like, you're stuck.
Like I thought, who's the only guy I could dupe that could buy the April Fool's bet? I'm like, Sarge won't even know it's April 1st.
No, I won't. You know what's funny about that? I know you got to go. What's hilarious about that is last year when I told you my grandson, April 1st, like, oh my God, I love April 1st.
I know.
April 1st, you do. Now I know for sure you do.
I knew for sure. Happy Papa Day.
God.
Happy Papa Day.
All right, bud. I love you, man.
Love you, bro.
Bye. Oh, Papa. Round of applause for that performance. Round of applause.
You know what, though? We got to talk. It's not going to be just a quick. JB Long was on the other line. I think he was going to make. We're doing a show host swap today.
Oh no!
I think he was going to swap me to L.A. to bring JB, the voice of the Rams, who is from the Bay Area, back home.
Nice.
Seems like he was already thinking like, let Papa go. So much easier. Deal with JB Long. But I had him going there.
You did, because I've talked to Sarge quite a few times. And that might have been the longest gap of silence I ever heard from Sarge. Usually he's jumping down your throat with a take. But for him to kind of sit back and try to digest it all, you really had him going, Pop.
I had him going.
Mother,
That's the best part right there. Danny, I think I counted 3 MFers, at least 3 of them in there.
No, there's more after we hung up. Believe me, it was a stream of them.
One for the
He had
road,
more than I do when I wake up in the morning. No, it was classic. So in this day and age when you can't fool anybody, I love Sarge.
Oh, that's great.
We get it?
Nicely done.
Was that a good one?
Yeah, that's a successful Papa prank. Maybe we got to start doing that as a weekly
Yeah, but you know
now.
what? So I said, we're going to play it on the air. All Sarge texted back is, payback's a bitch.
Uh-oh. We don't need any pranks
You know
going
what's
around
gonna happen?
next year at
I'm
training
going to be
camp.
let out of my contract, and JV Long will be...
You're going to show up to
What's he
training
gonna
camp.
do?
JV's going to be there.
Payback's a bitch. Now I got Sarge. I got an angry Italian. I got to look over my back for
That's
him.
it. You're all part of the
That was-
Papa
that was too
family
good.
now.
That was
That's
too
great, Papa.
That was
Nicely
too
done.
good. Too good.
Nicely done.
Well, we got to look at the contract. I'm not going to let you out of 5 years.
He goes, Papa, it's 9 a.m. in the morning. You're hitting a lot with me right now.
Oh, it was too good. We were going to play it just live on the air, and I thought, he's going to go with the MFer like
Well, I was
right
going to
away.
say, if we would have took him live,
That
Danny
was
would
too
have had to
good.
have his finger on
That
the
was-
dumb button the
it was
entire
too good.
time.
It was too good.
Nicely done, Papa. Nicely
Who's
done.
next?
Papa's
We got
pranks.
Sarge.
Yeah, exactly.
Sarge is next. Well,
let me go through my Rolodex.
I'd love to get Lund,
Right.
but he's listening. It's not even possible to get
All
Lund.
right, who can we call
Who
next?
can we get?
Matt Chisholm, Raymond Ritter. Can we prank one of the Warriors of the Giants
What should
or
we
something?
do? Is it possible? Yeah, we could do something.
Yeah, I think we could. I don't know, me and you.
Let's put our heads together.
We're a little mischievous.
Come on, Boutang. Let's think
Papa.
this.
Here we
You know what
are.
I'm going to do? I'm going to call John and say, kind of like Boucher.
That's it.
We can make this a permanent thing.
I'll do the same
Copes
thing.
go to Merv.
Mm-hmm.
Tolbert and Lund reunited, and it's you and me.
That's it. No pranks there.
I'm not sure
Papa.
I'm pranking, to
I
be
was
honest.
gonna say, I'm
with
not
you.
pulling any strings here. I might have to tell Brian Murphy I'm ditching Mill Valley.
That was too good.
No, I'm joking.
We got
Murph, I'm
Sarge.
joking. Fun day. Fun show. It's April Fool's Day. Host swap for everybody who
How
doesn't
about
know.
the Niners reacquire Garoppolo?
Ooh.
We call Jimmy and say, he just got traded back for Brandon Allen.
Yeah, the problem is Jimmy Garoppolo would have to answer the phone, Papa.
That won't happen.
Whoa, you talking Italian?
Yeah,
that
if you
won't
would have
happen.
tried that prank with Jimmy,
I don't
he
want
wasn't
two
gonna
Italians
answer.
mad at me. I don't want.
No, you got to stay on the
Yeah, we
good
gotta
side,
figure it
Papa.
out.
You got to stay on the
It
good
was too
side.
good,
man.
Sarge.
That's funny. You got Sarge.
Coming up next, Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah. I love that Sarge is out there still gullible enough. But I mean, really, when you catch somebody that early in the morning, that is the best place to do a prank.
Good. When
Good
he answered the phone, what's up, man? What do you want so early?
That's great. Well, I can tell you one thing that's not a prank. Jung-Hoo Lee.
Whoville.
And now he's
Area
squaring off
51?
against Shohei Ohtani tonight, kicking off a new chapter of the Dodgers and Giants rivalry. So how about we take a quick break, recover from that prank call with Sarge, and then on the other side, we'll continue to recap the big weekends for Jung-Hoo Lee, Matt Chapman, Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, the entire squad as they get ready for Mookie Betts, who's quietly hitting around 600 right now, Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani, James Paxton on the bump tonight against Keaton Wynn. We'll break down Giants and Dodgers on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund on a prankin' Monday morning with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
You mother.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
What?
We're swapping hosts on a Monday morning, have a little bit of fun for April Fool's Day. But one thing we're not swapping out is Mike Krukow for his Monday, Wednesday, and Friday hits with Murph and Marcus. But this morning, he got to come on and talk to Adam Copeland and Murph about the Giants opening series down in San Diego. To hear the full podcast from Mike Krukow, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com.
I'd put Marcus even over Walter in that regard. Like, he could do anything.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the Papa and Lunch Show on a Monday morning with Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund on a host swap Monday. It's April Fool's. We're pranking everybody here at the station. And my guy Greg Papa with probably the prank of the day with the call up to Sarge. You heard it in the last segment. If you missed it, I'm sure we'll clip it and put it on socials. And I'm sure we're going to hit it 2 or 3 more times later on today. But just so everybody is clear, I am hosting today with the voice of the San Francisco 49ers, Greg Papa, not the voice of the LA Rams.
Yeah.
But we got a lot of great feedback on
Aaron
the
Donald
Golden State
retired.
Lover
That was the one for me. I'm not going with
that. Yeah, no, they got out. But Papa, I will say there's people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line to 707 said, Papa, I literally spit out my coffee, 115 miles per hour exit velocity on the spit take there. Couple others, 530, damn, Papa, you got me worried. Even though I knew it was a joke, you should try to prank Tom Tolbert later on this afternoon, but he's not awake for his show yet.
He'll know.
Tom Tolbert.
Who next?
Hosting with John Lund this afternoon.
I like the one from the 707. Have Steve Kerr call Draymond and tell him he's cut.
Oh. That's a little personal. That's a little closer home.
Or say, you know what, Kuminga's coming back tomorrow. We're going to play you off the bench if we get to you at all.
Yeah, that's when you start getting people's likelihoods. Yeah, I'm sure Draymond Green would drop a few more MFers than our guy Sarge did there. But it's a fun show. It's a fun Monday. And we're doing this all, Papa, after Giants opening weekend. End up the 4-game road series, 2-2 in San Diego. How are you feeling about a 2-2 record? Obviously a 500 record, but it seems like there's more excitement around the club this season.
No, I think they're fine. I mean, the one thing that's clear, San Diego is good, and Arizona is really good. Just watching them over the weekend, they took 3 out of 4 from Colorado, and their offense just starts top to bottom, and they don't even have Eduardo Rodriguez back. He'll begin the year on the IL, and we'll see the Dodgers for the first time tonight, and just the new-look Dodgers and what they were able to do. How about their game last night? They're down 4-0. Offenses, right now, Shohei's in a bit of a funk offensively. I'll be anxious to see how they pitch him. Lefties, you want to pitch him low and away, and righties are going up and in on him. Is he pressing a little bit, being a Dodger? A little bit. I mean, Mookie right now is just hitting bombs.
Well,
and Muncy comes in off the bench last night and wins the game with 2 quality at-bats.
Well, I think that's the question a lot of people are asking about Shohei, if he's pressing now since he's in the spotlight with the Dodgers, or if there's any kind of trickle-down effects of the Ippei story.
I think it's the Dodgers. I think it's the newness of everything. I don't know. I mean, he did go into slumps here and there, but he's a great hitter. But besides that, they were able to, salvage the game last night when it looked like they were going to lose. Their offense was doing nothing. And then they rally late, and Muncy gets a bomb, and they wind up winning. So they're off to a 3-1 start. So it's just a new wrinkle on the Dodger-Giant rivalry. But I think San Diego's good. Obviously, Arizona's good. I think it's on. I mean, if you didn't go out and get Matt Chapman and Blake Snell and make these acquisitions, I would like to see Jorge Soler get going a little bit. But I feel good about the 2-2. I think, the fact they were able to play, we thought maybe they'd get Friday night's game in and then Saturday, Sunday. Those were long days around the rain, but you didn't even have a delay in Southern California. You had a nice short. You could bus ride from San Diego to L.A. Dodgers had to play a late game. It's a home game. So I feel fine about it. I think, you don't want to lose. You're never going to win the National League West in April. You're probably not going to win it in May, June, July. It's just too good of a division. But you can get buried in April. If you get off to the kind of start they got off to, what were they, 6-13 to start last year before they brought up Casey Schmidt and then later Bailey and flipped the year around that series against the Mets. I mean, the Dodgers could get out. The Dodgers have to go off on a road trip right now. They're going to Wrigley Field this weekend. So you got 3 with them. Hopefully the weather cooperates. So I think you see what they were trying to do. There's no question this is a better baseball team from top to bottom. The lineup is better. The defense is much better at every spot. I mean, it's not even close. And then the way you did it with Scott Boras and got Snell signed late, and you're waiting on Cobb and you're waiting for Robbie Ray, you knew that 4 and 5 were going to be question marks. Yesterday, Dalton Jeffries was in a bad position. He didn't have great stuff, but he wasn't helped either. And then, so that was just a throwaway game. Hopefully, Keaton Wynn can be competitive against James Paxton. And then I think you go right back to Logan Webb. We'll talk to Susan about it, but right back to Logan Webb tomorrow. And then I think they can insert Blake Snell on Wednesday, last game at Dodger Stadium. Hopefully we play. There's going to be some weather moving into the Bay Area Thursday night, Friday. Hopefully we have the home opener on Friday, and it could be Jordan Hicks. But so I think that's all. The whole weekend was easy to understand and have a feel for who the team is. And then the other side of it, and we'll talk to Susan about this, is, you know, with them having to get Dalton Jeffries on the 40-man yesterday, they had to DFA Joey Bart. Yeah. And I do wonder, DFA means designated for assignment, which means you have a week and a half. You have 10 days to make a call. We all think that David Forrest and the A's will jump on him the moment if you have to flat out release him and nobody trades for him. But if you're a GM somewhere else in baseball, you're thinking, I don't want him to go to David Forrest and the Oakland A's. I'm going to trade for Joey Bart. Mm-hmm. I'll offer something. You're probably not going to get a huge return, but can they trade Joey Bart somewhere in the next week and a half? If you're a smart GM, you're looking at Joey Bart. He could be your starting catcher somewhere. I think he's ready. He could be, at the very least, a backup catcher. This guy's a high pick who seems like he's figuring it out right now. So it is a foregone conclusion that he will be released in 9 days, or could they trade him during the DFA procedure?
I mean, that was the thing with Joey Bart this spring. He was swinging the bat almost better than anybody else. There was this time and stretch where he had the most hits on the team, and I think he's underrated as a defensive catcher. Now, they also asked a lot out of him when he came to the big leagues and asked him to change his catching style and go down to that one knee down kind of style. But he's got a great frame rate if you want to get into the advanced analytics. He's got a great arm behind home plate. To me, Joey Bart has the talent, and we started to see a little bit of that through spring training to be on a major league roster. And so that's why I was surprised that they weren't able to go out and maybe trade for a left-handed bullpen arm at the minimum. And then you start thinking about maybe the connections. I thought about the Cleveland Guardians, Craig Albanaz being out there now with Kai Correa, but they also have Bo Naylor behind home plate, young catcher who they got their eye on. But you would think that there would be some market for him, and that was really the strategy for the Giants, keeping him on the roster on opening day so that he wouldn't get claimed on waivers a week ago. I know there might be the possibility out there, but it brings up the question about Joey Bart, about the future of his career, and then you compare it to some of the other storylines that we've seen here in the Bay Area, whether we're talking James Wiseman, Trey Lance. I mean, Papa, we've had 3 teams now with top 5 picks in the last 5 years, and none of those players are still on the rosters.
Well, second and third picks. I mean, not even top 5. I mean, Joey was the second overall pick in the draft. James Wiseman was the second overall pick in his draft, and Trey was number 3. I mean, to miss on all 3 for different reasons, I would say, and Trey, you know, I felt bad when I saw Trey after he got traded to Dallas and he came back in October. We had a very awkward meeting on the field. I went up to give him a hug, and he gave me a look like, bro, I heard what you've been saying about him. Now, I never bury Trey Lance. My word choice, and you were here when I got back from Vegas, and people were saying the whole talk about Trey versus Brock Purdy is nonsense. The talk about Trey versus Sam Darnold, equally nonsense. It was really Trey or Brandon Allen. Trey just, if he didn't break his finger, I do wonder where he would be. But I think he will get a chance to play, but I'm not sure when that's going to be. And then with James Wiseman, and I happened to be watching a Piston game recently. I don't know why. I was watching the other team play, but they were playing the Pistons. And it's just, boy, when you watch Trace Jackson Davis play, Boucher, it's his hands are so great. I mean, not only does he have the instincts, been a 4-year college player at Indiana, and Wiseman played like 69 minutes of college basketball, just wasn't ready. But then there's just things. Yeah, one guy 7'1", runs like the wind, and the other guy's shorter, but he's got long arms. But just the instincts. But then there are God-given things that Wiseman's hands are just not there. He cannot catch the ball. You throw him a lob around the rim, and it's 50-50, rebound, squirt. I mean, Trace Jackson Davis catches everything. He's got great hands. So there's certain things with Wiseman, it's like, wow, I don't know what he's going to be. It's so early in his career, and bigs take a long time to develop. But with Trey and Wiseman, I really don't know. I don't know if they're even starters. When you take a guy number 2 overall and number 3 overall in their drafts, you think they're going to be all-stars, they're going to be Pro Bowlers. They're certainly going to be starters, and then you have to make the call on the second contract. Neither guy. I mean, Trey Lance is not going to get a second contract. They're going to pick up his 5th-year option in Arlington. No. And then, Wiseman just may not have enough skill. Maybe, 4 or 5 years he can develop. But with Joey Bart, And Joey Bart had some injuries along the way that he had to deal with. Joey Bart had to learn a new system as far as one knee down. Joey Bart was not drafted by these guys. It was Bobby Evans. It was the previous administration. And Mike was talking Kruko this morning. I know you don't listen to that show when you're not on with Copes and Murph, but
unless I'm doing the interview.
The whole. I don't think much about that, but I'm sure athletes do. Just being from Georgia Tech, Buster Posey, being the heir apparent to the great Buster Posey, the pressure there. Trey was a different form of pressure, being the quarterback here. Wiseman could have been, ready-made because the Warriors don't have bigs. I don't know, but I would say, and we'll talk to Susan about it. With Trey Lance and James Wiseman, you're really basing their future solely on potential.
Correct.
Do they have the body? Can they? I really don't know. I think they'll both, because they're both good guys, and Trey's a really good guy. He's going to show up at every meeting room on time. He's not going to get in trouble off the field. He's a good guy. But is he good enough to play? He's got to go play. Yeah. And Wiseman may just have a lack of skill that's going to bother you at times, and likewise for Trey. But with Bart, I think he can play. I think he can. For a while I thought he's got strong. Remember when he first came up? The way he stuck a ball with his catcher's glove, it was like, this guy's strong.
Yeah,
and then he hit bombs.
Then he went deep opening day.
Well, as far as, the next year against Miami in the home opener. But remember all the doubles he had right away? And you thought, well, he'll eventually, this ball's going to go out of the ballpark. Yeah. It didn't as much. He had a runway where, remember he got sent down? And then he had to come back up in like 2 weeks. And it's like, wow, he solved everything. How'd this guy get there? But then you just thought, these guys didn't draft him. They're not really on. I thought maybe if Bob Melvin, maybe if they didn't give Tom Murphy all the money they gave him, would they have made the other call? But they already committed early in the offseason. And Murphy's a good hitter. I think, will he be in the lineup tonight and face Paxton? Right on against the lefty and not have Patrick Bailey.
We've seen him
once
already.
I think Joey Bart can play.
Yeah.
Maybe not here, and obviously he'll have to move on, but can they at least recoup some of the losses now over this week and a half? DFA does not mean you're designated for assignment. They've not released you yet. If they have to, and baseball says, we know Farhan's got to. But if you're some other GM out there, you're not saying, I don't want Forrest to pounce on him in Oakland, and he goes to, purgatory. I'm going to go trade for him and get whatever you want, Farhan, to send him to me. Don't you think someone would offer something to trade for him?
Well, I thought they would have already made that move already, to be honest with you. And now it's going to be a little bit harder since every team has finalized their 40-man roster. But going back to his spring training, in my opinion, I thought he outplayed Tom Murphy. Now, I know everybody saw Tom Murphy go deep twice in the end of the Bay Bridge series against the A's to close out spring training. And you're right. They committed so much to him early in the offseason. Tom Murphy has got to be on the roster. But I thought over the last couple of weeks, they would have been able to flip him for at least a bullpen arm, something as simple as that. We'll see what happens with the kind of outreach of Farhan Zaidi, still trying to make this happen. But it is interesting to look at this through the perspective of Joey Bart, especially since we know in baseball, the draft is a bigger crapshoot than almost any other sport. So when you look at Joey as a first-rounder, you compare it to Trey and James as a first-rounder, you look at the Niners, they're in the Super Bowl last year with Brock Purdy. Now, that obviously changes the situation in the stipulations. You look at the Warriors, even after drafting James Wiseman, still went out and won a championship in 2022. The Giants now find themselves in a position where they have Patrick Bailey, a Gold Glove finalist, behind home plate. But out of those three options, which team felt the most effects on missing on a top three draft?
Obviously, the Niner draft capital. Yeah. You could have drafted Micah Parsons, but then you get into paying them all. So but the bottom line is, if Trey Lance was still on the 49ers, he would not play. He would have been your fourth string. Say you had it's college and you have a 90-man roster and you could have he wouldn't have played. He wouldn't have played. If James Wiseman was still on the Warriors, even though there's nights when you're like, God, we got to get bigger, he's not playing. Kavan can't play, or he's lost his way a little bit. Yeah. James Wiseman's not in the rotation, so there was a point where you had to extract them, each of them, for different reasons off your roster. And why isn't Trey Lance playing? Why isn't James Wiseman? That constant, they're good guys. Yeah. They're not going to play here. Mm-hmm. And we're going to have multiple injuries for them to play, so it's best to move them on. If Joey Bart was still here, would he play? Would he have a role? I don't know. Is he, and A.J. Buzinski was on the game on Saturday, did a good job, with the thumb down, the way he pushes the ball out of the zone as opposed to flipping it and bringing it up. I mean, Tom Murphy's not going to frame pitches like Patrick Bailey. Is Joey Bart now, is he a better defensive catcher than Tom Murphy? Who's the best offensive catcher of the three? I mean, Bailey looks like he's figured it out a little bit, but I am worried about him taking the ball off his right hand. I mean, is Murphy clearly going to be, as far as at-bat ratio, a more productive offensive player than Bailey? I still think there would be a role. If you had a 28-man roster and not a 26, I think Joey's on the team, and he could find a way to play. Where Wiseman and Trey they're not playing. They're just going to be here for practice. They're not going to be here.
Yeah.
And so I think with Joey, and we'll get into it with Susan a little bit, the timing of the Joey Bart thing was just unfortunate to let him go. I'm sure it was hard. And to your point, I think they were playing that roster game like, are they really going to DFA? Yeah, they got to bring somebody up to pitch on Sunday, so they do. And then they took it right to the end. But I think now baseball, he's DFA'd. The clock is ticking. It's 10 days from he's designated. You have to move him up now with someone. Now we're going to find out if somebody's going to jump in and trade for him. But I think the circumstances, then you bring in Bob Melvin with a fresh set of eyes. He's not Gabe Kapler. He's a catcher, and he's got to think, this guy's pretty good. Yeah. Can't he make our team? If you wanted 3 catchers on the roster like the old days, he'd be the third. You just can't afford that. So now what do they do? And how do they make it work? And, I mean, there's no way he's going to clear waivers and go to Sacramento or anything. So I think with Trey and James Wiseman, they had to be moved off their respective rosters of the Niners and Warriors. For Joey Bart, I think, damn, it was just bad timing.
Yeah, and literally ran out of options. We'll talk about all those options with Susan Slusser coming up next. And I should tell you that the Papa and Boucher show this morning is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Put your money to work with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org, and we'll see what the Giants can earn with their first series of the year against the Dodgers, kicking it off tonight. We'll talk to Susan Slusser coming up next, get you a full breakdown and a preview of this series. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
Here's the stretch and the pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive into deep right field. Going back, Tatis at the warning track, at the wall. Goodbye! A home run for Jung-Hoo Lee, his first big league home run. And he took on the big part of the yard, right center field, deep, and that one I think would have been a home run in the original configuration.
Jung-Hoo Lee goes deep for the first time in orange and black, and the Giants wrap up their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres with a 2-2 record, all before taking on Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers tonight. So it's time for the Papa and Lund Weekly Hit with Susan Slusser from the San Francisco Chronicle, which is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyles with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. I'll see you guys at the boathouse. But now it's time to talk to Susan Slusser on a Monday morning. And Susan, I got to apologize. It's not John Lund this morning. It's Marquise Boucher from The Morning Show filling in for Greg Papa. So I'm sure I'll talk to you a few times this week as we're doing a host swap here today at KNBR for April Fools. But Susan, just want to say good morning and happy opening weekend and happy start to the Dodgers and Giants tonight.
Oh, same to you guys. How fun. You guys are all flipping around today. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. We are. We got our Bootang here, Marcus Boucher.
Right.
And
me and Papa reunited.
So I was listening to you over the weekend, obviously, and just your overall thoughts. We were talking about Joey Bart being DFA'd, and you and I talked about it last week, and it seems like every Monday for the last several years we've had a conversation. So is it just bad timing with Joey Bart? I mean, it seems like this is the time that he really could make this roster and be a true backup catcher, but they already went out and got Tom Murphy. They paid him. He might be in the lineup tonight against James Paxton. You got Patrick Bailey, obviously. And how do you think the next 9 days go with the DFA? I mean, I know that people think he's going to be released and maybe David Forrest across the bay will jump on him, Suze, but if somebody knows that's going to happen and wants to make a trade to get Joey Bart, they could do that. So just give me your thoughts about the Joey Bart saga here.
Yeah, this is one where I don't think that there's anyone to blame. This is just one of those baseball things. I think you're right. Timing was probably really everything. He did get his opportunities to play. I would argue, being the heir apparent to Buster, obviously having to get rushed during the pandemic season. We kind of forget about that. That was a little rough, although at least he was playing and a lot of other minor leaguers weren't. And then the heir apparent to Buster, that was an awful lot of pressure. Handled everything beautifully. You guys know my feelings about Joey Bart. I am so fond of him personally, and what a mature adult in the room he is for a young player. But I can understand why the Giants went out and got a backup. I think they didn't realize that this is a guy who looks like he's really putting it all together, and we started to really see that this spring. I hope he continues it. He's terrific. There have been so many scouts out watching him throughout the spring. There were a couple who were still saying, what are they going to do with him? Even in San Diego, that it wouldn't stun me if a team approached the Giants about a trade, knowing that the A's would be very likely to take him on the waiver wire since they have the first pick. So I could see maybe a minor deal. I think that would be a best case scenario for the Giants, and maybe a best case scenario for Joey Bart too. You're going to a team that really wants you if they're giving up something. They probably have an opportunity for you to play pretty regularly, and might be a team, that's potentially a little more competitive than what we're expecting from the A's. Although I will say I think the A's are going to be much better this year.
And, of course, Joey Bart was DFA'd this weekend to make a roster spot for Dalton Jeffries. And, Susan, I wanted to ask you about that decision to go with Dalton Jeffries over someone like Mason Black and whether or not you could see another maybe start in the next week for Dalton Jeffries. And, of course, that would correlate on whether or not Blake Snell rejoins the rotation.
Yeah, really interesting. I certainly understand the decision. Dalton Jeffries has big league experience. I think that probably might, if, all other things being equal, might have made the difference. He had a very good spring. Lots of strikeouts, almost no walks. He looked good. Look, it's tough when you start off. You haven't pitched in the big leagues for almost 3 years. Everybody knows about the surgeries too. Tommy John's thoracic outlet. It's been a rough road back. So much perseverance. Local guy, obviously played for Bob Melvin in Oakland. He went to Cal. I try not to hold that against him, but he's such a good story. And I do understand why they went with him. I think he was the right choice. Error right off the bat. That's tough. You're already probably feeling some nerves, right? First outing in a long time, and then things kind of spiral out of control. And then he winds up with this little hip thing. No way to know if that actually impacted him at all. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he winds up on the IL. They would have to make a 40-man roster move if they go get somebody like Mason Black. If Snell isn't ready to go, they probably need a little more length today even. I wouldn't be surprised if they go and get somebody today just to give them a little more length after yesterday, because Tang was kind of their length guy and they used him. So a lot of interesting decisions on the pitching front this week. Everything's going to settle down soon, with Keaton Wynn coming back tonight. And I think we will probably see Snell the next time through. 11 strikeouts the last time. It sounds like he's not quite sure. If he's not sure, they probably give him maybe one more time in the minors. But to me, he looks ready. If that's what he's doing right now, throw him in there. They need the pitching.
Yeah, I mean, I assumed they would go back to Logan Webb tomorrow in his fifth day, and then I was kind of thinking Blake Snell, 11 punchies, and I know it was double-A hitters in a sim game in Arizona on Friday, Suze, but we kind of thought he would pitch Wednesday at Dodger Stadium, and if not, maybe the home opener against San Diego. But it's possible Blake Snell would need one more outing down in Arizona before they roll him out.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go with his comfort level. I would hate to speak for the team, but I would think that they're looking at those results from Friday and going like, 11 punch-outs, great. Let's throw you in there. Especially given the fact that he is on the roster, right? He's taking up a roster spot. Health, comfort factors, more important than that. But if he's ready, I think they'd like him to go. If he's not feeling quite comfortable, they'll give him the benefit of the doubt, I'm sure. But, that Wednesday spot's looking pretty inviting.
Yeah, Susan Slusser is the voice you hear from the San Francisco Chronicle on the Uma Guest Line this morning, getting you ready for the Dodgers and Giants kicking off their first series of the season. And Susan, it feels like a lot of people are looking at this new chapter of the Giants and Dodgers rivalry as the Shohei Ohtani era. But in San Francisco, I think fans are starting to look at it through the Jung-Hoo Lee era. And you heard the rejoin. We played his first career home run this weekend. What were your takeaways from Jung-Hoo Lee after getting his first taste of big league action?
Oh, my gosh. I find everything about Jung-Hoo Lee absolutely delightful. I love watching him play. Ichiro is probably my all-time favorite player to watch. His favorite player, he's got a little Ichiro in his game with all the contact and a little bit with the swing. He looks good in center. That arm might be the one area where you go like, it's not an A-plus arm, but everything else looks really good. And the big personality, right? And the looks, the personality, he's engaging. My colleague Bruce Jenkins the other day basically wrote, like, why can't Shohei be more like this guy? Which is funny because, Shohei. But he's like, hey, look at this Jung-Hoo Lee guy showing us his personality. He's like, you need guys who are ambassadors of the game. You want to know a little bit about them. And I think, if we know a little bit more about Shohei, maybe some of this stuff that he's going through right now might be perceived a little bit differently. But people just don't know that much about him. He's such a cipher. But I love Jung-Hoo. I think he's so fun. And I think he is for real. He's going to have to make some adjustments here and there as the league makes adjustments to him. But from everything we've seen, I think he can do it. First homer's off the lefty, too.
It makes it look easy peasy, as he may say.
There you go.
Easy peasy. I love that line.
Thank you.
Now, he hit the homer off of Cosgrove. It was nasty, and the Dodgers are going to start the big maple tonight, James Paxton, the lefty. So I'll be anxious to see 3 or 4 maybe at-bats from Jung-Hoo Lee against the lefty, which leads to, well, you want Wilmer Flores in there, obviously, against a lefty pitcher. And one of the unfortunate things were the Padre players just watching the pop-up go right into their dugout on the railing, and nobody grabbed Wilmer, and he made the effort, and he flipped right over and landed hard on the right shoulder, also cut his finger. We saw Gresh pull out a Band-Aid to to get that, the blood to stop, but he has a right shoulder contusion. Any feel on how severe the shoulder injury is for Wilmer, Suze?
He's going to be pretty banged up. He's going to be bruised and really sore today, I suspect. He said it was his shoulder, his back, his whole arm, his hand, obviously. He was really lucky he didn't hit his head. You'd like to see the opposing team rush over, especially when there's a possibility of somebody incurring a head injury. It happened so quickly, it's hard to say. I asked him, don't you kind of expect maybe somebody gives you a hand there? And he seemed fine with it. So I'm not sure if he'd seen the replay, but, he said it really did happen so fast. And he was just very thankful he didn't land on his head, as we all are, because initially it just looked really frightening. I suspect maybe he gets a couple days off if he's really sore, but I can't see this necessarily being an IL thing. If it's bruising, there were no indications he was going to get an MRI or X-rays, anything like that. So even if he doesn't play tonight, that was all really best case scenario with that kind of incident, because my goodness, my heart was in my throat just kind of watching that and even watching the replay.
Yeah, we'll keep an update on Wilmer Flores and his status tonight facing off against James Paxton. Would love to have that right-handed bat in the lineup. But last thing I wanted to ask you about, Susan, is the overall defense from the Giants. I know we talked a little bit about the Tyler Fitzgerald era with Dalton Jeffries on Sunday, but from Nick Ahmed to Matt Chapman holding down the hot corner, we know it was a big emphasis this weekend. We know what Matt Chapman can do with the glove. I think we were all pleasantly surprised to see the 2 home runs on Friday night. But what was your breakdown on the overall Giants defense this weekend?
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it too, because it has been such an emphasis for them really for 2 years. And this offseason, really, they made a major effort to address it. And I love the looks of Ahmed and Chapman on that left side. Obviously I'm very familiar with Chapman. Most Bay Area baseball fans are very familiar with him. He looks just as good. To me, the guy who looks like he has improved his defense kind of quietly is Thairo Estrada. We think of him as kind of a bat first kind of guy. He's really playing a pretty sweet second base. So his range might not be quite as much as some of the really, truly elite second basemen. But if he keeps playing the way we've seen this spring and this, obviously very small sample size early in the season, he could wind up being a guy who's a Gold Glove finalist, I think. I love that. We know Patrick Bailey, and it's really interesting talking to Jung-Hoo Lee about getting adjusted to playing center in the big leagues. He's always played indoors. So just playing outside, he said that 5 o'clock game at about 5 o'clock against Oakland at Oracle, he was absolutely blinded. He's never had that happen before. So he's kind of learning to deal with stuff like that, the weather, and then just getting used to at Dodger Stadium. He took a ton of balls before the game, and then he said suddenly this crowd sits down and the backdrop completely changes. And he felt like, oh man, it took him like maybe an inning or two to kind of readjust with that backdrop. So I hope somebody's told him about Dodger Stadium, because there's an awful lot of white shirts that are going to be sitting in his backdrop.
There's going to be a huge crowd tonight in a new chapter in the Giants-Dodgers rivalry. Lastly, it's April 1st, and you've been covering this game for so long, and sports overall, and baseball, the season starts so much earlier now in late March. I remember when you and I were traveling A's together, it'd be like middle April, and April 1st would often come up during spring training when you really could prank someone. But all the years covering, and I go back to SI and their great piece on Sid Finch years ago. You remember any really good April Fool's Day pranks either in baseball or other sports, Suze?
I can't remember specifics, but I can remember fake lineups posted with, just kind of almost nonsense where you're like, wait, you've got who catching kind of stuff, but I couldn't remember exactly when. It is the one thing I will say about modern baseball is it's turned into such a serious business. I'm not sure. Certainly if that sort of stuff is happening, nobody in the media is probably going to see it. But the Sid Finch was the all-time. That's one of the greatest things ever in sports writing, sports magazine, sports media history. I love that so much. I still, in the back of my mind somewhere, I still think Sid Finch is a real person.
Isn't he Jordan Hicks? Seems like I'm watching Jordan Hicks as Sid Finch, Suze.
There you go. I like it. Let's go with that.
Yeah. Right now, Susan, would it be considered a prank to maybe mix in some shaving cream or anything else in that Jung-Hoo Lee beer shower?
I think they try to keep it all stuff that's potentially edible. Some guys, Blake Sable opened his mouth when they did that. But it's beer and a lot of condiments and, stuff like that. It doesn't seem pleasant. I mean, I don't think he necessarily loved that experience so much, but he really liked the results that got him that.
And he told his team how much he loved them before getting that beer shower. Hopefully the Giants are celebrating with a beer shower tonight as they take on the L.A. Dodgers. Susan, great stuff as always. I guess I'll talk to you Thursday morning, and thanks for coming on the Papa and Lunch Show today.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Susan.
All right, there she is, one of the best. Susan Slusser from the San Francisco Chronicle, talking Giants, talking Dodgers. But on the other side, we're going to ask Greg Papa. It's time for Ask Papa. If you got questions, 808 KNBR is the number. Give us a call. Hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. Maybe we'll talk some beer showers. Maybe we'll talk some pranks coming up later with our guy Sarge from the 49ers. It's an April Fool's Monday. A host swap here on The Sports Leader. Marcus Boucher in for John Lone with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Now back to our April Fool's host swap as Papa and Marcus continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Second down, 8 49ers on the Seattle 28-yard line. Ray McLeod goes in orbit motion behind Purdy and McCaffrey.
More powerful than a locomotive.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
It'll bust you down with his super sperm. It's Super Papa!
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Super Papa. On an April Fool's Monday morning, having a little fun here at The Sports Leader. We got the host swap going on all day. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund. And to my left, Super Papa has entered the building, filling in for Greg Papa. All I'm saying is you've never seen Greg Papa and Super Papa in the same room.
I'm here to replace the biggest fool in Bay Area sports, that other Papa, with Super Papa. I figured today on April Fool's Day, Marcus, is the best time to solve all the Bay Area sports woes. Giants had a rough one yesterday in San Diego. Warriors, good weekend, though. We're getting ready for a draft coming up. Don't forget, 3 weeks from Thursday, 49ers pick number 31, the offseason, letting Eric Armstead go. So we're going to give Papa the segment off and take your calls and your text and your tweets. And Super Papa with his second appearance here in the Bay Area to save the day.
808 KNBR is the number. If you want to ask Super Papa any questions, whether we're talking Super Bowls or superpowers, Papa's got all the answers for you this morning. And if anybody's not watching right now on the KNBR live stream on Twitch, on YouTube, on KNBR.com, I highly recommend tuning over to see Super Papa live in the flesh with his actual own Super Papa t-shirt. Now, that's impressive.
It is. The only thing is Superman doesn't actually wear a mask like this, but I look better with a mask on, so we're going, Super Papa, how can I help the Bay Area? I'm only here for a short time, Marcus.
Well, that's the big question. How can the Giants beat the Dodgers tonight? Maybe that's my question for Super Papa.
Get out, Shohei Ohtani. He's in a big slump. This is a new chat. It's going to be fun tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight. I mean, you'd rather have Blake Snell make his Giants debut tonight or maybe Logan Webb. And I think Logan Webb could go tomorrow, and I hope it's Blake Snell on Wednesday. But obviously, just control the top three hitters in their lineup. And, you know, Shohei's searching a little bit, but he's still Shohei. Mm-hmm. And then that Freddie Freeman guy's not bad. And then Will Smith, they just gave him a contract extension. I'm sure Max Muncy will be back in. They had a different lineup last night against Matt's of the Cardinals. Some of their better left-handed hitters are not in. And then obviously you got to deal with Mookie Betts, and right now he is on a heater of epic proportion. The one thing about Blake Snell, you roll out a lefty like Blake Snell, and I'm hoping he goes Wednesday. I understand if he's not ready, he wants to make a favorable impression here, but they are paying you $1 million a start. I'd rather have you facing the Los Angeles Dodgers and not double-A hitters in Arizona. But I get it. I understand. When he's ready, he's ready. But when you even, like, I would, if he starts against the Dodgers on Wednesday, what do you think Doc does with his lineup? Does he pull some of these lefties? You see Max Muncy's numbers against Blake Snell, like 1 for 22, and he punches him out every time. I mean, Freddie Freeman's Freddie Freeman, but you want someone like Blake Snell that has a track record against these Dodger hitters. He hasn't faced Shohei all that much. But anyway, I think obviously controlling the top of their lineup and scoring on these guys. We'll see how Paxton is. And then ultimately, as Marty says, it comes down to the bullpens. And let's just see how good the Dodger bullpen is. And the Giants, you know, this injury early in the year with our guy who had the bad back and Super Papa. What's the guy's name again that got hurt his back on opening day in San Diego? I'm having a hard time. Coming down to planet Earth, I forgot his name.
Oh, you're talking Luke Jackson.
Luke Jackson, yeah. Losing him, I think, and then you're trying to figure out how to use, you know, the right-handers, the lefties in the back end of the bullpen to get to Camilo. So you're sort of searching a little bit there. But I mean, could you go into Dodger Stadium with this bloated Dodger payroll and take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers?
Well, Papa.
Yes.
That's the question. Or should I say Super Papa?
Yes.
Because we know Superman has his kryptonite. The question I have for Super Papa this morning, I don't know what your personal kryptonite might be.
Well, I am Super Papa.
But do the Dodgers have a kryptonite? Is there a way? Is there a flaw?
Hit the ball to the left side of the infield.
Ding, ding, ding.
Mookie's doing pretty well there.
But that's a big ass. Mookie is one hell of an athlete. He can bowl 300s.
Honestly, can he bowl 300?
Oh, he's a phenomenal bowler. He's great on the golf course. Like, this guy can do everything. But asking him to play...
He is balding, though. He has to wear a baseball cap, otherwise he looks old to me.
Not everybody has hair like Super Papa.
I know. That's the one thing I got on Mookie Betts.
But I'm with you. I think if there's any kryptonite for the Dodgers...
Well, how about Jung-Hoo Lee drops a bunt down against Max Muncy right away and makes him come in and play?
Please, because as much as we praise the Dodgers offense, that left side of the infield, you can make the argument it may be the worst defense in the infield.
We were fawning, and Shohei's ability to pitch and hit is just amazing. But aren't you more impressed by Mookie Betts going from right field to second base and then go play shortstop in the major leagues? I mean, could Shohei play shortstop? How many guys could do what Mookie Betts is doing?
Not many. And the fact that they're now sticking with Mookie Betts because the reason they moved him there last year was the injury to Gavin Lux. Gavin Lux can't make a throw across a diamond. Now he's playing second base.
Right.
I think you put the ball on the ground, there could be some problems for the Dodgers.
Right.
That was my
the one guy who could do it in baseball is Fernando Tatis Jr. Since he went the other way from shortstop to right field.
Now he's a Gold Glove right fielder.
Part of me thinks, damn, do you want to? He's great in right.
Yeah.
Play he made on the ball off the wall. He had a couple of misplays in the outfield, but part of me thinks, and Ha-Seong Kim is really good, but wouldn't you rather have Tats playing shortstop?
Yeah.
Play Kim at second and say goodbye to Bogart.
There's an argument to be made. Well, the reason why Jung-Hoo Lee is now playing center field is because he showed up to start playing for the Kiwoom Heroes, and Ha-Seong Kim was at shortstop.
Is that what it was?
Oh, yeah. Jung-Hoo Lee was
knowledge.
Oh, yeah. Jung-Hoo Lee was drafted as a shortstop.
Super Papa knew that.
Moved to center field and won 5 KBOs. That's because Super Papa knows all, and we got a caller who's got a question for Super Papa. Let's go out to Mark in San Bruno. Mark, what's going on?
Oh, I think I know Mark in San Bruno.
Papa?
I know this guy.
Guess what happened, Mr. Super Papa?
Jesus, let out the Adderall, dude.
Draymond.
Wow.
We scared the heck out of that Draymond. Look how he played now. I think he's worried about me and you at the end of the bench looking for him, brother. Super Papa's after him.
A little Lou Albano vibe there, doesn't he? A little bit.
Super Popper saving the day.
I have super ears, too. You just blew them out, Mark. Mark's coming strong.
That was a super take from Mark.
He's coming strong.
All right, you guys. Be well.
Be good, Marky.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for checking in with Super Papa. Again, 808 KNBR is the number. Papa, we've got another call on the line right here. This says it's Paul from Limb on a Tree out in Treeville. I don't know. What's up, Paul? What's your question for Super Papa?
Gee, it's Paul Allen, the limb on the tree, you being the tree. I've always wanted to ask you this question. In 07, when you unplugged Fleming's microphone so that you could weave your way to the microphone and say, Barry Bonds has become baseball immortality, something's gone amiss with Dave's microphone, you became the voice of baseball immortality, but a lot went into that.
Yeah.
And outside of pulling the plug purposely on Dave's microphone, I just want to know what it was like getting to the chair. I mean, were you bumping people? Was it like an airplane with moderate chop? Did you have to hastily pull the headphones off his head? And if so, did it hurt him? Just all of that.
It involved getting down on my hands and knees while he was calling that inning and pulling out a big scissors and cutting the cable right at the moment. BK Kim was on the mound against the Giants and Arizona Diamondbacks, and the moment he hit the ball, this is my moment. Super Papa to the rescue.
Here to save the broadcast.
Yeah, this is Paul Allen, by the way, the voice of the Vikings.
Yes.
So I'm not speaking to anymore because you stole my guy Sam Darnold, PA.
Well, PA's gone.
He's gone? That was it?
That was a voicemail. He called in earlier, wanted to check in with Papa.
You wanted to jump in? Okay, April Fool's Day.
Yeah, we got you on April Fool's Day.
You got my guy Sam Darnold. Not happy with it.
Yeah, that's it. We got Paul Allen, but it looks like we got another call.
Another one?
On the UMA guest line. This is DP checking in from Bart in Oakland. DP, what do you got for Super Papa?
Hi, this is Derek in Oakland, former host of the Caboose Pistol. Got a question for Greg. Enough of this.
Sounds a lot like Jonah Hill.
San Francisco Giant talk. Let's talk some Raiders here, okay?
Oh, boy.
When the hell is this Barrett Robbins interview you did with him in prison going to see the light of day? I'll take my answer off the air.
Thank you, DP, also known as Jonah. Did you see his bit, by the way, on the web?
Yeah, I didn't know the kid had such acting
talent. I didn't know either.
How about the Papa family, whether it's Derek in Moneyball or Derek Papa?
Are you familiar with the story?
Are you this morning
Young
with Sarge?
Boothang of the one Barrett Robbins. You're familiar with that story?
I've heard stories, Papa.
Yeah, Super Papa and a super trip to Tijuana.
Yeah.
3 prostitutes later. We missed the Super Bowl.
I could have used Super Papa to save the day that day.
These things happen.
I'll tell you that. Yeah, where was Super Papa in a time in need?
Ask Terry Kirby where
the world needed him most, and he vanished at any time. But thank you for DP checking in on.
We got PA and we got DP.
And it looks like we got
any legit out there for Super Papa?
Well, Papa,
we came down to earth for one segment, and you're going to do this?
Well, here it is, Papa. We got one more call. It looks like Kev out in Wisconsin has a question for Super Papa.
So I was in Boston over the weekend and watching movie after movie because I was feeling under the weather. Came across the movie Moneyball, and one of my idols was in that movie, who I respect beyond all measure, broadcaster Greg Papa, whose voice I heard throughout the movie and who had a shot on camera. So my question is, for this Ask Papa segment, is did you and Brad Pitt ever go out and gallivant around the Bay Area while you were filming that terrific movie Moneyball?
Thank you, Kevin from Wisconsin.
Bye-bye. Thank
you, Kevin.
Bye-bye.
We did often out in the Black Hawk area, and when we did, Boothang, we had no regard for mankind. Coming down hard. Until Angelina called and said, Bradley, you got to come back home.
She said, bring over Super Pop and some of that super sperm.
Have you ever seen Moneyball, Boothang?
Of course.
What's your favorite scene in Moneyball?
Well, it was Derek Papa.
Derek Papa
and Adam Copeland.
And Adam Copeland reenacted it, the big trade.
Yeah, give me
Ricardo Rincon.
Yeah, trying to send me down, but I actually got the promotion. Look at me now. Now I'm working with Super Papa.
So I hear on April 1st, Super Papa comes down to earth for just one segment. And you're turning this on me? The April Fool's Day gag is on me?
What, you weren't buying Paul from Lemon on Treeville?
We got PA, we got DP, we got Harlan.
Yeah, we got them all,
with no
Papa.
regard for mankind. Do we have a legit concern Bay Area sporting-wise?
Hey, we had Mark call in.
Super Papa. Oh, yeah, Mark.
Yeah, Mark called in. And he said that you and the two of you scared Draymond Green straight.
Well, we haven't yet because Draymond hasn't played a home game, but I'm ready. I'm ready tomorrow night.
It's like the first 48 was Super Papa and Mark. I love it, Papa.
Yeah.
Great Super Papa bit.
That was too good. Paul Allen, Kevin Harlan, and Derek Papa.
I mean, how about that for a
And
show?
Mark from San Bruno.
Yeah, and I got to give a shout out to the guys behind the class.
Nice work.
Danny Dunn, Walter A. Coupleset, putting that together today, getting some great phone calls from Paul Allen, Derek Papa, and Kevin Harlan. Stay tuned. There's more pranks coming up later Papa might have pulled a prank on the 49ers earlier. We'll revisit that a little bit later, but we can talk a little Draymond Green, talk a little Dubs before we talk to Randy Wynn at 12:30 this morning, getting back into the Giants and Dodgers. But on the other side, let's check in with Super Papa and Draymond Green and the Warriors wrapping up their 5-game road trip with a 4-1 record and whether or not they can make a final push down the stretch. Is that a locomotive? No, it's Super Papa and Draymond Green coming to save the day. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lunn with Super Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM 680 AM, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Professor, Ron Wotus, is back doing his weekend hits with Marty Lurie on Talking Baseball. And this weekend, they were talking about Jung-Hoo Lee and his immediate impact on the Giants lineup. To hear that podcast and more, check it out on the KNBR app, on YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. It's April Fool's Day, so we're fooling with the lineup today. Let the KNBR host swap hijinks continue as Papa and Marcus keep rolling on KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
Man, Draymond was incredible tonight. That was a defensive masterpiece. The offensive board at the end with the Clay three, probably play of the game. But you can see, I mean, you watch that game, Draymond he's a genius defensively.
It's a day of shenanigans here at the sports leader. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund on Host Swap Day with Greg Papa. You can hear Johnny Lund this afternoon. Tom Tolbert 2 to 6, where I'm sure they're going to be talking some Dubs basketball because you heard on the rejoin Steve Kerr breaking down the performance of Draymond Green yesterday as a defensive genius. And this is a conversation we always have about Draymond Green, especially after being ejected last week. Him kind of taking his medicine from Steve Kerr as he came on the afternoon show and said his actions were unforgivable. But Papa, after he puts on a performance like he had yesterday in San Antonio, it makes it a little bit more forgettable because that's the Draymond Green that we're used to seeing.
You know, it's a term we've used here with select few, and Bill Walsh was the silver-haired genius, and he changed pro football, obviously, with the way he ran the West Coast offense, and now look at the league, and there aren't too many that are just savants in what they do. Buster Posey was like that as a baseball player. I would widen the lens on Draymond. To say he's a defensive genius, he certainly is, but he is a basketball genius. He's a savant. Yeah, the defensive stuff, I don't want to say it's easy to see, but I guess it's easier whether he's guarding someone that's so much taller than him, like Wembanyama. He's done it throughout his career. I mean, we saw him as a young player with Blake Griffin. The way he bothered Blake Griffin, LaMarcus Aldridge, just go on and on. One guy that gave him problems when he was young was Marcus Gasol. He figured out a way to guard him. The Joker's a tough cover. Yeah. You're going to have to figure out how to deal with him. And Embiid is just so much bigger. He does bother Anthony Davis, but just not even the way he guards his own guy, he guards everybody. Yeah. He guards all five. The way, just watch him off the ball. Or Andrew Wiggins is a incredible on-ball defender. Klay Thompson at the height of his powers when we said, unleash Rocco. Klay Thompson was a great on-the-ball defender. At times, Jonathan Kuminga can guard the ball. Gary Payton is a defensive genius on the ball. Watch them off the ball. They're head turners. They don't handle the whole floor. Draymond only guards his guy. He rotates and guards everybody. He's got eyes all around his head, and he's got a sense of when to come off, when to dig. How about the play last night when Wembanyama drove the lane? He just came off the double, and he got it, and he knocked the ball away. And then what he does offensively. Watch the way he and Steph just move together. It's like watching Peyton Manning and the original Marvin Harrison, whoever you want to mention. Joe and Jerry or Joe and Dwight. I mean, there's just an element where it's just he impacts everything offensively. He reads, and he's not a great shooter, but last night he made shots. If you disrespect him, he'll make the shot when he's aggressive to score, like last night. So really, he is a basketball genius. I could easily see him going into coaching. He was one of those guys. Mark Jackson said it right away before he even had a role for him, because you still had David Lee. This guy could go into coaching after he's done. Tom Izzo, 4 years in college, all those Final Fours. There's a reason, which makes it so confounding someone that is so mentally sharp in the way he plays his sports can just redline and lose it. And that's where you have to sit him down and, whether it's therapy or a long interview or something, maybe he'll figure it out when he's done playing. I don't know. But as a basketball player, and he's not the biggest, the strongest, the fastest, the quickest, but he overcomes all that because he's just mentally sharp. If he's a baseball manager, he's 4 innings ahead of you. He's on to the play ahead, not the screen that's being set, the play. He is. And it's not just a defensive genius. He is a basketball genius like Larry Bird was, like the great Wayne Gretzky was in hockey. Sometimes you look at these guys and they're not anything S. They're not the fastest. Gretzky wasn't the best skater, didn't have the hardest shot. Why does he score all these goals and have all these assists? It's like, damn, he just knows everything. He's so smart. I was listening to the thing with Gretzky the other day. They were talking about, I'm way off the tangent here, but they were asking about, they'd have one guy shadow Gretzky the entire game. Wherever he skated, somebody would follow him, usually a back-checking forward or defenseman. And his dad, when he was young, said, you know what you do? Just go stand right next to the other defenseman. So if they're going to have some other guy just follow you around the ice, and then you go stand next to a second guy, now what do they do?
Yeah.
How they're going to play the other 5 guys? Going to play 3-on-5? It's going to be like we got a double power play, got a 2-man advantage. So just little things like that. It's like, wow, I wish I knew that when he was watching Gretzky play. And with Draymond, it's similar and different. But then you see the ferocity, the temper. So why a guy that is so brilliant mentally, why does he lose his mind so quickly and then can't get it back and he lets it go too far?
That's the confusing part for me, because everything you're saying is spot on. Draymond Green has some of the highest basketball IQ in the entire NBA. But that's why it's so frustrating that he doesn't have the kind of mindset to control himself in these situations, which, of course, brings up the bigger question whether or not the juice is worth the squeeze with Draymond Green. Because I'm with you. He does so much more that doesn't fall into a box score. So, of course, you get the casual NBA fan to call him Mr. Triple Single Double, but you watch a game, you see his overall impact, the help defense, helping guys switch. You brought up offensively that pick and roll game with Steph Curry. It's damn near unstoppable. Just knowing when to come up and set the screen for Steph. He plays such a huge part on both sides of the ball in that point forward role. But here we were last week talking about another kind of hiccup in the lifestyle, in the saga of Draymond Green. We had people calling into our show, and I'm sure people called into your show. I saw on the national shows, on First Take, on Get Up, everybody's talking about how it's time to move on from Draymond Green. But in my opinion, the Warriors are not a better team without Draymond on its roster. So at this point of his career, you just kind of take Draymond Green for who he is, correct, Papa? Or do you have a different viewpoint on that?
No, there was a time a couple of years ago, and I remember the back-to-back games vividly. It was in Orlando. Nick Vucevic just went right through him. And Nick Vucevic is a big-time scorer. He can shoot it, he can post. And at that point, I think it was the year after the pandemic year. Draymond missed a lot of games during the pandemic year. He was AWOL when Steph was hurt. You'd hear all kinds of rumors about Draymond not being able to play. And then that weekend, there was a game in Orlando where I thought he's just not effective guarding anymore. And then the next night in Charlotte, he gets kicked out of the game. Steph did not play. It was a homecoming back there, but Steph was out due to injury. And he got kicked out of the game at the very end of the game, which he got double technicals, which gave them 2 technical free throws to tie the game. He got kicked out, and they lost the game in overtime. And after that, I'm like, damn, he can't guard the way he used to, and now he does this. So John and I came out on that Monday, and I was like, should they, would they, could they? Yeah. I was done. I would have traded him.
Wow.
But I would have made a mistake because he got back, and Izzy, last year, the year before they won the championship year, we heard the reports that he gave up alcohol the entire year. I mean, also, the other part of Draymond is he can run all day. You know how hard it is to play as hard as he plays? I mean, watch Steph offensively. Like if you had a GPS tracking device, an old-school pedometer on Steph and Clay, they're running Let's watch Draymond. Mm-hmm. Draymond is all over the floor. I think Steph and Clay, certainly Steph probably runs more now when he plays off the ball. But anyway, just the energy that he plays with. when he first came into the league, Bob Myers would have pulled him aside and said, you're a tweener and you're pudgy, you got to get in better shape. Now look at the shape he's in. Yeah. And he missed a long time this year and didn't pick up a basketball for weeks. He can run all day. Mm-hmm. When he rips and runs like he did last night and beats everybody down the floor, when they're all thinking he's going to dish it and he goes in and scores a layup, can't stop that. So everything he does, to me, he's back to, and I think some of the metrics, and it's just my own eyes, he doesn't guard this way all the time, but he knows when it's time. And you get him in a short series or winning game. I want to see him guard Luka tomorrow night. I'm sure they'll put Wiggins on him a lot, but he'll come off and double. At times you got to go get Luka. And they got other guys that can beat you, like Kyrie and Hardaway's kid, and they got some young athletes they got around him. But at points you want to go get Luka. You're not scoring. Just watch Draymond's brilliance and how he does it. So he's back to being almost that guy. I know right now this roster right now is very good around him. Without him, they can't win. I don't know if they can or not. But with him, you got a chance. So I think that has already flown now. If you were going to move him, it was before. I'm sure they'll reassess their team in the off. We're not there yet.
Yes.
You've got meaningful games to play all week. The playoffs don't start until mid-April, whether you're in the play-in or not. We got 2 or 3 more weeks. Like, today's April 1st. In 2 weeks' time, we're going to segue from the regular season into the play-in, playoff, whatever they're in. And we don't want them to play golf. We want them to beat Houston on Thursday. But anyway, I understand why people are exasperated. But, and we just deal with it when they come on the TV at 7 o'clock at night or whenever it is. They got to live with him every day. And I'm sure there are times where they thought, get him out of here. Now you can't get him. And ultimately, I think the owner, Steve and Steph, Bob before, just didn't want to do that, and for right reasons. They know he's arguably the greatest glue player that the NBA's ever had. But Charles Oakley was a great glue player. Mason was a great, Anthony Mason. Obviously, Dennis Rodman, could contribute to championship teams in Detroit and Chicago. There's been a number of them, but for the way the Warriors play, it's him. And it's not just he's a defensive genius. Yes, obviously, we can see that. But offensively, he helps you way offensively so many. Yeah. He's your top, when Paul's out there, he's a good passer, but they run the offense through him, the high drag, the split cuts, the chemistry with Steph. I mean, he's a great basketball player. He is at times a great pain in the ass. Yeah. And you have to deal with him. But it's too late for that conversation. Yeah. You're not taking him off the roster now. Let's ride him out, and let's see if he's got one more bit of greatness in him, April, May, and June. But when you watch him play last night, Boucher, it's just how good. And he scored 21 points last night on top of 11 rebounds, the big offensive rebounds to win the game, the 6 steals, the usage rate. You're not winning anything without Draymond Green.
No, and I get why people question the antics and him getting in trouble over and over again. But to me, you can't question his basketball skills, that basketball IQ. And I think a perfect example is look at the stretch of basketball games between when Draymond Green returned from suspension to when Steph Curry had that slight knee injury. They played 19 games. They went 14-5. They were playing their best basketball of the season. So we'll see if they can get back to that. Just wrapped up this 5-game road trip with a 4-1 record, and now we're going down the final stretch. 8 games left in the season. We'll see how much Draymond Green has an impact against the Dallas Mavericks, and then the red-hot Houston Rockets coming down this week. We'll continue the Dubs talk a little bit later on the show. But coming up next, we're going to switch back to the Giants. You got Dodgers and Giants baseball coming to you live from these very airwaves. So on the other side, we'll check in with Randy Wynn, get his breakdown of the Giants opening series down in San Diego, and his preview of Giants and Dodgers tonight. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
swapping hosts as Papa and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
An outfield of Profar in left, Sokar in center, Tatis in right. There's a swing. There's a high drive in the deep center field. Way back there, Sokar at the warning track, at the wall. He leaps. And goodbye. He did not get it. He almost got it and came down. But the umpires had to wait to make the call. And finally, they signaled home run, the first home run as a Giant by Matt Chapman. And he hit it right over the 396-foot marker.
Matt Chapman goes deep a couple times this weekend as the Giants wrap up their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. Kick off a series tonight against the L.A. Dodgers. So joining us on the UMA guest line right now, of course, is former Giants outfielder Randy Wynn. Randy, what's going on, man? It's Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa. We're doing a little bit of a lineup shakeup here at KNBR just for April Fool's Day. But Randy, as an old ball player yourself, you know every once in a while you just got to shake up the lineup to get a little bit of life in it, don't you?
Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with moving a couple guys around to get things going, spice things up a little bit. I like it.
Exactly. You got to keep the lineup live and fresh and maybe change it each and every day. But so far, Randy, we've seen a pretty consistent lineup from Bob Melvin, Jung-Hoo Lee leading it off, Jorge Soler in the 2-hole. What has been your first takeaways from this overall kind of revamped Giants lineup?
I mean, there's been so many positive things. And keep in mind, small sample size, it's just 4 games, but we've seen a lot of really good positive things that we can take away and say, you know what, I could see this continuing all season long. You know, starting right at the top, Jung-Hoo Lee has been really good. I don't expect him to hit 330 the whole season, but he's come in, he's looked confident, he showed an ability to put the bat on the ball, which was a scouting report. He sprayed the ball around, he's driven the ball, he's already got a home run. He's done a really nice job. Matt Chapman's been phenomenal. His defense is phenomenal. Pairing him with Nick Ahmed on that left side, it's been really good. You know, there was quote unquote question marks in the rotation, like who's going to pitch behind Logan Webb. We assume it's going to be Blake Snell, hopefully sooner than later. But Harrison and Hicks, you know, how are they going to be this season? You know, Hicks with the transformation and starting rotation has been phenomenal, like so far. Like that was a great outing for him. And Harrison, the question with him was, you know, can he rein in that electric stuff and pound the zone? And he did that in the first start. So one time kind of through the starting rotation, we're almost there, but 4 games, a lot of good stuff. And I think that the hidden guy in all of this is Michael Conforto. He was a guy that was brought in last year to solidify the lineup, and there were ups and downs last year, and he's come out this year on fire. And I think he's on a mission to prove that he was the player that he was before he got hurt a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think he's the key. If Conforto can hit like he has previously in his career, pre-shoulder injury, Randy, then the whole lineup just takes off. But obviously, you got to start with the leadoff guy, Jung-Hoo Lee, and you hit a lot of leadoff or high in the order too in your career. So let's just talk about him offensively and go through all of his skills. When he gets in the box wearing number 51, he does remind a little bit like Ichiro, your great teammate in Seattle, who had the sickest hand-eye coordination I think the sport has ever seen. But he does have a little bit of an uppercut swing. I'm not sure if he's flat through the zone. And then he has the high finish. So do you like that part of his game? He'll hit home runs on the road. Will he hit them at Oracle Park? But just offensively, tracking the ball, even when he gets on base, as far as being able to steal, because you could do it all at the top of the order. What do you see from Jung-Hoo Lee, Randy?
Pop, you hit the nail on the head in comparing him to Ichiro. Let's first and foremost, Ichiro Suzuki is one of one. Let's just put him in his own category. That dude was wicked special, right? He was amazing. But there are similarities. Jung-Hoo Lee admits that Ichiro was a role model, that he patterns his game after him. So when you see them, left-hand hitters hitting at the top of the lineup, more contact type guys, there are a lot of similarities. But the difference for me in the swing is Jung-Hoo Lee does have a bit more uppercut. He has a very high finish, where Ichiro, when he finished, 90% of the time, 95% of the time, his finish was like below his shoulder. He had a very low finish, that was the thing that helped him get out of the box, and he would get those top spin choppers that would either get through the infielder or the infielders couldn't make a play. But when we're talking about Jung-Hoo Lee, the skill set is similar to Ichiro in terms of they're looking to put the bat on the ball. He takes a lot of pitches, Jung-Hoo Lee. He has a lot of quality at bats. He's able to fight off tough pitches, really good hand to eye. Not going to be a power guy, but has shown the ability to drive the ball a little bit. I don't think he's going to hit a ton of home runs, especially in Oracle Park. But I think this is – I don't think he could have had a better opening series. I said before, I don't think he's going to continue to hit 330, but he's shown that he can play at this level. He's shown that he's not intimidated. He's shown that he can handle velocity, and that's what you worry about coming from the KBO is the consistent guys throwing 95, 96, 97 miles an hour. They don't have that consistently in the KBO. So how is he going to react to that type pitching? And he did not look overmatched. I thought he looked great. His at-bats were phenomenal. And I said this before, it couldn't have been a better opening series for him.
Randy Wynn is the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line this morning. And yeah, it was one hell of an opening week series for Jung-Hoo Lee. But I did want to circle back to Michael Conforto, who had one hell of an opening weekend also. Now, Michael Conforto is a man who has come out and said that he did not live up to expectations last year, even struggled a little bit early on in spring training, started to heat up towards the back end down in Scottsdale. But Randy, from your perspective, have you seen anything different from his swing or even his approach at the plate this season?
You know, his swing doesn't look better. I mean, I would say his bat speed's a little bit crisper, which, you know, you kind of expect that coming out of spring training, opening series, a bit of excitement. His balance has been phenomenal. I remember seeing him before the injury, and I really thought that he was going to be an elite hitter. I thought he just had that type of eye, balance, and bat-to-ball skills. Obviously, the injuries have kind of forced him to take a step back, but I really thought that he was a guy that really could be an elite bat. I thought he could be a relatively high average guy with the power and RBIs. And so far this season, he's looked great. His at-bats have been very consistent. It's not like he doesn't look like he's trying to force things. And what I mean by that is a lot of times you come out and you want to get off to such a hot start. You expand your zone, you get out of your plan, you get away from the things that make you the hitter that you are. I haven't seen any of that. And I definitely think that he's kind of been the forgotten man in this, and all of the excitement in the new acquisitions, rightfully so. Like Giants fans should be excited about the guys that they brought in, but a guy that they brought in last year, I think is going to have a huge impact, Michael Conforto. And we could see him. I think Bob Melvin has so many weapons. There's so many different things that he can do with this lineup. I don't think we're going to see the lineup swaps that we saw last year, but you know, I could see Conforto hitting between Soler and Chapman at some point this season, like that's, or he could be hitting right behind them. There's so many things. Tyro Estrada could be in the 2-hole. They have a lot of weapons to really be able to score runs a different way. And you mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee, his bat to ball, his base running, a skill that's been, in my opinion, forgotten in this game. It is coming back. So it's good to see him and Tyro Estrada, guys that can run the bases, put the ball in play in this lineup, because that's going to help them score runs when they're not hitting home runs.
Yeah, I think the one thing to look for tonight is facing a left-handed starter for the first time in James Paxton. Is Conforto in the lineup? You know, is Yaz back off paternity leave? What are we hearing there? And is Luis Matos in? Or, you know, how do they handle this when you got left on left with Conforto? Probably play him, but maybe Matos will be in right field. Where at Dodger Stadium, Randy, where Mookie Betts was. And then they moved him to the infield. And you better than anybody knows how insanely difficult this is. Last year we marveled at Shohei. How does he pitch and how does he hit like that? Well, how do you ask a guy to hit like Mookie Betts and then come in from right field where he was a 6-time Gold Glove winner to play on the dirt? And then, oh, by the way, Gavin Lux can't throw, so we're going to move you to shortstop. I mean, what are they asking him to do? I thought it would adversely affect his offense, which it's not. But what are you thinking, being a high-level athlete like you were and are, that Mookie Betts can go from right field to second base and now play a very credible major league shortstop?
I mean, I'm amazed that he's been able to do it. Well, we don't know what kind of shortstop he's going to be yet, but the level that he was able to play second base on, let's call it short notice, like that is a huge position change just from what you do for your body to get ready. From an outfielder to an infielder is different. The movements that you're doing, in infield, it's quick bursts. It's a lot of squatting. It's bending over. It's things that he probably hasn't done in years. And the way he takes care of his body, the way he prepares, I mean, it has been great. Like, I think this year, my worry, and I'm sure there's Dodgers fans and baseball fans out there, that the toll of playing shortstop every day kind of hurts his bat a little bit. It hasn't so far. I'm absolutely amazed at what he's been able to do. And then also the unselfishness to go from being an elite defender, right fielder, game changer, to basically doing whatever the team needs. He's bounced to center, he's bounced to second base, and now to shortstop. He's basically being the ultimate team player and say, hey, where do you guys need me? I'm fine. I'm a baseball player. Put me in the lineup. I'm going to perform.
And as good as a player Mookie Betts is, I do think it's fair to say there are some question marks about his glove at shortstop. Hell, in general, with that Dodgers infield with Gavin Lux and Max Muncy, there are some questions defensively. But Randy, moving forward, it feels like there's not as many questions about the Giants' defense this year, bringing in Nick Ahmed over the offseason, and then, of course, the big signing, the two-time Platinum Glove winner, Matt Chapman at the hot corner. Have you been more impressed so far with the glove of Matt Chapman or the bat?
It's been a little bit of everything. I remember when he was young and he was over in Oakland, and there was a lot of hype around his glove. And I remember I went to talk to some of our A's analysts, and I said, hey, give me the scoop. Is this guy really that good? They're saying this guy is, going to be very good. And they said, Randy, this guy's better than the hype. And he has been. He has been flat out amazing. He made a play going down the line, backhand, slid down the line, popped up, threw it right on the money, and he made a very difficult play look easy, and I think that's what the great ones do. They make the difficult plays look routine, and I think he's going to be huge for his defense, and then also I talked about Kyle Harrison and needing to be able to pound the zone. When you've got a guy and two guys that are really good defenders on the left side, as a pitcher, that's got to give you all the confidence in the world to pound the zone, because they're going to make the plays behind you. So I'm equally impressed. The second home run that he hit to the top of the warehouse down left field, Chapman, was phenomenal. And we talked to him after the game, and I marveled at, one, his balance. Like, there really wasn't like a big leg kick or wind up, and just how smooth he's able to swing and still generate that power.
Special player. There's no doubt. And when he hits, he's one of the best players in baseball, because defensively we've seen very few like him at third base. So it's going to be obviously exciting tonight to go to Dodger Stadium. You played at the height of this rivalry when you became a Giant. You grew up in the Bay Area at San Ramon Valley High out in Danville. Giants, Dodgers. But how different is this? Because you've got the Dodgers spending over $1 billion, $1.3 billion with all their people, and the Giants, they spent $1 billion less, but still $300 million in new players. I mean, where's the Giant-Dodger rivalry gone now?
I think with these latest additions, it just adds it's going to add another storied chapter to an already storied rivalry. As a player, I remember the first game that I played in Dodger Stadium. I went out early and I was in right field and I was stretching, and I had my back to our dugout. And, I'm I don't know, hamstring stretch, I'm bent over trying to get loose. And, there's like a buzz in the air. So you could tell as a player, like, this series is different. But all of a sudden, like, there was like this rumble, and then the stadium erupted in boos, and it kind of gave me chills a little bit. And I was like, that's got to be Barry.
I knew before you even said it. I knew it's Bonds.
So Barry just comes like trotting by me, and I was like, oh, this is going to be fun. because the energy, like they just dislike Barry Bonds because he was the best player on the Giants. And we've seen the highlights, the home run that he hit and does the twirl. I think that was that Chan-Ho Park that he did that off of?
I remember that.
I'm not sure, but the one in Candlestick, he home run to right field. He did kind of the twirl right out of the batter's box. He had been beaten up on this franchise for years. So the energy in the stadium, it's different than any other regular season game. And I think with the additions, with Ohtani number one, and then what the Giants have done on the flip side, I think this is going to be a super exciting rivalry and a super exciting year for both these franchises.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Jung-Hoo Lee gets his first taste of booze tonight down in Dodger Stadium. But that's actually the last thing I wanted to ask about, Randy, is the taste of beer that Jung-Hoo Lee got after hitting his first Major League home run, the beer shower that the Giants put him through, and whether or not you've ever experienced anything like that, Randy.
I have not, but that was one of the most responsible beer showers I've ever seen in my entire career. They took him in the shower where there was like limited cleanup. Like these guys were considerate. They didn't just do it in the middle of the clubhouse. Like when I played it, a lot of times that would happen right in the middle of the clubhouse. So I'm sure the clubbies were really happy that they did it in the shower. But that's kind of the cool thing that he's obviously been a professional, but all of these are kind of his MLB first, and to see his teammates excited for him, that's a cool feeling.
It'll be cool if he contends for Rookie of the Year this year. Though Kyle Harrison's still eligible for Rookie of the Year, but I'm not even sure. Maybe in baseball in the National League, if he's going to win the Bay Area's Rookie of the Year, Randy. Your guy Pods from Santa Clara, Brandon Pojemski. Yeah. And I like Trace Jackson Davis. How good was this guy at Santa Clara? You watch him play?
Yeah, I did. I was able to go down there, and I played a couple games. And his now agent is Bill Duffy, who was Nash's agent, and he also went to Santa Clara and played in the NBA for a little bit. And I remember talking to him down there, and he said, "Randy, this kid's going to be good." And the thing, like his game really translated a lot better to the NBA, where it's a lot more open. You see how athletic he is and the rebounds that he got. He was a really good college rebounder for a guard, and his ability to go in there and he gets tips and he just makes plays. Like he goes in the game and he makes things happen. He's not like a pure shooter, but he's able to shoot. He's able to drive. He's able to create. And he got his opportunity on a team that it's really hard to break in, especially when they're trying to win. And he's gained, I think, not only the coach's trust but also the players' trust.
See, this is why we book Randy Wynn. Whether we're talking Giants baseball, talking Santa Clara basketball, Randy's got takes on everything. And Randy, I feel like I have to ask you on the way out, you got any takes on this Final Four, or maybe even in the women's bracket, you got Caitlin Clark squaring off against Angel Reese tonight?
Yeah, that would be. I haven't watched as much of the women, but that game's going to be special, especially after last year. But the kid from Purdue.
The center, the big guy?
Yeah, Edie. Like, can anybody stop this guy? What do you have, 40 and 17 last game? Like, he I mean, what a storyline. Doesn't get drafted, comes back because he wants to win a national championship, goes out and he's playing better than he did last year. And I've watched, I don't know, a couple Purdue games here in the tournament, and nobody has a plan for him. Like, you cannot stop this kid. So I think Purdue is my favorite, just because of him.
Great stuff as always, Randy. Whether it's basketball, baseball, we'll come to you for all your breakdowns. Appreciate you hopping on with me and Papa today, and we'll talk to you soon, man. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right, thanks for having me on.
It's a win day.
There it is.
Randy and Keaton win on the mound.
Ooh, I like that,
Double
Papa.
winner.
That's a Super Papa breakdown right there. We had Super Papa earlier. We had Ask Papa earlier, but now it's time for a little foreplay on the other side. Stay tuned. We got
Best
some great
foreplay
audio
ever.
from you, whether we're talking Super Papa or talking about the Moneyball breakdown that our digital boys put together for the KNBR Host Swap Day. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa today on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants all-star pitcher Alex Cobb stopped by Extra Innings this weekend with Bill Lasky to provide an update on when he could potentially rejoin the Giants rotation. To hear that podcast and more, check it out on the KNBR app, on YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler. 4
chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show on a Monday morning where you've probably figured it out by now. I am not John Lund. I am Marcus Boucher from the Murph and Marcus Morning Show, but today we're having a little fun. We're doing a little bit of a host swap this morning. Adam Copeland hosted this morning with Brian Murphy. John Lund is in the building. He'll be hosting today with Tom Tolbert this afternoon.
Lund's here already?
I was going to say.
He's not on for an hour.
I'm surprised he's here this early.
With me, he rolls it in 9:59:59. Radnich style.
Ooh.
What the hell's he doing here an hour early?
He's got to prep for his reunion today with Tom
Seems
Tolbert.
really excited about this secret rendezvous there.
Right?
All right.
There's a lot of swapping going on in the studio right now, or some would say
You're
platooning.
like Dennis Eckersley and Rick Manning.
Like the 1971 Yankees and the wife swap
Who
story,
was that?
but we can
Fritz
go into that for
Peterson
another day.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I'm up for that.
we are talking foreplay
You are my
right now.
boo thing, Marcus
Here we are.
Boucher.
And I'm your little boo thing.
You are my boo thing.
After apparently I got sent down in the KNBR
I heard this
bullpen
the other
last
day.
week.
No, I consider it a call-up.
That's what I'm saying. Now I'm in the big leagues.
Now
with
you're
Greg
shooting your
Papa.
shot like 2K.
Here I am. And look at us now. And listen to this audio from our digital boys. If you haven't seen this yet, I would highly recommend checking this out on KNBR socials. It's on our website, on Twitter, on Instagram. It's about a 4 or 5 minute featured film of Adam Copeland and our guy Derek Papa reenacting a scene from Moneyball about the host being traded, who's available on the market, who's being sent which way. Here's part 1 for you, breaking down the trade perspectives of a Brian Murphy and what's going to happen today on Host Swap Day.
Let's get the Murph and Marcus show on the phone.
You think of Murph?
Yeah, they've lost faith. I think they're going to dump him.
Hardcore.
Their producer, John Curley, is on too.
Johnny John boy, look, Little League dads and quarter zips aren't really in right now.
Are you referring to Murph?
He's a luxury you guys can't afford.
And you can? There's 50 Amici's gift cards left on his contract, and we at least have one other suitor.
Who is it?
I'd rather not say.
Papa.
Johnny, I'll have to call you back.
What do you even get from Mike Kohler?
Nothing. What's left on Tim Webb's contract?
$275.
1,000?
$2.75.
Hey, give me Greg Papa on the line. If we can get Papa interested in Tim Webb, then Curley only has one buyer interested in Murph.
Us.
Line 3, Copes.
Papa Bear, what do you think of Webb? I could give him to you for almost nothing.
Logan Webb? What's the angle?
Not Logan Webb, Tim Webb.
Oh.
Oh, look, all I'm looking for is a couple of Tony Gimignani gift cards and throw in a sweetener. Say...
Dunn.
Danny Dunn. We could use his big pole.
I like Danny Dunn.
You don't know who Danny Dunn is.
I don't know who anyone here is.
Dude, I got to give a tip of the cap to our guy Michael Conley over from the digital department.
We could use his big pole.
Oh, yeah, we like Danny's big pole. Papa, I know you made a cameo in the real Moneyball movie. I wasn't expecting...
Cameo, I was the star.
I wasn't expecting you to make a cameo in the KNBR
Philip
digital
Seymour
Moneyball.
Hoffman, Jonah Hill, some guy named Pitt, and Papa. Didn't you see the credits there?
That's it. Well, we got Greg Papa in the Moneyball credits, Derek Papa in the KNBR Moneyball credits. I didn't know the Papa
Jonah
family had such great acting chops, Greg.
Yeah, we finally found something we can do.
Yeah, and stay tuned.
And I think that's Copes' calling.
Yeah,
he is. He nailed it.
That is cool. Well, we know Copes is a thespian.
So good.
And I want to say that with a T and an H. A thespian. He's a known thespian.
Okay.
And he put off those acting chops, and it sounds like we actually have more from the thespian himself. Here's the second part of Copes and Derek talking a little Moneyball trades here at the Sports Leader.
I want this one. Where's the one calling me back?
Greg Papa's on 3.
Yeah? I'll call you back. Get young Tony on the line. You know what? Tell him I'm on the other line.
Hi, Mr. Tony. Derek Papa. Sorry I put you on hold earlier. Copes asked me to call you back. He's on the other line.
Tell him we want 5 Amici's gift cards for Tim.
Copes says he needs 5 gift cards for Amici's East Coast Pizzeria for Tim.
Tim Lincecum? What's the catch?
No, not Lincecum, Webb.
Logan Webb? What's the angle?
No, not Logan Webb, Tim Webb.
Tell him I'll pay for the gift cards, but when I sell them for twice as much, I'm keeping the profits.
Okay, Copes says he'll pay for the gift cards, but when he sells them back next year, he's keeping the profits. Okay, thank you very much. We'll call you back.
Yeah! Call John Curley back. Never mind, I got him right here. John Johnstone. Look, I don't want Murph hosting for you guys tomorrow, so tell him to change his clothes and send him on over. Well, because I don't like the way he dresses. That's why. And I got you the Amici's gift cards. All right. Okay, great.
And there it is. And now I'm here hosting with you. Copes is in the morning.
And we
with
missed
Murph.
the Derek Papa part, the Paul DePodesta part, Jonah Hill, where he brings the fist down. He does it well, kind of like Jim Harbaugh. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got a fist. Makes 5.
The best part about this, too, is I was hanging out after our show last week when they were filming this feature film, and Derek was taking this serious. He was over in the bullpen, like, practicing his lines, practicing the
I want to hear
movements.
the outtakes. We got the outtakes?
Oh, stay tuned. There's got to be a blooper reel coming soon. Yeah, a full 5-minute video. If you haven't checked it out, KNBR.com if you missed
Honestly,
out.
this is the only reason I went for this whole swap thing and coming in studio was after I saw that video.
Yeah, exactly.
Too good.
And after I got the promotion, not the demotion.
Yeah,
to
what's the deal with that?
Show.
That was the last scene was you boxing up your valuables.
That's it.
And you had to leave.
By the way, did you see what I threw?
What did you
into that
have in there?
box?
What did you have in
I
there?
had that Raider hat that I had with the spinning top on it.
Oh my God! From Banjo Man?
Yeah, from Banjo Man.
The propeller hat?
I had the Banjo Man propeller hat.
Oh, that's so
tagged in my
sad.
stuff,
Leave that here.
Taking it down to the 1050 studio. But here I am in the 680 studio with Greg Papa, getting you ready for the Giants and Dodgers game tonight. So why not take a detour and a little bit of foreplay and check in with the latest San Francisco Giants superstar. Jung Ho Lee went deep for the first time in orange and black, and you heard us talking about it last segment with Randy Wynn. Got to celebrate with a nice little beer shower. Here's the audio of Jung Ho Lee telling his teammates how much he loves them before getting sprayed with the beer yesterday in the showers.
Hey, you want to say something? 한마디 하고 할래, 정우야? I love you.
Easy peasy.
Dude, the timing of that, the dropping the I love you, and then the boys with the perfect timing, popping the beer, and according to Susan Slusser, maybe some other additives in there.
Everything.
Maybe a
It was the
little
everything
shaving
shower.
cream. See, I'm down for a beer shower. Actually, I'm down for having a beer in the shower. Shout out to all my people who like to enjoy a nice little shower beer. It's one of the top 5 beers in my opinion. But I'm not down with the shaving cream, all that other stuff. Shout out to Blake
How does
Sable.
a shower beer taste?
Oh, it's fantastic. As long as you don't
What
get
kind
any
of beer
water.
are you having in there?
Oh, I'd take a nice Modelo in there.
Nice Modelo.
Yeah, maybe a Pliny, maybe a Russian River, maybe a Hen House.
Do you have to take the shower head away? You don't want to get the water in the beer, do you?
It's
How do
all
you handle
about
that?
it's all about the placement of the beer. You can go on top of like the shower rack where the curtains
Okay.
are. You can leave it outside near the window if you want to, but then you're spilling water all over the place. I like to just put it up like
I
right,
like to
right above
shave
my
in the
soap.
shower, and I love my iPads in the shower.
iPad in the shower.
I do it all
What are
the
you?
time.
You're breaking down film in the shower.
I am.
That sounds more dangerous
I
than me
am.
drinking a beer in the shower,
am.
Papa.
I am.
I love the getting celebrated by his teammates. Cool moment for the kid, and a cool moment to have his dad, the son of the wind. in
He's
the
the son of
crowd.
the wind.
It's the son of the wind. It's the grandson of the wind, and we'll see him make his debut against the
Greatest
Dodgers
nickname
tonight
ever, isn't it?
down in L.A.
Son of the wind.
Son of the wind. Son of a something
What
else.
if he goes yard against the Dodgers here?
Oh. I was going to say, I'm sure he's probably going to have a lot of fans down there, too. There was a lot, obviously, down in San Diego with Ha-Sung Kim. There's a big Korean fan base following along. But you look at the people who showed up for Jung Ho Lee. Did you see the story about the family that caught the home run ball
Yeah.
from Jung Ho Lee?
Yeah.
Actually, from the Bay Area, moved down to San Diego. Their favorite players, Ha-Sung Kim and Ha-Sung and Jung Ho Lee, former teammates for the Kiwoom Heroes, went out for dinner after the
How
game.
big of an ovation is he going to get? What giant? Barry Bonds, obviously. But what Giant player got the biggest ovation before he ever played a home game for the Giants?
Well, like I said, I went out to the spring training game when they were facing off against the A's in Pablo's last stand, and they had Area 51 signs
so
out in
cool.
center field already. So we're all getting ready for Jung Ho Lee to make his home debut on Friday against the Padres, but I expect him to be in the lineup tonight against James Paxton as they take on the Dodgers. And then, Papa, our last piece of foreplay. We're going to go into the world of college basketball. But I actually want to go to the women's bracket because tonight there is a must-see game between Iowa and LSU, a rematch from the tournament last year, Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark.
Oh, that was nasty.
Arguably the 2 biggest superstars in the tournament in either bracket. We're talking men's and women's. And so, of course, the spotlight is on the 2 of them. After last year, they were doing the John Cena, you can't see me celebration and taunts to each other. Well, here was Angel Reese being interviewed yesterday about her relationship with Caitlin Clark and if there's any bad blood between the 2 of them.
Me and Caitlin Clark don't hate each other. Like, I want everybody to understand that it's just a super competitive game. And, like, I would just wish people realize that, like, once I get between those lines, it's no friends. I have plenty of friends on the court that I talk to outside of the game. But, like, when I get between those lines, like, we're not friends. We're not buddies. I'm going to talk trash to you. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get in your head the whole entire game. But after the game, we can kick it. Like, I don't think people really realize that. And that's fine. I'll take the villain role. I'll take the hit for it. But I know we're going women's basketball, and if this is the way we're gonna do it, then this is the way we're gonna do it. You like it or you don't.
And I gotta say, Papa, I like it.
She put the ring on her finger, Aaron Donald style. So that was big time. What a matchup tonight. I just wonder what the rating's going to be for this game tonight. This will be one of the most watched women's game of all time. And then watching the men over the weekend. And I think we're looking at a Purdue-UConn championship game a week from tonight. But is anybody touching UConn? They are rolling by 30 or more. I mean, if anybody can beat them, it's Purdue. But I think it's Purdue in that match. I mean, that big guy, I heard Randy talking about him. Can he play in the NBA, that guy? He's so robotic.
I mean, there's a lot of people who say he's just tall, and that's it.
He is slow. I mean, the Joker's slow. But he has to repost every time he catches the ball when a double team comes down. It's like, just go up and score. He throws it back out. They repost. He can't make a free throw. He made enough to get 40 and nearly 20. But that game tonight is going to be what time that game tipping? Will that game be done by the time Dodgers-Giants start? Probably, right?
Ooh, the female game today between Iowa and LSU is at 4 p.m.
We'll be done.
Yeah.
We'll be done.
So we'll get a little basketball in, and we'll see if Purdue can make it past NC State. They've been the Cinderella story of the tournament. Men's Final Four going on, and we got the Elite Eight over in the women's bracket. Some good basketball talk, but on the other side, let's get back into some baseball talk, and let's get back into the Greg Papa prank segment as Papa pulled one over on the 49ers and our friend Bob Sargent earlier this morning. In case you missed it, we'll play it for you next as we wrap up an April Fool's Monday morning with Marquise Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa to my left on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. All right, thanks for tuning into the Pop and Lunch Show with me, Marcus Boucher, on a Monday morning. But now it's time to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people, and today the people want to know, Steve, what should they do if they can't pay their taxes?
They should call us. Look, it's April. Today is April. Now, you know, a couple of weeks from now, the IRS has their hand out, and a lot of people do their own returns, do them on the weekend. And this weekend, they're saying, no, I must have done something wrong. This couldn't be. How could I owe all this money? Also, a lot of tax firms process returns on the weekend, and so do we. And there's a lot of people getting calls and emails today saying that on April 15th, you're going to owe X number of dollars. And the clients are saying, no, you had to do something wrong. There's no way I could owe this money. And then when they realize they do, they go into a panic because they just don't have the money, have no idea how they're going to pay. They feel like somebody just shoved them overboard, and now they're drowning. Folks, don't make the mistake of not filing the return. Don't panic. You have a lot of rights, a lot of options. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Call us. Let us explain to you all the things we could do for you. And we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. And then we hand you back a normal life, and you don't even have to think about this. All you have to do is call for your free consultation.
Don't panic. Give Steve Moskowitz a call. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And if you're looking for more information, give Steve a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Professor, Ron Wotus, is back doing his weekend hits with Marty Lurie on Talking Baseball. And this weekend, they were talking about Jung-Hoo Lee and his immediate impact on the Giants lineup. To hear that podcast and more, check it out on the KNBR app, on YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com.
How fun. You guys are all flipping around today. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. We are. We got our Bootang here, Marcus Boucher.
Right.
And
me and Papa reunite.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
That's right. It's Greg Papa and his little boo thing. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning on a host swap Monday. It's April 1st. We're pulling a couple pranks. Our PD, Adam Copley, decided to shake up the lineup. But really, he's the only guy getting pranked because he had to wake up this morning and do a 6 a.m. radio show while I got to sleep in and come in the studio live. Not only with Greg Papa, Super Papa made an appearance. We've had one hell of a show so far today. Papa, it's been a pleasure as always, man.
And it's on April the 1st, which is why we did it. I mean, Copes is done by 10 o'clock in the morning. Now he gets to do his real job all day, so he's fading away.
Yeah,
you would be what would you be doing right now if you weren't on with me? What do you do at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, at 10 o'clock in the morning, I usually head down to my local watering
That shower you're talking about where you have to drink the beer in the shower?
What's the point of taking a shower if you're not going to bring a nice beer with you?
Sometimes you start too early in the morning. 2 o'clock is the perfect time.
That's it, but
right?
I'm like on East Coast time at that point. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Hey, I just want
5 o'clock somewhere.
I just want to be like Jung Ho Lee, getting the beer shower poured all over me. No shampoo in my beer, though. We'll keep it clean with just the suds in the shower. But, Papa, we got to revisit what we hit earlier today on the show. Since it is April 1st day, we already played our Moneyball bit with our digital guys. Again, if you missed that entire video, go check it out on KNBR.com and our KNBR socials. And, Papa, I see our social boys already jumped all over this story of you pranking our good friend Bob Sargent. Papa, I'll let you set it up.
He's the reason I'm on KNBR again and brought me back, to football and the Niners and all that. So we love Sarge, but I'm just thinking, who's the one guy it's April the 1st. John Lund came in and he's like, he didn't hear the Sarge bit yet. We played it for him, and we're going to replay it right now.
Oh, you're saying he doesn't listen to the show when he's not on it?
Well, he's busy preparing for Tolbert, which he never does for me.
Yeah.
He's always listening to you and Murph in the morning, but he's a whole different thing. He wants to impress his ex, I guess, Tolbert. He's doing much better. Anyway, so John was like, how do you fool anybody in the world today on April the 1st? It is impossible, especially with social media. I used to always try to prank my kids in the morning. I mean, it's literally impossible to get it done. We thought of Kendrick Perkins, the one guy who thought Jonathan Kuminga grew 2 feet in like 2 months.
Yeah.
So we thought, now there's a gullible guy. Let's get him on the air.
Right.
But we thought it's just almost impossible to prank anybody today, especially me. If I'm calling you on April 1st or sending you seriously, you think I'm dumb?
The antenna
goes up. So who is the most gullible guy in the Bay Area that would be oblivious to all this? Our guy Sarge. Bob Sargent. No, we love him. Because I never call Sarge, hardly. I text him. We set something up. So, and I called him right before the show at like 9:55, like in a rush. And it was a bit all for April Fools. I thought I would take the bit on the air to the audience, but I thought, no, the subject matter may be a little delicate. So let's, and we played it at 10:50 on the air. We're going to replay it now. But this in honor of April Fool's Day, the one guy in the Bay Area that would take it hook, line, and sinker, the most gullible, hope he's still my boss, Sarge. And this is the call I made to him this morning at 9:55 a.m.
Sarge.
What's up, bro?
Hey, you there, bro?
Yeah, what's happening?
I got to go on the air in like 5 minutes, so
yeah,
I wanted to call you before the show.
Okay.
And I didn't want this to get out. My daughters are down in L.A., right? My 3 daughters are all down there.
I knew. I vaguely timed you.
Yeah, they're all in the same place down there. Anyway, the Rams reached out to me like a little while ago and offered me a job. So I'm gonna have to ask for you to let me out of the contract to go down to L.A.
What?
I know it came out of nowhere, man. it's just a quality of life thing to be with my daughters. They've been down there so many years, so.
Yeah, I mean, Pop, I can't just let you out of your contract like that. Catch me at 9 o'clock in the morning. I mean, we need to sit down and talk and figure stuff out. I can't just say, sure, no problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
know, and I guess this may leak out today. I tried to keep him quiet on it, so I didn't want anything the reporter was nosing around about. I haven't signed anything with them, obviously, so it's not that far. Now, I wouldn't sign 2 contracts to.
Well, you can't.
I can't. Right. So I'm just asking you to give me a little. Why don't we talk after the show?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to require a lot more dialogue than just that.
Right.
Not letting you out of 5 years of a contract. You have everything I vested into this, and not just me, the team. I mean, so I can appreciate the family stuff, whatever, but we're not going to just let you out of a 5-year deal. That's just not going to happen.
Well, let me know what you're thinking of a time frame and when I can get back to them, because today is April Fool's.
You mother! My son's birthday. You fool! I should have known. I don't even know I should have known. Like, you called me at 9:51. You mother! You'll pay for this one. Don't worry.
Sarge, we're live on George. So they want to start with the happy birthday, by the way.
Oh my God!
Well, now I know it's a possibility. If that ever happens, you were looking to get rid of me. Sounded like.
Yeah, no, it's just not going to happen. Like, you're stuck.
Like I thought, who's the only guy I could dupe that could buy the April Fool's bet? I'm like, Sarge won't even know it's April 1st.
No, I won't. You know what's funny about that? I know you got to go. What's hilarious about that is last year when I told you my grandson, April 1st.
Right.
Like, oh my God, I love April 1st.
I know.
love April 1st, and you do. Now I know for sure you do.
I knew for sure. Happy Papa Day.
God.
Happy Papa Day.
All right, bud. I love you, man.
Love you, bro.
Bye.
Does he still love me, Marcus?
Happy Papa Day and happy April Fool's
Well, you know what
Day
that
to our guy
is. So
Sarge.
1 year ago today, Sarge he doesn't like this out there because he's a grandfather. His son had a son. And he thought, I don't want to be called grandpa. So, and even, a lot of times they call, Papa's father. So they call him Papa. So he's an honorary member of the familia. So April 1st, I always kid him every April Fool's, I'm going to think of you because your grandfather on that day. So that's where it went. So
Yeah, well, now every April 1st, he's going to be thinking about you making that call at 9:55 in the morning. Like,
it's a
poor
5-year
Sarge.
contract. I can't exactly let you out of the contract.
Sarge is out here like trying to think of like a birthday gift for his grandson, like maybe buy him a football or a baseball or something. And you got Papa prank calling him at 10:55.
He's the only guy that would fall for it.
And I love like
anybody else would be like, sure, whatever. What does he want?
And I love like the thought process and like hearing it all start to click for Sarge. At first he was silent, which you never hear from Sarge. Then he goes, "Well, yeah, Papa, I can't let you out of your contract." You're like, "You can just let me out."
You gotta
It's like,
take more of the dialogue.
He's like, "Well, actually, no, you can't." And then once you drop the April Fool's Day on him, the laughter, that belly laugh that he bursted out in. And
I was going to go a little longer, but I thought,
oh,
You
dude.
mother!
Dude. And then dropping like 3 or 4 in a row, mother blankers.
so good. I didn't think we could pull it.
No, and
I
you
didn't think
played
we
it
could
off
pull
well.
it.
Again,
Yeah.
credit to your acting skills. You really sold it
I'm
today.
no Derek Papa.
Oh, yeah. Derek Papa had a
I
great
know
performance, too.
Adam Copeland.
But Papa, the text line's loving it. The YouTube chat
So
saying,
good.
Pine Needle saying it was epic.
So you know what the best part was? Mike Kruko heard the bit. He called into the studio.
Kruko's
and he's
concerned.
like, what's this BS? Papa's going to the Rams? So not only did I get Sarge, I got Kruk.
You got Papa.
Grab some pine meat.
You're taking them all down this morning, Pop. You got the Niners, you got the Giants. Who can
How'd
we
I get Kruko?
Who can we
The
convince
least
from the
gullible
Warriors?
guy ever.
Yeah, who can we convince from the Warriors to think that Papa's changing his job?
Got him.
Oh man, you're checking them off all across the board. Fantastic work this morning. Papa's prank calls. I like Ask Papa. I like foreplay, but we might have to make Papa's prank calls a
Super
staple
Papa
of the show.
prankster.
That's it, man. We've had
I
Super
pulled
Papa.
it. I didn't think it was possible.
You're gonna get your own
This
TV
day
show
and
after
age?
this.
Who pranks anybody?
Greg-
Can't get it done.
Greg Papa does. That's who.
That was good.
There's only one man who could save the day, save Greg Papa, Super Papa. And there's only one thing to save this segment. That's switching up to some Giants talk on the other side. Giants and Dodgers tonight. The Shohei Ohtani versus Jung-Hoo Lee era kicks off. Give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR is a number. Give us a call. Shoot us a text on the Golden State Lumber material text line. Jeez, I'm spitting all over the place now. Let's get to the next segment and talk some Giants baseball. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now back to our April Fool's host swap as Papa and Marcus continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
네, 볼 수밖에 없거든요. 자, 오른쪽, 오른쪽, 갑자기 넘어갑니다.
이정우가 해냈습니다. 자, 빨리 찍으셔야 돼요, 사진. 야, 이정우.
KBO 리그 최고의 타자가 메이저리그에 상륙했습니다.
우와, 코스으로 칠만하다고 그랬잖아요. 바로 넘기네요.
이정우의 솔로포.
아, 소름 돋아요.
Nicely done by Danny Dunn on the rejoin. That was the Korean version of Jung-Hoo Lee's first Major League home run. He goes deep this weekend down at Petco Park, has his dad, the son of the win, in attendance, and then got to celebrate with a nice beer shower after the game with his boys after he told the team how much he loved them, Papa.
I saw that on social media. So the broadcaster are live in Korea?
Well, here's the thing. We went down to Scottsdale for spring training, and we showed up, and at 5 o'clock in the morning, there was at least 15 to 16 different Korean reporters following along Jung-Hoo Lee. So I believe that they're just going to broadcast.
Are they broadcasting
all the games.
his games live?
We'll have to double check that. But yeah, they had the call. I saw the highlight. That was a live call in Korean on Jung-Hoo Lee.
And so that's a giant road game. So they're going to travel to giant road games and home games as well?
I would assume so. And
I got to find out more about that.
And like, this is like a perfect example of how big of a superstar this guy could be. Of course, he's 25 years old, coming over from the KBO, but he was an MVP. And in my opinion, we might be looking at one of the best Korean prospects to ever come over.
Hassan Kim's pretty good.
Hassan Kim was great. Now, Jung-Hoo Lee changed positions from shortstop to center field because Hassan Kim was playing shortstop.
Was pretty good.
He was good. Shin Shu Chu's another back to throw out there. Yeah. But Jung-Hoo Lee was the first ever Korean-born baseball player to be drafted first overall and then skip the entire minor leagues. And then he made the transition from shortstop to center field at the major league level and turned into a 5-time Gold Glove winner.
Right.
He's got the bat-the-ball skills, a 340, 341 career batting average over in the KBO.
Former league MVP there.
And it seems so far that the skills are translating. I know people were worried about that first period. There is some familiarity. Has faced off against Yu Darvish in the WBC, but facing big league pitchers for the first time, got to say he had a successful weekend.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in baseball is huge in that part of the world.
Yeah.
I remember when Ichiro came over to play initially, every single game was on live in Japan. That's why, the Mariners, we talked about what the Astros did with stealing signs. That's why the Mariners could steal signs back then, because there were so many cameras in center field. If the game was on ESPN, a Wednesday night game, we were doing it on HTV. The Mariners were doing it on their TV. ESPN had a national feed, and then Japan would have a live feed. So, how many cameras are in center? You didn't know. And they would have one camera was a dummy camera that went red light, fastball. They turned the light off. So back then, during Mike Hargrove's run, Lou Piniella, Hargrove in Cleveland did it as well. But anyway, all those games were on live in Japan. Ichiro's games, he was so popular. Now you've got Shohei Ohtani, the Ichiro of his generation. I assume the Dodger games are on live in Japan. Yeah. And the Giant games, at least a number of them, we'll see. I got to check into this more, are going to be live for Jung-Hoo Lee in Korea, which leads when the Dodgers were playing the Padres last week in Seoul, South Korea. That was last week, right? The time, a week ago. You saw the Guggenheim on the side of the helmets. That's their ownership group and their parent company, the financial people, the Guggenheims. And now on the Dodger uniforms, you see the little G inside the diamond on the one patch. Wow. That's for the Guggenheims. Wow. So now, and like the Warriors have Rakuten on their jersey, like Rakuten, where's that? It's in Asia.
Yeah.
Now the reach of the Dodgers, obviously, it's not just the continental United States. It's so much bigger in Asia. How much more can the Giants market and sell, not just domestically in the Bay Area, nationally, but now having a guy like Jung-Hoo Lee, to your point, that is such a huge star in Korea, that opens it up a whole new world of business.
I mean, look at the ratings from the World Baseball Classic and look at the international ratings. How many households in Japan were watching Shohei Ohtani square off against Mike Trout in the WBC final? But that goes back to Jung-Hoo Lee playing for South Korea, facing off against Yamamoto, who's now going to be making his debut for the Dodgers, facing off against Yu Darvish, facing off against some big league hitting. And so far, to me, Jung-Hoo Lee looks like a big league batter. 4 for 14 to start off the season. Our guy Andrew Baggerly had a great breakdown this morning of all of his at-bats over the weekend. Dude only swung and missed 2 times the entire weekend. 14
Did take strike 3 a couple times.
That's true. Got fooled by Yu Darvish, froze him on that first at-bat.
And one time yesterday in a bad call.
But I think a lot of it is because of how disciplined he is at the plate. Now, whether or not he was guessing in that first at-bat against Yu Darvish, but in his 14 at-bats, he's only swung at 3 pitches outside of the strike zone. We saw the 3 walks on Sunday. Of course, that's what you want from a leadoff hitter to get on base. I do want to see more of his speed since he is the grandson of the win. Only averaged about 10, 11, 12 steals over in KBO. Not a huge part of his game.
I don't think, have we seen enough? And I did read in the outfield, he does not have elite tracking skill. I like the way he picks the ball up in his first step. Does he? Like Matos fooled us a little bit last year where I thought he was faster than he was. And then when you actually saw Matos play in the outfield, it's like he doesn't run all that well.
He doesn't get as good as jumps.
Is Jung-Hoo Lee, is he truly the grandson of the wind?
Well, here's the thing, because you see him give you hard 90s every time he gets outside of the box.
He runs hard.
Like he had a spring training home run where he hit a home run and he's at second base by the time. He's giving you a full effort, max, balls to the wall each and every time. And we saw the aggressiveness in the first game after getting his first hit. He was then picked off on the next pitch by Yu Darvish.
He was trying to get a secondary.
I do like to see the aggressiveness a little bit if that is a part of his game, because that's something that the Giants have been missing, that speed element.
They were dead last in baseball last year in stolen bags, and everybody was stealing bags. Acuna went 40-70. What they have? They had like 47 stolen bases last year.
In a year where they changed the rules, they put those pizza boxes out there at first base. They limited the amount of picks off from a pitcher to first, to second, anytime they want to pick off. So that's an element that they want to improve on. And then it leads to the defense. I talk about it a lot on our morning show. The Giants led the MLB last year with 107 errors. If you just improve defensively, if you just play catch, that's enough to make up that 5-game gap that you missed out on the playoffs last year. Bringing in Jung-Hoo Lee in center field improves your defense in the outfield, and then Nick Ahmed has been pretty solid first couple of games, and then you talk about Mac Chapman holding down the hot corner with those platinum gloves.
All right, tonight this is the first time the Giants going to face a left-handed starter, James Paxton, and he's a good pitcher.
He is.
He's over in the American League for a while, the Big Maple from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Kind of slid under the radar because they, obviously with all their signings.
Yeah, because they got Glass
he's
now
good
and
stuff,
Yamamoto,
obviously.
everybody.
Oscar Hernandez, they got guys. Anyway, what's the Giant lineup tonight? We assume Jung-Hoo Lee will be in center field leading off, but is Jazz going to be back? And he wouldn't even be, maybe not rush back tonight. Of course, they'll go to the bullpen at some point. But what's your outfield configuration? Do you put Matos? Where does Matos go in the outfield? I assume Austin Slater will be in tonight.
Yeah.
And he did take a late game pinch hit at bat in the blowout loss at Petco. So I think that was Bomel getting him ready for a start. So you put Austin Slater in right tonight, Matos in left tonight, Jung-Hoo Lee in center. And then if Wilmer can't go, what do you do at first base tonight?
Well, that's
Tyler Fitzgerald, maybe?
Yeah, because that's the question about whether or not you want Lamont Wade Jr. in the lineup versus a lefty, which traditionally in the Farhan Zaidi era,
he didn't
they
face
have
many
not
lefty
done
at bats
at all. And then the question mark for me is in left field. I know you're not looking for a left-on-left matchup with Michael Conforto, but when he's swinging the bat this high, can you take him out of the lineup?
Yeah, that's a good call. Slater's going to be in.
Slater's
going to
be
in right. Or depending on whether you want to play Conforto or not. So this will be interesting. How does he let Conforto? And I think one time through against Paxton, maybe you start and he swung the bat well in San Diego. Marcus, do you that's a good call. Left field, what do you do there? And then this is why, Wilmer Flores, John and I were saying, I love Jorge Soler, but now Wilmer doesn't play every day. Correct. He's going to start against lefties. Then the injury or Yaz going away for paternity leave opened it up for him to go to first. You move Wade to the outfield. So if you don't have Wilmer Flores tonight because of the shoulder contusion, who's your first baseman?
Well, the only options you have is a Lamont Wade Jr. lefty-on-lefty matchup.
Tyler Fitzgerald.
Or Tyler Fitzgerald, who got a couple innings at first base at the end of spring training in that final game at Oracle Park. I know this guy is a great utility man, can play short, can play center, can play pretty much anywhere. Sounds like you can play 8 positions outside. Who knows? Maybe he could catch. But asking him to play first base to me is a pretty big ask.
I think he could do it. Who would be in the lineup tonight if he was still on your roster? Joey Bart. You don't put Tom Murphy at first base, do you? Does Tom Murphy play first base?
That's a great question.
And then have two catchers in?
I always wondered that about Joey, too. Now, bringing in Jorge Soler this offseason before Jorge Soler, I wondered whether or not they would use Joey as maybe a DH, especially after seeing all the success he had in spring training. But I also was curious about whether or not they could put him at first base. Last year, I know it's a different coaching staff, but they had Jock Peterson playing first. They had a bunch of guys just going over and trying it. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Jorge Soler is taking ground balls at first today.
He's so damn big. He's like McCovey's big.
It'd be nice to get him at first base.
Has he ever played first base?
I don't think the glove is there. I would guess
we're stretching
not.
Yeah,
exactly. We're just asking. But it seems like they are running out of options unless they make a call down to Sacramento, but they just don't have the roster spots right now. That's why they had to DFA Joey Bart this weekend for Dalton Jeffries.
Yeah, Keaton Wayne is going to start tonight. And then you just have to wait for the rest of the series. I would think you'd go back to Logan Webb tomorrow since he started the opening day on Thursday. It's his turn tomorrow. You want him against the Dodgers. He pitches well against them. And I want Blake Snell. I mean, if he could punch out 11, I don't care. They're double-A hitters or rookie ball. What does it matter? How many pitches did it take him to punch out 11? At least 33.
Right.
So maybe, how many did he throw on Friday? When you want him to start? Now, he wants to be able to pitch, but that's why he's on this roster.
Correct.
Obviously, for a lot of reasons. But he's making $1 million a start just about. You want one to be against the LA Dodgers. So we'll see how the nights goes, but hopefully the rest of the series, it's Logan Webb tomorrow and Blake Snell Wednesday.
That's the hope because we know what Blake Snell can do. Obviously, he was the NL Cy Young winner last year, but look up his numbers against the Dodgers. It's elite, especially against the entire NL West. But to have that kind of lefty matchup against Freddie Freeman, against Max Muncy, against Shohei Ohtani.
Muncy may not be in against him. He owns Muncy.
He's that good of a pitcher where he could force Dave Roberts' hand to maybe sit down Max Muncy. We've seen Dave Roberts bench his best home run hitters before in a World Series game. And I guess that's the last kind of follow-up question I wanted to ask you. as we go into this series against the Dodgers. Whether or not they have a kryptonite like our guy Super Papa does or not, we're talking about the defensive, maybe lack of defense with Mookie Betts, Max Muncy, and Gavin Lux all in the infield. Freddie Freeman's a great defensive first baseman. He's a great player overall. But that, to me, might be the one kryptonite for the Dodgers. Their defense, and I'm still not completely sold on Dave Roberts as a manager.
Well, you remember what the Arizona Diamondbacks did last year to Max Muncy? Corbin Carroll dropped down a bunt. And I will see, and with Corbin Carroll, he was off the line, as I recall. Muncy's lost weight. He's trying to show more range, but really, he's a first baseman DH. If they get Freddie Freeman, who's so great, he has to go play third. He can't DH because you got Shohei. Yeah. So can Jung-Hoo Lee bunt? Have we seen him bunt? I'm talking about.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm talking a push bunt, not a drag where you pull it to Freddie. Would you, left on left at some point? You just want to drop one down the line and see if Max Muncy can. He's not going to charge it like Chapman. We know that. And can he make the throw? So if they do have a weakness there, and whether it's years ago, remember when Chuck Knobloch was playing second for the Yankees and the Florida Marlins in the top of their order, Juan Pierre and those guys? Remember they would just push the bunt beyond the mound and make him come in, and they were on first and second base like that because Knobloch couldn't throw him out. Can Jung-Hoo Lee bunt? At some point, I'm not saying right away, but at some point, do you want him to push a bunt to third base to go make Mac Muncy make a play at third base?
I wouldn't mind seeing it, Papa. Put the pressure on the defense. Make the Dodgers play defense. It gets back to what we were talking about earlier with Jung-Hoo Lee and that little bit of a launch angle. Tonight, spray it on the ground the other way. Make Mookie Betts make a play. Make Max Muncy makes a play if he's at third base. Gavin Lux can't even make a throw across the infield. The fact that they moved him after giving up on Corey Seager and Trey Turner because they thought Gavin Lux was going to be the future, now they're relying on Mookie Betts to save the franchise.
They can't pay them all.
I don't know. They're the Dodgers. They can just defer
Corey
contracts.
Seager and Trey Turner?
They had them both and let them walk away because they thought Gavin Lux was the answer at shortstop, and now Mookie Betts is starting at shortstop over him.
I was watching Braves Phillies yesterday. That game was exciting.
Those are two.
They had an overturn at first base. Schwarber got a hit. Trey Turner got a hit, and the Phillies came back. And then you mentioned Jock Peterson. You see the start he got off to with the Arizona Diamondbacks?
No.
He was 5 for his first 5. He had a 4-for-4 game. He was 5 for 5 going into yesterday. He finally made a out in his 6th at bat. And you see what J.D. Davis is doing with the Oakland A's, by the way?
You hear J.D. Davis talk about the difference between the Coliseum and Oracle, and how he's hitting more home runs at the Coliseum.
Well, the ball carries better there? What's he saying?
Already. He made the argument. We had some sound earlier they played on the morning show of J.D. Davis saying, yeah, those home runs I would have hit would not have gone out of Oracle. Kind of driving off the road to throw a little bit of shade at the Giants.
Wow.
Yeah.
The morning show?
Yeah, the morning show.
You missed that show?
I'm getting.
You going back tomorrow? Where's Lund?
I'm getting demoted back to the morning show
Lund's
tomorrow.
Been here for an hour getting ready
after I got the promotion. Yeah, we got to get ready for a face-off for John Lund and Tom Tolbert.
You're going to have to do
They're coming up next this morning.
I need a marriage counselor.
No, this morning Papa said, you do the face-off. It's your show. I'll tell you the same thing, Papa.
Yeah,
you can talk to John
I can't
Lund.
look him in the eye.
You don't miss him?
I know this was all his idea.
Yeah, that's
Think
it.
I'm a fool?
A fool for
Wasn't
love,
it Tolbert and Lund for years here around here?
That's what I hear, you know.
It's all right.
You know, Murph and Cokes used to work together, too.
I got my boot thing.
And now here we are. The two of us wrapping it up on the other side. We'll make that connection with Tom Tolbert and John Lund as we give you our final segment of Host Swap Monday on an April Fool's Day. It's Marcus Boucher and Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants all-star pitcher Alex Cobb stopped by Extra Innings this weekend with Bill Lasky to provide an update on when he could potentially rejoin the Giants rotation. To hear that podcast and more, check it out on the KNBR app, on YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
It's April Fool's Day, so we're fooling with the lineup today. Let the KNBR host swap hijinks continue as Papa and Marcus keep rolling on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You mother, my son's birthday, you fool. I should have known. I don't even know I should have known. Like, you called me at 9:51, you mother.
What a potty mouth. Wow. You never heard me talking like that.
What a prank pulled by Greg Papa earlier today on Bob Sargent, as it is April Fool's Day. And that's the reason why we're doing the host swap today. Copes was with Murph earlier today. I'm with Papa. And now John Lund is coming into the studio to reunite with Tom Tolbert. And John, I got to be honest with you. It feels like I'm kind of being caught like in the middle of an affair. Like you just walked in.
In the middle of one?
No,
he's just angry.
I can't look at him.
Look at him. He's not even looking.
This was all his idea.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't my idea. I just do what I'm told, man.
Yeah.
Oh, and now
I just do what I'm told.
I'm caught in the room with my pants down. I'm running out.
What's so funny is this is from the guy that told his boss, like, I'm leaving for the Rams, and now he's mad at me.
It was an April Fool's joke.
I can't believe how calm he was. Like, this is a dude that freaks out over, like, tiny things. Like, was he just in shock and seething? Is that what he was? Because I would have expected him to be like, I will sue you.
I thought about pranking you, but I thought, there's no way I'm going to get lunch out April 1st.
I am so cognizant of April Fools. Like, I wake up going, it's April Fools, and I hate this, and I get angry.
Yeah.
Oh, especially
the
with
only guy.
Yeah, you can't do
There's only two guys on earth we could prank. Kendrick Perkins. Tell him Jonathan Kuminga's missed the last 3 games. Now he's 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
And Sarge. Because he's not even aware. You know what today is? His grandson was born 1 year ago.
So he's totally like,
he's like into being a grandfather 1 year, changing diapers. He's not thinking, what do you got?
Now he's going to be thinking about Greg Papa every time he goes to his grandson's birthday party.
When you were talking, was he seething? Was it, or in shock? Because I thought he would be screaming at you.
Well, see, I was surprised by the silence. There was like a 10-second gap once Papa broke the news because Sarge
I thought he'd be
rarely
seething.
goes silent.
Like, I thought he'd be screaming.
He seemed amenable to the whole. I think he already had JB Long on line 2 to make the trade. Kind of like we are.
We're doing a broadcast
What time did you get here today to get ready for Tolbert?
I always get in early.
What?
I just
you
go
walk
down
in
the
at
hall.
9:59.
No, I go down the hall.
Radnich.
Everybody knows. I go down the hall. I work.
What do you hide?
Yeah,
like Joe Barry Carroll?
I do.
Joe Barry Carroll for
Danny
practice at 10 o'clock. He'd be there early, but he'd wait. He'd be reading a book and wait to go
down the hall.
He never got on the practice court early, even when he was there.
No, I go down the hall.
So you're actually here, and I think you just walked in 5 seconds for the show?
Yeah, I go down the hall. I get coffee. I have a whole thing.
So today for Tolbert, you actually got in the building, let everybody know.
Yeah.
I'm working with Tommy again.
No, I
we
went down the hall.
About the Final Four.
I do all sorts of stuff. I go down the hall. I get my coffee. I will say this though, I'm in a much better mood because you don't have to fight
traffic.
Yeah, you can just cruise right in.
So here it is. He likes it. Well, wait till the traffic when you go home now.
Yeah,
how you gonna feel about that, John?
I'll be pissed.
How you gonna feel about that?
I'm just gonna stop at the old ship.
Oh, smart. That's a pro move right there.
Oh, I'll meet you there. I know Tony there. He's in studio too.
I was gonna say you don't got to go to the old ship when you have Tom
I should have brought beer. Now I feel really
right
bad.
under my nose, right here.
Well, Tom's not coming empty-handed.
I knew it.
I'm sure he's got beer somewhere.
Yeah.
No, I thought I was at. I shouldn't tell you this. No, you'll just get mad if I say this.
What? Who's going to get mad? Tolbert or me?
Tell us.
No. I was out at one of our favorite beer places today, and I thought, but then I thought you were going to come in. So
where were you?
You don't get credit for what you were going to do.
Good.
You never get credit for what you're going to do. You just have to do it.
Should have brought the beer.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry
You
about
were thinking about
beverages on my show.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, right. Tom's not coming empty-handed.
No, I figure. You always have that.
So what's the prank you guys got scheduled for today?
No prank.
Huh?
No pranks today?
Doing a face-off with you guys.
That's Frank
I don't
enough.
like Frank. I do not like April Fools, man.
Right.
I am not.
Because it's impossible to execute.
No, I wake up like.
Oh, we got
on
beers in
alert.
studio?
Yeah,
What do we got, beers?
Oh, no.
Of course we got
I
beers.
wake up.
wow.
No, we don't have anything.
guys do
Yeah,
this?
Tom's got beers.
Of course I did. You kidding me?
Oh, wow. Because John's back?
No, because I showed
Celebration?
up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Every time he shows up,
I
he
showed
brings
up. That's why.
Like the fact that he comes in studio, he's never empty.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, I take care.
Although back in the
I
day,
take care of everybody.
You know what has changed though? Because back in the day when we used to start at 3, if there was going to be a release, you'd text me and you'd go, "Hey, bro, I think I can make it."
I'd show up like half an hour late.
Because there's a release.
I got to tell you.
Because the crap place don't open till 2.
Right.
So
But
like
what's happened
Cellar
now
Maker is
is-
just down the street, and I was
Yeah.
like, I'll be there a little late.
But what they do now is they deliver. Like they'll deliver them now, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. A
they'll be like-
lot of them deliver now,
Yeah.
and a lot of them open at like noon, 1.
Yeah.
But still, 2's usually the opening. And yeah, if there was one that I really wanted to get, I'd text him.
John
and go,
will cover for
I'd
me.
text him and go, I'm going to be there about 20 minutes late.
Because Ralph did the same thing to you for years, right?
Yeah, well, maybe a little different.
I'll be there when I get there.
Right. And well, I mean, Hammer was like, whatever.
No one complains.
As long as you're here by like
no one
3:30.
complains if you're bringing snacks.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
No one complains if you're bringing snacks.
The whole staff was like, well,
They're like, oh, we're good.
It'll
Yeah.
pay off. I mean, yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, it's
Nobody
like when you're
cared.
a kid in class, the teacher's like, do you have enough snacks for the rest of the
Yeah.
class? If you're going to eat in the classroom,
yeah.
if you're going to drink, you got to
Like
bring beer for
Spicoli,
everybody.
Like Mr. Hand.
Yeah, as long as you
Mr.
bring enough
Hand.
pizza for everybody.
Get a good one.
Everybody was fine with it.
Get a good one.
So that's all it was.
Right,
Right, man.
Well, have a great
well done,
show,
boys.
John.
Yes.
Well done, boys.
Crack open
See you
those
tomorrow.
beers.
See you tomorrow.
fellas.
You
Don't
coming
pop the
back
champagne.
tomorrow?
Of course.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Drinking
I mean,
beers.
yeah, that's what I heard.
Drinking beers with Tolbert in the
Go back.
afternoon seems way cooler than hanging with me.
I had a good
I
time.
don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it. Sit back, crack open a beer. You
Yeah.
got Tom Tolbert and John Lund for the next 4 hours. It's a KNBR host swap. Papa, thanks for having me as always. I'll be back with Murph tomorrow morning. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the return of the Tolbert and Lund Show starts now.
You mother. Okay.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Lund. It's a full-on April Fool's host swap. Let's get it on! On KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
We bet this is a bet almost over. What's up, Fredo? What is shaking? Oh, Swapperoonie is almost over. No surprises now. Everybody's been tagged in, and so this is what you get. You get the old crew: John Lund, myself, from 2 to 6. Dylan Hernandez, Seth Greenberg, and Andy Baggerly are going to join us. We're going to talk a little baseball, a little basketball with Seth Greenberg. If you didn't hear his thoughts on Draymond Green, we'll definitely get to that. I thought those were very interesting. So Bags and Dylan Hernandez, we'll talk a little bit about Ohtani and the gambling scandal
sing that again?
may just go away. No, I'm not going to sing that again. He doesn't play there anymore. I don't even know who he is. He's gone.
We're gonna go 160 and 2.
Yeah, well, that didn't quite work out that way, did it?
No.
Didn't quite work out that way.
No.
Funny, they're the same old Angels with him as without him.
Say.
Nothing much changed. It was like, except it was more fun to watch Angel games.
Right.
That's about it. How you been? I mean, it's not like I haven't seen you in forever.
No, we just pass it, see you all the time.
You actually thought I wasn't going to show up today, didn't you?
No, well, we don't have to get into the
spit it out.
April Fool's thing right now, but like, I saw your text and it just said, well, I'm home today. And I figured, well, if he's saying he's home today, he's home today. But it's good to have you. And I was thinking, I was probably out thinking myself because I was at Fieldworks yesterday and I thought, well, maybe Tom's coming in, maybe he's not, but I doubt it. So anyway, and we've had this conversation before. You don't get credit for things that you're going to do. You only get credit for things that you do.
Yeah, the whole thought that counts is crap.
Right, it isn't.
Right.
It isn't the thought that counts.
So I
You
could
either do
always
something or you
think of
don't.
something.
Yeah.
I thought of it.
Like if I say to my wife, I almost got you flowers today.
I thought about
that
getting you
actually makes it
flowers
worse.
today.
Yeah, it makes it worse.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you?
Exactly.
Yeah. I almost brought you beer today. You should have. Like, you just didn't say anything.
Exactly. I thought about cooking you dinner. I didn't. I did cook dinner. I just cooked it for me.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
So I shouldn't even have said anything because if you didn't bring beer, it's worse than saying you were going to bring beer. Because really,
Yeah,
you
because
thought
what
about it,
happens-
you basically said no.
Here's what happens.
Like, I don't really care about you enough to bring it.
If you say you were going to bring beer, what you're looking for from the other person is, oh, that's okay. You know, okay,
Right.
at least you
But I
thought
know
about
you
it.
have
But
to
no,
be
I'm
like,
not going to
no,
say
well, I
that because
didn't
it's
do it.
crap. So that's why I don't say it. Because I don't look for that phony validation.
Right.
Hey, you know what? I thought about grabbing you something. Oh, you did? That's awfully nice. Did you? No.
Yeah.
Oh, well, at least you thought about it.
I
No,
was.
that's
I was-
okay. Either you did or you didn't do it.
Yeah,
Period.
because
It's black or white.
Yeah. The sun was out yesterday, and I was having lunch, and I looked over at Fieldworks. Barry's a great guy, and I am walking distance to the San Ramon location, and I thought, I know I'm doing a show with Tom tomorrow. I thought to myself, I know he's going to bring beer, but it would probably be cool to grab a couple of growlers. You'll drink that alone. Tim will absolutely drink it. Who else is around here? Oh, Holler will absolutely drink it. But I just forgot.
How could you forget you were there?
I know, but I was.
What do you mean you forgot?
But I was going to take it after I left.
Just say
but
you
then-
consciously decided
No,
not to do it.
I honestly didn't because then I started drinking and I forgot.
Okay.
It's my fault.
Here's the only credit you will get
No,
for
I'm
the
not
thought
looking
that
for
counts.
credit. I know.
No, I'm not giving you
I know
credit.
I should have.
No, I'm not giving you credit. That was crap. That was,
No, I agree.
That was way poor execution. But if you're going to cook something for somebody and you cook it, but you don't cook it well, then at least the thought was there. Like you put in the effort to do it. You just didn't. You weren't good enough to execute
You know,
it.
at the
That's
beginning of
okay.
the lunch, I thought about it and I thought, yeah, I'm going to do that. And then I started drinking and I was halfway home, which, like I said, it's about 2 miles. I got about a half mile away and I didn't want to turn back.
Oh, that'd have been a rough turnaround for you. That half-mile turnaround. Oh, my goodness gracious. I think it would have been massive traffic over at City Center,
That is the
too.
honest truth.
That's wow.
I had the dog. We were on the
You
trail.
actually made it worse.
No, I did.
You actually made it worse.
I just
than
told
better.
you the truth.
Yeah.
I was with the dog on the trail, and I thought, I don't want to go back.
And that's another fallacy.
And I actually,
the truth will set you free.
yeah, that is
Truth
a
will kick your ass is what it'll do.
That's
if
a
the
fallacy.
Spurs were to win, which
Oh
is
wait,
unlikely.
we're gonna do that later.
Yeah, we got
'cause
another
we're
one.
8 games.
Because we're close.
There's 8. I thought about that driving in today. By the way, glorious drive-in, no traffic.
Yes.
But I thought about it. I go, we could probably do that.
Spurs were to win.
Yeah, because there's 8 games left. It's
And
the perfect time to do it.
Perfect time,
It is
and there's a
really-
lot of scenarios,
yeah,
too.
It's a perfect.
There's a lot of
It is
scenarios.
the perfect time to do the Spurs
We're going
thing
to
again.
resurrect that bit.
And hell, they just played them, so we might as well just do
It's
it
going
again.
to be incredible. We got that
Oh,
bit.
man.
We got all kinds of stuff here
Yeah,
for
there's
you.
a lot of good stuff today.
On this April Fool's Day. We got Warriors. We got Giants. We got Niners. We got some national stuff too. How about today? Today, I I'm not huge into women's college hoops.
Yeah.
But I tape both games today because I looked at them and go, holy crap.
Well, tonight's game.
Those are going to be pretty good.
I don't think
LSU,
I've watched,
Iowa, Connecticut,
Yeah.
USC.
I don't think I've
Wow.
watched a women's game all the way through. You probably can't say that out loud anymore.
I watched
But
a little bit of
tonight,
the Iowa game. Caitlin Clark's like, she's worth the
I
price
will
of
watch
admission.
LSU Iowa tonight.
Yeah.
I will watch. Although, God, the Dodgers and Giants are on too.
Well, that's why I recorded it,
but
so
I'll
I can
watch
kind of
it.
watch a little bit of that, and obviously watch the baseball
Yeah.
game.
But I'm gonna watch that tonight.
Did you read the story in The Athletic today? Like, I didn't even know about this stuff.
What?
Like, I mean, I know the men's tournament is the deal this time of year. I mean, overwhelmingly is the deal. But for the people putting on the women's tournament, can we at least have enough respect for the game to get the same 3-point line on both sides of the court? How do you screw that one up?
You drink before you
How do you
put the lines down?
maybe they're field
that's
work with
gotta be
you.
it.
Like, what are you doing? I mean, when the coaches look and go, that one looks a little shorter right there. Yeah, let's go measure
Well, I mean, you could tell.
And then it is shorter.
You could tell. You could eye it and tell.
It's
you could.
like,
there was less paint. You could look at it and go,
Mowgli.
It's like, it is. It's the chef's
The guy
commercial.
from the chefs did it.
Exactly.
Oh, my gosh.
No, you could see it. I mean, seriously, after the beers, I could come back from Fieldworks and I could look. It's like there's less white paint there than the other side. You could eye that.
Unbelievable that they would screw something like that up. I mean, unbelievable. And this is probably, I've probably seen bits and pieces of, not a lot, 3 or 4 games, but the women's game is like way more talented now.
Yeah.
Like they have way more talent. It's a much better product than it used to be. They just got some women out there that can do some stuff. Like it's pretty legit. So I'm gonna probably watch both those games. Try to watch both those games tonight. South Carolina is really good too. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I'm into the whole tournament. I'm not. But it reminded me a little bit of women in the MMA. Like when women first started fighting, there was like 1 or 2 good women, and then everybody else just sucked. And
Well, that's the early rounds. And
they just got killed.
For years in the early rounds, you don't see any upsets, and now you're starting to see them.
Because there's better women now. Like women fight now. It's like they get after it, and they're good. Like they have like some deep cards, and there's some women that can fight. So it's like worth watching. It wasn't worth watching like Ronda Rousey kick everyone's ass in the first like 90 seconds. That wasn't entertaining at all. She was like super dominant, but the field was super weak. It was like when UConn used to run the tournament by 40 points for the first 4 games. That's not exciting. Like, I don't want to watch that. That's not much fun. But now you see a few more upsets. I think they're all 1s and 3s that are playing today, which is kind of interesting. And they might have all 1s at the very end. But, yeah, the talent's incredible. Caitlin Clark has done a lot for the women's game, no doubt about it. But you look around and you look at, I think it's Reese for LSU. And I don't know the names. I know the freshman girl. I should know her name from SC. Is incredible. I've seen her play a couple times.
But what you're seeing is nastiness. Like tonight, I'm going to watch because it's a rematch, and they don't like each other, and it's a rivalry. So anytime you watch something like that, like it's a rematch and it's a rivalry, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
They don't like each other. They knocked each other off, and they're doing the hand gestures in each other's face and the ring stuff and all that. Now, you get that going, and you want to see that. And Caitlin Clark is awesome. So
she's worth the price of admission.
Right. So then I'll watch that kind of stuff, but. Then again, the Giants look like they might be legitimate, and you watch that tonight between the Dodgers and the Giants. And even though it's only 4 games into the season, you want to measure yourself against what the Dodgers are. So that's going to be huge tonight.
But I know what they are.
Oh, yeah.
We know
they're going to win 100 games.
We know they're good.
Those win 100 games.
They're really good. The first 3 guys in that lineup are like, oh, come on. Please. Thought the Cardinals had him last night, actually. And then, nope, they didn't have him. So, no, I mean, of course I'll watch that. I mean, I was intrigued with the Giants, and we'll get into that, how they played this weekend. It just, again, the one thing that jumped out to me was the one thing I wanted to see was Harrison. And he was really good.
That's first 3.
He's going to be really good. Well, I think he was good the whole time through. I mean, he gave the homers, but...
No, I mean, just the first 3 pitchers. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, and then you get, like...
and Hicks was pretty good, too.
Yeah.
Hicks was solid,
good.
yeah.
And then yesterday, whatever. I almost feel like...
Well, the Fitzgerald arrow kind of set the tone for that game. It was like... Okay, got to see if you can get out of that. Ooh, they didn't get out of it. And then the game was just, I don't want to say that was the game. It wasn't. But that kind of opened the floodgates right off the bat. And then I thank them, though. They opened up my Sunday. I was like, I got more options now.
I did.
I can start watching other stuff now. It's like 9-0.
That's why I went to the brewery. I was like, it's too nice of a day to sit here. It's 9-0. Like, I can go now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I came back and watched the Warriors. I mean, that honestly, it was like the first nice day in forever. I really didn't want to sit inside. And so thank you, Dalton Jeffries. It was a great story that you came back. But my God, could you put it on a tee? I mean, oh God there. But I'm not. You throw that one away because really what you wanted to see is, can the first 3 guys in the rotation do it? Blake Snell is going to pitch in this Dodgers series. Yep. And at some point, Alex Cobb is going to pitch. So there's your 5 for now. Robbie Ray after the All-Star break. Yep. And it looks like you're not going to have to sit through a summer of 2-1 and 3-2.
Yeah.
So that'd be good.
No, absolutely. No. Like I said last week, the lineup looks legit. Like it looks like a legit lineup, not like a powerhouse lineup, but a legit lineup where you don't gotta hope your pitching staff holds them to under 3. You feel like if the pitching staff's holding them to 4, you're gonna win your fair share of games with that lineup. And Lee looks like a baller. He just looks like a baller. So that's cool to have that guy leading off the game every game against lefties and righties. So yeah, I think coming out of that, I know that it's a split, but you split on the road. That's totally fine. Yeah, I think Giant fans, and again, it's super early, so you could feel completely different in a week. But after the first series, I think you got to look at that and go, okay, yeah, I like that. I mean, there's some things they can do a little bit better, improve on a little bit. First game, they kicked it away with the bullpen. But yeah, I mean, I feel completely differently about this team than I did last year's team after the first weekend. You feel like, okay, that's the lineup. They got some pitching too, and the bullpen should be okay. I trust Melvin with that, and Duvall at the back end. Yeah.
Plus, I already love Bob Melvin much more than I ever did Gabe Kapler, because when Duvall was having problems with the pitching clock, he just said, yeah, we're going to fix that. Versus Gabe Kapler would have gone on some diatribe about, well, they, and then just like Bob Melvin said, yeah, we got to fix that. The dude's got to be better with the pitching clock.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't hear some mumbo jumbo about this, that, and I was like, can you just say, like, what we all saw, like, he's got to deal with the pitching clock better? I don't need to hear some kind of analytical blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Well, the one thing about, and I said this about Gabe, and look, I'm not going to, I don't want to be one of those guys that just craps on the old manager after he leaves. He won 107 games. He won 107 games. I mean, he was manager of the year. Last 2 years weren't great. I didn't love the style all the time, but give him his due. He did some good things here. But the thing that always struck me about Gabe that was kind of funny. Did you ever see the show Westworld?
Oh, yeah.
He was like one of those androids. Like he was like almost human, but not quite. Like he was really close. Like if you squinted, you'd like, oh, that's a human. And then if you like listen really closely, like, I don't know, he might be an android. I'm not sure if he's human or not. I mean, I'm going to keep an eye on that. Let's go ahead. But he reminded me every time I saw him, I thought of Westworld. I just thought maybe, is he? I mean, I think he is. I'm pretty sure he is. I don't know. Well, maybe not. Let me look a little hard.
Pretty gross.
Let me look harder on that.
All right, again, Dylan Hernandez from the LA Times. We'll get into the Dodgers and the Giants. Seth Greenberg at 4:50. Don't miss that, because Bill Self, by the way, just retired from Kansas.
Did he really?
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, the NLL.
They're tired of it.
I'm not going to.
They're tired of it.
Oh, I got to re-recruit this kid again, and I got to go kiss his ass, and I got to. No, man, I'm done with it. They just got enough money. They're fine. Andrew Bagley is going to join us at 5:30. Award-winning Diamond Notes at 6:10. You can stay for those if you'd like.
I could.
All that stuff to come.
When I say I'm home for those, you better believe I'm home for those. That will not be a prank.
We got a lot of other stuff in between. Back together again like peaches and herb. It just feels so good. It's so good. Tim is here. Everyone is here. Thanks for joining us. We'll get to all of it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Morgan Hill's sports leader.
Oh, get this. The 49ers have indeed traded Brandon Ayuk to the Pittsburgh Steelers for the 20th overall pick in the upcoming draft. Oh, this fake story is not available on KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
No.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
With the second selection of the 2018 MLB Draft, the San Francisco Giants select Joey Bart, a catcher from Georgia Tech in Atlanta, Georgia.
Now Bart swings and lines one over the head of the third baseman Rendon, and that speeds down the left field line into the corner. So somebody get that baseball and send it back in. Joey Bart's first major league hit.
9-car train for San Francisco Airport in 4 minutes.
Remember that? We just talked about that. Man, they're going to make so much money off the Bart ads.
We had such
that
high
guy's
hopes
gonna be
for
so
that.
good.
We had high hopes.
5-car train for Mercury in 6 minutes.
God, we had all our Bart sounders loaded up. We got to use none of them.
We were thinking to ourselves, like, how are they going to market him? That marketing is going to be so good. They're making so much money. People are going to have, like, foam Bart trains on their head.
Exactly.
He's going to be so good.
Exactly. They're going to be wearing, like, pea-stained T-shirts and be like Bart. Be like, sweet. Or like the guy that sat on the steak for like an hour and have like rotten steaks.
We're thinking like
throw him out there when he hits a home run, rotten steaks out on the field. That'd have been incredible.
You know how cool that's going to be? We were thinking to ourselves, it was going to be like Peyton Manning to Andrew Luck, like Hall of Fame catchers back to back.
Oops.
Hey, and then it ended with such a thud. Joey Bart gets DFA'd for Dalton Jeffries, who has an ERA of like a gazillion right now.
Train for Pittsburgh Bay Point.
Pittsburgh Bay Point.
Oh my God.
Well, his
That's horrible.
His ERA is lower than Luke Jackson's.
That's true. His is infinity and beyond.
Infinity and beyond. He's got the Buzz Light. It's the Buzz Lightyear ERA.
Infinity ERA.
Yeah, the Buzz Lightyear ERA is not good. You don't want the Buzz Lightyear ERA.
Well, at least he's injured and could have a small excuse. Dalton Jeffries is like, what do you want me to throw here? It's almost like they could hear his thing going off in his hat, like Kiki Hernandez last night. Change up. Yeah, it's pitch com. Change up. The guy on second base is like, change up.
Jeffries actually respectable 22.5. There's much worse out there. What's
that golf tournament where it's like it's better if it's higher? That's what he's going for.
Oh, Stableford.
Yeah, Stableford.
Yeah, the
system.
modified Stableford.
Well, actually, we're doing a Stableford ERA.
Modified Stableford ERA.
ERA where it's higher and it's better. That's what he's telling his girlfriend right now. Actually, honey, this year in 2024, they changed the rules. A higher ERA is actually better.
Whip's a little shaky. 4.5.
It's not really.
You don't have a 4.5 whip. Can you have a 4.5 whip?
No, it's
without giving up a run in the game?
No, that's not good.
I'm trying to think. Okay, so you get a walk. No, hold on. Then you pick somebody off.
I guess so.
Then another walk. Then you pick somebody off. Then another walk. And then you pick somebody off. Yeah, you can get a fly out at that point. Yeah, so you could have a whip of 5 and have an ERA of 0.
Nice. Yeah. Whippy good.
I should have worn my red hat today.
Is that his only chance? Like, they bring him up. It's a feel-good story. He has all these different things happen to him. They bring him, and they're like, all right, man, one shot.
No, I wouldn't think so.
I would.
But, well,
I mean, think about it. Mason Black, and then they got Wisenhunt. He
Snell's
pitched really
coming
well.
back, too.
And Snell's going to be back in this series because he pitched, yesterday? And had a good outing against. Could you imagine being a double-A guy? He struck out 11 double-A guys from the Brewers. You're going against Blake Snell. You're a double-A guy.
I don't know. I don't think they give you one shot and say that's it. I don't. I don't think. No.
That was a disaster.
It was a disaster, but
it wasn't like they were hitting good pitches. I mean, those things were like it was almost like Kevin Costner, Bull Durham. He's just telling him what was coming. Those were meatballs. Those were not good.
Well, what'd you expect? What'd you want? 5 shutout?
I mean, it was. I mean, I don't know, better than that. I mean, again,
no, I think he wanted better than that too.
I felt really bad.
I think he was hoping for better than that.
I know he was, and I felt really bad for him after the game because I sent out a tweet like, "Oh my God, he's terrible," and he was like, I had 2 Tommy Johns and some other thing that happened.
And how many beers deep were you after you did that?
I know.
I mean, don't do that.
It was terrible, and I felt bad for the guy.
Don't drink and tweet. Don't. How about this? Don't do anything and tweet.
I know.
Don't breathe and tweet.
I know better, but I felt bad, and then I saw the interview.
You felt bad, then you cracked him.
Yeah, but then after the game, he was near tears.
Man, I feel so bad for this guy. Let me fire up this tweet. He sucks. This guy's awful.
And I did, and I go, thank God that Cobb's closed and Snell's coming back, and
God.
Wizenhut had a good outing today. I'm like, yeah, get rid of this guy.
What a great story. This guy can never show his face again in the Bay Area. God.
I know. I did feel
You're a
bad.
sympathetic sort, aren't you?
I did feel bad.
Good
for a
grief.
second.
Guy going out there trying to earn a living, and you just crack him.
It was bad.
And Fitzgerald kicked the ball to start the game.
By the way, I never want to see him hit it short either. You hear this guy? He can play all the positions. How about just playing one and not shortstop? I mean, you go from Nick Ahmed and Chapman on the left side, just like everything that's hit to him, just like a vacuum cleaner, just everything. And then the first play of Sunday, you're like, uh-oh. Thank God it's a nice day out. I didn't go outside.
Man, you're rough.
You're
rough. Rough.
Walk down and not get you some beer.
Yeah, walk down and think about getting beer. Yeah, what are you going to do? I'm going to walk down to field work and think about getting some beer, but I'm not going to do it.
I sat down and I go, got to get him some beer. I even told my wife, I go, yeah, get Tom some beer.
How about you get the beer before you start drinking and then you carry it with you?
Yeah.
Oh, no, now you're absolving yourself of the blame and just shifting it on to your significant other. Well done. Now, so you've cracked the pitcher, cracked the shortstop, and cracked your wife all in the second segment. Well done.
You know what's great about this show?
Anything else?
Is that during the right now she would never listen because during the day she's out doing stuff between 10 and 2, and right now her kids are home from school, all this different stuff, and no chance. I can say all sorts of stuff.
So you're good
chance.
then.
Yeah, it's this. By the way, this shift I forgot. It's like get up in the morning, do a bunch of stuff, go to the gym. Molly was there. Never bother him. I never ever go up to him. Hang out, do what you never have to set an alarm. Like I forgot about that. There's no traffic coming in. None.
Pretty nice.
None traffic.
Pretty nice.
Oh.
Yep.
None.
I don't wear 1,000 hats.
Yeah.
So you got that going for you.
I never see your nipples.
You know? Well, it is getting kind of chilly in here, and this shirt's a little thin.
I have nipples.
So,
Can you milk me, Greg? I mean,
man.
just.
Yeah, it is. Or you can get up whenever you want and do nothing.
That's what I mean.
You just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
For a couple hours.
Yeah.
Which is what I do. Well, actually, I went out for about a.
No, but you're a walking
5 mile.
guy,
I went out for about a
right?
5 mile walk today. Yeah.
You take your dogs out and
it was
walk?
awesome. Yeah. Me and Lulu went out, got her walking. That is actually Lulu. And yeah, God, it's awesome out there today. Awesome. Like, what a gorgeous day. Just not much wind, close to 70. Just loved it. Loved getting out there and walking. Put my tunes on and just go. Yeah, it was great.
Weather makes it about 1,000% difference.
Yes.
I've been cranky for about 2 weeks, bitching about the weather every day. My wife's had it. And then yesterday was amazing. Today's amazing. Like I drove in along the Embarcadero, just there's people out jogging, everybody's got a smile on their face, nobody's angry. Nobody's breaking windows, breaking into cars, everybody's nice.
Not that you know of.
I didn't see anybody. Normally it's like, it's raining and gray.
Was anybody wearing the dolphin shorts out there jogging?
No, I hate those.
Whatever happened to those? Anybody have those? I bet you Derek used to rock a pair of those like at UT. His burnt orange dolphin shorts.
Chris Jones
rolling around campus with a fanny pack and dolphin shorts on.
Chris Jones of the Chiefs did those at the combine.
Him and Matthew McConaughey rolling around town.
Those are the worst.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I
runner shorts. Those are the worst.
Even when they were, and this is probably like 30 years ago. Like I was like, no. I was like, no. What? No. Dolphin shorts? Get those away from me.
Plus, didn't they have like
you kidding me with those
they had
things?
like little netting inside of them, and it's like, what are those?
I don't know. I didn't know the pair. I just saw them. I do have rubber ducky shorts. I still have rubber ducky shorts, and they're fleece rubber ducky shorts.
Yeah,
Thank you
they're
very
long.
much. Oh, they're super long.
Yeah.
They're like knee length. I wore them a couple days ago.
Well, the ones you're talking about, like.
Oh, these things are like super short.
A Ken doll could fall out of those.
I mean, you kidding me?
Seriously.
Asian person could fall out of those things. Kidding me?
Oh, dude, we're 33 minutes in, and we're getting kicked off the air. Did you want to do some of your old famous jokes?
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Oh, you want those jokes, huh?
Yeah, you want to break out some of the old DD jokes?
You want those jokes,
Some
huh?
of the 1050 jokes?
Oh, brother. Goodness gracious.
All right, Dylan Hernandez.
Although I never saw the brothers wearing the dolphin shirt. that
Hell no.
Are you kidding me? Not going to happen.
Put about 10 pairs of
No. Couldn't do it.
Dylan Hernandez will preview Dodgers and Giants coming up at 2:50. Seth Greenberg, 4:50 to talk tourney plus Bill Self retiring. He had some comments about Draymond Green, if you did not hear about them. And then Andrew Bagley joined us at 5:30 before Giants baseball. We have not hit up on the road trip. Just finished 4-1 for the Warriors.
Excellent road trip.
Does it change your opinion now? They're still sitting in the 10-hole, but huge games coming up. Did you say San Antonio? Huge road trip coming up. Not road trip,
Spurs
but, that's right. Keep it coming. We may have to go back down that road because you got Dallas, Houston, Dallas again in the final, 8 games of the year, right? 8 games of the year? Yeah, we may have to revisit that. We'll do that coming up next, and then we'll get you back to the Giants and the Dodgers conversation at 2:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
No, Tom, this isn't a trick. It's a full-on April Fool's host swap. Yep, we're swapping hosts today. Now back to Tolbert and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Double screen for Steph. Curry, wing jumper, rimming out. The rebound, Draymond, play three, knocks it down!
Man, Draymond was incredible tonight. That was a defensive masterpiece. The offensive board at the end with the Clay three, probably play of the game. But you can see, I mean, you watch that game, Draymond he's a genius defensively.
Yeah, this is what we're playing into Seth Greenberg at 4:50. Don't miss it.
No, we are not. No, we're not.
No.
No.
Come on. What happened to this soft? What did this soft ass show turn into? This show used to be come on. No more Tom jokes. No more controversy. Let's go. Jeez. What, next you're going to tell me we can't play Strope on? I mean, come on, man. What the hell's wrong with you? What happened to this place?
Pedro Strope on.
Bring back B. Smith. Let's go.
It's a great joke no one got.
Who cares?
Which usually isn't a great joke.
All right, Dylan Hernandez in 10 minutes.
You have to keep explaining your joke over and over. And you have to, at some point, you have to go, yeah, maybe this isn't the one. Although I still defend it.
I know. You have to.
I'm too far in.
All right. Give us 30 seconds and we'll get to the 4-and-run road trip here. But if you'd like to see Chelsea Handler, you can win 2 tickets. Just continue to listen. That is the 24th of August, 2024 at Mountain Winery in Saratoga. Just wait till we give you the cue to call. What is the cue to call? Say hello to my little friend.
Wow.
It was cold. I had just gotten out of the shower.
Wow.
Give me a break. Say hello to my little friend. Yes, very cold. Just got out of the pool. When you hear that cue to call, just call, and you can win 2 tickets thanks to our good friends. So there you go. Mountain Winery in Saratoga. That's furnished by. Official rules at KNBR.com.
We do a lot of stuff with Mountain Winery, don't we?
Yeah.
Might have to hit them up this year. You see they got coming in?
Who?
You got like Rod Stewart coming in. I think Seinfeld's coming in. Former members of Oingo Boingo.
Oh, that
no Danny Elfman, but my buddy saw him. He said they're pretty good though, and the guy that sings for him is pretty good. I'm thinking I might go check him out. I might go check out Oingo Boingo. And there was like a couple others too. I was like, damn, Rod Stewart's gonna be there. That's pretty. Because I was looking at tickets for Seinfeld. I was like, I ain't paying $600 to go see Jerry Seinfeld.
$600?
Yeah.
Doesn't he have enough money?
Yeah.
That's
apparently
ridiculous.
not. Well, what did Gordon Gekko say? It's not enough. How many yachts can you water ski behind, Gordon? It's the illusion of wealth is what it is.
Would you be getting down to Do You Think I'm Sexy by Rod Stewart? Would you like me to sing it?
No, I really would not like you to sing it. I'm not. I just want to catch a soccer ball. I want to catch a soccer ball, yeah.
He does that, huh?
But, I mean, Mountain Winery is so small, you could blast somebody and, like, split their head open.
That's true.
I mean, if you kick a soccer ball and it dips, that thing could catch somebody in the third row.
That's true.
Just like graze their head. Maybe catch a laceration out of that thing. But if I can catch a Rod Stewart soccer ball. But, he's got enough songs.
He's got a million.
And he's got like so many that you'd be like, oh, forgot about that one. Oh, yeah, that's right. That one too. Like Maggie May.
That's a good tune.
That's a good tune. So yeah, I may go down there and check Rod Stewart out. That might be kind of cool. And that's the great thing about seeing some of the artists when they're older. They don't have new albums. They're going to play all you know what they're going to play for the most part.
Hey, mates, here's one of our new album.
Yeah.
You're like, beer time.
Yeah, if you're like,
I'm out of here. I don't want to hear that.
I'm good. I just want the old stuff.
Yeah,
just give me the old stuff.
We went and saw the Stones one time, and they're like, here's a new one off Steel Whiz. And I'm like, Mick, we're out. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, come on, man. Yeah, it was like, come on, dude.
Don't want Steel Whiz.
Yeah, I was like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't pay for that. Let's go.
So, are you seeing, did you go see Springsteen?
No.
I missed him too. I've never seen him. I thought about going to see him. I think I like Bruce Springsteen better than I like his music.
Right.
Like, I like his music, but not the whole catalog, which is extensive. But he's got enough songs that because I looked at the set list, he's one of those guys I'd look at the set
there's a
list
bunch.
to see. I'm like, yeah, okay. There's like, maybe 5 songs that he sings. There's a few that he doesn't that I would like him to sing. But like when I went and saw Iron Maiden a couple years ago, I didn't even need to look at the set list because I knew whatever they played I was going to be good with. And it was all awesome stuff. But some of the people now when I go see them, I like to be surprised, but I also don't want to go and be surprised in a bad way. Like I'm just like sitting there going, oh, this bites.
You're waiting for like one song.
Yeah, this like bites. You're like an hour into the concert. You're like, well, I don't know any of these songs.
Well, plus even like Springsteen's going to cost you a lot. Even a band that's like, is going to cost you a bit.
Yes.
Like, it's not like the good old days where it's, it's just like, hey, I'll go to the concert. Because a lot of times you'd be like, oh, I'll go to that concert. It's not that much. Not that much even nowadays is a lot.
Yeah.
So it's not like where you used to go to a concert, like, hey, there's going to be a few, and I'll just have some fun and have a couple of drinks. And it's not like that. Like, you've got to really want to go.
You want a decent seat now, you're probably looking at a decent venue, you're probably looking at what, 300-400?
Yeah.
I would think. Yeah, and that ain't cheap.
But that's why the Sphere is cool. Like, we saw U2 about a month ago, and the worst seat in the house is actually the best seat in the house because the whole thing is like this. It's all around you. And so I actually felt bad for the people in the front row because they spent like $10,000, and I was yelling down at them, ha, ha, ha! Because it was like I'm up at the top, and it goes all around you, and you never look down at the stage because all this weird stuff's going all around you, and you're like, this is where you'd rather be. And my friends told me that. Like, you don't need... because you're not looking at the stage because that's not where all the action's going on.
Huh.
So it's really cool.
Did they sing their old stuff?
All of it.
All their old stuff?
Yeah, they didn't sing anything, They didn't sing anything you didn't like.
Sing New Year's Day?
They didn't. Like, there was a couple.
Sunday, Bloody Sunday?
No.
Oh, so they didn't sing their old stuff.
Other than that, everything.
What do you mean other than that?
Okay, they didn't.
Two Hearts Beat as One?
Yeah, they did that.
Okay.
But, they have, what, 50 good songs?
Like the 2 most popular. Yeah, they sang all their old stuff. No, didn't sing that, didn't sing that.
Those are the only 2 that were really good songs.
Those are like their 2 biggest songs when they were like
yeah, but they probably
young.
have 50 good songs. I'd say 50.
50?
All right, 40.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like Octung Baby I like. Yeah. But I mean like Boy and War, like those are the best. But man, yeah. See, I would have been bummed. If they didn't sing those 2 songs, I might have just said, I'm not gonna go see you guys. Suck it. You're not singing. You're not singing it. They sing Gloria?
Yeah.
Gloria.
That's a good song.
And then they go Latin.
Here's the other thing too, because you're
what
are you 6'7", right?
6'7" and a half. Thank you.
The thing that's great is nobody has when you're up that high on that because it kind of leans forward, you can sit down. Nobody stands up because again everything's around you, and so the fact like when you stand up and people go hey, they don't do you just sit down.
I want to go to the Sphere.
Don't people yell at you when like?
Yeah,
you do a good job though. You kind of like move.
They don't.
They don't.
No, well, I mean, what are they gonna do? I'm like 6.
I know it's not your fault,
but I try.
I know you.
Like I'll sit in my seat sometimes. Like I'll take the seat, put it up, and then sit on that so they can see over me. But if I stand up, man, I want to stand up.
But if you stand up, you hear people behind you go,
6'7".
Man,
no, it's like the people at the hospital when I had surgery this past week. Everybody knows I had my gallbladder taken out, and they ask you all these questions before surgery. Blah 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 blah, and they always ask you has anybody in your house made you feel unsafe? Which seems like a normal question, right? And I just looked at the nurse. I said, I'm 6'7". No. I gave her the Walter White line. I'm the one who knocks. I don't think she got it.
She never watched Breaking Bad?
I don't think so. I'm the one who knocks. I go, no, I'm good.
Oh, she gave you like a blank stare, like she totally didn't.
Yeah, I just kind of moved on. Moved on from the joke. Well, I figured it's either going to be a hit, like it'll be like boom, like she'll get it, laugh, or like just blank stare, and it was blank stare.
There it headlights.
Yeah, she didn't. Yeah, no.
Who would lie about being Tom Tolbert?
There you go. There you go.
That was a great line. Was that last week?
That was that Rome. Well, he said it last week, but that was probably like 20 years ago. Where I was on his show when I was playing with the Clippers. Maybe 30 years ago now. Golly.
With the phone
a long
screener.
time ago, yeah.
How could I tell that you're really Tom Tolbert?
Yeah. They were asking me all kinds of questions like this call screen and then finally go, why would I act like I'm Tom Tolbert?
We don't do that here.
Why would I say I'm Tom Tolbert if I'm not?
Put me on with Rome.
That was funny that he did that. And so he talked to that. He he went to that story because he was talking about Ipe going to UC Riverside, and he goes, "Who says they go to UC Riverside when they don't go to UC
know, if you're gonna
Riverside?"
lie. Hey, they'll never. Let's shoot low. I mean, dude, don't shoot that low.
Riverside.
I mean, don't say Harvard, but don't say UC Riverside.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, find a middle ground.
Yeah, how about San Luis Obispo or something like that? I mean, really like a nice school, but maybe they won't check. Let me just go Riverside. Just for the hell of it. Like, okay. That actually made me want to check more. Like, wait a minute.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. Why is he taking the Highlanders? Nobody goes to UC Riverside.
I mean,
Not even
like,
sure UC Riverside's a real school.
Say like Nebraska, like middle of the road.
Yeah, there's so many schools you could choose from. Yeah. And he went Riverside. Man, he really shot low. Anyway.
I swear we'll get the Warriors. All right, Dylan Hernandez is going to join us coming up next. LA Times will preview Dodgers and Giants matchup tonight. Plus, what's going on around Ohtani is that whole situation, speaking of Epe, been a distraction. Will it be? What's going on? What is the latest? And Giants and Dodgers and the rest of the NL West. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Mad Bum is back. The Giants made the reunion official today by signing the three-time World Series champ, Madison Bumgarner, to a one-year deal. This fake story is not available on KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
No.
Ready for more host swap shenanigans? While you're swapping April Fool's pranks, we're swapping hosts. Tolbert and Lund are back on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's going on? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Tolbert and Lund. Sorry. It's his habit. Oh, now he's going to get pissed. We can talk about your shirt, by the way. We can talk about your shirt at some point.
No.
Go ahead.
Do we have Dylan Hernandez?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to know about my T-shirt, does he?
No, we'll talk about it later.
Probably not.
Let's talk some Giants and
He's
Dodgers.
like, what are you guys doing?
Starting the series tonight at Dodger Stadium. James Paxton versus Keaton Winn. Dylan joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm doing great. I had no idea what you're talking about with your shirt, but now that you mentioned it, I am kind of curious.
Oh, here we go.
All right, so go ahead.
Okay, here's the T-shirt. So yesterday was Easter. St. Patrick's Day was about, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, something like that. So I got a T-shirt in the mail today that just came, and it says, "Today, I'm Irish." And it has a beer mug in the middle of it. So clearly a St. Patrick's Day T-shirt, which is about 3 weeks late in wearing it. But I ordered it a month before St. Patrick's Day so it would get here, and it didn't get here. And I said, I don't give a crap when it gets here. I'm wearing it when I get it because I'm not waiting 11 months to wear it on St. Patrick's Day again. Because by that time, Dylan, I'll forget about it, and I'll miss wearing it again. So I just said, screw the holiday. Even though it's clearly a St. Patrick's Day T-shirt, I'm wearing the T-shirt today. I don't care.
Yeah, fair enough. So I guess they were on the LeVar Ball shipping plan.
Boom. Very good.
See, I'm glad we told you about it. That's a great line. That's a great line.
Whatever happened to those sneakers, by the way?
You know what the funny thing is I never got the sneakers, but I covered. Remember there was like a developmental basketball league that LeVar launched at some point.
Yeah, yes, I do.
And so you remember there was a guy. God, I can't remember the family manager, the money guy. That was the guy that you have to get credentials. So all other media just bought tickets to go cover this thing. I was able to get in touch with that guy, so I have this big baller brand lanyard. Right, for the press passes, and I use that all the time. It's a great conversation starter. I have my baseball writer's card attached to that thing, and everybody's always like, "Where'd you get that thing?" You support that family?
Oh man, there's got to be a 30 for 30 on Big Baller Brand, doesn't there? Some kind of documentary.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we forget how quickly that guy became famous. At some point, he's going back and forth with the president of the United States, and we keep in mind, we covered him when his kids were in high school, and it was overnight, he became too big to even talk to us, so anyway, enough about LeVar Ball.
He actually played, Dylan. He actually played at Washington State when I was at Arizona. He was on that Cougar team when I was at Arizona, and people asked me if I remembered him. I said, no, when I was in the game, he was on the bench. And when I came out, he came in the game. I go, we were beating him by 30. That's when he came in the game. I go, I don't even know who this guy was that said he could. I mean, anyway, you're right. We will move on because it's been nice the last few years.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the Suns play occasionally. Their best attribute right now is getting hurt, which is too bad because they're both pretty damn good players. They just haven't been able to get out there and play. So what's the latest on this Ohtani Ippei thing? It was just kind of weird. I want to believe Ohtani, but as much as I've gambled, unfortunately, I kind of know how it works and how people do stuff. And gamblers are liars by nature. So if they lose, they didn't lose that much, and if they win bigger and they win. So I don't know what to make of it. I want to believe it, and I think that's the way it's trending. But what's the latest? What do we know with this thing?
Yeah, it's kind of, we are where we were maybe about a week ago, right? We don't know very much. There are still a lot of holes kind of in the story. I think you're right? I think everybody kind of tied to this thing, whether it be Major League Baseball, the Dodgers, his agents at CAA, obviously they all want this thing to go away.
Yep.
And I think, right, and in Japan, it kind of sounds like, okay, well, there he's kind of this it's kind of hard to explain, right? I don't think there's any American equivalent just because he is kind of this vessel through which, the Japanese culture kind of projects itself in a positive way throughout the world, right? It's more than just he's our best athlete. I think, when the Japanese, when they kind of view their own culture, right, and they think about it like in the kind of the most positive light, Ohtani kind of embodies a lot of those things. So over there, obviously, they want this to go away. They don't want to believe it's true. I think, and I think most of us, right, who even just, right, have any kind of interest at all in baseball, yeah, sure, you don't want the biggest star in the game to be kind of tainted like this. Yeah. But I think at the same time, we've been around long enough to kind of have seen things, right? So, I think it's kind of hard to say one way, either way at this point, just because, again, there's so many kind of missing parts to this story. Biggest one just being, okay, if that much money got moved out of your account, how did nobody notice, right? And, a couple days after his news conference, I approached him just by myself in the locker room. He said he understood the questions, he didn't really clarify it at all, though. So, until we get some clarity, I think kind of this thing's going to be hovering over the team and him for a while.
Yeah, that's the question I had was, how couldn't you miss the money? And let's say he had so much money that he didn't check regularly. When you're asking for that type of money, the bank's going to contact you to make sure it's okay. You're wiring $500,000. They're not going to just take someone's word for it. I would imagine that's enough of a sum of money to where the bank would want to call you just to make sure everything is kosher, so they don't, no one's stealing money from you, from your account. But I'm curious how baseball will handle it if he found. Let's say they find someone, not Ohtani, but someone it was gambling, but not on baseball, because with gambling legal now. And he's not in a state where gambling is legal. I still can't believe it. But anyway, that's true. The gambling is not legal in California, but some other states. I wonder how they're going to handle all this. This is kind of like a new frontier for all these sporting leagues who are in bed with, DraftKings and FanDuel and Caesars and all this. And they have all these weird rules for all the players. The number one rule is don't bet on your own sport. But other than that, I wonder how they would handle it.
Yeah, so a few years ago, Jared Cosart, who at the time was pitching for the Miami Marlins, kind of got busted for betting, with an illegal bookmaker, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not the gambling that was a problem. It was that he bet through an illegal bookie. So he just got fined, right? So, theoretically, that would be kind of the same thing here in terms of, like, discipline. I do think that the issue now, though, is that if there is, information that comes out kind of that contradicts the narrative right now, that he and his people are trying to push, then I think people feel tricked, right? They feel betrayed.
Yeah.
You sold us kind of this image, and like right now, look, and in his defense, right, kind of I think the public image of him is that he loves baseball, right? He still kind of has maintained his youthful enjoyment of baseball, and doesn't really care too much about anything else, right? That's kind of the general image that we have of him. And yeah, so if something comes out to the contrary, it's not just, oh, he lied, right? It's kind of the entire image, I think kind of falls apart. And then that's when people start getting angry. And then, my guess is, the other thing too is a lot of his income comes from Japan, right? And over there, gambling, it's weird, right? People love to gamble over there, but kind of the private life and the public life thing is a little bit more delineated, right? I mean, the thing is, the fact that Las Vegas exists in the United States is testament to the fact that, like, we are culturally okay with gambling, right? It might be illegal in some places, but the fact that we have Vegas, Atlantic City, these places, it's like, okay, it's fine, right? Japan is not like that, right? And guys have been banned for life for players over there for betting on other sports, not on baseball, not for throwing anything, just betting in general. So, I do think there would be a huge economic impact for him if kind of what he said turned out to not be true. Even if, again, the original story that ESPN, was told by his camp that, that his interpreter was, the one gambling and that he was covering his debts. I think it was kind of interesting from a cultural perspective. I think, I would at least look at that and be like, hey, what a good friend, right? Actually, Ohtani would actually go up in my esteem. But in Japan, it's not quite like that, right? They really kind of shun their lepers in society, so to speak. And, it would be, hey, he's an accessory to a crime now. And I do think there would be huge economic ramifications in terms of probably a lot of sponsors dropping him, And so, yeah, it's not just that that there's kind of this, like, public image that he has to uphold here, but there's a public image in Japan that is viewed through an entirely, and evaluated through an entirely different set of criteria. So it's you got like, it feels like there are 10,000 things kind of flying at this at one time. But again, we just don't know enough at this point. It'd be premature to speculate, in any direction, I think.
Dylan Hernandez joining us. We're talking about the Ohtani situation, as well as we're getting a little bit of Giants and Dodgers as they're starting at the series at Dodger Stadium tonight. We've had you on before, and for people that don't know, Ohtani as well as anybody could. I mean, I know you went over there. You've told us about his money before, even before all this happened, and he really wasn't infatuated with it. He lived in the dorms, all that you've told us before. But the one thing I guess I don't understand about this financial situation, too, is a lot of people in his situation and athletes at this level, they have people to do a lot of these different things. And I would assume that these same people who said, hey, you're in California now, let's defer a lot of this money for later to be a lot smarter, would be the people that would be watching his money. It's not like me where I'm watching my money. It's other people that are watching his money as well, and they would be cognizant if this kind of money came out, not just the bank, but people who are watching his money, the people who are doing this. So aren't there people, maybe you would know this, I certainly wouldn't, but aren't there people who are watching his money for him and would know if this money came out, not just the bank?
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, a question we have thrown at his representatives. Everybody seems to be ducking every question right now, right? I think, once the feds kind of start getting involved in things, people get nervous. Yeah, I would assume so, and I've talked to, again, people that have kind of worked on, the support side of players, including like Japanese athletes, right? And they all kind of tell me, hey, look, right, even if it's $100 for dinner, you want some kind of confirmation from the account holder himself, right? And that might happen over a text message, a phone call, something like that. But you do want the account holders to sign off on these things, Now, guys, like in this, right, in the scenario that they're describing here, obviously, Ippei Mizuhara, theoretically would have had, probably more privileges than kind of the average assistant, but even then, like once it kind of starts getting into the millions, right? You just kind of think like, isn't anybody kind of checking here, And so again, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's to me kind of the biggest question that remains out there is just like, how did this even happen, right? And I think that until we get an answer to that question, it's going to feel like that story doesn't add up.
And I don't know if anybody has talked to the bookmaker. I read the story about him. But it's hard for me to imagine, Dylan, that someone would be extended a $4.5 million line of credit when they make between $300,000 and $500,000. Like, I'd like to get my money back at some point. I'm not going to let you keep running this up without a tacit understanding that, like, look, I can get it. Don't worry. I don't want to say that he would say, Ohtani's got me covered or whatever. But it just seems weird to me that somebody would let someone run up that type of credit without making the type of money necessary to cover those type of losses.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, my only understanding of that world, to be honest, doesn't extend much beyond like, watching mafia movies and stuff, but right. I kind of look at that. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I see that number and I see how much he was making. And I think like, aren't we like way past the breaking his legs point,
Wow. You did go mafia on me.
I mean, yeah. So again, yeah, I mean, to me, these are all like very valid questions and, it's going to be interesting again. Right. And, they say that they've turned this matter over to the authorities, Ohtani's people have, but we don't know like where any complaint has been filed.
Yeah.
Right? There's no evidence of this. Right. And so, most likely, the way kind of these stories tend to unfold whenever there are government investigations involved, right? They started investigating it. And that's kind of going to be the source of like whatever new information comes out because, we certainly as media don't have access to his bank records, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have, even Major League Baseball doesn't have subpoena power, right? They can't, say, hey, show us, open your books. The owners themselves don't open their books, right, in that sport. So, like, they certainly don't have the power to ask that of a player. So unless, again, there is, a government entity actually looking into this, frankly, like the truth may never come out.
Interesting. Dylan Hernandez joining us, sports columnist for the LA Times. Giants and Dodgers do start a series down at Dodger Stadium With all this Ohtani talk, Mookie Betts gets buried in all of this kind of stuff. He goes from right field to second base to shortstop, has 4 home runs, 10 RBIs, and 500. So we'd be talking about him a ton, but Ohtani overshadows all this stuff. I mean, what a start. And for him to be making the transition to shortstop, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is, and I think, it's interesting, right? Because I think, the rap that he's gotten here in the last, couple of years, really since, right, obviously he was spectacular in 2020, the COVID-shortened season, his first one here. They win a World Series. But kind of since then, there's been this kind of feel, I think, around Betts that, hey, how much does this guy actually care? How engaged is he? How much does he like baseball, right? Because he's got a lot of outside interests and stuff. And, I do kind of feel that maybe this is kind of the challenge, that a guy like him needs. I think, my guess is, right, a lot of people were kind of looking at this situation thinking, right, and this happened because Gavin Lux, who was kind of the projected starter at shortstop, had problems like throwing the ball. It looks like a yips type of situation. So they moved him over to second where the throws aren't as demanding. All of a sudden there's this need. And, maybe with a guy as talented as Betts, this is the kind of challenge that he needed. I think that most people probably looked at this and thought, okay, as long as he's adequate, as long as he's not horrible, we'll take that. This guy, I'm telling you, is taking tons of grounders every day before games. My suspicion is that deep down, he's probably thinking, hey, I can win a Gold Glove here, because I think that that's what all the greats do, right? They kind of, they think they can do things that no one else can think that they can do. And yeah, to your point right now, I mean, this team is scoring. One thing really scary is how quickly they can turn a game, right? I mean, yesterday they were down 4 runs. They come back and win the game. They've put up a lot of crooked numbers since, the start of the season. And Ohtani's not even going yet, right? And so you're absolutely right. And I'm guessing that there's going to be a period when Freddie Freeman has a stretch like this, and Ohtani's going to have a stretch like this, and, Will Smith is going to have a stretch like this. So offensively, for sure, this is a very, very scary team.
The incredible thing, Dylan, is you can barely get guys to move from center field to right field. And this guy went from a Hall of Fame track MVP guy in right field and said, yeah, I'll go to second and then I'll go to short. I love the fact that someone is actually willing to do that, ready to take on that challenge. And as you said, maybe he needs it. But the fact that he could have very easily said, no, I just want to stay in right field, bat my 320, hit 30 home runs, Gold Glove right fielder, be one of the all-time best right fielders. It would have been super easy for him to do. But the fact that he took on that challenge when not many players would, not many players want to that don't have his credentials. There's certainly the guys that have his credentials don't. I just find that really, really awesome. That he's like, yeah, cool. You need me to do this? I'll go ahead and do it. I mean, I just love that.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And the thing too is he was so good in right field.
Yes.
Right. And if you kind of looked at, again, the way he prepared, he used to, go out to the outfield and just kind of study the way the ball bounced off the wall, right? And no one played balls off the wall better than Mookie Betts, and he had all this kind of expertise out there. I mean, that year that they won the World Series, he won games out there, right? In 21, when they knocked out the Giants, there was a game that he won basically, with his glove. And so to go from having that type of impact, to second base and now to short, right? Shortstop's an entirely different beast too, because you can get embarrassed out there, right? And he knows that, right? I mean, so he went from being arguably, most likely the best defensive right fielder in baseball to now a position where he could get really, really embarrassed. And I think it speaks to, again, I think that's kind of, I agree with you that how cool this is, just in that, the sport is built on so much negativity in a way, right? Just in that, 7 out of 10 times, even if you're a Hall of Famer, you're going to be out 7 out of 10 times, and everything is about the scouting reports and everything is kind of based on, okay, what can he not hit? What can this guy not do? And as you're coming up the minor leagues, it's okay, he doesn't have the range to do this. You keep getting put in smaller and smaller boxes. And kind of like what we're seeing now, and, tying this back to Ohtani here, again, going back to Ohtani when he was first broke into, the league in Japan as a rookie and kind of announced, hey, I'm going to try to play both ways. There was a lot of, right, the public was not feeling that, right? They were, okay, you're taking, you're underestimating professional baseball. That was kind of the attitude. And I think, you could kind of look at Betts through a similar prism, right? I think that there are probably people that are out there thinking like, man, why are you even doing this? But again, it's kind of that is kind of the mentality of kind of like the great athlete. And I'm totally with you here. I love the fact that he's even trying to do this. I think says a lot about who he is.
Real quick, Dylan, what do you think about where the Giants are in the West landscape? I mean, the Dodgers should win this thing just based on they're based on their everything. But other than that, I mean, all the pitching, it was incredible. All the pitching came to the NL West. Yamamoto comes to the NL West, Glasnow, then Snell, then Montgomery, then who was it for the Cease for the Padres, and then Rodriguez for the. I mean, it's just Ray will be coming after the All-Star break. It's like the influx of pitching for the National League West was incredible. It should be a fun division to watch. But how do you see the Giants as the season unfolds with their lineup that looks like an actual legitimate lineup now, and the pitching that, if they hang in there till after the All-Star break, then you can make a case if the guys are pitching like they can. That's a pretty formidable 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4. I mean, maybe even the whole rotation will be really good. Where do you kind of see them in the West landscape?
Yeah, I think, I'm going to give you kind of a Dodger-centric answer here, but as much star power as the Dodgers have right now, there's a lot of disaster potential there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I know I just praised Mookie Betts for trying to do this thing. We're still not sure how that. Now, in his last game, he made a couple of tremendous plays, but I think the one before that, he was opening the home opener. He made an error. I think he booted a couple balls in Korea. Max Muncy's not very good defensively at third. Obviously, Locke's right. So the infield defense is a huge question mark. To me, the Dodgers rotation is also a question mark in that. Probably the most dependable guy might be Yamamoto, who until this year had never pitched in the big leagues. A bunch of guys who have track records of getting injured. So there's some disaster potential there, right? And I do think when you kind of look at the Giants, you expect them to do kind of the small things right, at least. They won't, necessarily sabotage themselves as the way that we might see the Dodgers. And again, the Dodgers bullpen also kind of questionable at this point. It is kind of too bad that, the Giants haven't really been able to kind of hook that big star yet. Because to me, that's kind of what's going to vault them into kind of the next stratosphere, where, they'll be able to compete with the Dodgers on a year-by-year basis. But, I could see a thing where, the Dodgers maybe go through a rough stretch and, the Giants play solid baseball, maybe the Diamondbacks, the Padres even.
Yep.
I think all these teams have the potential to kind of hang around there and make the season more interesting, I think, than people anticipate at the moment.
Great stuff. Dylan, thanks, man. We appreciate the insight. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dylan.
No, thank you for having me on.
Appreciate it.
Dylan Hernandez, columnist for the LA Times, and of course, give us a little Dodger insight, a little tiny insight as well. We'll finish up our conversation on the Giants, what we've learned in the 2-2 start, and then the 4-1 Warriors road trip. Does it change your opinion on what they can do, even though they're still sitting there at the 10 spot? We'll get into all those things as well. Tolbert, Lund on the Sports Leader.
Ken Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Ken Grove's Sports Leader.
The NBA has reviewed Draymond Green's actions against Patty Mills last Tuesday. They've decided to suspend Draymond Green the rest of the regular season. This fake story is now not available. Not available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Today, we're swapping hosts as Tolbert and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studios. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's the stretch and the pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive into deep right field. Going back, Tatis at the warning track, at the wall. Goodbye! A home run for Jung-Hoo Lee, his first big league home run. And he took on the big part of the yard. Right center field, deep. And that one, I think, would have been a home run in the original configuration.
네, 볼 수밖에 없거든요. 자, 오른쪽, 오른쪽 갑자기 넘어갑니다. 이정우가 해냈습니다. 자, 빨리 찍으셔야 돼요, 사진. 야, 이정우. KBO 리그 최고의 타자가 메이저리그에 상륙했습니다. 우와.
That's a Korean call of grandson of the Wind's first home run as a Giant.
Grandson of the Wind.
And they showed son of the Wind's reaction in the stands at Petco. By the way, if you'd like to overreact to the Giants over the weekend, 808 KNBR 808-5627. Why is it? Maybe it's just me. Why is it that all foreign calls are better than all American calls? Am I overreacting on that? They just seem like they're having a ton of fun. Other than your calls are absolutely amazing. But
who?
Well, yours. Yours are great. On the Warriors game, yours are great.
What?
But other than your calls and Papa's calls, of course, all the other calls in America are worse. The foreign calls are great.
I won't even call that thinly veiled.
Yeah, not even thinly veiled.
It wasn't even veiled.
But it's like, but they're having fun. They're freaking out. They're doing all that stuff. Like, I don't know. Is that? Am I overreacting on that? They always sound like so much fun. Maybe in other countries they think our calls sound better, but they sound better.
I don't know. Pop up. Can you get the call from the Sudan?
Like, call some better ones. Like, bring up some other foreign calls.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Get Denmark's call. See what they do.
No, we have all sorts of foreign calls of just anything random.
How about Sweden?
Do you like random? Do you like foreign calls or not? I mean, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty fair statement. Yeah, like goal calls are awesome.
Yeah, but that's one guy. That's the guy from Mexico.
He's awesome.
Yeah,
though.
he is great. That's not foreign calls
is that
everywhere.
The same guy?
That's just one dude.
No.
That's one dude.
He's awesome.
No, I do. No, I like him. And the Korean call was cool. Well, you know what you should do? You should get the touchdown call in the Super Bowl of any touchdown. How many countries are represented at the Super Bowl?
Oh, my God.
You could probably get 40 different calls, and you should go through them and see which ones are the best. I'm
called the Super Bowl this year. Jim Nantz?
I think you and Papa should do that next year. I think that'd be a fun segment. Go through 40 calls, and then come back and go, you know, we ranked them, Pop. Yours was 22nd.
Well, like if we had the final call of the Super Bowl, I think it was Jim Nantz this year, right? It was CBS. Didn't they have it?
Yes.
It was okay. I wouldn't say it was like great. It was okay. I mean, it wasn't a great play. Mahomes, it was wide open.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest. Nash cashed. I mean, he cashed it in at that point. Nash did. He's like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm out of here anyway. I'm going to my Cougars
No offense
games.
to Murph. I mean, he loves it, but it was okay.
No, Nance is cool. I'm just messing around. Nance.
Ayuk is on fire.
Do we have that in Korean?
Yeah, get that.
Yeah. Do we have that? Do we have the Ayuk is on fire in Korean?
See? I don't even know what this is. It just sounds good.
Can you just do that and then splice an Ayuk? Just splice an Ayuk. See how that?
I didn't know we were going that direction. But okay, so over the weekend.
No, that's a good call.
All right, so over the weekend, I know it's 4 games, so we don't need to overreact. But is it fair to say that the lineup's better? Is it fair to say that the left side of the infield, when Fitzgerald's not the shortstop, for the love of God, now he's going to be at first base today? That should be
just one game. Just give the man a break. Jeez.
He blew the whole game yesterday.
You just want to throw him away like trash. That guy sucks.
Okay, but Ahmed and Chapman are they're good. Like, that's good. That's at 4 games or not, they're good.
Yes.
Jung-Hoo Lee looks like, he was in the KBO, and other than, the pandemic, we didn't pay attention, but but he looks like he might be something.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Solaire's got a good enough track record. I mean, it doesn't look like we're going to be playing 3 in 2 games. The first 3 guys in the rotation look pretty solid. I mean, we're feeling pretty good. I mean, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we get some people on the text line, or if you want to chime in. I don't know how fans felt, but yeah, I feel that way. I feel optimistic that this is going to be a solid season. Like this will be a better than 500 season, like mid-80s win season. That's what this team kind of looks like. Now, injuries could always play a part. Maybe Ray doesn't come back as fast as you'd hope. Maybe Harrison isn't what he looked like he was going to be in his first start. But yeah, I mean, on the left side of that's top notch. That's as good as it gets in baseball right there. When you got Ahmed and Chapman, you're like totally solid there. And then Bailey doesn't get any better than that behind the plate. Estrada's
he
fine
had a
at
couple
second.
of hits on Saturday.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I was going to ask you? I wanted to get your thoughts on this because Kruko wasn't super happy with it, but I didn't know exactly how I felt about it. Did you see the play? Because it was probably already 9-0, or maybe it was even Saturday. I forget. Did you see the play when Flores went to the Padres dugout?
I was going to ask you because you're a player.
Nobody caught him.
You can answer this better than I can.
Well, I didn't play baseball.
I know, but there's kind of a code, right, with athletes. So if people don't know, I don't even know if we have the call, but he's trying to catch. It was early in the game, so it wasn't even 9-0 yet.
Yeah, it was probably 5-0.
So it was on Sunday. So and he's not going to play today. And oh, by the way, against James Paxton, he's 5 for 6 career. That's 833. I'm a mathematician. So
very nice, very nice.
Oh, do we have the play? All right, let's play it, and then we'll talk about it.
The pitch swung on and popped up. Foul off the first base side. Coming over near the Padre dugout is Wilmer Flores. He leans over the railing of the dugout, flips over the dugout as the ball hits off his glove and drops to the floor. And Wilmer is on the ground, surrounded by Padres players, and some of the Giants come over now as well, and they're waving at the Giants medical people. Dave Greshner.
All right, so I mean that's pretty clear, but he leans over the railing, he flips over the railing, and all the Padres players just watch him go right over the railing, and nobody helps the guy.
Yeah.
So again, I'm gonna ask you, just because as an athlete, so can't you help the guy? I mean, you don't. I know he's the opposition, and he's trying to get an out there, and so you don't want to help him with that. But can't you just kind of catch him as he goes over the rail? They actually dispersed out of his way and let him fall, and he luckily didn't fall on his head. He has a scrape on his hand.
Yep.
And I think he hurt his arm or something. He's not in the lineup today, so he's obviously hurt, and he got taken out. He stayed in the game on defense, but then he was supposed to bat the next inning, and they pulled him out. He's got a contusion, which is a fancy name for a bruise. So he gets taken out. Can't you help the guy?
I would have said, if he dies, he dies. Now, what
you're the athlete. Isn't there an equivalent in basketball? There's an equivalent in basketball, right? Like a guy comes flying over to the bench or something. You don't help the guy?
Well, usually he jumps over you.
Okay.
Because he's coming so fast. It's because you're not trying to catch the ball, so to speak. You're just trying to save it and then you jump over the bench or something. But yeah, when a guy's running trying to jump over the bench, you try to hold him up, maybe for your own safety other than his. But because I thought about that yesterday, I go, I don't want to help the guy catch it. That's my teammate that just hit that ball. So I'm not going to hold him up, but I'd like to have somebody there that, like, when he starts tumbling, I'd like to have somebody there to.
But they were like self-preservation. They were diving out of the way.
Oh.
Like they did not just not help him. They got out of the way.
Well, I mean,
you kind of joke like if he dies, he dies, but that's kind of what they did. They kind of went, if he dies, he dies. I mean, that's what they did.
If you're not helping him, who cares where you are? You might as well go 10 rows up. I mean, if you're not helping.
That's what they did.
If you're not helping, then what does it matter then? Because if you're going to be 2 feet away, you might as well be 20 feet away. You're not helping. So do you want to help him? Let's say.
They were like cockroaches to a flashlight, man. They were like.
Okay, let me ask you this then. At what point do you want to help him? Do you want to help him before he catches the ball? After he catches the ball? As he starts tumbling? Maybe hold him up so he doesn't tumble? Like, because if you hold him up so he doesn't tumble, then that's what your team should do. So you could reach over and catch it, and everybody in the dugout's like, gotcha, and you're not falling.
Right.
I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to help you because now you have the freedom of mind to say, well, I'm not falling, so I can just, like, jump over there and try to catch the ball. I don't want that. I don't want you to hurt yourself, but I don't want to help you. And then my teammate comes walking back to the dugout. It's like, whose side are you on? You on that? What are you, Benedict Arnold?
Okay, but I know it's
traitor?
okay. I know it's not
helping them out.
I know it's not. Isn't there
I'm your teammate?
Okay, but there's got to be a middle ground between if he dies, he dies, and Little League sportsmanship.
Okay,
right? There's a middle ground.
Well, then help me out. What's the middle ground?
Well, it's not to let him die and hit his head on the cement, which is basically what they did.
But you're saying the obvious. At what point do you intervene?
Okay, but there is. If he dies, he dies, and I'm going to scatter like a cockroach under a flashlight.
No, those are one of the same.
No.
Yeah, because in scattering, he does die if he dies.
Okay, that's true. But there's got to be a middle ground.
So you're
like,
talking.
I got to try to catch. I got okay.
Okay,
I put my hand under his head before it splatters on the concrete.
Ooh, you the Flash?
Well, something.
Like you can move like the Flash and like put your hand underneath his head before it hits the concrete.
What if I'm
like, who are you?
Okay, maybe I put my catcher's glove under his head or something like that. I don't know. Isn't there a catcher?
Like
what about like a?
How fast do you think these people move?
What about
they'd all be batting 500 if they could do that?
What about like
there's his head? Give me a minute. Oh, I got him. Oh, it's just like a. It's like a.
That's what it sounded like. That's actual footage from the dugout.
It felt like
that's actual footage from the dugout.
Like a My Pillow.
I mean,
and it's placed lovingly.
The guy's getting put in prison. The My Pillow guy.
It was so nice. Look at the way he plays that glove. Well, that's the point. Like, I agree with you. I just don't know what the middle ground is. Is it because it's somewhere between?
808 KNBR,
it's somewhere between he's falling and tumbling, and holding him up so he never falls. Like, I don't want to do that. That gives him too much comfort. I'm making it too easy for him to catch my teammate's foul ball. Like, I'm trying to win a game here. This is big boy sports now. This isn't Little League. This isn't high school. This isn't, here's your juice boxes. This is like we're getting paid to win baseball games.
But that's okay.
So I don't want to help you catch the ball. I also don't want you to get hurt. But if I have my
leans over the railing of the dugout.
Yeah, you hear the crowd?
Flips over the dugout as the ball hits off his glove and...
That's actual audio from the Padres dugout.
But if I have to choose, if he dies, I'm sorry. You're on your own, pal. You're on your own. Hey, nobody asked you to jump over the railing and try to catch that ball.
That's fair.
You could have stayed on your 2 feet and said, you know what? They're not helping me. I'm going to give it kind of a Olay effort. If the ball comes to my glove, cool. But I'm not going to dive in there when there's nobody helping me. If I'm on the other dugout, cool, I'm going for it.
Yeah, they're going to help you in the other dugout.
Absolutely. They're going to stand there and hold you up. You're not going to fall. No chance of falling.
I'm not asking for that because I know you're not going to get that.
So that's my point. Like, where is the middle ground then? Like, because I agree with you. There should be a middle ground.
A chest protector?
But it's
Maybe
hard
throw
to
a chest protector down.
Are you high right now? I mean, what are you talking about?
No,
like, where's his head going to come down? I don't know. Toss it over there. Let's see. Hey, go get that mattress. They can fall on a mattress. Like, once he starts falling, then it's just like, well, damn, we're screwed now. We can't do anything. You go in there and reach, catch a cleat across the face, and you're just like, well, that sucked. So it's okay. We don't want you to get hurt, but we're also not helping you to beat us. We're just not going to do that. That's off the table. And if it comes between the two, you're on your own, pal. We don't want you to get hurt, but we'll take that risk. But we are not, under any circumstances, at least that's my point of view. I'm not helping you get my teammate out.
Well, I know that what they did there was nothing. And so the next time there's a ball in the opposing dugout, no Giants going in there. Like, no Giants going in there because Flores
and they won't help their team.
No, that's what I mean.
Believe. Their guy's going to fall right on their head.
And then the Giants are going to do the same thing. Like, what they're going to say is, well, nobody helped our guy. I'm not helping your guy.
Yeah. And look, I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know if there is a proper protocol in base. Next time we have a player on, we could ask him. Like, is there a proper protocol there is there an etiquette there,
Clearly,
so to speak?
Clearly, it's
But
if he
with the
dies, he
Padres,
dies.
there isn't. At the Padres, there is no etiquette. It's just like, but maybe the Giants would have said, we do the same. We're not helping them. Why would we help them get our guy out? Because that's the thing. You're helping a guy,
but there's all the.
But you're also
but you know
helping
where we're
him.
going here?
But you're hurting your guy. Like your guy's coming back to the dugout, and he's like, "What do we?
Yeah,
really?
But you know where we're going to these unwritten rules. Like there's unwritten rules in baseball that you're not supposed to throw at a guy's head. Well, basically, his head's going to crack on that. I guess it's just wood. It's not cement in a dugout in Major League Baseball. It's like wood.
Is it?
Yeah, it's almost like decking. You know what I
okay.
mean? It's that kind of decking or whatever like that.
Oh, screw him then.
It's not going to feel good.
Is it laminated?
Yeah.
For the winter?
Yeah, sure. Remember because like guys spit chew in there and all that kind of stuff. It's nasty.
nobody-
and they just
nobody
spray,
chews anymore,
it
though.
out. You spray
Nobody
it
even
out.
chews anymore.
No, I don't. All right.
But no, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to ask a Giant. Like, is
Friday. We'll be at the park Friday.
Okay. Yeah. Is there a protocol there?
I guess that's it right
Like,
there. We just learned it.
I do not know. I'm just telling you from my point of view.
Yeah.
I'm not helping you get my teammate out. I don't want you to get hurt, but you're on your own.
Okay.
Because the problem is once you decide you're not going to help him, as he starts falling, then it's hard to catch him.
Right.
Then it's like he's kind of limbs going everywhere. So really you have two choices.
Something or nothing.
You're on your own or we'll help you.
Nobody
and we
did.
ain't helping you.
They did. They scattered.
They scattered. And I would have done the same thing.
So that tells you that
I
they do have a
absolutely would've done the
protocol,
same
which is
thing.
the protocol is scattered.
Well, they have a protocol.
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody has that same. I would assume they do, because again, it's just like it's like I'm walking back to the dugout. I just fouled out, and you helped that. Like I
get it
imagine how
because
furious you would
you'd
be?
walk in back to the dugout going, "What are you doing?"
Your teammates helping the opposition get you out. You'd be livid, absolutely livid. So I mean, look, to me it was unfortunate, but I didn't see a point where you could jump in there. Again, unless you're the Flash, you could put a pillow under his head, like you suggested.
No, I did not. I said a
His
glove
head's-
or a chest protector.
What do you got, Tim?
There's plenty of time.
Tim wants to go. He's had it with this topic.
All right.
Tim gets bored of topics.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he just wants to keep going. He's very similar to when you were. He just clocked.
4-5-808 KNBR. You want to talk about the weekend? I know it's 4 games, but we can overreact. What did you like? What did you not? What are you nervous about? I see somebody's nervous about the bullpen. I always like the do not take. just so you know, somebody on the line right now is a do not take. 4-5-808
That almost
KNBR.
makes you want to take it.
4-5-808.
Like NC-17. Oh, I gotta go see it.
It's either going to be really good or really bad. No, it's going to be really bad. It's going to be a disaster. All right. We'll continue the conversation up to the top, and then we got to get to some Warriors. 4-1. Does that change your opinion? We'll get to all of it coming up next. Tolbert Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Tom, this isn't a trick. It's a full-on April Fool's host swap. Yep, we're swapping hosts today. Now back to Tolbert and Lund on KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
Hey guys, come on, get off those wallets, a little cherry pie. Let's go. Come on, guys. Those dollars aren't going to spend themselves. Destiny's on main stage. He's working hard to keep you hard. Let's go, guys. What is your favorite pie? Well, it's cherry pie tonight. You missed that, didn't you? You missed the
I do.
Strip club voice.
I do miss strip club voice. Yep. I miss strippers more. But
Yes. Yep.
Who doesn't?
That's right. Hey, guys. Tolbert and Lund back together. Thanks for joining us again. You can weigh in on whether they should have just, if he dies, or is there some way to help someone falling into the dugout? The Padres clearly did not help Wilmer Flores. He is out of the lineup tonight against the Dodgers. Any observations from the weekend? I know it's only 4 games, but let's overreact. Do you like what you're seeing from the Giants, the pitching staff, the first 3? Should Tyler Fitzgerald ever play shortstop for the Giants ever again? If he dies, he dies.
If he dies, he dies.
He's playing first base today. That should be fun. Left side of the infield when they do have
Who's at first base?
Tyler Fitzgerald tonight.
Will you stop?
No, I swear he is.
No, will you
Back me
stop
up.
with
He is. He's
will
playing
you
first
stop
base.
with him? Like, just let him
I see
be
what
for a
you're
little
saying.
bit. Jeez.
Oh, okay.
Give the guy a break. Oh, that'll be fun. Guy's out there trying to earn a living.
Sorry.
You're cracking on him.
No, but
God, I mean, it go easy.
Well, I mean, let's give him a day off.
Yeah.
You know,
What?
They let him pitch yesterday. I mean, doesn't a pitcher need to have a day off?
Keep moving. Keep moving.
415-885-6674-5808 KNBR. He pitched
You
yesterday.
got me
man.
up
Give
here
him a
like
day
I'm going to
off.
defend Tyler Fitzgerald like he's my son.
Anything you want to comment about the Giants so far? They're in L.A. today. James Paxton, 35-year-old left-hander. Who's, it's amazing. He's pitched, 2-1 no innings in 46 innings in the last 4 years, but he got paid millions to do it. That's a good deal. All right, let's start out with Kerwin James. Yeah, and Tom hates Wilmer Flores clearly. Kerwin, welcome. Go right ahead.
Yes.
He doesn't care about his welfare.
Nope, not at all.
Let's go out to who are we going out to? Oh, Sean. Sean is up first. Hi, Sean. Hi, Sean. Hi, Sean.
Hey,
Hi,
what's
Sean.
going on?
Hey.
Couple of things. Love hearing you guys back together. If Tyler Fitzgerald's going into the dugout, I already know what you're going to say tonight if he's going into the dugout.
Big fan.
But I still say save him. Totally going off the second segment, I recently went and saw Van Morrison at Oakland Fox Theater.
Yeah.
And he played his entire new album and then walked off the stage.
No.
Not one hit.
No. No. No, he didn't.
Severely disappointed.
You think?
God.
Start to
Could you
finish,
imagine?
didn't talk to anybody and walked off the stage.
Wow.
Wait.
Entire new album and walked off the stage.
And never even warmed up the crowd
Wow.
or anything? Didn't
Nope.
say anything?
Wow.
Nope.
Oh,
Played
God.
from 8 to 9:30 straight, walked off the stage, and that was it.
Oh,
That's
you've got to
sad.
be kidding
It's
me.
funny, but it's funny because I wasn't there.
How much
Oh, man,
what'd you pay for?
Stinks.
What'd you pay for a ticket?
Okay, so we originally wanted to go see them. They were like $200. We waited. I got them for $25
Okay.
a pop.
Then that's not
at
that
least,
bad.
At least that makes you feel
You'll
a little
never get
bit
your
better.
time back, but that's
Yeah.
other than
No,
that, that's
man,
not
but I
bad.
mean, you're listening to the hits on the way
right.
down, and you're expecting to hear something. Start to finish, brand new album, walked right off the stage.
You know what that is? That's selfish.
Yeah.
That's selfish.
100%.
Think of your audience.
How
You know
loud
what
was
they
that? I
want.
mean, did just everybody boo him right off the stage?
He was
No,
gone
it
before
was
they booed.
Oh, yeah.
Older crowd, everybody was still kind of happy. My brother-in-law and I were pissed. I mean, we were just
Good for you.
crapped out.
That's
I mean,
You have every right to be. It's like we saw John Mellencamp there, and he played Jack and Diane. And before he sang Jack and Diane, now I will let me backtrack and preface this with he did sing a lot of his good songs. Like he has so many you can't miss. I mean, he didn't play Hurt So Good. He didn't play like a lot of his early stuff, but he still has so many. It really didn't matter. But Jack and Diane's like that's like his song. That's like the biggest hit he's had. And before he sings it, he gives this preface. I don't even know why I sing this song anymore. And then he totally messes up the arrangement, and it didn't even sound like Jack and Diane. I'm like, bro, just sing the damn song. You know we want to hear the song. We don't care that you're tired of playing it. We get it. You've played it millions of times.
You made a bunch of money off
but
it, man.
Maybe some of us haven't seen you in a long time, and we'd like to hear the song the way you actually wrote the song. Can you do us that? Nope, couldn't do that. And from that point on, I was like, you know what? I've had it with this little guy. I'm just done with him.
I get it. I've never been more disappointed at a concert.
It sucks.
No, you have every right to be.
Do you have a Giants question?
Oh no, you know what? I was just kind of.
That's okay.
You don't have to. You're good.
You're doing really well. You're probably going to go downhill from here, but it's okay.
You should probably leave it. Yeah, you should probably leave it there. That was a good call.
I'll ride off into the sunset.
Yeah,
see ya.
Well done.
Okay, before we take
Doff
the next
your cap
call
and keep moving.
Okay, before we take the next call, I know you've been on me up about Fitzgerald, but listen to this. You're going to be on my side here. Listen to this.
Okay.
Alex Pavlovich. Fitzgerald learned first base last Tuesday. His plan was to borrow Wilmer's glove if he had to get in a game. Susan Slesser, Tyler Fitzgerald has played 0 minor league games at first base, 1 spring training game there.
It's first base.
Go ahead.
It's first base.
Yeah, all right.
Anybody can play first base.
Sure.
Sorry, JT.
Never played a game
If
there.
JT's listening,
He's
like,
never played a game there. All right. His first game's at Dodger Stadium. No big deal. Come on, man. So I know a lefty's on the mound, but wouldn't you think that lefty on lefty for Lamont Wade Jr. is better than Tyler Fitzgerald coming off an error in a pitch game at Dodger Stadium? I mean, come on.
Yeah, but he made the air short. New position.
I'm just saying.
Give love a chance, John.
Just
Jeez.
saying. All right.
I'm with him. I hope Fitzgerald has a home run tonight. I hope he has a double tonight. I hope he has a couple scoops that save double plays tonight and just throws it right in your face.
Dude, I hope he's
going to have him.
I hope he's JT Snow times 10. I really do.
And I'm going to make sure you're here when he's on.
I hope so.
Just to make sure you apologize.
I hope so too. I honestly do. I hope he does, and I hope he walks by me. We're gonna be on the field Friday. I hope he walks by me and smacks me right in the back of the head. I hope I'm wrong, because I often am. So I hope he is.
You hope you're right.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I really don't. I like being wrong.
You want to show it tomorrow and go, I told you. I told you.
No, I'm not that kind of guy.
I never want to see this guy
No, I'm not a hater.
in the lineup ever again.
I'm not a hater.
Oh, my God.
That doesn't sound good to me. Does not sound good to me. Does not.
I'm in.
First base.
I'm in for T Fitz. Let's go. Let's go.
For that very reason, I'm not gonna flip to anything.
And there's still a base tonight too.
I was gonna.
All good.
First time at first base.
You are a hater.
I am not. Not. That's Rod, right? I'm not Rod. Oh, that's LeVar. Oh, that's right.
Yes.
That's
Stay in your lane.
Which means stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane.
I'm not sure what his lane is.
Not much anymore.
I hadn't thought of Big Baller Brown in years until you brought it up.
Big Baller Brand, baby. BBB.
All right, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Your takeaways from the weekend. We need to get to the Warriors 4-1 trip and whether that changed your mind. Still to come. Seth Greenberg's going to join us in about an hour to talk about the tournament. His thoughts on Draymond Green as well. Bags at 5:30. Is there a protocol to saving a guy in the dugout when he's falling, the opposing player that's falling into your dugout? We got to ask him about that at 5:30. Tolbert and Lundell here on the Sports Leader. Barry Bonds joined Murph and Copes this morning with a host swap. He believes Shohei Ohtani should be thrown in jail if he did bet on baseball. That fake interview is now available. No, it's not. It's not available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Today, we're swapping hosts as Tolbert and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studios. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Tolbert and Lund back together again. And here's what we'll do. Get through some of these Giants calls, and then at 10 after, we'll get to the Warriors. Still sitting in the 10 hole. They got the Mavericks tomorrow. Go back through that San Antonio thing back in the day. If the Spurs and they had 8 to play, they could catch the Lakers quite easily, one back in the loss. And then you got the Kings and the Suns. They're 2 back in the loss, plus they lose those tiebreakers. Could they? Yeah, they could. But the tough part of the schedule comes up with Dallas and a home and home, Houston coming up, the Lakers. So we'll get into that. Plus, did the 4-1 road trip sway you at all? They do great on the road. Home, no, not so much. Steph was saying maybe they should stay in a hotel. So we'll get into that conversation about 10
Take a bus?
Yeah, take a bus.
Take a bus over to Chase?
Act like they're on the road. I don't know, something. So we'll get to that at about 10 after the hour. But again, Giants weekend, what did you like? What did you not? Feeling good going into LA against the Dodgers. And, of course, we'll have that game, James Paxton versus Keaton Wynn, as they wait for some of the pitching to come back. Blake Snell should be back soon. Alex Cobb as well. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Scarecrow up next. Hi, Scarecrow. Welcome.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
I would have thought 3-4 after this road trip would be a reasonable expectation. They actually look like they can compete with San Diego. So, possibility, like I said, they come out 3-4. I'm tickled. That should be. They look a whole lot better than they did last year. And I'll give them a little time with the bullpen because you got a new manager, pretty much new bullpen, pretty much a lot of new pieces. Give them the month of April and get everything squared away. They might actually be a whole lot of fun to watch.
No, I agree with you. They just look different, don't they? I mean, they just look different. Right? The rotation, it looks like a rotation that they don't have a bunch of guys like I don't want to call them cast-offs because they're not cast-offs, because that's not fair.
You mean the guys who are pitching for the A's right now?
No, like DeSclafani and guys like that who did good here, but the top end wasn't great. But you got some like really top end guys now. You got 3, and Ray will be after the All-Star break at some point. You got 2 guys that have won Cy Youngs and 1 guy that finished runner-up to a Cy Young. Like, that's top-end stuff right there for your top 3 guys. And then you have a top 10 prospect in Harrison. Yeah. And then you got Cobb, who, if he's your 5th starter, I don't know that he would be 4th or 5th. That's one of your better 4th or 5th starters in the league. Like, he's really good. So that looks different. The lineup looks different from the get-go with Lee leading off.
He's a lot better than I thought.
Just looks different. Because then Soler, who's not even swinging the bat great. He started swinging a little bit better this past weekend, but that looks better. And then Chapman. I mean, that one tank he hit to left field, he almost hit it out of the ballpark. I mean, the one to center wasn't a cheapie either, but, it's like awesome to see guys that step up there and crack the ball out of the ballpark. Conforto's swinging the bat well right now. So it just, again, it's not about the record for me. It's what it looks like, and it looks different. It just looks like a team that is, I won't say a playoff team, but going to compete for a playoff spot and going to be right there. And if things break right for them, then I think you could be looking at a really good team because of that, mostly because of the pitching.
Well, everybody forgets about defense, but then when you see what real defense looks like, because for the last few years, they've sucked. And so when you look at the left side and you see the plays that Chapman makes, and it's like, damn. I mean, he made some plays over the weekend where it's like, that leads to when you have the extra outs, because you did see it. I'm not, okay, Fitzgerald aside, but when you see those extra outs, we saw what happened when Fitzgerald made that error, and you gave the Padres, who have a really good lineup, you gave them extra outs, and you saw what happened. Well, that doesn't happen when you have that left side of the infield, and you saw the kind of plays those guys made. Mm-hmm. You don't give any extra outs, and you actually make plays that would have been hits, and you turn them into outs. It's huge. And then you start looking at this, and this is just, in about 2 weeks, this will be the rotation in some order. Webb, Snell, Harrison, Cobb, Hicks. In just pure stuff, that can match up with anybody, because you saw Hicks. Now, hopefully he can go more than 5 innings. but his pure stuff matches up, and Webb and Snell matches up, and Cobb, well, not pure stuff. He's a really good pitcher. I mean, those 5 guys, Harrison's got great stuff. So they can match up with any 5 in the game right now. And what I look at with Robbie Ray is that's a Farhan deal, like a trade at the deadline. So then you're going to get another guy at the deadline. So, and if at the top of the order, if Lee is what he's supposed to be, because we only learned about the KBO because we were doing that stuff over the pandemic. And so it was like, I believed that, like, oh, he can't hit 95. Well, hell, he can't. I mean, that ball would have, out of all 30 ballparks, that's a home run. So if that guy's legit and Conforto can stay healthy, I mean, there are ifs, and the more ifs you have, the less your team in any sport is going to be good. But they're starting to knock the ifs down, even in 4 games. So, yeah, I mean, this is a really tough division. We'll find something out. Maybe we won't tonight. Keaton Wynn, I don't think is great, but neither is James Paxton. He's 35.
Yeah.
And he hasn't pitched a lot. So, look, I think it's a test to show, but it's not going to show everything. Like Sunday's game, they had some backups in. I'm not going to really worry about that all too much. But the one thing that Scarecrow just said there, too, Giants baseball has just been boring. It's boring, man. I don't want to watch it at night.
Last 2 months of last year was excruciating.
So we just want, as fans, we want you to be in it, but I don't want to I don't want to go to the ballpark if it's boring. I don't want to watch it if it's boring. Like, I enjoyed watching a couple of those, like Friday and Saturday, they scored 8 and 9 runs. I'm down with that. Like, just don't be boring, man. Or go to the park.
Entertain us.
Yeah.
Just entertain us. If you win, it doesn't really matter. But if you don't win, then you better be entertaining. Last year, they didn't win, and they were boring. Again, the last 2 months of the season was some of the most boring baseball I've seen in a long time. You just didn't want to watch. And that's death. And you know what it's reflected in?
I don't care.
Attendance.
Completely.
Look at the attendance. The attendance last year was bad. wasn't very good. I won't say it was bad, but it wasn't very good. Again, this just looks different to me. It looks different. It looks like a ball club like fans can get behind, be excited about, know who they're going to see every single night. Like, you go to the ballpark, pick a random night, buy tickets to a ball game. More than likely, you're going to see Bailey, Chapman, Ahmed, Estrada. First base could be something. Right field could be something. Lee, Conforto. Instead of having 5 positions that could be different, you're going to have 2 positions that are going to be different. Other than that, guys are playing. They're just playing. And that is something to latch on to. It just, again, when you win 107, everything broke right that year. We've said it. It was a magic carpet ride. And you didn't care who was on the field because they were just winning. And it was fun. That story. But you better win if you're going to do it that way. If you're not winning and you try to do it that way, then it just becomes death. And that's what it's been the last couple of years.
Plus, I just don't like Platoon-a-Palooza.
No, I don't either.
The league is going towards everyday lineups, and if you look at the Braves and the Dodgers and all the teams that succeed, that's what they do. The Padres, I mean, it's just, I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just that 107 win season, like you said, everybody had, I don't know how they did it. I really
don't. The Braves don't platoon.
Yeah, they don't. That's what I'm saying. Those teams that are successful, they have a lineup.
They run their dudes out there like every game.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm tired. Get out there.
So what happens is that you have consistency that way. I don't know how they won 107 games. Like, usually
because every button they push,
right,
somehow worked out.
But first, I hate to say this, but it's like you can't get lucky for 107 games, but they did. Like, it's.
Well, I don't know luck. I don't know if I'd say lucky.
I don't know what happened, but all those guys had career seasons that season.
The vets did, no doubt. Belt, Crawford, Posey all did. That was huge. But then you'd pull up guys from the minors.
And they all did.
And they would help you win a game for a week. Yeah, like I said, it was a magic carpet ride. It happens occasionally. The math worked out. It just, the math isn't fun. It's just not.
I hate it.
I'm not saying you can't win games that way, and I'm not saying I wouldn't use it, but it's just you try to math games and you lose. Oh, it's death. It's death. It's just death. Trying to math anything. Like, you try to math a basketball game. Watch teams that shoot a bunch of threes when they miss all their threes. It's terrible to watch. It's just like, this is garbage. Terrible.
I don't care.
When you hit threes, it's great. But again. And Melvin gives it that feel too, right? Melvin gives it that feel.
We're
because
seeing that this year on the other side of it.
He gets the analytics part of it.
Yeah.
He dealt with it in Oakland, so he embraces it. But it's more than that. It's let me use my experience. That's why you hired me to be the manager, because if you're not going to let me do that, I can get some dude on the Embarcadero to come down and like read a printout, take him out, put him in, leave him in, switch, do this, do that. So
there were a couple of times over the weekend, because we've talked to Brian Price a couple of times and Bob a couple of times, where Gabe would have pulled Harrison or Gabe would have pulled Hicks, and I was waiting for it. And all of a sudden it was like, he's going to let him keep pitching. Like their philosophy is, we're not going to pull you early unless we have to.
Mm-hmm.
And they did, well, look, yesterday, Jeffries just had to wear it. They're like, dude, sorry, you got to wear it. We're not going to kill our pen. But there was times in the Harrison start, there were times in the Hicks start where it was like, that they're going to let Webb go.
Yeah.
But there were times in those starts where you were thinking they're going to start the pen or they're going to pull the guy or whatever, and they just let him get out of it. And I like that. There are times where you're like, come on, man. But they were letting him go. They're like, look, you've got to get out of jam sometimes. That was the one thing where people hated it. They hated the opener, and they hated the fact that, 4 innings in, they're not letting Webb, and Webb's looking at the dude going, come on, man, trust me a little bit. Back in the day, and I hate to do this, I don't want to be like, get off my lawn guy, but it was like pitchers got tougher and better early in the season if you let me if you just let me get out of this, like let me get out of it, let me work through an inning. Now it's like, nope, sorry, you're in a jam, man.
Why do you got to apologize for being get off my lawn guy?
I don't know. Just like that's the way the game is played. Beep, 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 beep.
But why do you got to apologize for it?
I just felt like I had to.
No, you don't. Why?
No.
You know your son's going to be get off my lawn guy, right?
At some point.
And then guess what? When he has kids, they're going to be get off my lawn guys at some point. I always find it funny that because I never apologize for get off my lawn. When I say get off my lawn, I say suck it. I don't care because it's my turn to be on the porch and your turn to be on the lawn, and I'm going to yell at you, and then I'm going to die. And guess what? You're going to come onto the porch, and then you can yell at somebody else, and you got to let them wear it. Yeah, Walter Matthau's what I am. So suck it. That's all. I don't care. I'll never apologize again for being on the porch and yelling at people on the lawn. You're just going to have to wear it, pal. Okay? Just wear it, deal with it, it's coming, and then you'll have your turn on the porch. You just don't even know it. You don't know what's going to make you mad in 30 years. All I know is there will be something. That's all I can tell you. There will be something that the younger generation does that irritates you. Why? Because that's what the younger generation does. They are here to irritate us, and they are here to move things forward, and they do it in their own way, and it doesn't always line up. And it's not going to line up for you or your kids or your grandkids. It's just a cycle. So embrace being on the porch.
This is more analytics, though. Like all the analytics.
Embrace being on the porch.
I like analytics.
Don't apologize. Tell them to suck it.
No, it's just
no apologies.
I've been
No, but you're walking the line a little bit. You're like, oh, I apologize for being the get off the lawn guy. But there's no buts. Suck it. I'm on the porch. Eat this. Eat this pile of crap, okay? You're going to get your turn on the porch in a couple
little aggressive with the eat the crap.
You're going to get your turn on the
eat the crap.
You're going to get your turn on the You'll get your turn on the porch soon enough.
It's got a visual of
I'm
that.
sorry, okay? You're just upset I'm here drinking my craft beer up on my porch yelling at you. You're going to get your turn on the porch eventually. Just not yet. Just not yet.
All right, let's flip it to the Warriors.
Still?
Ford and Run road trip. I know, I keep saying that. Ford and Run road trip. Changing your opinion. I want to get your thoughts. Draymond Green, of course, was great. Andrew Wiggins. And I have a question for you.
It's a complete crap.
The former player.
That was the Toronto head coach.
I love that. That was a great one.
It's a complete crap.
I love it.
We'll get into that. Then Seth Greenberg is going to join us. He had a problem with Draymond Green. I don't think he has anymore. And then, of course, we'll get into the tournament. Bill Self retiring at Kansas. We'll ask him all about that as well. I have a feeling these coaches are getting too old to re-recruit their own players again.
Yeah, I think so.
And again, and they're sick of it. So we'll do that at about 4:50. Tolbert Lundell here on the Sports News.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Whoa, get this. The 49ers have indeed traded Brandon Ayuk to the Pittsburgh Steelers for the 28th overall pick in the upcoming draft. Oh, this fake story is not available on KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
No.
Oh, your old pal John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen are not even based in the Bay Area? What? And some aren't even based in the entire state of California, but that is not Chris Dolan. That is not the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. Now, if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, weather's getting great. Motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than... That's right, $1 billion. $1 billion, that's with a B, if I did not make that abundantly clear, on settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. More importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
John. Happy birthday. John. Happy birthday.
Cupcakes. Dreamers.
October 11th, thanks for joining us. Host Swap Day. So, we used to play this, and it didn't matter whose birthday it was. And B. Smith would just play this. And this was the, do you still play this for birthdays? This is outstanding. And it wouldn't matter whose birthday it was, he would just play it for me. Or for anybody's birthday. But he would play this one for my birthday. But he'd play it for everybody.
Of course. Absolutely.
Because he was an a-hole.
It's your birthday. This guy has like a leather mask on and a whip.
Where did you guys even find this? Amazing.
That sounded like Papa. Jaw.
Amazing. I didn't even know these TVs worked. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
These big TVs work?
Oh, yeah. Yes, they do.
I didn't even know that. You guys have like a secret code to them. I had no idea these were. I've been turning these on.
We keep it hidden.
Honestly, we have in the studio. We have the worst TVs ever. Nobody probably cares, but still.
I think they're good TVs when they work.
Yeah, I didn't even know they worked. I thought these little 19-inch black and whites were the only ones that worked in the studio.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they try to pull that scam.
This is awesome. This is great.
It's like our own little sports book.
Man, wonder what the overnight guys do with these TVs. Anyway, that's another
story.
It's the plumber.
Indiana Bones in the Temple of Boone.
Who is it? It's the plumber.
I love that one. I haven't played that one in a while. Double impact.
Seth Greenberg at 4:50. We will play next. Why some people were upset of the things he said about Draymond Green. You get into that car wash that ESPN does, and they just make you say stuff. And so we will play that for Seth Greenberg. And then we will talk about the tournament, what he said about Draymond, get his response on it. And Bill Self retires today because some coaches are getting sick of chasing NIL. So we're going
here to snake your drain.
Here to snake your drain. All right, I've teased this 55 times today. We're finally going to come through on it. Warriors go 4-1 on the trip.
Yep.
Some say they played the Heat without Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero and blah, blah, blah. Orlando was a nice win on a back-to-back. Charlotte, they blow them out. San Antonio, they had a big lead. And then they come back and they hold on to win that one. To me, 4-1's 4-1. They're great on the road. They can't win on the road. They sit in 10th place. And we can go San Antonio and go over the rest of their schedule. But before we do that fun thing, they go 4-1 on the trip. What is your thoughts? I don't know what your opinion was before and how far you thought they could go, but 4-1, does it change your opinion where you were before?
No. The Orlando game was the big one because that one was one where you won with defense, you won with grit, and you won without Draymond. And he's kind of defensive grit. That's what he did. That's who he is. He's more than that, but that's kind of one of his calling cards. So it was a big team. It was without Jonathan Kuminga, and then Draymond gets kicked out, and you found a way to win that game. That was a big one. It was nice they won the Miami game. Miami was shorthanded, but I never count out Miami. I don't care how shorthanded they are. And they
because of Heat culture?
Yeah, Heat culture. It's a real thing. Minnesota game could have very easily won, didn't. And then you win the games you kind of had to win, Charlotte and San Antonio. We're going to really find out where the Warriors stack up in the next 3 games. Home against Dallas, at Houston, at Dallas. And Houston lost, finally, to Dallas last night. So they're 2 games back of the Warriors. And then Dallas, they're probably not catching Dallas. If they were going to catch Dallas, they'd have to sweep them. But still, they're 5 games behind Dallas with 8 to go. Yeah, almost impossible. So really what you're looking at now is get a home play-in game. Get a home play-in game.
You don't want that. No, you don't want that.
No, you do want a home play-in game.
Don't you want a road play-in game?
I still want a home play-in game. No, I don't want to play at the Lakers.
What are they, 22-14 on the road? And
yeah, but I'd still rather play the Lakers at home than at the Lakers.
All right.
But you can't. I think it's too much to ask to win on the road twice to get into the playoffs. And then if you do that, you face Denver probably. So you're not long for the playoffs, even though there is still a part of me that remembers who they were when they were at their best. And it pops up occasionally this year, and you think, yeah, maybe. Maybe with Steph, Clay gets hot, the experience, Kuminga does what Kuminga's kind of done. Maybe they could beat Denver. Could they do it 4 out of 7? Probably not, but who knows? Maybe. And then you go, what am I talking about? They're not beating Denver 4 out of 7 games. Like Denver's them and Boston are the 2 best teams in basketball. But I still have the thought that, maybe we'll see. But
wouldn't it have to be like last year, one of the young teams? Because if I see it as, if it's Oklahoma City, I hate the Minnesota matchup because of their size. But if it was like Oklahoma City, who I really think is good, but they're kind of like the Kings of last year, they don't have the experience.
Yep.
So I could see them maybe not even winning that series, but giving Oklahoma City hell. Whereas if it's Denver, it's just like people don't understand that Denver is a team, you do, but Denver is a team that has championship experience, and it's not fantasy basketball. It's the pieces fit so well together that they are the sum of their parts. I mean, take Jokic out for a minute. Just because the other guys aren't a bunch of all-stars, they just fit so well and they play so well, and it's so tough to win there at the high altitude that they are, believe me, they are really, really good. So that's just not a great matchup for them, and they haven't been a great matchup. So playing them in the first round, they're out. Playing Oklahoma City could be a different story, but then whoever they play in the second round, they're probably out. So I'm with you in that one side of me says, and this is the only reason I would say it, is because their championship experience, not of anything that they've done this year.
Yep.
Oklahoma City could be like the Kings, and then they're out. Denver, if they play them, they're out. But I don't even think they could get through 2 road games.
No, I don't think so either. I think you're talking about some really, really good teams. The Clippers would be tough, although I don't think they'd have to play the Clippers for a while. T-Wolves because of their size, but still, if they don't have Towns, maybe there's a possibility there if Towns is out. OKC, I'm with you, just because they don't have the experience. They're really good. But every game they played against OKC this year was like right down to the wire. And they could have easily won every game they lost. Could have lost every game, too. They could have lost the game they won where Steph finger rolled down at down at OKC at the buzzer. Like, literally every game came right down to it. So they certainly don't fear them. And I wonder how OKC would react the first time in the playoffs with expectations playing a team like the Warriors, where the Warriors have nothing to lose at that point. I agree with you that I think OKC would probably be their best matchup, but you got to get through the Lakers and then either Sacramento or Phoenix. I mean, it's going to be so hard just to get to the playoffs. And I still hate the play-in game. I think it's stupid. I still believe 82 games is enough to decide who the best 16 teams are. Like, if it was the best 6 teams and you wanted to extend it to 8, okay. But we already have half the teams in. Now we're like 2/3 of the teams are going to be involved somehow in the at least the ability to make it to the playoffs. But that being said, the Western Conference play-in games are going to be sick. You're going to have Lakers, Warriors will be the highest rated play-in game in the history of play-in games, probably from now on until the play-in game doesn't exist anymore, because you have LeBron and Steph.
They love it.
It'd be incredible. One and done. LeBron, Steph.
They get great ratings. Make money.
They had it a couple years ago with the Lakers and the Warriors, but this would be even bigger. This would be massive. And then after that, if they win, then you can get a rematch of the Kings possibly, that epic 7-game series last year, or KD and Booker, and then with Suns going against the Warriors. So yeah, it's going to be incredible, the play-in in the West. And I guess Dallas could still be in that, but they've been playing some good ball, and they're too clear of Sacramento and Phoenix. But as far as overall picture, no. I mean, it hasn't changed. I think they're playing better. I think they're going to be tougher to dispatch. But you still have the problem of these teams are really good. There's a lot of them, and we're going to be on the road for the whole damn thing. Like Steve said, they might have a better record this year and not be in as good a shape, because instead of being in 6th, they're going to be in 10th, like they were last year in 6th. So it's just, It's the rock they put themselves. I guess the hole they put themselves in.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
No problem, Steve. At the beginning of the year, right? I mean, it's just hard to crawl out when you get 4 or 5 games below 500 and you're trying to crawl out, and then all of a sudden you're back to 2 games below 500. And then by the time you start playing ball and you're playing pretty good ball, it doesn't make much difference in the standings. And then you set yourself up, hey, we're playing good. Well, you better be, because look at the road ahead of you. And this team, let's make no mistake, this team still wants to win a championship because that's what they've done. So they're going to go out there and try to win a championship. And those are their expectations, is to win a series and win another series and win another series. I get it. It's just from my standpoint, it doesn't add up, like for me. And it shouldn't really add up for anybody. It'd be one of the greatest sports stories in the history of sports if they were to win a championship out of the 10-hole. I mean, think about how hard that is. So it'll be a fun next couple weeks, but my goal would be, I know you say they play better on the road, and they do. That's not opinion, that's fact, is that I'd try, and not that you're trying any harder, but if you could get the 9 seed, at least give yourself one home game before you got to go play on the road to try to get in the playoffs. That would make a difference to me, but we'll see. Yes, Tim? No. What do you want? What are you chiming in? What do you put? Were you just punching buttons back there? You kidding me?
So is there?
I can get a howler monkey to do that.
Spurs were to win.
See, that's what we're doing.
Unlikely because
you want me to do that right
Spurs at home are 33.
Okay.
Yeah. What do we got?
So you got Dallas at home.
Okay.
Right? Lose.
Yep.
Because they don't win home.
If the Spurs were to win, which is unlikely.
Houston on the road, right?
Yep.
What do you do? Are they winning? Road game.
You want me to do the home? Yeah. You want me to do the win-loss?
Yeah, let me tell you. Let me do it.
How about no?
They're not going to win at Houston.
No. I would have done it if you wouldn't have ripped for Gerald.
It's his first game at first base.
Hater.
Spurs were to win
at Dallas.
Unlikely because
the only reason I'm doing this is because this is favorable. This is going to be favorable here in a second.
Okay, I would guess if I had to guess, I would say my guess would be 1 and 2.
1 and 2 in those 3 games.
2 and 1 being like the best they could do.
But now here's where it gets good. Utah stinks.
Yeah, they'll be Utah. They'll be Utah.
At Lakers.
That's tough. That's
they win on the road.
They do, but
they win that game.
But they beat them last time.
Okay.
And I'm going to say coin flip game, even though Lakers are going to be favored.
Yeah.
I'm still going to make it a coin flip.
Okay. At Lakers, then Portland stinks.
They'll beat them.
Scoot Henderson had a -55 the other night. Do you see that?
Hard to
minus.
do.
Now look, plus minus isn't everything, and I know it's a hockey stat, but -55. Oh my God.
It's something.
Yeah. And then New Orleans is.
We'll see if they're locked in or not.
Yeah.
Because they're battling with the Clippers right now.
And then Utah again.
And they're also battling with Dallas.
Right.
So they might need that game.
Ingram's, yep, see, I know we were going to do this. And then Ingram's still not back for that New Orleans game.
I would give them.
They're going to win that game.
I'll give the Warriors 4 games.
Yeah.
So you give them both Utahs and Portland.
Yeah.
And then give them one of the next 3.
Yeah, but
it could be 2. I'm not.
Because if Ingram's not going to play,
that's true. There. But it's at New Orleans, right? Or is it home?
No, it's home.
Oh, it's home. Yeah.
So
and they owe them from the last time they got beat by 40.
So they're probably going to win 5 or 6 of those games, even if they lost.
How many games are left?
8.
Okay, let's say they win 5.
I'm 33-8 on the road of 14-26, and so they really struggled on the road. But
let's be.
That took a lot longer. I'm doing this quick.
Let's be overly optimistic.
Yeah, they can win 6.
Let's give them 6.
They
Where
can
does
win
that
6.
put them?
46 and 36. They are going to be. They could be a 46-win team and be in 10th. I mean, seriously.
How many wins the Lakers have right now?
if the Spurs were to win,
I don't want to work. This show. I'm not supposed to work on this show.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out, buddy. Lakers have 42.
Yeah.
So the Lakers have 7 games left, so they would need to go 4-3 to get to 46?
Yeah, they'll do that.
Okay. And then I don't know who's going to have the tiebreaker. You can figure that out. You're Mr. Tiebreaker between the Lakers.
Oops, I hate having being on. Every time he flip you off.
Very nice.
What if you had a toilet?
Oh, here we go.
Then instead of porcelain and water all
I
around
remember
it, fish going around it. How cool would that be?
Okay, here's what the Lakers
See, those
have.
are always your hypotheticals. I'm going, if San Antonio, and you're like, well, what if it was a fish and it was porcelain?
Okay, the Lakers are at Raptors.
Yep.
Tomorrow.
At Raptors, that's a win.
At
don't have anybody
Wizards.
left.
Okay.
Jordan Poole playing, if
So
he's
there's
playing,
2
no win.
wins. Okay, home against Cleveland.
That's
Timberwolves, Warriors.
Cleveland's playing terrible.
So let's say they'll win.
They'll win 4 for sure.
Let's say if they win one of those. Let's be optimistic. Let's say they go 1-2.
God, you're in such an optimistic
Well,
mood.
I'm trying to
Tyler Fitzgerald.
Well, look, I'm trying to see if we even are most optimistic, the Warriors can pass the Lakers.
Do you think it's critical that they get the home game against the Lakers?
And the Warriors are beating the Grizzlies at Grizzlies. That's the second to last game of the season.
Yeah,
so they got a couple gimmies too.
Yeah.
At Raptors, at Wizards, at Grizzlies. Those should all be wins.
Right.
So
they only have to win one more?
So then all they got to do, it depends on if it's
This is San Antonio all over again, but you're doing it.
No, it depends on if it's the Warriors.
He's doing it. It's on him.
Likely because the Spurs at home.
Let me ask you this: Is it critical? that they get a home game against the Lakers in the 9-10?
No. I mean, just get in at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'd like one. I'd hate to play 2 road games and try to win both of them to make it to the playoffs. But no, it's not critical. What's critical is keeping the Rockets at bay. That's critical.
Spurs were to win.
They do have the tiebreaker over the Rockets, which is good.
Correct. Yeah. But I'm trying to look what the Rockets' schedule is. So the Rockets.
You got to go.
The Rockets got a tough one. At Timberwolves.
They're losing.
Home
they
against
don't win
home against the Warriors. Home against the Heat.
Mm-hmm.
At Mavericks.
Losing that one.
Home against the Magic.
Yeah.
At Jazz, at Trailblazers.
Oh, those are wins.
At Clippers. And again,
depends on whether the Clippers need that game.
That's the thing. The last game of the season, who knows?
Yeah.
If you need it, you're playing. If you don't,
that was a futile
you're whatever.
exercise.
So
we learned nothing.
No, we didn't. We killed 5 minutes though. Let's get to the Strope-on joke.
Oh yeah, we need to do Strope-on still. I haven't told you my car wash story. You're not going to believe this thing. But
let's save that for the 5 o'clock hour.
We'll save that for
later. Can't wait to hear that one.
You're not going to believe this. Tyler Fitzgerald will be able to make fun of me for this. It's unbelievable.
Tyler Fitzgerald doesn't know who you are.
He will on Friday when he hits me on the back of my head when he makes 3 errors tonight. Seth Greenberg, we'll play that for you coming up next. He was not complimentary, and I'm being nice, about Draymond Green when he got kicked out of the Orlando game early. And then we'll play that for you just so you know the backdrop when we have Seth on the show to talk mostly NCAA tournament, and we'll ask him about Draymond as well. So we'll play that for you. Then we'll have Seth Greenberg on the show. We'll talk mostly NCAA tournament, little Bill Self, and little Draymond as well. All that to come. Tolbert Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Now? You should have told me now. Oh, thanks, jerk-off. Perfect. Works out really well. That's right, Mike. I literally could have a howler monkey in here. Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house is a little bit different, but they're all the same in one way. Everyone's got places where the Wi-Fi just doesn't want to go. It doesn't want to creep around the corner and go up into the attic. Or if you have a basement, go down to the basement. Or, that back bedroom where the gamer always happens to be. Not the gamer. You can't have the gamer having bad Wi-Fi. Oh, that just makes life miserable for everyone. Have no fear. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity is here. Then you can worry less. You could worry less about the dead spots because you won't have any. Everyone will be taken care of, and that's really all you want. You want the gamers to be taken care of, the streamers to be taken care of, the downloaders, the workers, people that are going to school. Everyone seems to be online. Everyone needs to be taken care of, and with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get that. You get the fast speeds, the reliability, and most importantly, no whining. Everyone gets the power they need on all their devices, phones, tablets, TVs. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your home now through June 21st. New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports? You love high def? You love fast, reliable Wi-Fi that goes throughout your entire home? You'll love wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, and you will love Xfinity.
Say hello to my little friend.
Today, we're swapping hosts as Tolbert and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
I'm here to flush your pipe.
Thanks for joining us.
Here to snake your drain.
Tolbert Lund on the host swap day.
I'm here to snake your drain.
Happy April Fools. I'm always. Are you on high alert on April Fools? Do you just like get up and you just know, like it's like antennas up?
I probably could be had. I knew this year because we're doing the show swap. I wanted to pull a fast one on Tim. I got him. I said I was staying at home today, and I didn't. He said no. He said no, you didn't. But it was good. It was good enough. It was good enough.
Do you hear what Papa did to?
Oh, I know. I
can't believe. Bob, we should play at the end of the show. I can't believe. Bob Sargent's the director of broadcasting for the 49ers and Papa's. Papa's boss, and basically called him up and said he was going to the Rams.
You mother.
That was him right there. And he got, because he's got family down there, his daughters and stuff. And he's like, yeah, it's just a family thing. And I think he was in shock. We'll play it later. I think he was in shock because anybody who knows him, like, I thought he was going to freak out. And he's kind of like he paused for a minute. And I think he was just in shock for a minute. We'll play it later.
What if Sarge would have said, well, good luck. We wish you the best. We wish you the best.
In other words, I got a guy on the back burner anyway. Yeah, that would have been interesting.
If he had a double cross on April 1st.
Hey, that's cool, man. Come down,
Yeah, the April Fool's double cross
that
would be interesting.
Sweet.
That'd be a good one.
I can't, because you got to know who you can get, because he's always just got so many things going on. Like, he probably didn't even remember it was April Fool's, but I got the antennas up. But anyway, that was a good one. We'll play later. All right, so we're going to have Seth Greenberg on in about 7-8 minutes, or we'll be late, probably 10 minutes. And we'll talk tournament. We'll talk about Bill Self going at Kansas. But we'll also get into delicately how this Draymond Green thing went down. So obviously last week, gets kicked out. You could kind of see it coming. Steve said that to you guys, but you could see it coming. He was starting to boil, starting to go with the officials a little bit more. And so
he said against Miami, he wishes at the end of the game he would have said something to him because he could see it a little bit during the Miami game.
So then he goes on ESPN, and just to let people know, I worked for ESPN for years, and they just kind of goad you into this. You take this, you take that, da-da-da-da-da. So I think he kind of got caught up in that. Wouldn't you say? That he probably Seth Greenberg kind of got caught up in that, maybe.
I don't know. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. So
they want the strong takes, this or that.
They do.
But, I mean, I was surprised to hear him say that. I just thought it was completely wrong. What he said. We're going to play it here in a minute so you guys have an opportunity to listen to what he said. And we played it. When did we play this? Played it Friday? I think I played it Friday. I think we did. We played it Friday. Go ahead. Play it.
To me, I don't only blame Draymond. I blame the organization. You can't continue to say, all right, and put him right back in the game. All right, put him right back in the game. You talk about the dynasty of the Golden State Warriors. It's over. It's done. The culture creators in that locker room have to take ownership in what's going on. And you know what? This isn't Steve Kerr, although he's got it up. Don't play the dude. He's absolutely killing your culture, your identity, and basically everything that you built. Eventually, no means no. It's like when you're dealing with your kids. If no means yes, then you know what? You shouldn't have said no. So your actions as a coach, as an organization, have to be a whole lot stronger because you can't just say, hey, I know it's Draymond, we're disappointed. If I'm Steph Curry, hey, Steph Curry, that's your locker room. You're the culture creator for the Golden State Warriors. You've got to take a stronger stand. Steve Kerr's got to take a stronger stand. And you know what? So the way it is right now, the Golden State Warriors aren't going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. You're going to have to blow this thing up. So why not make a strong statement and say, you know what? We've got to move on. It might impact us in the playoffs this year. Who cares about it? We're not winning a national championship this year anyway.
He's saying right now you just released Draymond Green.
Well, trade him, but you can't, obviously. Yeah. Look, I think what he's missing is Draymond is the culture. Like Draymond, Steve, and Steph are the culture. It's not Steph and Steve. It's not Steph ahead of Draymond. Like Steph's the face of the Warriors, but Draymond is equally responsible for the culture as Steph is. There's no doubt in my mind. You don't have those 4 championships without Draymond. You don't win games without Draymond. And they're not thinking that way. I said it earlier in the show. The Warriors are still thinking they can win a championship this year. Just get on the roll, play good ball. Like, they're not thinking, let's blow it up, let's move on to next year.
They're at the point of no return. They've decided we're going forth.
They're committed. He has 3 more years left. And guess what? They're better when he's on the court. You're not going to sit him. I'm not playing you. Now, how do you tell Steph Curry, who wants to win championships still, we're not going to give you as good a chance to win tonight as possible because we're going to sit Draymond for disciplinary reasons? How's that going to go over? The rest of the team's going to be like, well, you kidding me? Get this guy on the court. Some guys are worth it. And I said this when we first heard the clip. Some guys are worth it. Some guys aren't. He's worth it. That's why you pay him. That's why you play him. You deal with this crap as it comes up. I mean, let's not forget, he kicked LeBron in the nuts and got suspended for a game in the finals. If you were ever going to let somebody go, that would be the time. He cost you a finals game. I'm not going to put in the whole finals on him because they had multiple chances to win, but that's what started it. This has been going on since 15. What are we going to start now? Like now you're going to no. You just
signed a new contract.
You try to work
exactly
with him.
What was going on?
You try to hope he gets it. Yeah. He really doesn't. He does, but he doesn't. He can't control himself. And you just hope it doesn't pop up at the worst time. And then you move on. And you say you're disappointed. He says he's disappointed himself. And we all do the disappointed dance. And then you move on and he plays. And then he goes back to the person that he is. I don't know what to say other than he's worth it. That's why you pay him. That's why you play him. If he wasn't worth it, guess what? They would trade him. They would cut him. They would do it. They wouldn't cut him, but they'd trade him. They'd move him. But he's worth it. That's why. Watch the San Antonio game last night and tell me Draymond Green isn't worth some of the headaches that he gives you. He is. Trust me.
All right, we'll talk to Seth Greenberg. That's what he said on ESPN. That won't be the main thrust of our conversation, but we wanted to play it right before he was on the air, so you had an opportunity to hear it. We'll talk NCAA tournament. We'll talk some Draymond with him, and we'll talk how difficult it is to be an NCAA coach with all the NIL stuff going on. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. Mad Bum is back. The Giants made the reunion official today by signing the three-time World Series champ, Madison Bumgarner, to a one-year deal. This fake story is not available on KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
No.
Is our good friend Steve Moskowitz online, and it's always good to talk to Steve because he can always help you with your tax issues, and it is April 1st, so it is tax season. So, Steve, what can people do if they can't pay their taxes?
Call us. Let us take over for you. You know, here it is. It's April. Tax day is in 2 weeks. And this past weekend, people that do their own taxes, a lot of people do it on the weekend. And a lot of firms, including us, process a lot of tax returns on the weekend. And today, people are getting calls and emails, and they're saying to the person who prepared their taxes, no, this couldn't be. You must be wrong. There's no way I can owe all this. And then when they find out they do, they're in a panic because somebody just pushed them off the dock. They're over their head in water. They're drowning. They don't know what to do. Don't make the mistake of not filing the return. You have a lot of good options. You have a lot of rights. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Talk to us. Let us show you all the options you have. And then we want to do everything for you so you can have a normal, uninterrupted life, sleep well, and just let us take care of your tax problem.
All you have to do is call Steve Moskowitz right now. You can't pay those taxes. Don't bury your head in the sand. It is tax season, so you got to call Steve right away at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
No, Tom, this isn't a trick. It's a full-on April Fool's host swap. Yep, we're swapping hosts today. Now back to Tolbert and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We're down to the Final Four. The men in LSU and Iowa playing a great game. 3:42 left in the half. LSU leading Iowa 38-37. Great tournament going on. Nobody better to talk about it than ESPN's Seth Greenberg. Of course, 22 years as a head coach, Long Beach and South Florida, and at Virginia Tech. Great to have some time to talk to him. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Seth. Thanks for making the time. How are you?
Doing great. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing great, man. We're enjoying the tournament, enjoying LSU and Iowa. What do you think so far, man? It's been great.
I'm turning that thing on. Our men's tournament was great. There was so many good storylines. There's still so many good storylines in the men's tournament. Obviously, this game right here with Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark is a one for the ages. But I tell you, every single round in our tournament was exciting, interesting, incredible storylines, and now we got down to four, and we got four really good storylines as well. 3 high school coaches and 3 big guys. Colbert, you'd like that.
Not that big. I don't want to deal with those guys. You kidding me? those guys are way too big for me. Edey and Klingen's really, really good. I like that. If they end up meeting, that'll be a fun matchup. And then you got DJ Burns, who's just a house. But, I've always had this theory that I could look at guys on the court, and if you see guys that aren't overly athletic or maybe a little overweight, they are incredibly skilled. Always, because they don't move. They're not athletic. They're not above the rim, but they just know how to play ball. And he is like the epitome of that. Like his left hand is great. He gets to where he wants to get to, Seth. He's got a soft touch, and he knows how to play basketball. It's really fun to watch him play.
He can pass the crap out of the ball.
He
He's
can.
Zebo, man. That's what he is. He's Zebo. He should have went to Michigan State.
You're right, exactly.
The way he plays, that's who he is. He's got a great feel for the game. He's a terrific passer. The amazing thing to me is everyone gives him an opportunity to play off his body. Like, you got to step away from him, give him space, and use it. You can't use your arm ball. You can almost use one hand on his rear end. Look, if you go from one side of his body to the other side of his body, it's basically another time zone. So if you get stuck on the wrong side, you have a serious problem. And when he does that zoom action, the dribble hand, the pin down to the dribble handoff, let me tell you something. You can't get around him. If he clips you a little bit, that's DJ Horn coming off that dribble handoff and getting in the lane and raising up. So he's a really good basketball player, really, really got a great feel. And they're a great story, but, Kevin Keatts made some changes in his lineup. He went to his core 7 group. He put the ball in Michael O'Connell's hands. He played through DJ Burns. He gave DJ Horn the green light. And he took Mohamed Diarra and said, you are a multi-positional front court guy. You can defend a bunch of people. Middlebrooks comes off the bench and beats the crap out of people. Their core 7 has really got a good chemistry.
So how does he perform against Edey in that Edey doesn't have to get around him much. He just has to be behind him, and he can be tall enough to where he can affect that shot. Although I still think he's skilled enough that he'll be able to figure out a way to score. But it'll be a different look for him, as it is with every center with Edey out there. That might be the pivotal matchup in the game. How do you see that one playing out? Because they're both so different.
Yeah, they are so different, Don. Here's the deal. I think, look, Purdue's going into the post, and I'm not sure you can defend Edey without fouling him. If you put 2 arms on him, it's a foul. If you put 1 arm on him and reach down, it's a foul. And it is a foul. Did you play against Shaq? Did you play against Shaq back in the day?
I guarded him, unfortunately. I hated it.
Yeah, so what was it like dealing with Shaq? And that's what it's like dealing with Edey.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? how do you officiate him? I think the hardest thing, I was talking to an official earlier tonight, I said, I think it's the hardest player in college basketball to officiate because he's so big. He's 7'5", whatever he is, in terms of wide shoulders, plays the contact, targets away. I just think he is an absolute problem to officiate. So, look, Matt Painter's going to play through them. They do a great job of posting from the top. One thing about Purdue, they play through the middle third of the floor, which makes it really hard to defend a guy like Edey. So that's going to be interesting. I think the best way you guard Edey is pressure the ball. The best way you guard DJ Burns is if you can play him one-on-one, great. But watching Duke play him one-on-one, I'm a big John Shire fan. But I said before the game, Bill disagreed with me. He was wrong again. Some things never change. You can't, if you're Filipowski, you cannot guard DJ Burns one-on-one. He's going to foul you out.
Yeah.
He's going to take your heart out. You got to run doubles, and then, when the ball comes back out, you can close and close and move on the airtime and the pass and contest the shot. But, I think Edey's the one guy that can guard him one-on-one.
Yeah. Seth Greenberg's joining us. We're talking tourney. He's such a throwback because now we're seeing at the NBA level, obviously a Holmgren or a Wemby or something like that. As far as Edey is concerned, when is the last time we saw a true dominant big man in the tournament like this?
You know what, man? It's been a long time. It's been a long time. It might have been. Anthony Davis was basically a big man. I'm trying to think. Probably back when you guys played. In terms of guys that weren't, going to be up. And everyone's running their offense through the bigs because, one thing about running your offense through the bigs is you always have a reversal pass. So everyone's running their offense through bigs to go dribble handoff and then roll the guy back down, or instead of a stagger ball screen where you pop the first guy and dive, and then you can play high-low. But it's been a long time since we've seen a dominant big, and we've got 3 of them right now that, Klingen can almost look Edie in the eye now.
Yeah.
I mean, I go down and watch Connecticut practice all the time, and incredible practices. The accountability in their practices is unbelievable. And the stuff they do, they play like a European team offensively, and they play like they're from Jersey City defensively.
They're good. They're
good.
I haven't seen a team that checks off every box like them in a while. Like perimeter defense, mid-range defense, at the rim defense, at the rim offense, mid-range offense, three-point offense. Like, it's just I don't know. You got to hope they play a little less than their best to beat them, and then you got to play well. But I do give Bama a shot because of the way they play. Like, if they hit 15, 16 threes, they're going to have a shot to be in that game. They're going to have 100%. To do right. They're going to have to do it.
Yeah.
But that's the type of team it would take. Like, score 90 and hopefully catch an off game and they score 84, 85.
You're right on the money. Of all the teams left in the Final Four, and I got an argument with Jay Will this morning, because I love Purdue. I've been on them all season. I think they're the most maligned backcourt in the country. Braden Smith is like Aaron
I like
Craft
him
with a jumper. I mean, he can flat play, and I've been on Purdue all season long, but Alabama, in terms, style makes fights. I mean, that's just the way it is. So, I mean, like, in terms of matchups, look, they're going to shoot 50% of shots from the three. They're going to play in transition, so they're going to play head of the set defense. They run all these, like, pin-down ball screens for their guards with bigs, and they make two play you. And then they either can throw it or they can draw a second defender, get an advantage, and kick it out, and then either, open up a shot or try to create another advantage. So they're really good. Now, they don't guard all the time. They guarded well in the tournament. But, I mean, like, they lost to Florida at the end of the season. I mean, they gave them 102. Like, if you don't guard, you're going to have a hard time defending Connecticut. Because their offense, I'm actually doing a tape on it tomorrow for one of our halftimes of the NIT. And, like, if you just watch Cam Spencer or you watch their ball, Caravan, their movement off the ball and their second side movement is just their second actions are so good.
I love Hurley in that, like you saw him, I think it was the first round. What were they up? Like probably 30 at half. And he's never satisfied. And I think just getting this entire long week, I don't see how they lose, because I just think that he'll drive him. I just think it's UConn, Purdue, and then that's gonna be amazing.
Danny Hurley's the best coach in college basketball right now. Yeah. If you put it all together, he's Saban-esque in terms of the standard and what he expects of him. They love him. We did a piece on him for our game day show, and I go, like I said, I go up there all the time, so I just sit and watch practice, spend time with him. But I sat in their film session after the loss to Creighton, and it was 1 hour. It was brutal, absolutely brutal. And yet at the end of it, we got a clean slate, and those guys were hugging him, high-fiving him. And, I mean, they got undressed. It was a brutal – I mean, they missed communication. They made more mistakes. But he has a way of connecting with those guys. I mean, they absolutely love him. And they will do – and you can see by the way they play for him. You see by the way they react to him. It just proves, like, all the people say you can't coach your team hard, full of crap. Yeah. If you spend time with them and have a relationship with them, all right, you can't win if you don't coach your team. So like all my friends in coaching, all these young guys I mentor, they say, well, coach, if I coach them hard, they might transfer. If you don't coach them hard, you're getting fired anyway, because they're not getting any better. So he's got a great balance with his team.
I like him a lot. I really do. I can't. It's impossible to like his brother because he coaches for Arizona State, and I just will not.
Knew that was coming.
I will not do that. Do they know? Like, as much as I like him though, and he is a really good coach. Do they understand like how? I mean, I wonder if he gets some of what his brother gets. He's just annoying with his facial gestures and his actions on the sideline. So he kind of understands that then.
Oh yeah, let me tell you, he's one of one. He's authentic. The greatest line. This is a great line. So, like I said, I spent a lot of time with him, and so like before big games or something, we'll talk and just talk like really telling him all the mistakes I made in my coaching career. Like the officials don't get lost in shit. But anyway, so I spoke to Andrea, his wife. I don't know. It was around that time of game day, and I said, well, I sat and filmed after Creighton. He was no joke. And she goes, yeah, he came in after that the day before that practice, and I said, all right, turn around, leave, and when you come back in when you have a better attitude. I mean, she's hilarious. She's hilarious. She's great. He said, leave now. All right, when you're ready to come in, have a better attitude. Don't come here with that attitude. Just leave. When you come back,
that's funny.
Right, let me see. I'll check your attitude. And his relationship with his son who's on the team, he's such a good conduit for the connection between Dan and the team. But it's amazing. Look, I know you guys love Coach Olsen, and he coached in his own way. Danny coaches in his own personality, and he could be cartoonish, but those dudes love him.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really cool. I mean, like at his practices, like they're no joke. Like today, I guarantee you, today they were doing closeouts, they were doing help and recover, they were doing 5-on-4, 4-on-3, they were doing reviewing sets, they were probably adding one or two simple things, but I guarantee you, that practice was full blast for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, no, you could definitely tell they respond to him, and that's what you want from a head coach. Talking to Seth Greenberg, nice enough to join us, talking a little college hoops. Before we get too far, we've gotten about all we can get out of college hoops. Let's talk about your Draymond Green comments. I want you to answer for yourself. Go ahead.
I don't have to answer for myself. Like no means no.
Okay.
Like here's the deal. You won all those championships with him. That's great. Like if you had a kid and you have kids, Tom?
I do, 3.
All right, got 3. All right. So how old are they?
20. God, you put me on the spot here. 28, 26, 22.
All right. So when you were raising your kids, when you said no, but no meant yes, what would happen?
Well, they'd keep doing it.
No. Well, that's a perfect example. All right. You just answered my question. All right. Here's the deal. Draymond Green.
My kids didn't help me win championships, though.
Yeah, but here's the thing. But, is he helping him win championships when he gets thrown out of the game 4 minutes into the game?
No, but
is he helping win?
No, he isn't, Coach, but he did get kicked out of a finals game against the Cavaliers in 2015. Yeah. So my whole thing is he's been doing this for a long time now, and they're not ready to give. They're not ready to give. Well, but they're not ready to give up on winning. You can't say we're not going to play you, and then look Steph Curry in the eye and say, "Sorry, one of our better chances of winning the game tonight is going to sit on the bench because we're disciplining him." I mean, I just don't. I don't think that can work.
And they're going to make the playoffs. That's great, and they'll probably get bounced in the first round or whatever,
or play in.
All right, or to play, and they might win because Steph could get it going, Clay could get it going. I mean, look, I love how Steve coaches them. I love that the way they move the ball. I love that they play what I think is a little bit unconventional in terms of the NBA. It's actually palatable in terms of watching the way they play. The ball has energy. It doesn't get stuck. They play all those things. But let me ask you, you guys are right there. Are they in a rebuild?
No. They aren't going to win this year, but I don't think that's what makes Joe Lacob a little bit different. Like, I think he wants to, whether he can or not, and I don't think he's going to be able to do it, but we'll see. He wants to be like the Lakers, where you may play like in 10 championships over 20 years. So I think he looks at it as, let's milk as much as we can out of this team while Steph still is viable. And Steph is still viable. Draymond's still a really good basketball player. Clay is kind of, he's kind of up and down this year, but the coming off the bench has done well. They're hoping Kuminga and Podziemski can kind of be that youth they get. And Trace Jackson Davis has been a really nice find for him. Yeah. So I think they look at it as, you know what? We haven't played well this year. And yes, Draymond's been a big reason. He's missed a lot of games, and they got behind the 8 ball, and they haven't been able to recover. But I think they feel like, okay, let's try and win championships while Steph is here. I think that is their goal.
I agree with you. Probably has no. I think the biggest thing is they know he has no trade value right now.
Draymond or Steph?
Take up his contract. Draymond.
Yeah, Draymond probably doesn't with 3 years left on the contract, but I don't even know if they would trade him, Coach, because they're better with him. Like they are better with him on the court than they are without him on the court. And that's kind of the conundrum. It's like you want him to be on the court, but you don't know if you can trust him to be on the court all the time. And my whole stance with him has been they put up with it because he's worth it. When he's not worth it at some point, they're gonna trade him, or they'll come to a buyout or whatever when he's not worth it. But still, they're a better team when he's on the court with them right now.
Yeah, look, I agree with that. I just think that right now that culture that they've built, that identity they've built, and I understand. Hey, he cost them an NBA championship.
He was definitely part of it. Definitely part of it.
So he cost you a championship. He gets suspended for 16 games. He's gotten thrown out 4 times, I think, since that point. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't.
Now, I know what you're saying.
This time of the year.
No, I know.
Look at Steph Curry. That day, I'm watching Steph Curry, who's usually pretty much handles all that crap. All right, let's face it. He usually does. Like the guy smashed a chair. He smashed a chair, and then he's walking in the locker room, and like I said, I love the way Draymond plays. Now, when he's good, Draymond. He walks in and he gives it Draymond's giving it. That was like the little kid that walks in your room after you screwed up and you go, "Oh, Mom, I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Can you please let me back?" And like, come on, man. I mean, like he was supposed to clean that up. If he really went and had counseling, then he needs. I hope he's continuing in counseling because it's not working.
Well, yeah,
like I said, I'm a big fan of it. I love it. Like, look, I want him on my team. I mean, Tom Izzo is one of my dearest friends.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's when he's right, but he also it gets to the point in terms of you got these young talented players, all right, and you're only as good as your locker room. Tom, you know that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're only as good as your locker room. And I know he's a good guy, but like, what messaging are you? If you're building the next generation of the Golden State Warriors, all right. What messaging are you saying? Well, if you're better than your problems, you can act like a fool, and you know what? We'll work through it. But if any one of you other guys acts like this, that's still in your infancy of developing to a good player, we'll get rid of you.
Well, you just described professional sports, Coach. Because that's
I don't live in that world.
That's been going on since I played. I mean, there were always different.
That's Rodman.
There were always different rules for everybody, and we knew where you kind of slotted in. Like, look, I know when Steph punched that chair or kicked it, he was extremely frustrated with Draymond. Like, you cannot get kicked out of that game. Kuminga's already out of that game. That's a massive lineup. You're on a back-to-back. You can't get kicked out of that game. Yeah. But Draymond can't help himself. Like, he knows he screwed up, but in the moment, there's something in him that has to have the last word. He has to be right. Even if he is right, it's like, well, what does that get you? It gets you kicked out of a game. Who cares if you're right? You were right. You didn't foul the first time, but he doesn't have that ability most times to, like, let it go. He wants to prove that he's right. And because as far as the culture goes, him, Steph, and probably Steve, maybe Bob Myers, are equally responsible for that culture. Like, there is no culture. There's not 4 championships without Draymond. So these guys, I think, say, you know what, we continue to tell him these things, and we love him because he's there for us and he backs us up. We want him to be there, and it frustrates us when he's not there. But we just try to keep him going down the right path. And when he's available, we'll play him. When he's not available, we won't pay him and play him. And you're right. It's a crappy message, but that's a message for guys that help win championships. And look, I know it sucked for me because I was like, why are the rules different for this guy than me? Well, because you score 7 points a game and that guy scores 20. And I go, okay, I guess that makes sense to me now.
Let me ask you this again, and I don't know anything. Bob Myers is brilliant.
Great guy.
All right.
Great guy.
Yeah, great guy. Brilliant, great guy. Why do you think he walked?
I would love to I can tell you off the air.
Combination of things.
I can tell you that. I can tell you exactly why off the air. I'll tell you what. Hold on. Talk to Derek, and I will tell you exactly why he left. Hey, we always appreciate having you on. Let's do it again.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you,
My
Seth.
pleasure.
I
You guys are good
appreciate
guys.
it.
Appreciate it. All right, brother. Stay well.
On the line.
Seth Greenberg, ESPN, former coach for many years in the in NCAA basketball, most recently Virginia Tech, South Florida, and Long Beach State as well. All right, we'll come back. We have breaking news. Breaking news, I tell you. We know when Blake Snell will pitch, so we'll tell you about that coming up next.
Again?
And they got me. We'll finish that conversation, which was a good one. We'll do all of that coming up next. Extra bags on this breaking news at 5:30. Don't move. Tolbert and Lund only here on the Sports Leader. The NBA has reviewed Draymond Green's actions against Patty Mills last Tuesday. They've decided to suspend Draymond Green the rest of the regular season. This fake story is now not available. Not available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Oh, hey there. You want to see better? I knew.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
Sorry, I screwed up. For 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. So Papa kept walking in the studio, and he was like, look at me. I can see so well. And I went, okay, finally. I went, and I checked it out, and I'm glad that I did. And I say this all the time, and people say, you're crazy. That's not true. It is true. It is a life-changing procedure because when you can see, oh, that's nice. And it just takes minutes. You can trust the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They've done thousands of these procedures. And I'm not kidding when I say it just takes minutes. But, you go in there because it's your eyes. It's a big deal. And you want to make sure that this is the right thing to do for you. Because I did have a laser procedure somewhere else years and years ago. And it worked fine, but it wasn't exactly what I wanted. But CLR was the thing for me. Custom lens replacement. I had a couple of the procedures done, and they just take minutes. And I shouldn't even call them a procedure. I mean, it's all of a sudden, it's like, that's it. It was awesome, and it worked for me. And it is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, readers. Plus, you're never going to develop cataracts. So it is just a really great thing. But I can tell you this, too. They do LASIK, they do SMILE, they do EVO ICL, and again, they do CLR. So whatever works for you, that's what they want to do. And it's a free consultation, so you have nothing to lose, and you're going to get better vision out of it. So make your consultation today at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com, or simply call 877-GET-2020. So no more glasses, no more contacts, no more bifocals. It's really cool, and they've helped hundreds of NFL players, pilots, surgeons. I mean, these people really need their eyes, obviously, to work at their optimum level. So if you want to do what I did and what Papa did, and you want to see better, that's the bottom line to this whole thing, get that free consultation today at lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
Ready for more host swap shenanigans? While you're swapping April Fool's pranks, we're swapping hosts. Tolbert and Lund are back on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening, Tolbert and Lund, your host swap. This is the final swap of the day. Appreciate you hanging out.
Pull it out like, ooh, it's the big boy.
I'd pull it out and I'd go, oh. What? the hell?
I love out of context drops. They're the best. They are the best.
Oh, brother.
Tolbert and Lund host swap today, sponsored by Xfinity. Go to knbr.com/contest to compare your bracket to mine for the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet on all your devices.
Well, you're doing this too?
No.
Oh.
How's yours doing? Oh, I was supposed to do that one? Just kidding. Ignore that.
I was like, wow, John did a bracket too. That's pretty cool.
Tolbert Lund, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union as well. Put your money to work with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. How is your bracket, by the way?
No idea.
What do you mean, no idea? You have that promo running like, I'll kick your ass.
Derek, how's my bracket doing? He was keeping track of it.
How about my bracket kicks your ass? How about that? You're not even checking
look, I had Arizona winning, so there you go. I think I'm in trouble. I'm always in trouble because I always have Arizona winning. If Arizona wins, then I'll check it out. I had a couple good picks.
You're never going to check it out.
No, not going to check it out.
Ever.
Never. What are you going to do?
Very nice. Bags in 5 minutes. We'll talk about this. Blake Snell will make his Giants debut next Monday against Washington. That's no fun. So no
Dodgers?
No Dodgers, no Padres.
That's boo.
Yeesh. The hell, bro?
That is boo.
As long as we don't see 56
boo
again.
Boo.
It wouldn't make. We're going to have to see him again? No. Come on. Right?
So what do we got? We got.
We don't want Dalton from Roadhouse. Have you seen the new Roadhouse? I lasted
Awful.
5 minutes.
Awful.
5
It wasn't
minutes.
good.
I lasted
It wasn't
5
good.
minutes. He got to the Roadhouse in Florida, and I guess I just can't see Jake Gyllenhaal as an MMA fighter, no matter how cut he is. And I just went, I can't do it.
Did you stick around for Conor McGregor's buttocks?
No, I never saw
you missed
Conor
that one.
because my wife was like, "Oh, he's so
thick.
hot," and I was like, "I just can't do it."
He's thick, man. I don't know what he weighs, but he looks like he's all juiced up in that one.
Well, they paid him like $5.5 million for that.
What?
Yeah, they paid him $5.5 million.
Well, it wasn't for his acting.
It's got to be.
His acting is worth about $50,000.
Got to be on the Razzie.
Wasn't
that's a Razzie, right?
Wasn't good. He was not a good actor,
Oh, it's
and he was like
horrible.
playing himself. It's like, bro, you're just playing like you, basically.
Plus, if you're Jake Gyllenhaal, I mean, you're a top end actor.
Oh, he's accomplished.
I mean, he's really good.
Yep.
And they come to you with that script, and you're like, yeah, cool. Like,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. Well, it must have been a lot of money.
Oh, it must have been a ton.
Must have been
It's
a lot
complete
of money.
crap.
But it was. I gave it a 4.5 out of 10. That may be generous.
Did it get better?
My son Walker gave it a 2.
Oh, yeah.
He goes, oh, it's a 2.
No, I did more than 5 minutes. I
I have respect for Jake Gyllenhaal. I gave it a 4.5, but Tim said no. My son said no. Look, I'm not going to argue with you guys.
I went 15 minutes. I think I went 15.
If you want to call it, say it a 2, it's a 2 out of 10. I won't argue with you. I may have been generous, but it was bad.
It got to. It was
that
like.
way. What? How about the? Oh, you didn't stick around for
No,
this. Did you see the whole movie, Tim? How about the end? The boat's going like 80 miles an hour.
No, I didn't do
it
that.
runs into shore. The guy goes whipsawing off the boat into the roadhouse, and then 2 minutes later gets up and oh, I got a crick in my back. Okay, let's go. I'm like, what? What? Dude, you would have been pureed by now. What are you talking about?
I was 12 beers deep, and I didn't even enjoy it. It's like, this is horrible.
I'm like, wait, how did that guy get up?
Why does McGregor stare at the camera the entire movie? What is
Come on.
happening?
Isn't your time more valuable than that?
God.
Well, I lasted like 50,
I had nothing going
probably
on.
20 minutes. Really?
Well, it was like 11:30 at night.
Oh, okay.
I was going to either go to bed or watch that, and I go, I got another couple beers in me. So I had a couple beers and watched it.
Was your remote out of batteries?
No, once I was invested, I'm sticking with it.
Really?
I'm sticking with it.
Dude, I'll walk out of a movie theater.
Look, that was a 2. The Real Roadhouse is like an 8.
Oh, yeah.
I love the Real Roadhouse.
If you're
Real
on a
Roadhouse is
Sunday
awesome.
afternoon and you start going,
Yes.
you can't pass Roadhouse.
No.
This
one you can.
Oh, yeah, that one you
can.
might. Just don't even start it. And I'll give away, though. I mean, in 20 minutes, I'll give it away. He gets in a fight.
Yep.
Post Malone is there for some weird reason.
Post Malone, because Post
at the
Malone's got to be in
beginning.
everything.
And then
Bud Light commercial, Post Malone.
yeah, and then
Let's throw
some
Post
girl
Malone
comes
here.
up to him, and then I don't know why he's sleeping in his car or whatever. And then the girl gets him out there. He goes, and then
He gets stabbed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he gets stabbed.
Remember, he gets stabbed.
And then gets out there to the Roadhouse, whatever. And then some guy goes big fan, and then we find out he's in the UFC, and then lives on a boat, and then I was out. That was it. I was like, okay.
It was a good call by you.
Yeah, 90 minutes later, not much else happened.
Good call.
And
Good
that's
call
it.
by you.
He got in one fight, broke a guy's arm, I think, and then I was like, this is stupid. Because if you compare it to the original, it's like, come on, man. Because it's Sam Elliott. Like, there's no, I didn't see, like,
It was
where's Sam
awesome.
Elliott? Like, I need to see Sam Elliott.
Yeah.
Some version of a Sam Elliott needs to appear. Hey, Mio.
Mio.
I need Mio. Where?
I
Hey,
loved
Sam
it. Loved him.
Mio. I
The
think
best.
that guy.
Incredible mustache.
Yeah. So come on. No Sam
What was
Elliott.
his name? What was his name? Yeah, that's why Wade Garrett.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wade Garrett.
Don't have Wade Garrett, man. I'm out. So that was it.
My pleasure. No Brad Wesley.
Yeah.
And no psycho guy that got his heart ripped out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Jimmy.
Yeah, they didn't have a monster
Jimmy.
truck at the car dealership.
Yep.
That was awesome.
No,
don't have
no
that?
girl that did a strip tease and Dawn had to take her down and give her a dress, cover back up.
Yeah, he lived
Good
in a
stuff.
Yeah, plus
No
he lived in a
Kelly Lynch.
barn versus the
Lived in a barn.
houseboat. Yeah, lived in the barn.
barn was fantastic.
Come on.
Yeah.
Didn't have any of that.
No, it was pretty weak.
Get outta here.
It was pretty weak.
All right, Blake
Even
Snell.
the alligator angle was weak too. The guy got eaten by an alligator. Like, you could have used it. You could have used the alligator better than that. That was just. It was bad. No,
Bags would never watch
no
it.
Way.
There's no way in
no
hell.
way. And if he did, he wouldn't admit to it.
Dude, if it didn't win an Oscar, Bags is not watching it. There's no chance.
I don't know if he's not that highbrow.
I think so.
You think so?
You think Bags has ever watched a movie that didn't win an Oscar? Yeah, probably.
Yes, I do. I do think he probably watched a movie that didn't win an Oscar.
I'm just kidding. Probably, yeah.
What is that? So he's only watched 20 movies in his lifetime? Watches them over and over? Good grief.
He probably never ate in a restaurant that didn't have like Michelin stars.
moving.
I'm just kidding. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we gotta go. Okay, we got to go. Blake Snell is pitching next Monday against Washington, and the Giants heard me, even from a distance, in L.A. No Fitzgerald at first base. Wilmer Flores, miraculous. Even though the Padres didn't catch him in the dugout, he is over his major injuries, broken bones, and concussions, and he will start at first base. Yep, that's right. No Tyler Fitzgerald. He never played a minute at first base. I bet Larry Bear heard me and called down there. Bob, are you insane? John Lund just told me. Tyler Fitzgerald at first base? Make a change immediately. Or Farhan or somebody. Computer printout. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. He has never started at first base. That's it.
Well done.
Notice the influence I have over the Giants.
Yeah, you ruined the young man's career.
Andrew Baggerly next to tell us all about it, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house is a little bit different, but they're all the same in one way. Everyone's got places where the Wi-Fi just doesn't want to go. It doesn't want to creep around the corner and go up into the attic, or if you have a basement, go down to the basement, or that back bedroom where the gamer always happens to be. Not the gamer. We can't have the gamer having bad Wi-Fi. Oh, that just makes life miserable for everyone. Have no fear. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity is here. Then you can worry less. You could worry less about the dead spots because you won't have any. Everyone will be taken care of, and that's really all you want. You want the gamers to be taken care of, the streamers to be taken care of, the downloaders, the workers, people that are going to school. Everyone seems to be online. Everyone needs to be taken care of, and with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get that. You get the fast speeds, the reliability, and most importantly, no whining. Everyone gets the power they need on all their devices, phones, tablets, TVs. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your home now through June 21st. New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports? You love high def? You love fast, reliable Wi-Fi that goes throughout your entire home? You'll love wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, and you will love Xfinity.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Bags will join us in just a second. Host swap. Tolbert and Lund. Bags will join us in just a second. Again, the big news. The big news is we do know when Blake Snell is going to start a game. It's going to be a week from today against the Nationals. So we're not going to see him in the Dodgers series, not going to see him in the Padres return series here later in the week. And Wilmer Flores feeling good enough to play today. So Tyler Fitzgerald was going to borrow his glove. No need. He'll keep his glove. He's feeling better, even though the Padres didn't help him in the dugout, which I guess if he dies, he dies. We're going to ask Bags about that too. What is protocol? Maybe he does know. Padres protocol is no.
I'm going to guess that's most teams' protocol, but we will see. I'm looking right now because I want to make sure I get this right with the Giants. They got 3 games against the Dodgers, 3 against. Okay, so the first 10 games, Dodgers, Padres.
Mm-hmm.
5-5, fine. 6-4.
I'd take 5-5.
5-5 is fine.
Yeah,
because if you can get 2 in Dodger Stadium, then you're golden, right? Then you're like 4-3 at that point. I mean, like none of this really matters all that much. Like 6-4 or 4-6. 10 games into the season, there's 152 left. So don't get.
But they play them each
too carried away.
13 times, I think it is. Yeah, because they were 7.
Was it 13?
Yeah, they were 7-6 last year against the Dodgers.
Okay.
I don't remember what they were against the Padres, but they were 7-6 against the Dodgers last year. So, yeah, I'd take 5-5 right out of the gate. But it also does depend because right now we're sitting here, and they were 2-2 against the Padres over the weekend, but Sunday was a weird thing. So, I feel good about those games. You could also go 2-2 and feel bad. I know that sounds weird, but like Friday and Saturday, they scored 8 and 9 runs.
Mm-hmm.
The pitching was dominant in the 1, 2, and 3.
Well, Thursday they were up too.
Yeah,
late,
right.
And the bullpen gave it up.
Right.
So I mean, I don't want to take that away from the Padres.
But I'm just
saying,
that's
like,
a good point.
It was like that was there to be had, and they didn't get it done. So 2-2. Yeah, if you can get 1 here and then 2 at home against Padres or however you get it done, 5-5 be total fun. Like anything between 4-6 and 6-4, or 7-3 is fine too. But you just don't want to be like 3-7 Dodgers or 7-3, and all of a sudden you're 4 games back. And again, it's not a huge deal. You just don't want to have to okay, we need to win 4 games to get to 500. You don't want to start that early in the season where you're grinding just to get to 500 and it takes you like 3 weeks to get there and then you got to hold on to it. You'd like to be like, right around 500, 1 game under, 1 game over, fine. And just kind of right there and then take advantage of the games you can take advantage of. And really when you look at it, break it down into 5 30-game schedules. Just go 17-13. Doesn't sound like that. That's not that impressive, 17-13. You go 17-13 5 times. That's what, 85 and 65. Over. 85 and 60. That your playoffs right there, and that's with 12 games left. So it's just a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there. You don't want to fall too far behind. But still, for me, this isn't about winning the division. The Dodgers are going to win the division unless something crazy happens. I know Dylan Hernandez says there's a lot of areas for fires with the Dodgers. I just think they have so much talent down there that they're gonna find a way to win the division. But it's not about winning the division anymore. It's about just making it to the playoffs. You make it to the playoffs, you have a shot now.
Right.
And I think that's what. And again, I don't want to say the focus is just making the playoffs because you're trying to win every game. Doesn't matter what your focus is. What's your focus? I'm trying to win this game. We'll play 162 and see how it stacks up and see if we get it done or don't get it done. But if you get to the playoffs with this rotation, and again, I'm counting on Ray coming back and pitching well. If that happens, there's not going to be a team in Major League Baseball that's going to have a staff that you look at and go against the Giants. Well, the Giants are at the short end of the talent stick there. Because if you can go first 3 and they're as good as advertised, like what we think they're going to be, if your first 3 is Webb, Snell, Ray, go ahead, top that. You may be able to, but not by much. That's about as good as it gets. So my thing is just hang in there, a couple games over 500 every 30, and you're good to go.
In 2 weeks, their rotation, and I'm assuming Cobb is going to be back in about 2 weeks, maybe 3. But this month, their rotation is going to be Webb, Snell, Cobb, Harrison, Hicks.
Yeah.
I mean, Hicks, we saw the other day. Now, he only went 5, so we'll see. But still, their 5th starter is Hicks, is the way they went. So they pitch, they play defense, they should hit well enough. And bullpens are weird because we've talked about this a million times, you and I. Bullpens go year to year. So in 2021, it was like, oh, man, this guy, Dominic Leone and all these different guys were so good. And you don't know. And so the one red flag that came up in game 1, even though it's just game 1, is like, oh, no. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you get nervous about that. But if we assume for just a second, ask you me, but if we assume for a second that the pen is good, then really it just falls on the offense. And what we saw all weekend mostly was, these guys will get going. Like you said, Soler will get going. Jung-Hoo Lee, that's a good start to things. Conforto, the problem has been injuries. Yaz, I'm a little nervous about, but they do have some depth at AAA. So, I don't think that, the shortstop position makes me a little bit nervous because, you got an older guy sitting there. Now he plays defense. Could Luciano be something a little bit later? So, I mean, every question offensively, there is a little bit of depth there. So, you're encouraged. It's 4 games, but you're encouraged.
Yeah.
So if they, look, there's a lot of good teams, though. That's what scares you. The National League West is good. The Phillies, you can almost pencil in as a wild card team, and I don't know what the hell the Central's doing.
Yeah, I think Central is one team. That's kind of what I'm guessing. Could change. But, yeah, it's just grinding this thing out. And stay in contention until the staff gets whole. Kind of a bummer, though. Snell's not going to pitch against Padres or the Dodgers. That'd have been fun to see. But so what does that mean? Webb will pitch one game, the final game against the Dodgers?
Yeah.
No, pitch game 2.
Oh, right.
Against the
because
Dodgers.
wins right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Okay. So you're going to get, him and Harrison?
So it looks like. Here, let me see.
That'll pitch against, is that right? Webb and Harrison that'll pitch against the Dodgers? Because they were 1-2, weren't they?
Yeah.
Webb opened and Harrison was 2. So, yeah, it should be, yeah. And then Hicks and then Jeffries. So you should have Win starting tonight. Yeah, Win.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
So, yeah, Win, then it'll be Webb, then it'll be Harrison. Yeah.
Webb, Win, Harrison.
Yeah.
But look at this. Okay, so tonight's a weird one with Paxton and Win, but look at the next 2 nights. It would be Webb versus Glasnow and Harrison versus Bobby Miller, who was nasty the other night.
He's good.
But that's
He's
what
really
I mean
good.
is so you look. I mean, the Dodgers are the Dodgers, and then they're going to get back Bueller and all this stuff. But I mean, those are now you can hang. I'm not saying you're going to beat the Dodgers unless Ohtani gets suspended and they have a bunch of injuries. Like that's not going to happen. But when you go into these matchups and we start looking at this stuff, and that's again another reason to go to the ballpark. Like I'll go to the ballpark if Harrison's pitching. I'll go to the ballpark if Webb is pitching. I'll go to the ballpark if Snell is pitching. And this is what the Giants want to hear. I'll go to the ballpark if Chapman's playing third base. Like, that's been the thing that's been lacking. After Webb, who's, to be honest with you, ground balls are all decent and everything like that. But Blake Snell is gonna strike out 11. There's a possibility that I go to the ballpark and Kyle Harrison's going to strike out 10. Or Hicks is going to throw it 102 miles an hour. You know what I mean? Like that, I want to go to the ballpark and see that. A lot of times with the Giants, it's like, will they score 3 and eke out a 3-2 win?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, man. It's just that's not aesthetically pleasing. We want to see action. We want to see fun. Like you're talking about when you go to a concert or who you want to see. Yep. You lump that all together around here, and you say, what's my entertainment dollar going to get me? And if it's not going to be fun to go to a Giants game, like the last 2, other than Sunday, you get an 8-run and a 9-run game, and some pretty good pitching. Like, I'll go for that. That's what it's about.
I won't go for that. No can do.
Very nice. We haven't heard from Bags.
Hall.
The hell, bro? No
I'm
Bags?
a Hall man.
All right, fine.
Are we getting to the? Yeah, let's because we got to get to the story.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff.
You got a car wash.
Oh, it's amazing.
Car wash,
I can't even believe it. Yeah, can we play that song underneath it the whole time? You won't even believe this. I've never had this happen. Never. We do that next, and then we'll get into some funnies. Oh yeah, we only have like 25 minutes left. Oh my God.
That's right.
We gotta go. We gotta make the most of it. We got funnies. We may be able to get in the Sergeant and Papa prank call. I cannot believe that he didn't lose his mind. We got that. We got funnies. We got a bunch of stuff. You got any stories today? You got any good stuff? You got any stuff? You got any stories?
I'm
Any
looking.
stuff?
I'm looking to see if we have any stuff. I mean, I think we got stories, but we'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
We'll do all that coming
I
up
might be able
next.
to fill in the cracks.
Yeah, we got plenty of stuff. Let's go on some tangents.
That's what I do.
People don't want to miss
I'm a
it.
spackler.
All right. We'll start with a car wash story. I've never even seen this before. And I caused a major backup. You've heard of backups on freeways?
Yep.
I caused a major backup in a car wash today. It was not good.
Nice. Very nice.
Not good. We'll start with that and we'll go from there. It's over at London here on the Sports Leader. Barry Bonds joined Murph and Copes this morning with a host swap. He believes Shohei Ohtani should be thrown in jail if he did bet on baseball. That fake interview is now available. No, it's not. It's not available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, everybody. Tolbert and Lund here. We have the perfect place for you to watch playoff basketball. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. This shit. 3, 2, 1. Hey, everybody. Tolbert and Lund here. We have the perfect place for you to watch basketball this Monday. We didn't find out until Wednesday because nobody tells us shit around here. But if you want to go, I suggest you do so. We'll have fucking beer, we'll have laughs, and who gives a about the people that didn't tell us what the hell's coming down the pike? I've never heard that before. Holy gosh. I've never heard that.
So that was, I don't even know how many years ago that was, but
ooh, that had to be like 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was Fourth Bore, which is a great place. In fact,
it was like Orinda, right?
Yeah, and I'll drive right past that going, oh, maybe I'll stop there.
They're one and the same,
They're
basically.
awesome.
It's all like the corridor.
And
Orinda, Lafayette.
In fact, if you get off the bar station in Orinda, you could walk right to it, and they have the great beer list. But yeah, they told us like 30 seconds before we were supposed to go there, and it was like Warriors playoffs or something. Yeah, that's what that was.
It's Monday. We didn't find out until Wednesday because nobody tells us shit around here.
That is true. That is true.
That was
3, 2, 1.
That was basically the gist of it.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Oh my gosh.
Exactly what happened.
That was
unbelievable.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that in forever. I didn't even know that existed, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah. They record everything.
There's no doubt about that. There is no doubt about that. I'm sure they have other gems that are out there too. All right, let's get to the car wash.
Yeah, so here's just a quick background on this whole thing. So I go to a car wash right by my house, and what it used to be is a car wash that, you pull up, you pay, and then you get out of your car, you go inside. They do everything, right?
Okay.
They vacuum it, they do everything, they drive it through. Well, so I go through, it's been raining, so I go through, and I pull up, and they changed it, where you have to sit in you sit in the car, you vacuum it out, so it's all you, but it's still, there's like 5 or 6 cars. It's a big car wash. There's 5 or 6, and you just have to stay on the tracks. You stick it in neutral. You don't touch the steering wheel, nothing, right? So I'm sitting in my car, and the guy points, don't touch the steering wheel, keep it in neutral. So I'm like, that's easy. Done that a million times. Okay. So I start going through the thing, and I have like these Armor All wipes, and my car's going through, and I'm just wiping the car down. I'm not touching anything. But all of a sudden, with these new cars now, if anything gets close to your car starts freaking out.
Yep.
So, I don't know, the brushes or whatever start getting close to my car. All of a sudden, my car stops because it thinks something's close to it. And it just goes, and it throws itself, and it won't go. And, well, the rollers are still going for the other cars. And so, and I'm near the end. I'm like, I don't know, there's one car in front of me, one car, and like 4 cars probably in back of me. And it won't go. It's like frozen. And I'm like, and all these cars are coming up behind me. And all of a sudden, car behind me hits me.
It hits you?
And everyone's honking. Everyone starts honking and freaking out. And so I'm like, my steering wheel is locked. My steering wheel won't let me steer. And I'm trying to restart the car because the car's not started or anything. And it won't go. So then I try to throw it and drive to go, and I'm stuck on these things because it's on a track.
The rails,
on the rails. So I'm stuck on the rails, and I'm flooring the gas, and it won't go because it's stuck on these rails. So then I throw it and park,